Chapter 181 The world will be different because of me. First, use your mental power to slowly contact the power of the elements outside. If you want to specialize in fire magic, look for fire elements. If you want to specialize in water magic, look for water elements. I don't recommend specializing in multiple spells. I think you should have made a decision, so I won't say much. Focus your attention, and feel the frequency of the elements little by little. Emolan walked among the crowd. His voice echoed under the mage tower. It is worth mentioning that, now there is no one on the entire island except for the 520-odd people of the Mage Association. Even the mage group of the Geoting Chamber of Commerce has all moved away, choosing to find a big mountain by the Mirror Lake, and began to build their own bunker. At the beginning, the power of the elements is the power of the elements, and it seems that there is no change. We need to be patient, focus our attention little by little, and compress our mental power. When the mental power is compressed, a very special effect will be formed. The world seems to become bigger and clearer. Can you feel it? In this state, elements are no longer immobile, they exist at their own unique frequencies. Emolan suddenly thought of a question, thought for a while, and said aloud, "By the way, never adjust the frequency of your mental power. What will happen if you adjust it?" One person suddenly asked. "If you adjust it? It will." "Ah! Ah!" Several screams interrupted Emolan's answer, and Emolan shrugged his shoulders. This is the end." Several screaming mages silently covered their faces with their hands. "Okay. Don't try randomly. Now remember the frequency of the elements. Remember it firmly, but don't adjust the frequency of your mental power." Emolan continued to emphasize. "Okay. After remembering the frequency of mental power, put all your mental power into your brain. Don't keep any. Before you completely master the meditation method, don't try to send out mental power alerts when you are meditating. Just find a safe place and concentrate on meditation. Otherwise, don't blame me for not telling you in advance. These are all the old predecessors' experience. Just listen to me." Emolan recalled the past, shook his head and said, "You are very lucky. I am here to teach you. Pass on my experience. After all the mental power is stored in your mind, do you still remember the frequency you just felt? Little by little, adjust your mental power to this frequency until it fits perfectly. Feel this moment. It's wonderful." Emolan looked around, watching the faces of the mages become relaxed, and comfortable. Meditation is a very comfortable process. A trace of unknown substance passes through the mind and merges with the mental power. The process of strengthening the mental power is intoxicating. One by one, the mages successfully enter the meditative state. Emolan smiled, and also walked to the front and sat down, closing his eyes to meditate. Time passed little by little, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Emolan opened his eyes, and stood up and clapped his hands. "Okay, stop. Meditate again. This basic meditation method is my gift to you for joining the club. I hope you can break through the fourth ring as soon as possible and become an elite mage. I also hope that the mage profession will become stronger and more glorious." "Thank you, President," the mages shouted in unison. Emolan smiled and turned back to the mage tower. Those who plan to take over the Eternal Blazing Sun project come to the conference room for a meeting. Emolan suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, "Oh, by the way, the basic meditation method does not need to be kept secret. I will announce the principles and processes of the basic meditation method in the mage section in 3 days. Before that, you can talk to your relatives, friends, people in the same guild. Now I give you a chance to show your power in front of others. Don't miss it." "Ha ha, thank you, President." Many mages laughed loudly, and Emolan turned and entered the mage tower, and the 2 vice presidents and 10 elders followed closely. Sitting in the conference room, Emolan looked around and said, "Let's talk about the Eternal Blazing Sun Guild's project on the miniaturization of specific spell models first. Who will come?" After Emolan finished speaking, no one spoke for a long time, and Lin was said after a moment of silence, "Let me do it. I'm a little interested in this project." Emolan nodded. "Okay, how many people do you need?" 2 elders, 10 elite members, a few dozen ordinary members." "Okay, you can recruit people later," Emolan said, and looked at the 10 elders. "Those of you who are interested can also find Lin to sign up privately later. Linwa, when you have all the people, go to negotiate with the people of Yongling Qiang. I will give you his business card later. After you have negotiated everything, make a plan, write down the needs of this project, what is needed, what conditions are required, the project team members, and the distribution ratio of the benefits after success, and give them to me, and keep them on file with me. No problem. Well, then this topic ends here, and we move on to the next topic. Let me first talk about my feelings about the profession of mage during this period. What is a mage? Emolan said after a moment of thinking. Many people think that a mage is a combat professional, a powerful professional, with powerful spells. When a mature mage's spell damage bursts out, no profession can take it head-on. And this concept is not wrong. I think many of you also hold this concept. Right? Many people nodded, and Emolan continued to speak. But as I have been thinking about mages for a while, I have come to a new understanding of mages. Everyone was a little confused and listened quietly. I think mages should not be combat professionals. A mage should be a scholar, a researcher. It would be a great waste of mages if they are used only for combat. Of course, I am not saying that mages cannot fight. My previous assessment was one civil and one martial. I will not slap myself in the face. I just think that mages cannot be used simply for fighting. While having strong fighting power to protect themselves, more emphasis should be shifted to the social aspect. What is the value of mages from a social perspective? How can they realize their personal value? I pondered this question, and I got some inspiration not long ago. I think the value of mages can be realized by popularizing spells. You can use spells without changing your job, and you can enjoy the convenience of spells. Turning elements into oil, electricity, and all imaginable energy. How shocking it is. Using this surging energy to fertilize, water, harvest, build, create, everything. A technological system built on mages. Emolan stood up and said slowly, "The world will be different because of me." Chapter 182 Kill the Mage. The world will be different because of me. Emolan's tone was very calm, but everyone could feel the confidence in his tone. Everyone seemed to be infected by this sentence, and their bodies trembled slightly. Haven't you heard about the rumors of real game? If it's still just a game, just a string of data, then talking about changes is nonsense. Just honestly accumulate combat power, play as strong as you can, I won't say anything. But obviously, this is not the case. Emolan looked around. And if real game is really a real world, then our every move is changing the world. And creating history. President. No need to say more. Arrange the work, Linwa said. Emolan paused after hearing this, and then nodded. Then I won't say much. Let's get straight to the point. Today is the first day of the establishment of the Mage Association. And now is also the first meeting since the establishment of the Mage Association. I would like to take this opportunity to define the purpose that the association needs to carry through, and thoroughly define the nature of the Mage Association. First of all, the Mage Association must have force and the protection of any wealth, whether it is monetary wealth or intellectual wealth, is based on violence. Only by protecting ourselves can we better study mages' spells, instead of working ourselves to the point of not being able to eat in order to promote spells, which is pathological and unequal. Violence is the basic premise, but it cannot be the ultimate goal. Our ultimate goal is to promote the popularization of spells and to reach the peak of spell technology. So the purpose I set for the Mage Association is one sentence. Create a mage technology system and develop it to the peak. Emolan said, and looked at the 22 people beside him silently, with a serious expression. At this time, Linwa stood up and said with a smile, "It sounds interesting. Let's do it." Lu Bin beside him also stood up and said slowly, "Our current mage is holding a uranium rod in his hand and swinging it to hit people. I think it will be safer and more interesting to put it in a courier package." Agree. Agree. The 2 vice presidents agreed, and the 10 elders of the association also expressed their agreement one after another. In the end, 13 people stood up, and Emolan's serious expression gradually relaxed. He was most afraid of finding 12 partners who did not share his ideas. Although we can change a group of people if the ideas are not in line, this feeling is still uncomfortable. Okay. Sit down. Now that the purpose has been set, let's work together and strive to move in this direction. Now, let's discuss the specific rules of the Mage Association. I have not formulated detailed rules before, but just set a simple framework for recruitment. The plan is to wait until everyone is here, gather the wisdom of the crowd, listen to everyone's opinions, and work out this rule together. Let's look at my framework. It's mainly about this library, the knowledge base, how to exchange, how to design points, in what form to make it fair, so that most people can be convinced and motivate their research enthusiasm and research motivation. In addition, there is the daily management of the association, which is a small matter, mainly the former. Well, it's definitely not okay to talk about ideals. We can't be hooligans. We are all adults, with old people above us, and young children below us, and we all have a lot to bear, and what we need is nothing more than profit. If you give them enough benefits, they will naturally work hard. At this time, you can talk about ideals appropriately. And the time is almost right. After Len was finished speaking, Lubin also said after a moment of silence, "My idea is similar to Len was. We are discussing how to give benefits, so that those who deserve benefits will get them, and those who don't deserve them will not get any. As for ideals, I think we can solve it with the culture of the association, and create a cultural atmosphere that is proud of research, so that people can benefit but not pursue profits." After Lubin, the elders of the association also began to speak one by one. I think, in the heated meeting room, you and I talked, sometimes there were some quarrels, faces were red and necks were thick, pushing the atmosphere to a higher level. But it was also in this process that the system, which was originally just a framework, gradually added flesh and blood and became fuller. After several days of discussion, the forum was already full of sour people, and a topic remained popular on the forum for a long time. This kind of president, I love it. No way. No way, there is actually such a president in the world who allows members to show off in front of others? If there is no chance to show off in front of others, you will be given the opportunity to show off in front of others? Why can't I meet such a president, such a considerate president? I think I should at the president here, let him learn well, how to write the 2 words president. Upstairs, I'll help you, at Ife my name is, you're welcome. Fuck. Study spells hard, the Mage Association will definitely recruit people next time. It should still be an exam recruitment. As long as you are strong enough, you will have the opportunity to meet such a president. You will become the envy of others at that time. You are all envious of the people in the Mage Association. Am I the only one who envy all the mages? With Imolan here, you can become stronger by meditating comfortably in a place. Unlike a warrior, you are exhausted every day. Not only do you need to break through the limit again and again during training, you also need to consume a lot of medicine and supplements. Not to mention magic potions, you must have ordinary supplements. How can this be compared? It's fine to be bitter and tired, but the most important thing is that you can't beat a mage. Take a step back, and the sky will be wide open. Be patient for a while, and the sea will be calm. But the more I think about it, the angrier I get. No, I want to create a profession. I want to create a profession that specifically restrains mages. I want to make mages cry. It's heartbreaking that you can't beat a mage. Where are you? I'll help you too. Let's study the mage's nemesis together. Add me. I'll join. How about we study assassins who sneak attack mages? As long as the burst is strong enough, specialize in hiding, armor penetration, no matter how strong the output is. It will still be fragile, and then one small mage can be killed with one knife. I think it's also okay to study a warrior-side profession with super high magic resistance. No one else is fighting. Just the mage. I think archers also have a future. Let's find a way to increase the archer's attack range. Find a way to strike beyond visual range. Or strike at the limit of vision. And directly snipe the mage outside the mage's perception range. Outside the mage's attack range. Do it. Do it. Do it. Let's work together. Let's do it together. For a while, the forum was actually united, with one mind, only the mage. When the forum was in a frenzy, some players really gathered together, assassins, archers, melee warriors who changed their professions gathered together, and really started to study new professions. What is our goal? Kill the mage! Chapter 183 The Knight's Attack. Imolan, I'm here. Zopeng suddenly found Imolan, sent a picture, said with a slightly gloomy face. Imolan did not reply, opened the screenshot and took a look, and his heart sank immediately. The screenshot showed a compacted road, which was considered an official road connecting cities. And on the official road, a mighty team was coming from the north. Imolan took a glance, and roughly counted them, and found that there were only more than 100 people in the team. There were not many people, but all of these 100 people were wearing thick and heavy full-body armor, and the war horses they sat on were tall and majestic, and the teeth in their mouths were fine and sharp, and on their foreheads, and on their chests grew pieces of thick diamond-shaped scales as big as fists, and it was effortless to carry the knights in heavy armor. Imolan didn't need to see it with his own eyes. This picture alone made Emolan understand how elite this knight was. Zopeng continued. The one who took the screenshot was the mage. He told me that these 100 knights came as a whole, like a moving mountain. He could hardly breathe beside them. Zopeng's face became more gloomy. These 100 people are suspected to be a knight group of 100 people. Emolan's face also became extremely solemn at this moment. Although they had fought other noble knight teams with ease before, Emolan didn't think that he was strong enough. Although people are talking about how powerful mages are now, that was only a one-on-one duel. Emolan understood. Once the warriors complete the resonance of fighting spirit and form a fighting group, the fighting power that can be unleashed is absolutely terrifying. It seemed easy to crush them in the front. But that was entirely because Emolan cheated, forcing a group of people who had no tacit understanding to complete the group spellcasting by his own command. Using a 100-man mage group to fight a 10-man knight squad. This kind of crushing cannot determine anything, whether it is a magic group or a knight group. They all abide by the same rules. The more people there are, the harder it is to form a group. Similarly, once a group is formed, the power that will burst out is extremely terrifying. 1 plus 1 may only be greater than 2. But 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. When it reaches 100, it may already be greater than 1000. What is the current situation of the mage group of Jioding Chamber of Commerce? Emolan turned his head and asked Zopeng. Now that we have Su Zongxin's spiritual connection, the training speed has increased a lot. But there are only 31 people in the group, which has only reached the standard of the second ring, and can barely be considered a second ring mage group. What about the Mage Association? Emolan shook his head. The Mage Association has no mage corps. It was established just a few days ago, and even the plan for training the mage corps has not been formulated yet. What about your current mage tower? Zopeng just finished speaking when he saw Emolan waving his hand. I have been delayed by other things during this period of time. I haven't created a suitable and appropriate 4th level spell yet, so it has never been stable. The most powerful mage tower now is the 3rd level Dark Fireball. Under resonance, the power of a single unit can almost reach the 6th level standard, which should be enough for a single unit, but it is definitely not enough to deal with this kind of knight group of 100 people. What should I do? I haven't received a 4th level spell, and I don't think I can receive it for a while. But I heard that the God of War Guild has an elite supernatural core. Why don't we ask Yifei to borrow it? This loan will make me owe a big favor. Emolan shook his head. Where is this knight group? Are you sure they are coming for us? Hearing this, Zopeng sent Emolan another picture. The same one as before, but with a circle drawn on it, and a flag inside. This flag is the flag of the Morse family of the Morse royal family. This means that this knight group is a knight group directly under the royal family. And the road, he took leads directly to Hanfeng City. There are only 7 towns and 2 small cities on the way. And there are no major events in these towns and small cities. Although the players jumped, causing great losses to the nobles. At least on the surface. The nobles suppressed the players with force and beat them to pieces, without causing any big trouble. At present, the death of the powerful noble, Earl Hanfeng, is the biggest issue that has caused a lot of uproar and made the nobles feel insecure. Calculating the time again, it is about the same as expected. So this knight group must be coming for us. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows when he heard this. How long will it take them to reach Hanfeng City? At the current speed, how long will it take to reach Hanfeng City? 3 days at the latest. Emolan fell into deep thought. And Zopeng did not disturb him, waiting quietly. What do you think we should do? Zopeng was slightly stunned when he heard this. And then he said, fight. We are definitely not able to win at the moment. And we can only rely on the mage tower for defense. No. Let's not talk about whether the 3-ring mage tower can withstand the attack of the 100 knights. Even if it can temporarily withstand it, it won't last long. As long as they continue to attack with high intensity for a period of time. The reserve energy of the element pool will not last long if the income is not enough to cover the expenditure. Of course, with the solidity of the mage tower itself, it will not be demolished in a short time. With the help of the sharpness technique, it should not be a problem to resist a few 6-ring spells. But this is not a solution. If you stay in your tortoiseshell, you will die sooner or later. And I am considering a question now. Emolan narrowed his eyes slightly. Are these 100 people a whole knight order? I didn't think about it carefully before, but when I think about it carefully, I feel something is not right. Why is it wrong? Zopeng was a little confused. As a royal family, isn't it normal to have some background? Emolan didn't say anything. He went to the 5th floor of the Mage Tower and searched for a while. He found a thick book. As he searched the catalog, Emolan flipped to the middle. The Kingdom of Morse, 9 cities, for in the south, led by Red Maple City, the most prosperous, it is the territory of Earl Red Maple. He holds the military and political power, one of the top nobles in the Kingdom of Morse. 5 cities in the north, led by the capital Morse Royal City. It is the only city in the Kingdom of Morse that is more prosperous than Red Maple City. It is directly under the Morse royal family. The Morse royal family, the patriarch is the Morse Marquis. Emolan pointed at the word Marquis. Although the Kingdom of Morse is called a kingdom in fact, the highest title in the entire kingdom is only Marquis. According to the map, this is because Morse has just split from the Northern Empire. Although it is independent, it is not called a duke. Emolan let out a long sigh. In the process of explaining to Zhou Peng, he also sorted out some things, which made him feel relieved. So as the second only to the Marquis of Morse, the Earl of Red Maple is a frontier official, qualified to be in charge of the military and political affairs of the second most prosperous city in the entire kingdom. In the territory of the Morse Kingdom, his relative strength is definitely not weak. The Marquis of Morse is likely to be one level higher than the Earl of Red Maple, but it will definitely not be much higher. Otherwise, it would be impossible to allow the economic city of Red Maple City to be controlled by the Earl of Red Maple. According to this logic, the Morse Marquis family may have a knight group of 100 people, but that is definitely an elite, a national defense level knight group. In this newly split, in the unstable situation of the kingdom, it is absolutely impossible to send them out to deal with us easily. It is unrealistic. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly. And guess why the Earl of Red Maple can control Red Maple City? Chapter 184 Hang Glider. Because of strength? Zhou Peng suddenly understood. Yes, because of strength, because Earl Red Maple is strong enough. Maybe it is not very strong for the Morse Marquis family, but the current situation is different. Now Marquis Morse has just split from the Northern Empire. The situation is unstable, and may even face the Northern Empire's attack at any time. Under this situation, clearing Earl Red Maple is likely to cause damage to his own strength, and cause turmoil in the entire southern border of the kingdom. Zhou Peng also nodded, thought for a while and said, according to the investigation, Marquis Morse and Earl Red Maple seem to have only a marriage relationship, that is, a daughter was married to Earl Red Maple's eldest son as his wife. Apart from that, the two families have no direct kinship relationship. So the Marquis Morse family is unlikely to voluntarily hand over the transportation fortress and economic city that is second only to the capital in the kingdom, and even slightly surpasses the capital, to an outsider, unless they have no choice. The reason for not taking action against Earl Red Maple is simply because we need stability, and the timing is not right now. Zhou Peng also became much more relaxed. If that's the case, then the problem is simple. As long as we are strong enough, Marquis Morse will definitely not mind us replacing Earl Red Maple, because he originally planned to stabilize the external situation before dealing with us. So this knight group should have two tasks. If we are weak, Marquis Morse will definitely not miss the opportunity and take over Red Maple City directly. And if we are strong enough, then he will recruit us and confer titles on us, recognize our legal status, and let us take over Red Maple City. Because we are new here, and our values are fundamentally in conflict with those of the local nobles. Marquis Morse will not worry that we will occupy Red Maple City and end up like Earl Red Maple. We will fight with the local nobles and waste time. Even if we kill all the local nobles, Red Maple City will fall into a complete collapse and will drag us down. When the situation in Red Maple City stabilizes and starts to develop, Marquis Morse will probably have stabilized the external situation of the kingdom, and will be at the gates of the city, and directly accept a clean Red Maple City. Emolan shrugged. So, Marquis Morse is not angry about the death of Earl Red Maple, but is very happy. Fuck. I even suspect that this knight group is an envoy group, and they will not take action at all. Just pardon you as a noble. Well, a higher level, preferably to Earl, and give you the fief of Red Maple City. In this way, there is no need to add fuel to the fire secretly, and the other nobles in Red Maple City will directly regard you as a thorn in their eyes. They swallowed up Earl Red Maple's original property, and they could not accept that a grassroots suddenly had a higher status than them, and they could not accept that their Red Maple City was taken away by others. If we are not strong enough, we will be killed by these nobles. If we are strong enough, we will fall into his trap. Zhou Peng smiled. This is a perfect plan. If we are really locals, we might follow his plan. But we are players. There is a gap in information. The process is the same, but the result may not be the same. Zopeng smiled. Will it be difficult to govern a red maple city? It was indeed difficult in the Middle Ages. There were not many people who could read and write, and almost all of them were from aristocratic families. Without nobles, it is impossible to maintain order and rule. But for us, are 1,000 college students enough? If not, then another 1,000. Emolan and Zopeng looked at each other and smiled. But then Emolan's smile faded. These are all our guesses. Before that, I still have to verify the strength of this night group. No matter what time it is, it always depends on strength. If we are not strong enough, no matter how well we govern Hanfeng City, it will only be in the pocket of others. Yes. Zopeng also faded his smile and nodded. What are you going to do? I'll go there myself to confirm it. Then be careful, don't get into trouble. It's okay, I can fly. Emolan didn't delay any longer, he went back to pack his things, and a few minutes later, Emolan appeared on the top of the Mage Tower, with a big package on his back. Come on, lift it up and install it for me. At Emolan's call, several people lifted a hang glider to the top of the Mage Tower, and assembled it, and a huge thing appeared on the top of the Mage Tower. The hang glider frame is made of a dark wood, light and hard, and the surface is covered with a layer of Warcraft hide, very tough. The entire hang glider has a wingspan of 8 meters, and Emolan looks a little small standing in front of him. Fuck Emolan, what is this? Zopeng's eyes widened and he shouted, hang glider. Where did you get it? It was given by Yongheng Qiang. When we were discussing the project before, Eternal Qiang gave me a hang glider to show his friendship. I want to play with it too. Ha ha, this big toy can kill people. I can fly, I'm not afraid of falling, but can you? Emolan's words made Zopeng pause, and he squatted in the corner silently. Ha ha ha. Emolan yelled, and laid down on the sleeping bag under the hang glider, putting the package aside. Accompanied by the howling wind, the hang glider left the Mage Tower directly, and dived down. But before the hang glider landed, a gust of wind came from the bottom up, blowing the hang glider from front to back. The huge wings of the hang glider caught the wind, and a lift pushed the hang glider into the sky. Gas magic. Gas magic. Time and time again. The perfect gas magic kept pushing the hang glider higher, gradually turning into a black dot in the field of vision, and moving away at a high speed. The wind howled thousands of meters in the sky. Emolan used a water shield to resist the wind. The speed of the hang glider was much faster than Emolan's own floating. Under the push of Emolan's magic, the aerodynamic layout of the hang glider was used to convert the height into speed. In a blink of an eye, the speed of the hang glider was pushed to nearly 100 kilometers per hour, tens of meters per second. This feeling of high-speed flying made Emolan extremely happy. To float by himself, he needed the feather fall spell, the magician's hand, and the fire resistance ring to cooperate with each other, which was equivalent to the speed of an old lady taking a walk. And this speed was incomparable. From the beginning to the end, Emolan only used a few rings of the wind spell to fly with the glider, and directly pushed the speed to more than 100 kilometers per hour. Emolan roared happily, and the sound echoed in the thousands of meters high. However, when flying at high speed, he did not forget to use the magic eagle eye to determine the position and correct the direction. Above Hanfeng City, without anyone knowing, Emolan flew at high speed, and the eagle eye in the sky could see Hanfeng City clearly, following the road forward. At a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour, Emolan soon saw the figure of the knights. His smile gradually faded, and his face was slightly cautious. Turning his head to open the package, looking at the whole package of spell scrolls inside, Emolan began to circle, and gradually lower the altitude. Chapter 185. A false alarm. What is that? A man in the middle of the night team looked at the sky and asked with some confusion. He and the two people next to him were very conspicuous in the team. While the entire night team was wearing black full-body heavy armor, the three of them were wearing gorgeous clothes, which made them stand out. The other two also looked up after hearing this, squinting their eyes to look at it. It should be a big bird. It's getting close to that mountain range. There are many monsters. Sir Lambert, shoot it down for me. It will be very prestigious to bring it back. A warrior in black heavy armor in front of them looked up and shook his head. Your Highness, it's too high, and the bow and arrow can't reach it. That's a pity. Otherwise, if you can take it back to give it to your father, he will be very happy. The man in gorgeous clothes, that is, hot, showed a little dissatisfaction in his eyes. But he didn't show it, and his face was still full of smiles. At this time, a man in gorgeous clothes next to him also said with a slightly complaining tone, "Your Highness, why do you think the Marquis wants us to learn magic in person? Does he want us to learn from those commoners who are rebellious? Wouldn't it be better to let those projectors send it over themselves? Would he dare not give it to them? I don't know. But I heard that Earl Humfong was killed by them. So he should have some strength." "Humph. So what if he has some strength? If commoners dare to kill nobles, they should kill the whole clan." The Marquis was merciful and spared his life. It was his honor to be respected by this profession. He even pardoned him and made him an earl. The man in gorgeous clothes said proudly, but his eyes were full of jealousy. It's just a profession that he learned from somewhere. Is he worthy of being an earl? At this time, a thought flashed through his mind. After a moment of speculation, he said cautiously, "Your Highness Hot, I think the Marquis really values the new profession of mage. He should not care about the projector who committed treason. How about we just take him as a slave and let him teach us how to change his job? And from now on, the Red Maple City will be named Morse. Or Hot. I think the Marquis will appreciate your Highness more this way. Right? He will directly take the second richest and most prosperous city in the kingdom into the family. And if your Highness controls the Red Maple City, then in the future." Hot's eyes gleamed when he heard this. "But I heard that projectors are very stubborn, and would rather die than surrender?" The man in fancy clothes beside him smiled softly. "Hey, they would rather die than surrender because they are not afraid of death, and they will not die. We just need to capture his relatives and not kill them, and lock them up in the dungeon. Send him a finger or a toe from time to time, pay attention to his healing, make sure he doesn't die, and don't let his relatives commit suicide, then how can he not be obedient? The one who killed Earl Red Maple can only kneel humbly before your Highness. The mage's job transfer is yours, and Red Maple City is also yours. Bring all three back. Would the Marquis be dissatisfied? Let this rebellious projector kneel before the Marquis. Would he still be dissatisfied?" Hot's eyes were gradually filled with greed, and he nodded. "Then don't act rashly. Catch the relatives of that lowly person first." While they were discussing, no one noticed a big bird quietly landing in the distance. Emolan quietly hid on the side of the road in front of them, 100 meters away from the road, carefully using a trace of mental power to explore. When the night team approached, Emolan narrowed his eyes slightly, and carefully explored with mental power. In the process, he deliberately avoided the front and middle group of people in the team, and explored from the outside, and from the back bit by bit. The mental power slowly spread, and nothing unusual happened to the entire night team. These warriors did not feel Emolan's mental power at all. With their perception, if Emolan enveloped them with mental power, they might be able to sense it. If Emolan mobilized elements, they might also be able to sense it. Unfortunately, Emolan did not do so. He even deliberately suppressed the fluctuation of mental power. The mage was an expert in playing with mental power, and Emolan was an expert among experts. He also avoided the front and the warriors who might appear in the middle, so they naturally could not find it. Emolan sensed it bit by bit, trying not to miss a single detail. When he first felt the momentum of the entire team, his heart sank, because the momentum was exactly the same, as if it was a whole night group. This discovery made Emolan's expression serious, but he still felt something was wrong, and he did not give up, and carefully explored, bit by bit. After exploring the knights on both sides, Emolan suddenly discovered something. It seems not exactly the same? Emolan was a little surprised, and the following exploration directly verified this. After being completely sure of his discovery, Emolan heaved a sigh of relief, retracted his mental power, and quietly stayed where he was, waiting for the knights to pass. When they walked away, Emolan stood up and walked away, with a relaxed smile on his face. He turned around and found his glider, and ran with it, but it still didn't fly after a while of operation. In desperation, Emolan gave up the idea of taking off by himself, and performed several consecutive hurricane spells while running, and the glider drew a beautiful curve and rushed into the sky. Emolan landed in front of the mage tower. Zopong was squatting there, and he seemed to be in a state of autism. Zopong, I've been gone for so long. Are you still autistic? If you want a hang glider, go to Eternal Blazing Sun and buy one. Become a mage part-time. and you'll be almost at the first ring standard. You rely on your own training as a warrior anyway, so you don't need the free attribute points. You can just spend them on intelligence. I lost money at that time, so don't waste the free attribute points foolishly. You can become a mage part-time in a minute. Well, if it doesn't work, I'll teach you how to change your job to an arcane mage. A first-ring arcane mage is enough for you to take off with the help of the hurricane. Although you will still fall. You should be able to fly after dying 20 or 30 times. As for the free attribute points, your warrior's promotion to elite level should not be related to mental strength. Right? Well, at most you just need to spend some time to make up for the empty attribute points. At least you can fly. Zopeng doubted himself a little, and shook his head when he heard Imolan's words. It's not because of this autism, but because of another thing. Oh, I also want a hang glider. These free attribute points are useless. You can teach me how to change my job to an arcane master later. Imolan shrugged and squatted beside him. Then why are you doubting your life? Tell me about your investigation results first. Good news, just as I guessed before, this is not a 100-man night group. The highly similar momentum is because these 100 people are trained to be a 100-man night group. But so far, it has not been successful. It's just two very similar 50-man night groups. Although it is still very strong, it's only at the middle level of the second ring. No matter how good it is, it can fight. Chapter 186 Doubts About Life. Zopeng nodded when he heard this, and he spoke after seeing Imolan finish speaking. When you left, I asked Yiqing, the commander-in-chief of the previous battle. Yeah, I remember him. What did he say? He was very confused. Imolan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He said, the previous confrontation with the Night Squadron was because the Night Squadron had only 10 people, and they were all cavalry, small units, fast speed slippery. And he only had a group of warriors, and a group of players, who were not even warriors, and there were not many archers, and they basically couldn't shoot accurately. So after he separated several night squads, he couldn't split them up anymore. He could only fight with more people against fewer. In the absence of horse traps, he could only build chevaux de frise to deal with it. But now it's different. Why do we have to fight the knights? The knights are a whole formed by the resonance of fighting spirit. Once an accident occurs, it will trigger a chain reaction. It cannot be divided. Once divided, it will not be the knights, but just a group of night squads. Although chevaux de frise, tripwires, horse traps, and the like are of little use under the overall strengthening of fighting spirit resonance. You can dig trenches, create swamps, dig big pits. No matter how strong the fighting spirit resonance is, can it be strong enough to make them fly? Fire attack, flooding, burying. There is always one that suits them. And these are not difficult for mages. The soul of the knights lies in the charge. And the meaning of fighting spirit resonance lies in the whole. If you can't charge, you can't form a whole. Then what is it? A group of warriors? The knights are like chariots in the warring states period. In the era of declaration before fighting. They are very strong when everyone makes an appointment and finds a plane to charge each other. Once they charge, they are unstoppable. But when the era of undeclared war came, the chariot was swept directly into the garbage dump. Zopeng said after a moment of silence. He finally said, You are not nobles. You are players. What is the moral code of the rivers and lakes, and the moral code of the nobility? Using the rules of the slave era to control my socialist players. What a great official power. Yes, it's a simple truth. But why didn't I think of it? Imolan silently covered his face with his hands, and fell into deep self-doubt. Zopeng also fell silent, and spoke after a long time. How to do it? Dig traps, dig trenches, create swamps, and then lead the knights in. Plug the gaps, and bury them. Zopeng silently opened the detailed map of Red Maple City, pointed to a corner in the north and said, Look here, this river flows out of Jinghu Lake and passes through this valley. This valley is not too big, it is very high, and the surroundings are steep, and the middle is flat, like a perfect bowl, but there is a gap here. Imolan took a look, and suddenly understood something in his heart. How thick is the river bank? About a few dozen meters, a mixture of earth and rocks. A warrior can't dig it, but a mage can do it with ease. Why do you know so much about it? Yiqing told me. He said he wanted to use it to deal with the night squad before, but the river bank was too thick, and he couldn't dig it open, and then you brought the mage group with you, so it was useless. And you know the terrain of Jinghu Lake, Jinghu Lake is a lake located in the mountains, and the terrain difference is very large. This valley is dozens of meters deep. As long as the river bank is dug open, and the back is blocked, there will be dozens of meters of water. The knights led the team in, and even the great Luo Immortal couldn't save them. Emolan fell into deep thought. Is the valley big? Will they escape before the flood? It's quite big. There is a plain in the middle, which is very suitable for heavy cavalry to charge. You can use it to challenge the knights and trick them into coming. As long as you set up all the hidden traps and trenches in the back to limit the speed of the knights' charge, they will definitely not be able to escape. There is just one difficulty. You must let the knights go in first, and you must not let them find these holes when they go in. Then you must complete the arrangement within a short time after they go in, and you cannot give them time to react. Emolan shook his head. That's not a problem. I just thought about it. If you use traps to kill the knights, if the soil layer covering the traps is too thin, the knights are not fools and will definitely find out. If it is too thick, it will take time for it to collapse. If that time is right, they would have already run away. Unless you dig a giant pit that is several thousand meters long and wide, so that they can't run away. It's not very realistic. So killing with pits won't work in a short period of time. But if you just make trenches, and the pits limit the speed of the charge, there will be no problem. As long as we dig it in advance, then they won't be able to find it if the soil layer is thicker. Then I can use the earth fission technique to make the soil layer sink completely. This earth fission technique can also be used on this mountain. Emolan pointed to the peak on one side of the valley entrance and said, I can lead people to hollow out the peak in advance, loosen the soil, and then the peak will collapse and block the exit. Then arrange it for him? Zhou Peng raised his eyebrows, and Emolan nodded. Well, if he really comes with hostility, then arrange it. If I were to be given a title, I think I still have the qualities of an earl. Oh no, I should say that when friends come, there is fine wine. When enemies come, there is a shotgun. Bullshit, you just covet the position of earl. I despise people like you the most. Zhou Peng said contemptuously. You are not greedy. Greedy? Zhou Peng said confidently. After a while of talking and laughing, Emolan suddenly sighed. Why are you sighing? I just said, the war situation is going to change. The times are going to change. Zhou Peng paused slightly, and nodded. Indeed, the players before only fought small battles, and playing tricks was not a big deal. But we have basically come to the fore, and we will directly launch a big wave, and the whole form of the war will change. It will directly change from a scheduled battle to an undeclared war, and the long-standing unspoken rules between the nobles will be broken, and a chain of suspicion will be formed, and we will never be able to go back to the past. But this is inevitable. What are you sighing about? Are you suffering from the literary youth disease? No. No. No, I am just sighing. The hearts of those who play tactics are dark. I didn't think of this water attack even though I was reminded before. I think I am more suitable for research. Emolan twisted his neck. If a fireball can't solve the problem, then use a nuclear fireball. No matter if it's flooded or buried, one shot will kill it. With my personality and way of thinking, no matter how much I learn, I will definitely not be able to beat Yi Qing's dirty commanders. Instead of using my weaknesses to compete with others' strengths, I might as well use my own strengths and directly use dimensionality reduction to destroy everything. Again, there is nothing that can't be solved by a nuclear bomb. If there is, then use two. Emolan showed a smile on his face. And compared to these tortuous plots, it's much more refreshing and direct to just plant mushrooms when there's a disagreement. Isn't it? Chapter 187 Escape? Well, the plan is perfect, so now we are facing the last problem. How do we lead the knights over? They are definitely not fools. They will go wherever we say. Emolan laughed when he heard this. Look who this is. Emolan suddenly cast the eagle eye technique on Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng projected a scene in the sky in his mind, and his legs subconsciously went weak. At this time, the scene quickly pulled in. After a moment of dazzling, Zhou Peng saw several people by the lake. Several people hid in the grass nest, chewing black bread with dusty faces. These don't look like players, NPCs. Then those nobles? Zhou Peng guessed, but then he was a little suspicious. Wait, how do you know where there are people? Oh, half a month ago, I found that someone was using a spell similar to Eagle Eye to spy on me. I thought it was a bit strange before, until I got Eagle Eye and experienced it. Then I realized that someone was using a spell to spy on my beautiful face. They didn't know how strong my mental power was. And they just stared at me stupidly, thinking that I couldn't find it. Or if I were a warrior, I really wouldn't find it. But I'm a mage. Then I found them. And I looked at them when I had nothing to do. Zopeng was shocked. Half a month ago? You didn't deal with it? Emolan showed a simple smile. Yeah. What to deal with? They were just looking at the scenery in front of my house. What bad intentions could they have? So you want to cheat? Hey. What's the matter with you? I'm so honest. What bad intentions could I have? Okay. As long as you are happy. Teach me to change my job to an arcane master quickly. I want to play hang gliding. Okay, first you raise your intelligence to 15 or above, and then condense a spell slot. Huh? This also requires condensing a spell slot. Zopeng was a little confused. It's just a way to make mental power more condensed and more powerful, and wouldn't it be great to have more spell slots? That's right. Zopeng nodded. After condensing the spell slot, forget yours, you condense the spell slot first, you won't understand what I say later, and I'll have to teach you when the time comes. I'll go take care of other things first. Okay. Go. Zopeng waved his hand casually, but just as Emolan turned around, he suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, Eternal Blazing Sun has made a hang glider, but hasn't it made a parachute? The technology is not good enough, so it can't be made, and the technical content of the parachute is not low. Emolan thought about it. He didn't mention the parachute to me at that time, so he probably didn't have one, otherwise he would definitely give me one. Hey. It's just a game. Be careful. Otherwise it will be troublesome if the hang glider is broken. As for people dying, they die. As long as the hang glider is not broken. You will learn it after a few falls. Everyone has gone through this. But the awesome ones die less. And the unskilled ones die more. It is said that the truly awesome geniuses can learn to control the hang glider without dying even once. Which is extremely rare. By the way, guess how many times I died? Oh, I died a few times. Zopeng asked subconsciously. But as soon as he said it, his heart skipped a beat, thinking it was not good. Emolan smiled happily. You didn't die once. Isn't it enough to have hands? Zopeng slapped himself silently. Pa! You're allowed to be so mean, you're allowed to ask questions. Emolan left happily. Soon the 2 vice presidents and 10 elders of the association had gathered in the meeting room. Emolan simply explained the matter. The people who were originally relaxed suddenly became serious, and all agreed with Emolan's method. President, your current method is indeed feasible, but we can't use it every time after all. It is just the beginning. There are no laboratories, no ongoing experiments, and nothing valuable. So it is possible now, but it will definitely not work in the future. Therefore, we must have a certain amount of force, not to mention how to deal with the outside world. But at least we must defend this island. To ensure that no enemy dares to approach this island, we must ensure that the association is a pure land. A pure land that will not be disturbed and does not need to be abandoned. After the meeting, Linhua found Emolan privately and said. Emolan nodded upon hearing this. I understand what you mean, let's prepare first, and proceed as planned, and pass this level first. Okay. It's your turn, I'll take a break. A warrior covered with weeds tiredly crawled into the hole of the tree trunk next to him, while a man next to him silently activated a spell. A ray of light sank into his eyes. The crystal surface of the warrior's eyes flickered, and his eyes became sharp. In the eyes of this warrior, the world became extremely clear. Even the island thousands of meters away seemed to be in front of him, lying here. Even the pattern of the magician tower on the island in the middle of the lake was very clear. The man took a look at the mage tower, and then retracted his gaze, complaining, When do you think we will stop like this? We might be killed anytime if we monitor these projectors. This, sir. Stop talking. If the bastard being monitored hears us, neither of us will have a good ending. A faint mosquito-like voice came from inside, which immediately made the man shut up. He looked around nervously, sighed after making sure there was no one around. He turned his head again and looked at the mage tower. But at this moment his eyes suddenly froze. With so many people, where are they going? Come out and take a look. Something is happening. The person inside ran out immediately after hearing this, activated his spell, and his eyes flashed. The spells of the 2 people were surprisingly the same. Look at the direction of the stone bridge. The person looked over immediately after hearing this, and saw hundreds of mages using spells together. The stone bridge sank into the lake little by little, and disappeared completely. The 1,000-meter-long stone bridge disappeared in a short time. The 2 people looked at each other, and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Look! They have put up that huge water shield again. One of them suddenly said. In his field of vision, a huge spherical water shield several tens of meters high appeared outside the mage tower, protecting the mage tower. The blue water shield and the elemental power flowing in it blocked his sight. He could only see some vague shadows and could not see clearly. After waiting for a long time without anything happening, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and said with a little surprise, "That tower is really incredible. It can actually support such a big spell and such a big water shield. Can a master warrior do it? I don't know. Hey, what do you think these projectors want to do? Why did they suddenly destroy the bridge to the island and put up a water shield? They probably guessed that someone was going to attack, and then hid. The lake is so wide, if the bridge is demolished, no one can get through. Forget it, this is none of our business. When the supervisor comes, just tell him about it." Yeah. Time passed little by little. The supervisor came, and they just said something casually, and then continued to monitor here. The first day passed, the second day passed. Chapter 188 in form of the trap. Not good, these projectors must have run away. The soldier suddenly patted the ground and said in a low voice. Huh? Run away? How is it possible? We have been watching here all the time, hundreds of people. How could they run away? A soldier next to him waved his hand. But have you forgotten how the Red Maple Earl's castle collapsed? Silently, they dug a big hole underneath, and directly collapsed the castle into it. If they could collapse it at that time, then they can run out from underneath now. No way. It's so safe in here, and there are shields. Who would run away? The man said half doubtfully, somewhat hesitant. He must have run away. If all the projectors are in the White Tower, it is impossible that he did not come out at least once. As long as he comes out, I can roughly see something moving. But I have been staring at it, and I did not find it once. This is impossible. He must have run away. You stay here, I will go to inform the adults. Screenshot.jpg. Brothers, look who this is. Mo Land's good days are over. Cheer, he is finally going to suffer a disaster. A post suddenly appeared on the Red Maple City Regional Forum. The most eye-catching post was the picture. On the official road outside Hongfeng City, a cavalry team of more than 100 people quickly approached Hongfeng City. Almost every one of these 100 knights was wearing heavy armor, which was thick and hard. The scaly horses under them were carrying the heavy knights at high speed. The sharp teeth exposed from time to time in the horses' mouths added a bit of ferocity to them. Do you see this flag? A manor surrounded by a circle of thorns. This is the flag of the Morse Marquis family, which means that this is the knight group of their family. 100 of them. A team of 10 knights killed so many guild leaders that they cried for their parents. Who can stop these 100 people? Mo Lan killed Earl Hongfeng before, acting like a big shot. Now he's getting revenge. Right? Ha ha ha. Just sit back and watch the show. Anyone reserve a seat by Mirror Lake? I'll start a live broadcast. What? Mo Lan is going to be killed. Watch the show. Watch the show. Watch the show. I'm talking to the people above. You just want to watch the fun, you're bored. What a coincidence, I'm the same. Let's watch it together. Hey. Don't talk so fast. If Mo Lan kills you later, you'll have to swallow your words again. You know, Mo Lan is the man who created the mage profession. There has been no second self-created profession in the game so far. Here you can see how awesome Mo Lan is. I am not shocked by anything he does now. The person above, what if he is dressed as a woman? Huh? What? Fuck, women's clothing shocked. Where is that? Ahem. A friend of mine wants to see it. TSK, another Mo Lan bragging. You should follow the basic rules when bragging. This is the elite of the Marquis family. I admit that Mo Lan is very strong, but there is a limit to how strong he can be. I'll leave it to you. If he can kill us back, don't even mention killing us back, as long as he wins. I'll eat live. What to eat? Snail noodles. TSK. I won't talk to you anymore. I saw the knights, so strong. I'll start a live broadcast for you. Yin Jiang's live broadcast room. At the north gate, Yin Jiang stood aside, opened the live broadcast room, and looked at the end of the road, only to see a dark, stern cavalry team galloping over, with an imposing manner, like a ferocious beast that chooses its prey. Hello everyone, I am Yin Jiang. Welcome everyone to my live broadcast room. I am now at the North City Gate. Currently appearing on the screen is the Knights of Marquis Morse. I will continue to follow the tragic death of Mo Lan. You see, the momentum of this Knights may be able to break through the screen and come to you. I feel even more frightened standing there. I can't breathe. Oh, this group of people is so domineering. I have more and more confidence in them. It seems that I can't eat this bowl of snail noodles. Hee. Get out of the way. The knight in front of the knight shouted in a low voice, but the player on the side of the road just turned around, before he could dodge. He felt a rub on his side, the whole person rolled out instantly. I was stunned, after getting up, pointed at the knights and cursed. The sound of his curse made the last knight look back. The man paused and looked up at the sky. Oh, the sun is so bright today. Duh. 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 As you can see, there are many nobles coming to the city gate to welcome us. It seems that there is a big shot among this group of people. It should be the one in red clothes at the head. Hot rode a tall horse in front of several nobles, and glanced down. Your Highness Hot, I am Larson Lore, Viscount of Redwater Town. I have met him at a banquet in the capital. Viscount Larson saw that Hot had no intention of getting off the horse, so he took the initiative to step forward and said flatteringly, but before he could finish, Hot interrupted him coldly. Where is the projector who has mastered the mage's job transfer? Take me there. Viscount Larson's tone paused slightly, but he still maintained a flattering expression. Reporting to your highness. The projector M.O. was originally on the island, in the middle of the lake in the mountains. We have been sending people to monitor him, and we found him under our close surveillance. M.O. knew that your highness was coming 3 days ago, and he had quietly left, wanting to hide. But we found his trace again after our strenuous search. Viscount Larson saw that Hot was a little impatient again, and hurriedly speeded up his speech. He is now in a steep valley in the north. The mage profession can release a large number of spells, and he likes to use dozens of meters of mud to attack the enemy. The castle of Earl Red Maple was destroyed by him using this trick. This valley is long and narrow. There is only one way in, and there are steep peaks on both sides. It is very likely that he set a trap for your highness. He plans to trigger a landslide to attack your highness as soon as your highness and the knights enter. So your highness must not go in. Humph, it's just a little trick, making a fuss. I need you to teach me how to do things? Take me there. Yes. Hot's interruption again made Viscount Larson's eyes flash with anger, but he did not show any, and still had a flattering smile on his face, and got on the horse. Please follow me. Your Highness Hot. Jiang was broadcasting live from a distance, and could not hear them talking, but he could see Viscount Larson's expression, which made him curl his lips. These idiot nobles are just a bunch of idiots, and they are arrogant, and they act like dogs when they see someone with a higher title. Forget it. Follow them. Follow them. We are going to Jinghu Lake, and we will go to the show. I heard that M.O. had destroyed the road to the island a long time ago. I don't know how they will get there, so please stay tuned. However, what surprised Jiang was that the road was getting more and more off track, and he was relieved until he saw a message. Well, the latest news is that M.O. took the entire Mage Association away from Jinghu Lake, and it is likely that he set a trap for the knights to get there. Hey, we are here. Jiang looked at the steep valley in front of him. Chapter 189. Look. After seeing the valley clearly, Jiang immediately felt something was wrong. Fuck, isn't the mountain at the entrance of this valley too steep? It's almost like a crack in the sky. If M.O. caused a landslide when they passed by, 1,000 people would die. At this time, a man next to him thought for a while and said, these nobles shouldn't be so stupid. Right? Just give up their lives like this? But what if they are so stupid? These people can only be more stupid. There is no ultimate stupidity. You never know where the limit of their stupidity is. Then should we remind them? However, Jiang looked at him in surprise as soon as the man finished speaking. Are you talking like a human being? These idiot nobles are beating up players. It's fine if you don't help the players, but you actually help the idiots? You're not. What do you mean by I? What do you mean by you? I'm just annoyed by M.O.'s pretentiousness, and I'm just waiting to see him get into trouble. This doesn't mean I'm a traitor. You're sick, aren't you? Jiang glanced at them, cursing, but when he turned around and looked at the knights, he started mumbling again. Be smart, be smart, be smart, and teach M.O. a lesson. At this moment, Viscount Larson wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, he saw Hot continue to lead his men forward. In an instant, 50 people completed the resonance of fighting spirit. A black-armored one-horned rhinoceros phantom appeared above them, and slammed into the mountain on one side of the valley. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and the mountain vibrated slightly, and a large piece of rock and soil rolled down, directly blocking the entrance of the cave. Then the rhinoceros phantom made several more rammings, and stopped only after trying all of them. "Keep going," a heavily armored warrior in front said coldly, and the whole team continued to move forward. Hot glanced at Viscount Larson with disdain. "In the face of absolute strength, no matter what tricks you use, they are useless. I see that you have lost all your courage, and the glory of the nobility. You are making a fuss over a mere projector, and you are timid. Even if I go directly to this kind of falling rocks, the knights can withstand it directly. It's useless." "Yes, yes." Viscount Larson nodded in response, looking at the powerful knights, said nothing, and quietly followed behind. But in the process of rushing on the road, they unknowingly fell behind the knights, and even felt a little out of touch. Hot glanced back disdainfully, without saying anything, squeezed his legs together, and drove his horse inside. After crossing the fallen rocks and entering the valley, the first thing that came into view was a fortress. A 20-meter-high, unknown thickness fortress lay across the narrowest part of the valley opening. The shape of this fortress was very strange, not straight up, nor pouring inward, but leaning outward at a slight angle, and the height was 4 or 5 meters further out than the bottom of the fortress. In addition, the mountain walls on both sides became smooth and steep, with no force points, and could not be climbed. And down below the fortress, the city gate is high. Wait, there is no city gate, it is just a wall. And at the top of this wall, Emolan and Zhou Peng sat facing each other, with a table in the middle, and 3 or 2 small dishes on it. Braised pig ears, peanuts, dried tofu. Zhou Peng picked up a piece of pig ear and put it in his mouth, chewing it with a crunch, laughing. "Emolan, you are so mean, you just build a wall at the door, and you really didn't leave half an entrance or exit." Emolan shrugged, turned his head, and asked Linhua, who was walking by. "Linhua, is everything ready?" "Everything is ready. I can guarantee that there is no place in the whole valley where 2 cavalrymen can walk side by side at the same time. If you want to come in, you can, leave your horse behind, and climb up one by one. We can't stop you. But if you want to ride horses and rush in an orderly manner." Linhua also sat down and ate a pig ear, pointing to the 10-meter thick wall under his feet, said with a smile, "This is the most convenient way." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." "It's okay. Everyone is very enthusiastic, waiting to see this group of people laugh at you." "Hey, what do you think they will do?" Zhou Peng suddenly asked curiously. "Let's go. Why stay here if we can't defeat him? Send out 50 people to strangle other players, attack our industry, and then 50 people to stay here. It won't take long for us to control the situation, control Red Maple City. Anyway, we don't have the strength to confront him head-on. Fight head-on, one will die." Zhou Peng wiped a sweat. "Then what should we do? Didn't we say at the beginning that we should pretend to make some defenses, to trick him in? How come we ended up like this?" "Subconsciously. I thought about being stronger, improving, and that's it." Emolan shrugged. "What should we do now?" Zhou Peng looked at Emolan's indifferent expression, and said helplessly, "If he leaves, then he will attack other places, attack other players. He will go to Mirror Lake to smash the Mage Tower. What should we do? And in this way, the originally good situation in Red Maple City will be reversed. Don't worry about that. All the guilds that should withdraw from Red Maple City have withdrawn. The only ones left are the casual people who are watching the fun. And their guild station." Emolan pointed to the high wall under his feet. "What do you think this is?" "Nothing. That group of crazy guilds have been doing this since their mages learned the stone wall technique. Their guild bases have either moved to the valley, or moved underground, or simply hollowed out a mountain. Their defense layer, the lowest, is 300 to 500 meters, and there are all kinds of collapse traps, flooding, fire traps in the middle. Let alone 2 night groups, even if there are 2 more. As long as they are not at the level that can directly collapse the base, they can't do anything with these turtle shells." Emolan was quite emotional. "My previous thinking was too rigid. I always thought that I couldn't beat them if I didn't have the same strength as them. But now I think that the wizard profession shouldn't have too many tricks. I may not be able to beat these knights head-on. But if I want to defend, if I want to be a turtle shell, I will give me some time. I can't do anything about it. I can only watch. As for him going to destroy my wizard tower, I welcome it. They are not wizards. They can't build a road to the island. There are only 2 effective methods in a short time. Either build a bridge, or take a boat. In this case, I want to see if they can still resonate with each other even if they sink into the water, wearing iron lumps." Emolan pointed at the approaching knights and laughed. It would be fine if they could stay here for a long time. Although they can't break through, they can still cause us a serious blow, and the situation will really be reversed. But since Red Maple City has always been in the hands of Earl Red Maple, it means that this is impossible. If this team doesn't want to go around here for a few times, and go back in disgrace without doing anything, become a laughing stock, and be nailed to the pillar of shame, charge is their only choice. Charge. A murderous voice echoed in the valley, and Emolan laughed. Look! Chapter 190 The Dam Bursts. Duh. 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 At this moment, the earth is shaking and, faintly, it seems that there is a rhino mooing. Moo! The shadow of the black-armored rhino falls little by little, enveloping the 50 charging knights. Zhou Peng's face changes slightly when he sees this, and the terrifying aura makes his chest feel stuffy and suffocating. But Emolan sees something. The shadow of the black-armored rhino is formed by the resonance of the burning fighting spirit and the elemental power in the environment, enveloping it. Do Qi is a kind of power that is completely extracted from the body. At this moment, 50 Do Qi resonated and attacked with the power of heaven and earth, turning themselves into a lever, leveraging the power several times. This is the charm of Do Qi resonance. Okay, let's go. This wall can't stop them. Emolan finished eating the last piece of pig ear, wiped his mouth with paper slowly, stood up and walked back. Zhou Peng followed, while Linwa had already gone down the high wall. The two had just reached the edge of the high wall, and the shadow of the black-armored rhinoceros behind them had already crashed into the high wall. Boom! The horn broke directly into the high wall, the surface of the high wall collapsed, and the horn of the black-armored rhinoceros pierced deeply into the high wall. At this time, the violent shock made Zhou Peng stagger, but fortunately, he had not lost his ability as an agile warrior, and barely did not fall, but he was still a little embarrassed. And Emolan next to him was still walking down the stairs slowly. Zhou Peng saw that something was wrong, and Emolan looked at him in confusion. How are you okay? Wait, you are floating. So you are not afraid of shock, or falling? Yes, I can float. How come you are still here? Boom. 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 There were several loud noises in succession. Zhou Peng suddenly found that a crack appeared on the 10-meter thick high wall at this moment, and through the crack, he could see the shadow of the black horn at the end. Slipping away. Zhou Peng glanced at Emolan, who was not in a hurry at all, finally understood something, speeded up, and ran into the valley in a blink of an eye. Emolan smiled at this and slowly walked forward. Boom! At this moment, the high wall was broken, and the boulders were flying. At this moment, Emolan continued to move forward, and the broken high wall behind him seemed to become his background. At this moment, Yin Jiang, who had secretly run into the valley to take pictures at some point, was silent. The audience in his live broadcast room was also silent. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Emolan walked forward slowly, and countless large and small stones flew behind him, scattered throughout the space. After the stones were broken, a cavalry in full black heavy armor stepped forward, and above them, a black-armored rhinoceros with a horn was facing the sky, with a strong momentum, as if piercing the sky. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck. 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 Real men never look back at explosions. What's wrong with this feeling? Feeling so handsome? Upstairs, you are not alone. Yin Jiang saw this scene, and his whole body was shaking, trembling. That feeling, that state, was exactly what he dreamed of. But why is it Emolan again? No, I can't stand it. Why is it Emolan again? Emolan, who was in the center of the field of vision, showed a slight smile on his face, and took a step forward with his left foot. The next moment, when his foot landed, he was already 200 meters away. He took a step with his right foot, and the moment he landed, he appeared 200 meters away again. Everyone was silent, and only Zhou Peng's puzzled voice sounded. Why can you shrink the earth into an inch with just one flash? Someone is live streaming, so you have to pay attention to your image. Right? Emolan patted his clothes lightly, walked forward, and said with a smile, and walked for a long time before stopping. At this moment, they were completely standing on one side of a small plain. If the small plain in the valley was divided into two halves, Emolan was standing in the middle of one half at this moment. And behind him, there were exactly 100 mages. 100 three-ring mages. Emolan quietly watched the knights break through the high wall and come in. Hot rode in on horseback, looking at Emolan, who had already set up his formation and was waiting, his eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he drove his horse forward, directly led the knights deep into the valley, came to the position opposite to Emolan, pulled out the rapier in his hand, and swung it forward. Charge! Duh! 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 The knight, who was a little tired, the horse perked up again, entered the charging state, and in a blink of an eye, 2 black-armored rhinoceros phantoms appeared on the plain, like 2 galloping chariots rushing forward. Emolan's face was serious. A spell was formed. Mental connection. Then a thought came out. Group stone wall. As soon as the words fell, they were responded to by 100 mages. The stone wall fell instantly, forming gullies in the middle of the small plain. Each of them was only 2 meters deep, but the scope was very wide. Hot saw a little surprise in his eyes when he saw the spell, but he didn't care about the big pit in front of him. When they came to the gully, a fighting spirit instantly extended over, and the knights ignored the gully and continued to charge forward. Any place covered by the shadow of the black-armored rhinoceros is like a smooth road. Emolan was a little surprised, but he summed up the situation in a moment, understood the reason, and didn't care. It doesn't matter if I just know it this time. I will know how to deal with it next time. It's not that the terrain is useless, it's just that the gully is too small. Group spell Fireball. With a thought, a blue fireball that can destroy a knight team appeared, but it was easily smashed by the rhinoceros horn just when it came in front of the knights. Sparks flew everywhere and disappeared. Emolan was not surprised at all. He then used the first level wind blade technique, the second level fire wall technique, and the vine entanglement technique. There were no accidents. The group's spell was easily defeated by the knights. There was no effect. Emolan saw it all. In just a few short moments of spell casting, the knights were almost in front of Emolan and others. Their fighting spirit had already paved the last big pit. The huge black-armored rhinoceros was already in front of him. Emolan took a deep breath and entered the third stage. Group spell casting. Dark Fireball spell. In an instant, 95 dark fireball spells rose up. Emolan quickly took over, the ink box in his mind rotated, and the powerful computing power allowed Emolan to guide a full 95 dark fireball spells to the appropriate track and position. Everything went smoothly, just like a standard spell resonance. If completed, it would be a group spell casting at the level of a 100-man mage group. The group spell casting of a 100-man mage group, let alone the current 50-man knight group. Even if a 100-man group really came, Emolan would not be afraid at all and dare to touch it. But there is no if in everything. Emolan gritted his teeth, used his mental power to transform into an energy channel, opened the last level of spell resonance, and the resonance began. Humph! Incredibly painful, the corrosive flames of the dark fireball spell completely acted on Emolan's mental power. 95 three-ring dark fireball spells, Emolan's mental power was damaged in just a moment, and he endured the intense pain of the flames every moment. Forcing himself to complete the spell resonance, the 95 dark fireball spells formed a huge spell model, and then quickly compressed. During the compression, the temperature of the dark flame in the spell model became higher and higher, and the pressure on Emolan's mental power became greater and greater. Before the spell model was compressed, Emolan could no longer bear it. In the moment before his mental power was severely damaged, he withdrew his mental power, and the dark fireball spell stopped shrinking and became unstable. But fortunately it did not collapse directly. In midair, a huge deformed dark fireball with a diameter of several meters flew towards the 2 charging black-armored rhinoceros phantoms. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the burning horrible dark flames covered the earth. But behind the black fireball, a black horn slowly appeared. Alas! Emolan, with a pale face, sighed faintly. Group spell, Water Shield. The moment the water shield, which was more symbolic than practical, was formed, Emolan appeared 200 meters away. After the last flash spell was used, Emolan looked back, with an indifferent expression on his pale face, slowly uttering 2 words. Break the dam. Chapter 191 Bombing. Boom! In just a moment, a thunderous sound reverberated in the valley, and everyone was startled and turned their heads to look. At the bottom of the valley, 200 mages appeared on the hillside, and next to them, a huge gap suddenly appeared on the heavy mountain. The gap, tens of meters wide and several meters high, appeared instantly, and the river water that was originally restrained was like a wild horse running away, crashing to the ground. Due to the large difference in terrain in the mountainous area, the flow rate of this river is already quite amazing. And in order to prepare, Emolon dredged the upstream and slightly blocked the downstream. This directly raised the water level to a higher level. All the accumulated energy exploded at this moment, smashed onto the ground with a bang, forming a large pit. The next moment, the river water that poured into the valley suddenly spread around, and the high waves advanced along the narrow plain. Hot saw this and narrowed his eyes. At this time, the huge flames on the field gradually dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the knights. The shadows of the two black-armored rhinos looked much dimmer at this moment, and seemed a little unstable. Emolon roughly estimated the power, and immediately understood that the power of this dark fireball should have reached a certain level. A few more shots would be enough to kill the two knights. It hurt so much. Emolan's head throbbed as soon as he used his mental power. It was extremely difficult to cast spells. Emolon gave up after feeling the pain after trying once. Come down quickly. A hole suddenly appeared on the ground, and Zhou Peng waved to Emolon. Emolon nodded, walked down, and the soil above his head closed automatically. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he went down, several arrows landed on the spot, creating a large hole, but unfortunately there was nothing but rocks underneath. When Emolon appeared again, he was already on the mountain next to him. At this time, the mage in the middle had been ravaged to death by two black-armored rhinoceros phantoms. Although the phantom was weakened, it still easily broke through the water shield, as easy as piercing a layer of membrane. Zhou Peng, we thought too much. We thought it was a night group of 100 people before, and we thought the mage tower might be risky, and could not be suppressed. But I didn't expect that there were two night groups of 50 people. At this level, it was just a matter of two group dark fireballs. The level of the mage tower is 3 rings, and there are a full 95 spell nodes of dark fireballs fixed on it. In other words, the mage tower is equivalent to a team of 100 magicians that cannot move. The dark fireball released is the real 3-ring group cast dark fireball, not the defective product that Emolon just released. It's okay. This is not bad. The association has just been established, and we can use these people to polish it. And don't you have a more detailed understanding of the combat power, defense power, and characteristics of the knights and the mage corps? Very good. Boom! The wave front advanced in the valley, and soon swept to the side of the knights. In the small plain, Hod shouted coldly, his face was grim, and in a moment, it was completely different from before. Facing the several-meter-high wave front, he raised the rapier in his hand, and swung it down suddenly. Charge! 100 people who were insignificant in front of the flood wave front, 2 armored rhinoceros phantoms suddenly moved forward, charged. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded at random, water splashed everywhere, rushed dozens of meters into the air, and the shattered water mist filled the sky over the entire valley. At this moment, the momentum of the flood suddenly stagnated. Emolon and Zhou Peng's words also suddenly stopped, then saw the water flow on both sides wrapping up the knights. Shrugged, and continued. It's good, I just feel that the mage tower is very solid. Compared to catching the mages and practicing spell resonance and group casting, it's better to let them study spells more, and build a mage tower against the enemy. Although this thing is difficult to make, and is quite expensive. Once it is made, it is basically equivalent to an immobile mage group. If one day we can develop the technology to make the mage tower move, then there will be no need for the mage group. 100 mages can host 100 mage towers. Mage towers have strong defense, and can bombard the soldiers without opening the shield. The spells are powerful, and if it doesn't work, you can use the weight of the mage tower to hit people. Emolon looked at the knights who started to run away, shook his head, and waved his hand forward a few times. Lin understood immediately, and sent a few messages. In just a few seconds, gliders slid down from the top of a mountain. The wind was howling, and the gliders drew an arc in the air and flew high. There was a bulging package under the glider. I didn't know what it contained. I just feel that the significance of the mage corps is not that great. It's not worth my spending so much time and effort on training the association's mages. If I had this time, the mage tower would have gone to the sky. The glider flew over the knights, and the mage on it smiled at the scattered knights below, and opened a package next to it, revealing a full package of mage scrolls. One after another, the spell scrolls were activated and thrown down. These were all the simplest and weakest wind blade spell scrolls. But at this moment, 10 gliders, just swooped down and dropped hundreds or thousands of wind blades. More than 1 meter, nearly 2 meters long wind blades were wrapped with violent wind elements. Hundreds of wind blades almost formed a violent wind blade storm, sweeping down at a high speed. Gurgle. Im Jiang swallowed in shock. Where did they get the gliders? Damn, how come there are so many spell scrolls? Has it become a bomber? Mom, someone is cheating here. Im Jiang shed 2 tears of emotion. Ha ha, the anchor is crazy. The anchor is finally crazy. I heard that the gliders made by our association were all bought by someone, so it's here. Upstairs, your gliders are going to be sold out. This Emolan is really awesome. He actually has so many spell scrolls. This is nothing. The Mage Association has 500 people. All of them are excellent third-ring mages. Wind Blade is just the simplest first-ring spell. Anyone can draw it. 1 for each person. That's 500. That's just how much. We've just started. Moo! The cow mooed again, but now the shadow of the black-armored rhinoceros is much dimmer than before. However, with a single horn, the terrifying wind blade storm was still shattered, leaving hideous traces on the ground. But after just a short delay, they were caught up by the flood. In desperation, they had to turn back and charge again. And after violently repelling the flood in front of them a few points, they turned around and charged, and increased their speed. The 10 gliders turned back again, and the altitude decreased. However, at this time, more than a dozen arrows suddenly broke through the air, and with a whistling sound, they instantly tore 4 gliders apart, and one of the mages was directly shot and exploded. Fragments flew all over the sky, and the remaining 6 quickly rose high. Chapter 192. Why should I die? Raise the altitude, high-altitude bombing, as long as there are enough wind blades. If a storm is formed, it can be maintained for a long time. There will be no consumption from top to bottom. No need to save spell scrolls. Since it is impossible to achieve precise bombing, then use ranged strikes. Cover the entire range. Linwei gave voice commands from behind, and Emolan looked at the knights, who had already reached the middle, and smiled. And Linwei behind him gave another order at this time. Is the big pit at the back completed? Speed. Speed. Boom. A loud noise responded to him. At this moment, the ground at the very beginning of the valley suddenly sank, raising a cloud of dust. The dust settled, and the last 200 mages appeared. The scene became 200 gray men smiling, and showing their white teeth beside the pit. In front of them, a large inclined pit appeared. The depth on the side of the valley was only 1 or 2 meters. But at the end of the pit, the depth reached more than 10 meters. Although the deepest part of the entire pit was only about 10 meters. Its length reached more than 200 or 300 meters. Both ends of the pit were narrow mountain walls, and there was no way to go. Hot's expression really changed at this moment. A trace of horror was hidden. Only deep gloom. At this moment, the sky once again fell a terrifying wind blade storm, although it was much sparser than before. But the coverage area was very large, and it could not be destroyed at once. He could only withstand the shadow of the black-armored rhinoceros and let it attack. But the shadow of the black-armored rhinoceros soon became much dimmer. Obviously, the number of wind blades was about the same, but the effect of falling on the body was much better than before when it fell on the horns. Emolan and some mages who were watching nearby took note, and then silently waited for the flood to sweep across the entire valley. Rumble. The breach in the river bank became larger and larger, and the downstream river channel was directly blocked by the mages, and the rapid water flow rumbled into the valley. The knights did not hesitate in front of the pit, and charged directly down. Just when the pit was halfway over, the shadow of the black-armored rhinoceros disappeared, and the knights rushed towards the pit wall that was only 10 meters high. Obviously, the 10-meter height, that was almost insurmountable in the state of fighting spirit resonance, was easily climbed by a single warrior. Seeing this scene, many mages breathed a sigh of relief. I said so much, just because I think that, in the future, apart from professional construction teams, no one will set up a mage group. Perhaps the construction team will also choose to build a movable mage tower as a tool tower. Mages will be defined as technicians, scientific researchers, responsible for promoting mage technology and the advancement of mage technology in the mage tower. Emolan said this, and glanced at the knight who had released the fighting spirit resonance. It seems that the Dochi resonance is not very strong. I almost thought that they could cross the height of 10 meters. After all, the diagonal distance can also be regarded as a pit. Just pave it. If that's the case, we can only let them go with regret. But now it seems that it's not as bad as we imagined. Indeed, while Imodlon and Zopung were talking, expressionless mages appeared on the mountaintops on both sides of the pit, expressionlessly carrying out a box of spell scrolls. One box for each person, and activated it when they picked it up. In just a moment, the 10-meter pit wall that originally looked like the other side was covered by the manic wind blade technique, turning into a dangerous situation. The dense wind blade technique behind formed a terrifying wind blade storm, which instantly made the pit deeper by more than 1 meter. No large objects appeared within the range of the storm, and even stones were completely torn apart. Moo! The shadow of a black-armored rhinoceros appeared, defeating the storm. However, even if the wind blade storm was eliminated, the scattered fragments and strong wind still had considerable lethality. The knights appeared in the aftermath as soon as they released the fighting spirit resonance. At this moment, every breath could feel the stinging pain in the lungs, as if they were being torn apart. But before they could withstand the aftermath, the next wave of wind blade storm swept down again. Im Jian was stunned. Fuck. How many wind blades are there? I will never dare to offend the magician again. Otherwise there will be thousands of spell scrolls coming down at any time. Who can bear it? I can't bear it. I can't bear it. I really can't bear it. This is too much. Thousands of them sit tight upstairs. One person draws 10 spell scrolls. That's 5,000. Looking at this situation, this is probably just the beginning. But aren't 5,000 animal skins also money? You really think money is not money? The price of animal skins has been broken down a long time ago. One animal skin can draw so many spell scrolls. For others, this is nothing. It's all about being awesome. At this moment, Holt's expression was gloomy and terrible. And the two men in gorgeous clothes beside him were also very embarrassed at this moment. With ferocious expressions. This big pit has never existed before. How could they dig such a big pit in such a short time? Hot, with a gloomy face that seemed to be dripping with water, ignored the two people behind him and rushed forward. But under the storm of wind blade magic, no one dared to go in. Even the elite warriors were the same. The heavy armor on their bodies was hard, and the wind blade magic could not cut through it, leaving at most a mark, which was their pride, and also their capital to fight against other people's spells without opening the Dochi resonance. But this kind of capital is extremely fragile here. If one wind blade can't cut it, then 10 will. In the storm, almost every breath, 4 or 5 wind blades will pass by. As long as this narrow pit wall lasts for about 2 breaths, the heavy armor on the body will turn into scrap metal, and with flesh and blood. Resisting the wind blades, the moment the fighting spirit is exhausted is the moment of being tortured to death. The screams of 4 or 5 knights in the storm are chilling, and the marks on the heavy armor of the dozen knights who escaped in time are hideous, which is shocking. All the knights stopped. But at this moment, they seemed to have a conflict. A wizard approached and listened, and laughed. Why should we stay? Team 1? Why not Team 2? What do you mean? Are you looking for death? The atmosphere was very awkward for a while, and the fighting spirit was stirred. The gloomy Holt let out a cold and low roar, and the murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Whoever dares to disobey, the whole family will be hanged. As soon as the words fell, Holt's accumulated prestige and the threat from his family made the momentum of Team 1 stagnate, while Team 2 looked at them excitedly. The mage who was eavesdropping nearby heard this, and suddenly a bold idea popped up in his head, and he shouted, "You may not be able to escape? As long as you die here. Who knows? Why should I die?" As soon as the words fell, the whole place was silent, and the atmosphere became very strange for a while. The eyes of the first team of knights drifted over Hot from time to time, but they did not make any moves. The second team looked at them warily, and quickly protected Hot. No one dared to take action, and no one started a fight. The mage above also controlled the direction of the wind blade to avoid breaking the silence at this moment. However, it was this moment of hesitation. The flood came. Chapter 193 playing too big? Boom! The wave crest of more than 10 meters high hit the big pit fiercely. Although these knights were on guard against each other, they still completed the Dochi resonance instantly at this time. The black-armored rhinoceros phantom appeared to resist the power of the huge waves. Boom! The waves exploded with a loud rumble. Everyone saw the black-armored rhinoceros phantom violently fluctuating under the huge waves. And then it was blocked by the shattered water mist. Do you think Dochi resonance can be as smooth as walking on flat ground on the water surface? Definitely not, otherwise they would not run away when they saw the water flow. After Emolan finished speaking, his words were verified the next moment. The huge wave surged over the pit, filling it up and moving forward. Under the water, there were still two extremely thin black-armored rhinoceros shadows that supported the water flow, supporting a waterless space. At the mouth of the valley, 100 mages desperately raised the stone wall, increasing the thickness and blocking the water in the valley. At the bottom of the valley, 200 mages were also desperately dredging the blocked downstream river channel, blocking the breach in the valley. Lubin shouted there. Hurry up and dredge the river. If the river is cut off for too long, it will cause a big problem. We can't just change the river's course. It should be restored to its original state. Do you understand? No problem. While the Mage Association was preparing to deal with the aftermath, more than 90 knights under the water suddenly jumped up from their horses and rushed to the surface of the water. However, the moment they jumped up, the shadow of the black-armored rhinoceros disappeared directly. Obviously, the state of fighting spirit resonance had been broken. President, why did you say that the fighting spirit resonance was broken as soon as these knights jumped? According to our understanding, the fighting spirit resonance should only be formed when the fighting spirit reaches the same frequency and vibrates the elements in the environment and pulls them to form. This shouldn't have much to do with whether they move or not. Right? Emolan looked at the warriors, who rushed up one after another, and gave an order to the 100 mages, who had just rushed over from the valley entrance. Purple flame spell. Each person should have at least one 3-ring purple flame spell. Yes. The 100 mages dispersed, and were ready for battle. When they saw the knights rushing up, they cast purple flame spells one after another. Some knights dodged, but after the purple flame spells landed on the water, they spread out directly, still burning fiercely, and the high temperature caused water vapor to permeate. At close range, the mages directly probed their spiritual power into it, and the water vapor could not block it. Some knights received the purple flame spell with their faces, and their whole bodies were instantly ignited with blazing purple flames. Even if they hid in the water, it would be useless, as the purple flames would also burn in the water. Even if they managed to dodge, the purple flame spell would fall on the water surface. The more times they dodge, the more terrifying the purple flame spell on the water surface will be. Once they want to float to the surface to breathe, they will be infected with the purple flames, and nothing can extinguish the purple flames. Instead, it will spread rapidly throughout the body, causing shrill screams in the high temperature. Emolan didn't look at it for long. After a moment's silence, he answered Linwa's question. I should be relatively familiar with Dochi resonance. This is how I understand it. Dochi resonance is based on the same spell model transfer and extremely high tacit understanding. A knight squad of 10 people requires 10 people to have extremely good tacit understanding, as if they were one person. A knight group of 100 people requires 100 people to have extremely good tacit understanding, as if they were one person. So it is extremely difficult to increase the number of people. I think you know all this, so I won't say more. My opinion is this. In the case of no overlapping of numbers, the Dochi resonance can still continue to deepen. However, the deepening of the 50 people in front of us is not very obvious. They can indeed form Dochi resonance quickly, but their goal is to increase the number of people. Of course, this is the fastest and most obvious method. The more people there are, the stronger it is. It is obvious at a glance. What do I mean by deepening? Suppose a knight team has 10 people, and they do not increase the number of people, but these 10 people keep honing and keep increasing their tacit understanding. Look at this group of 50 knights. They must use the same actions, such as charging, standing, and attacking, to achieve Dochi resonance. They need a trigger. But if the tacit understanding of 10 people can be achieved at all times, every move, every row and every sitting can maintain Dochi resonance, even move as they please, even when eating, when climbing a cliff. How terrifying would such a knight team be? For such a team, I can't even imagine their flaws. I'm afraid they can only be crushed and destroyed with absolute strength. Obviously, at this depth, the 250-man knights did not do well enough. So once the actions are inconsistent, they cannot maintain the resonance of fighting spirit. Is that so? Linwa thought. And at this time a shout came from the water. My father is a count. You can't kill me. My father is also a count. Don't kill me. I'll let my father pay for my redemption. Oh! Emolan raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips. Pick these two up. Whose purple flame spell is on them? Kill them first. After a while, 2 people, soaked all over, came to Emolan, with a white-faced youth in a miserable state. I advise you to let me go now. Otherwise my father is not as useless as Earl Hanfeng, and the army will come to suppress him immediately. One of them glanced at Emolan arrogantly and said slowly, "It was just the burnt hair, and the clothes that only covered his vital parts that made him look like a clown." After saying this, he looked more like a comedian, which made people laugh out loud. However, among the group of smiling players, another person's face changed when he heard the words, and he raised his hand above his head and stretched it in front of a player. "You are very strong. I admit my defeat. I am willing to be your captive, and I hope you can let my father redeem his son. I swear to you by the honor of my family. In the year after I return, my family and I will never attack or suppress you in any form. But after 1 year, I will take revenge on you again." Emolan didn't even look at the clown next to him. He turned his head to look at this person and smiled. "How did you get involved with these two?" The man smiled bitterly when he heard this. "The Marquis asked each of our 2 families to send 1 person to come with the Marquis's second son." Before Emolan could speak, Linwa beside him asked, "What did you say? The one who led just now was the Marquis's second son?" "Yes, honorable mage. That was our Lord Hot." Linwa hurriedly went to the water to look for him, but he couldn't find him, and his face changed slightly. "Shit! The Marquis's second son is not dead. Is he? This is a big deal." At this time, another person saw this and immediately showed a sneer. "Now you know you're scared. I tell you." Before he finished, Emolan said to Linwa, "He has a spell scroll of space magic, and he ran away before. He couldn't be stopped, and I don't know where he went." "Oh, so that's it." Linwa breathed a sigh of relief, and a fireball hit the head of the arrogant noble, blowing up ahead to calm him down. "Then it's okay." Linwa found that the captive was a little nervous, and then explained to him gently, "Don't be nervous. I just think he dares to be so arrogant without even a space spell scroll. So I just light a fireball to calm him down." Chapter 194 Count Jingshui. Hee hee. The noble showed a trembling smile, for fear of making the mage in front of him nervous. Hee means contempt here. Zhou Peng's words suddenly rang out. The smile on the noble's face froze instantly, and he quickly switched to an expressionless state, almost crying. "Cry? He's dead? Are you sad?" Lubin rushed over after hearing the news, looking at him strangely. The noble's mentality collapsed when he heard this. His eyes widened, for fear of tears flowing down. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, "By the way, I wonder which one is Master Emolan." "Huh? I am. Is there anything?" Emolan looked at him in confusion. "Hello, Lord Emolan. The Marquis has issued an order to pardon you as the Earl of Jingshui and give you the fief of Hanfeng City. If you are willing to accept it, then perhaps I will call you the Earl of Jingshui now. But from your point of view, I do not recommend you to accept it. Although the title of Earl is good, you can skip the Baron and Viscount and directly pardon and become the Earl, becoming the top noble of the Morse Kingdom. That will cause a great shock. Not only will the entire Red Maple City nobles be hostile to you, almost all the Earl families, Viscount families will be hostile to you. Although the Barons and Knights dare not be hostile to you, they will also resist interacting with you, which is very disadvantageous. And this is what Marquis Morse intends to do, to force you to the opposite side of everyone. But he will use his strength to protect you and stop everyone from attacking you. Because you are the enemy of the world, there is no way out. If you want to survive and develop, you must surrender to Marquis Morse. In this way, Marquis Morse thus obtains your loyalty in name and in reality. This is Marquis Morse's plan. As for you, as long as you refuse Marquis Morse's pardon, you can gain the favor of most nobles. Of course, I believe this is not important to you, and you will not lose anything if you refuse. As long as you have enough strength, you will naturally have the opportunity to become a noble, as long as you use your strength to shut up Marquis Morse, and use your strength to make Marquis Morse recognize you. Then you will become a noble, and all other noble families will be willing to extend an olive branch to you, and recognize your noble status, and help you put pressure on Marquis Morse, so that your title matches your strength. Emolan smiled at the noble's thoughtful consideration and his crazy desire to survive. I roughly understand what you said. Then I will confirm 3 points with you. If I become the Earl of Jingshui, I have the benefits that all nobles are tempted by, and I am willing to share them with them. Will they continue to be hostile to me? No. The noble thought about it and shook his head. Well, okay, if I don't accept the Earl of Jingshui, and I have enough benefits to attract the nobles, but I don't share them with them, will they be friendly to me? A drop of sweat suddenly appeared on the noble's forehead, but he still shook his head. No. Well, very good, then I ask one last question. If I accept the Earl of Jingshui, and I have enough strength to shut up all the noble families, will they still be hostile to me and refuse to communicate with me? The noble was silent for a while, and then shook his head. No. Emolan smiled and shrugged. So you actually said a lot of nonsense, which is meaningless. Well, after I accept the title of Earl Jingshui, Red Maple City will be my fiefdom. Right? Yes. Very good. Why wouldn't I want something that comes to my door? When you go back, remember to thank Marquis Morse for me. The noble opened his mouth, and then saluted with respect. Hello. Lord Earl Jingshui. Emolan smiled. Did you bring knights with you? I brought 2, and they are still underwater. Okay, let them come up, I'll let them go, and remember to bring enough to redeem your things when they come back next time. If I think you are not valuable enough, and you are not as important as I thought, then maybe I need to calm down. Understand? Understand. Hey, Lord Jingshui, what are we going to do next? Lin was said with a smile. Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard that. What? Return to the mage tower to study spells. What else can you do? What else do you want to do? Think about it. Lin was smacked his lips. Forget it, let's clean up the battlefield first. Unfortunately, the heavy armor on these knights is just ordinary stuff, not a material with high magic resistance, just hard iron, 100-forged iron, relying entirely on physical hardness to resist spells, not at all. But most of these horses survived, more than 80 horses. And looking at the scales on their foreheads, the scales on their chests, I guess they are not ordinary war horses. This is a good deal. Wait. Whose purple flame technique is that? If anyone burns these horses to death, I will throw you down and burn you. Ha ha ha. Lin Wei's words caused a burst of laughter. But the horses that floated up basically survived. While Lin Wei was organizing people to finish the job, he said to Emolan, President, you take them back first. Lu Bin, you go back too. Leave me 2 elders. And 100 mages. I will stay to finish the job. Emolan did not hesitate. And nodded directly. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Bin went to gather the mages, leaving behind 100 mages. And after explaining things to Lin Wei, he set off on his return journey. Everything that happened here had already been known to all the players in Hongfeng City. And even some players in other cities and other countries through the live broadcast. Yin Jiang looked at the words awesome that were all over his live broadcast room, and sighed silently. Alas, Emolan is not dead. And he was killed in the counterattack. Ha ha ha. Emotion is showing off again. And the anchor is going crazy again. Laugh. Yin Jiang looked at the group of animals in the live broadcast room viciously, and ran away directly, rushing back to Hongfeng City. On the way back, he seemed to see a dozen people on horseback galloping towards Hongfeng City. But he didn't care too much because of his complicated mood. After searching for a long time at the North City gate, he finally found a stall, walked over, and gritted his teeth. Boss, give me a bowl of snail noodles. At this moment, he was still broadcasting live. After the boss brought a bowl of snail noodles, Yin Jiang looked at the plump snail meat and the tempting red oil on the surface of the noodles. He picked up the chopsticks and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and picked up a piece and ate it. As soon as the noodles entered his mouth, Yin Jiang's eyes widened. It doesn't seem so bad? Slurp. Yin Jiang's mouth was full of red oil. He quickly finished a bowl and then patted the table with great ambition. Boss, give me another bowl. Chapter 195 Spiritual Brand. President, the monster has been captured. After countless failures, Su Zongxin finally came back with 2 wounded wild boars. The one-horned wild boar, according to our standards, is a first-level monster with a first-ring spell called Sharpness. President, you should be familiar with it. You have killed many of them before. Emolan nodded and looked around the wild boar. After killing the knights, Emolan did not delay and went directly back to the mage tower to continue his unfinished research. Pet. Because the beast's spirit strength was too low, Emolan was unable to operate it at present, so the experiment came to a halt for a while, and he had to wait for the arrival of the magic beast. On the way, the knights happened to arrive. Under the influence of various factors, It was not until now that Emolan had the time and conditions to continue the experiment. And in the outside world, on the forum, in Hanfeng City, Emolan, Mage, Knights. And several keywords appeared in almost all the posts. Mages built fortifications, flooding, burning, landslides, pit killings and other tactics were discussed over and over again on the forum. On the forum, players have deduced the 108th way for the Knights to die. And no one knows yet, Red Maple City is about to become Emolan's private territory. However, the protagonist of the incident, Emolan, does not seem to intend to take over Red Maple City. He is now looking at the extraordinary core of the unicorn wild boar, and is lost in thought. Is this a soul? Emolan looked at the extraordinary core in the unicorn wild boar's brain. At this moment, the wild boar has been firmly fixed on the experimental table, struggling hard. Emolan concentrated his mental power to a high degree, and directly pressed it into the wild boar's head, breaking through the diffuse mental power, and coming to the most important supernatural core. In this state, looking at the supernatural core has a very strange feeling. At this moment, Emolan seemed to have truly seen the essence of the supernatural core. Highly concentrated, compressed mental power, plus elements, blood and flesh mixed together, formed this supernatural core. At this moment, the supernatural core also gave Emolan a soft feeling, unlike the supernatural core that was taken out, which was harder than stone. Does this mean that this extraordinary core is still malleable and can grow? Once the extraordinary core dies, will it be fixed forever? And the one inside should be the soul. In the extraordinary core, in the center of the spell model, there is a cloud of smoke, and the smoke occasionally reveals the shape of an animal, which is too blurry and can't be seen clearly. But it looks a bit like a wild boar. Combined with the fact that this is in the extraordinary core of a wild boar, it should be the wild boar soul. So if you want to contact the soul of the Warcraft, if you want to control the Warcraft permanently, you must break through the outer layer of defense. Only by breaking the extraordinary core can you release the soul and find a way to control the soul. If the extraordinary core is not released, it should only be a temporary control. Right? Emolan thought about it, and released a spell first. Beast Domination. A spell light fell and instantly disappeared into the mind of the unicorn boar. But the spiritual power that permeated along the way directly wiped out a lot of the light of the spell effect. The last remaining weak light was not enough to wrap the extraordinary core, and it could only hit the extraordinary core and disappeared with a flicker. Is this a 3-ring spell? I was wondering why it is called Beast Domination. It turns out that it can only control beasts. It can't even control a first-level monster that is 2 levels lower. It's useless. Emolan was a little speechless. As a 3-ring spell, it has no attack power, and the control effect does not work on first-level monsters. It can be said that it has no practical significance. But relatively speaking, it is still of great significance to Emolan's research. Because the fields involved in the control of beasts should be very profound, but I don't know if my spiritual imprint is useful in the spiritual field. After Emolan pondered for a moment, he began to compile his own spiritual imprint. Rings formed one by one. Chains formed one by one. Rings interlocked to form chains, and chains connected to form mental imprints. After spending a lot of effort, Emolan finally presented a huge version of the mental imprint for the first time. However, Emolan was very satisfied. It's so big. It looks strong. A real man should play with this. Emolan smiled and broke the mental imprint into the unicorn wild boar's defense and entered its mind. First, the mental imprint was rolled into a ball, and after breaking into the unicorn wild boar's mind, it directly broke through the mental power that permeated the wild boar's mind and approached little by little. After some effort, the mental imprint finally came to the side of the extraordinary core, and turned into an iron net to surround the extraordinary core of the unicorn wild boar. However, it was not tied directly to it for the time being, but suspended around it. Compared with the extraordinary core, these chains seemed a little small and thin. After controlling the mental imprint, Emolan concentrated his mental power, compressed it, and finally used the mental spell Mental Shock. Bang! Emolan's mental power slammed into the extraordinary core. But what followed was only the violent struggle and howling of the unicorn wild boar after it was stunned for a long time. It seemed like a huge reaction, but it didn't mean anything serious. Emolan was a little confused. What's going on? I, an elite 4th ring mage, gathered my spiritual power, prepared myself, and attacked the extraordinary core of a professional first-ring monster in the other party's mind. My spiritual power had no effect? I was only confused for a while. And I could still howl energetically? Is it fake? Am I a fake fourth ring? Emolan looked at the intact extraordinary core in front of him, and he fell into deep self-doubt. After a long period of contemplation, Emolan shook his head. If I can't break the supernatural core, I can only work on the surface. Emolan sighed, then suddenly shrank the mental imprint, firmly locked it on the surface of the supernatural core, and imprisoned it. After imprinting the mental imprint, Emolan seemed to be able to feel the emotions of the unicorn wild boar. Hunger, anger, violence, curiosity. Some simple emotions were transmitted along the mental imprint, and this feeling made Emolan smile. Did it work? Can you control the monster like this? Emolan ordered with some expectation. Scream. Ah! The unicorn wild boar screamed crazily. Emolan pondered, and then shouted in a low voice. Not a few screams, but a scream. Ah! Feeling the anger and anxiety coming from the mental imprint, Emolan shook his head helplessly. Failed? The monster's will is too strong, and its intelligence is too high. It is not the kind of ordinary beast that can be easily guided and commanded. Emolan frowned and muttered to himself. If you want to directly control the monster, I'm afraid you still have to wait until you break through the supernatural core and get in touch with the soul first. Otherwise, the soul is so powerful that it can't be affected by the supernatural core, and it can't be controlled, but can only be guided. However, at this time, Emolan suddenly had an idea. Wait, since it's because the soul is too powerful that it can't be controlled, can we find a way to reduce it? Chapter 196 Pioneer, Necromancer. Quick! 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 Catch the out-of-control undead quickly. Don't let them destroy the fields. Gung Tao shouted. After a lot of commotion, an undead wolf was caught. White bones, sharp, bone spurs wrapped in pale death, sharp claws, and pale flames jumping slowly in the skull. Old Zhao, what's going on? Zhao Hua raised his head after deducing the formula at hand, and smiled when he saw Gung Tao. The experiment went very smoothly. The essence of the fire of the dead is highly concentrated death energy. As long as we can withstand the erosion of the death energy, our mental power can easily touch the core of the dead. At this time, as long as we give it clear instructions, it will make corresponding actions, very obedient. And if it is an order to attack, then the order can be vague. Perhaps it is because of the instinct of the skeleton, or the soul fragments in the depths of the fire of the dead. They can easily complete various attacks independently, which can be said to be perfect for fighting. What about the effect of meditation? How long will it take to control the death energy and the undead normally? Zhao Hua pondered for a moment. The effect of meditation is very good. I feel that my mental strength has improved a lot during this period, although I am still far from being promoted to an elite mage. Compared with the past, it is a world of difference. I also have resistance to death, with death as the target and resonance. Meditation can quickly improve resistance and prevent it from being eroded by death. Huh. I feel like I'm going to succeed. Zhao Hua suddenly muttered to himself. Gung Tao immediately shut up when he heard this, and looked at Zhao Hua expectantly. Zhao Hua quickly compressed his mental power, and then pressed it into the undead fire of the undead wolf in front of him. Going deeper and deeper, the undead fire slowly jumped. As the mental power went in, the undead fire just jumped slowly. In the anxious waiting process, time always passed very slowly. Wait! Wait! Finally, in Gung Tao's expectant eyes, the undead wolf did not run away this time, but slowly raised its front paws. A little higher. A little higher. Zhao Hua's voice sounded. Gung Tao was stunned when he heard it, and then looked at Zhao Hua in shock. And the next moment, he was ecstatic. He wanted to say something, but watching the undead moving faster and faster, Gung Tao shut his mouth instantly, said nothing, and watched quietly. Sit down. Squat down. Run. After a lot of trouble, in the admiring eyes of everyone, Zhao Hua controlled the prairie wolf to pounce on his target. Attack! It was a haystack. Almost at the moment Zhao Hua gave the order, the undead wolf instinctively charged forward, turning into a white shadow. The moment it arrived, its front paws suddenly grabbed the side and directly tore half of the haystack into pieces. Everyone stopped what they were doing, looking at the obedient undead wolf in shock, and finally at Zhao Hua, who was standing there silently. Zhao Hua, did it succeed? For this question, Zhao Hua didn't know what to say for a moment. It succeeded, but it also failed. Huh? Why? Geng Tao was stunned, asked in confusion. I can now control the undead wolf. I can control it to fight, run, basically, as long as it can endure the burning of the undead fire, and touch the core of the undead fire. I can control the undead. The undead will not refuse your orders. And as a beast, their fighting instincts are still preserved even after resurrection. And their strength is not bad. The reason why it is said to be a failure is that I have not received any system information about creating a new profession so far. This means that I have not met the requirements for creating a profession so far. Zhao Hua was also a little confused. What else did not meet the requirements? Zhao Hua fell into deep thought. And Geng Tao also fell into deep thought. Where is it? Geng Tao suddenly had an idea when he looked up at Zhao Hua. He ran to the side and lifted up a big black coffin and brought it to Zhao Hua. Here, carry it. Zhao Hua reacted immediately when he saw the coffin. Energy. As a spellcasting profession, if you can't even get an energy source, it is definitely not enough to be an independent profession. So if you want to create your own profession, you must complete the energy level. Zhao Hua silently carried the big black coffin filled with death on his back, and his mental power penetrated into the undead fire of the undead wolf, and cast the beast domination spell that controlled it. The moment the beast domination spell took effect, a message popped up in Zhao Hua's system message bar. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a new profession. Please name the profession. Zhao Hua was stunned by the news. And then a happy smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he relaxed all over. The fatigue accumulated from countless nights and countless overtime calculations seemed to burst out at this moment. And he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua. What's wrong with you? Before Zhao Hua lost consciousness, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. Geng Tao? Then he felt his sleeping game helmet being taken off, and then he fell asleep, unconscious. After a long time, Zhao Hua gradually woke up, looking at Geng Tao beside him, a little confused. What's wrong with me? Geng Tao rolled his eyes. You slept for almost a day, the doctor said you were too tired, and the surprise was too big in an instant, so you fell asleep directly. He also told you not to stay up late, or you will die suddenly. Geng Tao said unhappily, and Zhao Hua smiled when he heard it. His face was a little pale. We succeeded? What? We successfully created a new profession. Really? Geng Tao stood up suddenly, his eyes widened, full of surprise. But then he remembered something and shook his head. No, I have to take a day off today. I can only reach the limit after a day, otherwise I can't afford to die suddenly. But? No buts, anyway. The profession has been created. There's no need to rush for a day. Just celebrate, give yourself a day off. You've been working too hard during this period. If you lose all your people, it won't be worth it. Zhao Hua had no choice but to nod and take a day off. After going online the next day, Geng Tao immediately asked him to display the panel. When they saw that line of words, they cheered at the same time. Quick! Quick! Pick a name! Geng Tao hurriedly urged. Zhao Hua was not in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? What are you in a hurry for? You've been waiting for a whole day. And you're only a few minutes away? Zhao Hua pouted. Slowly opened the input box. Typed a few words. Confirmed several times and clicked OK. Necromancer. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a professional necromancer. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the only title that can be developed. Undead Pioneer. Chapter 197 Marquis Morse. Undead Pioneer, Unique Level, Professional. Function. 1. Can increase tolerance to death by 30%. The scope includes, but is not limited to physical, mental strength. 2. The concentration of the controlled undead death is increased by 5%. Introduction. The unique title awarded to the creator of the undead mage profession. You have faced the erosion of death again and successfully survived. Congratulations on being alive. Death tolerance increased by 30%, and become more sensitive in controlling death again and again, experienced. Can calm the death on the undead, make their skin tighter. Geng Tao and Zhao Hua looked at the title introduction and laughed again. After a long time, they slowly stopped. We finally succeeded. Zhao Hua couldn't suppress a smile on his face. But he still shook his head. It's still early. Now the spirits of the undead can be controlled if they can penetrate them. If I can, others can too. If I meet someone else who can withstand the erosion of the dead energy, I don't even need to fight. My undead will be controlled by others. So at least we have to develop a way to lock them. Only I can control my own undead. How to create professional level, even elite level undead? How to refine death energy? How to create? There are so many questions. Gung Tao didn't care at all. At least now it's a leap from nothing to something. The profession has been created. Are you still afraid that it can't be perfected? Zhao Hua thought of something when he heard it, and paused slightly. Fully announced the mage, so that everyone can change their profession. I think I can understand Mo Lan's plan and mood better now. And I have a deep understanding of it. Gung Tao was stunned, nodded, and spoke slowly after a long pause. The job transfer method for the necromancer should be put in the Mage Association. You can exchange it with points, but it is only for personal research and job transfer. Are you sure? Zhao Hua raised his eyebrows, looking at him with a little surprise. Let's do it this way, and it's a good opportunity to earn some points. Didn't Mo Lan say that it can be exchanged for a mage tower? If the casting technology of the mage tower can be exchanged, wouldn't it be better for me to build 100 or 80 mage towers directly? Okay. At this time, Gung Tao saw the black coffin behind Zhao Hua, and said after thinking for a while, it's better to make this black coffin smaller and stronger. It's too big and heavy now, and it's not convenient to move around. It's best to make it the same size as a person's height, and then reinforce it with steel. Well, put some steel corners on the edges. When you change your job to a necromancer, you can also work as a warrior. If the death energy is used up and all the undead die, you can swing the small coffin to hit people. Well, let's do it this way. It would be great if the death energy could be stored in the body, or in other smaller media. After all, the coffin is too big, and it is not convenient to carry. If it is stolen or broken, it will be troublesome. Our mental resistance can be solved by meditation, and it can be improved, but the physical resistance cannot be improved. If the resistance is not improved, let alone storing death energy, even if you just touch the death energy, you will be corroded. If you don't die, you will become neither human nor ghost. It won't work, Zhao Hua said with some doubts. And part-time warriors? Why not part-time mages? They are all players with main mental power. Learn more life-saving spells, learn more status spells, and add status to the undead during the battle. Isn't it good? You, a mage, can't even carry a coffin. What do you do? I can make the coffin float. I can also float on the coffin. And if there are special requirements, I can also float on the coffin. The two people stared at each other, and suddenly quarreled. After a fierce argument, the two snorted at each other. Humph. I'll just work as a mage. Let's see. Humph. Let's see. I'll work as a mage and a warrior. Let's see who's better. Come on. Wait. What did you say? Zhao Hua suddenly looked at Gung Tao, with a hint of doubt in his tone. I work as a mage and a warrior. Is there any problem? But you just did it. I'm not stupid. Why would I choose only one when I can have both? No way. No way. Is there really anyone who would choose only one? Zhao Hua had a blank expression on his face. A fireball condensed in his hand, pinched it in his hand, raised it, and shouted at Gung Tao's face. Destroy it. Damn it! In the many guilds in Red Maple City, after the players survived the catastrophe, in the capital far away on the other side of the mountain, 3 dusty people entered the palace, the huge castle that stretched from the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. The 3 of them went directly to the study room at the core of this huge castle to meet the most distinguished person in the entire kingdom. After the 3 people's detailed report, Marquis Morse nodded silently behind the desk. Only the second son of the Karen family died, and the Sato family was only captured? That's fine. Spread this matter. I want all the nobles to know that the second son of the Karen family died at the hands of the projector Earl Jingshui. Yes. Marquis Morse asked again. What about the way to change the job of the mage? Report to the Lord. This is the way to change the job. Someone handed over a piece of paper. Marquis Morse took a look at it, and then handed it to the follower beside him. The follower left, and soon after, he came back with an ecstatic young man behind him. The young man knelt down as soon as he entered the study. Thank you, Lord Marquis. I have successfully changed my job. Now I have 3 spell slots. I feel stronger than ever before. 3 spell slots? A second ring mage? Good. Let's go to the martial arts arena directly. Marquis Morse immediately walked towards the martial arts arena. And after arriving at the martial arts arena, he handed another note to the mage, who had just changed his job. There is a spell on it. Learn it. Yes. The wizard took the note confidently and read it. However, when he saw what was written on it, he was completely confused. There were lines of strange numbers written on it, and he couldn't understand anything. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he still couldn't understand it. In the end, he could only smile reluctantly. Sir, I don't know what this is. Can I cast the spell I know? I know Fireball. Marquis Morse took the note and read it, but he didn't understand it either. He frowned slightly and nodded. Okay. Huh? The mage heaved a sigh of relief, and began to memorize the familiar Fireball spell model, and after some effort, he succeeded in memorizing it. Facing the wooden men, stones, and iron blocks that were visiting each other on the martial arts field, the mage took a deep breath and cast a spell. Fireball! An unprecedented feeling filled his mind, and a fireball quickly took shape and landed on the stone, and the explosion splashed on the wooden men and iron blocks next to it. Boom! With a loud noise, everyone looked normal, until the mage released the second and third fireballs in succession. And then, they were slightly moved. Marquis Morse nodded, turned around and left, leaving only a few faint words. Recruit all painted mages, and transfer them all to mages, and study the ability to change the terrain at will, and the cracking method. Yes! Chapter 198 The Resurrected Supernatural Core. Well, after the Warcraft dies, the supernatural core will solidify at a very fast speed. Molan's mental power was concentrated in the mind of the unicorn wild boar. This unicorn wild boar, that he had caught with great effort, had been solved by Molan. Under Molan's gaze, the supernatural core that originally felt soft was hardening rapidly. Since the spell contained in it was of gold attribute, it formed a pale golden diamond crystal. And in this process, Molan noticed that the smoke-like soul in the deepest part of the supernatural core quietly dissipated most of it, leaving only a small part, a little bit. If Molan hadn't observed carefully, it would probably be difficult to find. If this is the soul, it should be weak enough. Right? Molan thought. What I should do now is to make sure that the monster is alive, and weaken its soul. Weak enough to widen the gap with my mental power, so that it can be influenced and controlled by me. Well, maybe I can try to seriously injure it, or torture it mentally for a long time. Just like starving it. Molan recovered, touched his stomach, and pretended to be surprised. Wait, how did I accidentally kill the monster boar? How do I do the experiment later? What? There is another one? Oh, it's okay then. Molan walked to the window and shouted loudly to the bottom. Su Zingxin, come up. There was an experimental accident. The unicorn wild boar is dead. You come and take it down and make a pig-killing feast. Huh? Molan stretched, leaning back on the chair, playing with the extraordinary core that he had just taken out of the unicorn wild boar's head. The extraordinary core was turning in his hand, and Molan was thinking about something. The powerful mental power of the four-ring spell was twisted into a strand, and it drilled into it fiercely. My mental power is stronger than the soul of the unicorn wild boar. The reason why I can't have a good effect on it is because I can't break through the protection of the extraordinary core. Either weaken the soul, strengthen the spiritual imprint, or weaken the extraordinary core. Either method will allow me to try to control the monster. Molan muttered to himself, looking for the flaws of the extraordinary core, looking for the weak points of the extraordinary core. No, this extraordinary core is harder than stone, and it is almost shielded from spiritual power. It is also true that its components have high-density spiritual power, so spiritual power naturally cannot penetrate it. In addition to smashing it, do I have no other way to interfere with you? Molan fell into deep thought. If you want to smash, destroy the extraordinary core. Molan can do it. He did it when he was bored for a while. Although the extraordinary core is hard, it is about the same hardness as the teeth and bones of the monster. Anyway, according to Molan's experiment, the hardness of the first ring extraordinary core is about the same as the hardness of its own bones, and the hardness of the second ring extraordinary core is about the same as the hardness of its own bones. I don't know about the third ring. It's not that there are none, but it's a bit expensive, and I'm a bit reluctant to spend it. The extraordinary core was crushed, just like an ordinary crystal, except that the spells inside it would dissipate, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a pile of broken crystals. There was no gain. And later Emolan gave up this boring experiment. Emolan fell into deep thought, trying to find a way to interfere with the interior of the extraordinary core in his mind. Magic input? No. Magic can't penetrate it either. Vibration? Resonance? No. How can I wait? Emolan suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. It seems there is a way to interfere with the interior of the extraordinary core. Or to activate the extraordinary core, when the monster is dead, use external devices to release the spells in the extraordinary core. Emolan thought of the altar that the little devil had cast. After thinking for a moment, he immediately began to use the facilities in the laboratory to reconstruct the altar. Emolan's constant spell model originated from the structure inside the altar. When he was studying it, he repeatedly enlarged and reduced it thousands of times. Every inch of the structure of the altar was basically clear. Soon, an identical altar appeared in front of Emolan again. At the top of the altar, there was a conical depression, just enough to place half of a supernatural core. The supernatural core in his hand was inserted into it. Just half of it was inside the altar, and the other half was exposed outside. Access the element pool, close the passage, introduce and activate the gold element. Buzz! A layer of golden light appeared on the supernatural core. Emolan used his mental power to explore, but was surprised to find that when the supernatural core was activated, a closed passage on it was opened, and Emolan's mental power easily penetrated into it. Feeling the structure inside, Emolan pondered for a moment, and locked onto the remnant soul with his mental power. As soon as he thought of it, the remnant soul cooperated very well, and released the spell on the corner of a table. So obedient? Can you give it a mental imprint? Emolan felt a little different, and was a little moved. But he still shook his head. No. Although this remnant soul is stronger than the beast's mental power, I'm afraid it still can't withstand my mental imprint. Unless it is strengthened a little. Emolan suddenly had a wonderful idea. And he did it as he said, dispersing his mental power bit by bit, and actively merging with this remnant soul. Slowly, the remnant soul became stronger bit by bit. But it was just a simple increase in strength. The essence was still the remnant soul, without any change. But this was enough. Emolan slowly formed a mental imprint, merged into it along the channel, and tentatively formed a mental imprint outside the remnant soul. The next moment, the net-like mental imprint tightly entangled the remnant soul. As soon as Emolan thought, the remnant soul had a corresponding action, without any resistance or pause. This smooth feeling, the feeling of being able to drive it like an arm, made Emolan very comfortable. He felt that he was on the right track. As long as he could find a way to apply the entire process just now to a living monster, he might be able to successfully control it. But at this time, he also discovered a point. All my attention was focused on how the spell model was engraved on the altar, and the engraving technology. And I didn't study the spell model engraved on the altar itself. What is the effect of this spell model? How does it activate the dead extraordinary core, and release its spell? Can this spell model be miniaturized? If I can form it directly in the mind of the monster, then wouldn't I be able to directly open up a channel of mental power, and let my mental imprint pass through, and directly imprint it on the soul of the monster? Emolan fell into deep thought, but his heart gradually became hot. Chapter 199. Any other questions? If I bypass the protection of the extraordinary core, I should be able to control the spiritual power of monsters below the elite level. Emolan looked at the extraordinary core on the altar, and his spiritual power penetrated into the stone altar, and sensed the operation of the spell model in the altar bit by bit. Great. In terms of complexity, this should have passed the threshold of the fourth ring spell, and is at the elite level. Emolan calmed down, and began to sort out the structure and nodes of this spell model bit by bit, and studied it bit by bit. I don't know how long it took, but he was stunned, and looked down at the floor. Didn't Zhao Hua go back to the guild to study his profession urgently? Why did he come here? Looking at Zhao Hua's smiling face, Emolan suddenly had a guess in his mind. Could it be success? At this moment, Zhao Hua was standing under the mage tower with a smile on his face, carrying a small black coffin behind him. The corners of the coffin were wrapped with a thick layer of steel, shining with cold light, making the style of the coffin feel a little different instantly. Oh Zhao Hua, what do you want to do? Are you going to bury your president? Zhou Peng, who was passing by, said in surprise. Zhao Hua smiled and waved his hand. No new research results. I plan to show it to the president. Zhou Peng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. New profession? You know? Zhou Peng immediately realized that he had guessed right when he heard this, and he couldn't help but sigh. You guys made such a big fuss. Basically everyone knows a little bit, but not much. I have to say, Geng Tao is shameless, but he is still very good to his subordinates. The subordinates have not let him down. Zhao Hua smiled and nodded. To be honest, he is indeed quite shameless. Let's not talk about this. See if my title is pretty. After Zhao Hua finished speaking, he showed his title. The title that emitted a faint green light instantly attracted Zhou Peng's attention, making him look a little surprised, and a little envious. Seeing this, Zhao Hua's smile grew even wider. It's just a low-level title. Oh! Let's go! I'll go upstairs to find the president first. Zhao Hua pointed to the top of the mage tower and said. Zhou Peng looked at him with disdain as he left. PSST? Would I be envious? Humph! Are you kidding me? I'm not just envious. Zhao Hua. President. What's the matter? Zhao Hua smiled slightly. Just like before. And directly showed his cyan title. Title, Undead Mage Pioneer Unique. The title gave off a cyan glow, attracting attention. However, this action made Imolan tilt his head, and silently showed his title, and then looked at him in confusion. Title, Mage Pioneer, only, the title exuded a dazzling silver light, and instantly suppressed the light of Zhao Hua's title. Then another title appeared below. Title, Arcanist Pioneer, only, this cyan light was not inferior to Zhao Hua's title at all. Imolan's puzzled voice echoed on the 5th floor. Why do you only have one title? And the level is so low? Zhao Hua was silent, and suddenly reacted after a while. Hey! Wait! President. Why do you have the title of Arcanist? Oh! Arcanist. I created the mage not long after I created it. At that time, I thought I needed a profession that would match the mage. So I thought about it and created it. Imolan took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and then said in confusion, Isn't this very simple? Zhong Xian. Am I right? Su Zhong Xian, who had just arrived at the door, heard it, looked at Imolan, looked at Zhao Hua, pondered for a moment, pretended not to hear anything, and continued to walk forward. Not long after, the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs was heard. Zhao Hua's eyes swept across the bookshelf behind him. On the construction concept of the Mage Tower Imolan. The strength and technology required for building a Mage Tower Imolan. The books on the bookshelf were sparse, but Zhao Hua was shocked after taking a few glances, many of which were beyond Zhao Hua's reach even at the moment. Zhao Hua was honest, silently put away the title. Imolan looked at him with a smile, which made Zhao Hua a little embarrassed, but he still said with a smug face, President, you have worked hard to establish the Mage Association. You have to be in charge. Imolan looked at him in confusion. I worked so hard to establish the Mage Association. Yes, I spent so much time and effort. Isn't it hard? Shouldn't I take care of it? I spent so much time preparing. I spent so much time selecting a group of elite members, selecting 2 vice presidents, 10 elders. You actually want me to take care of it? Imolan said in disbelief. Zhao Hua was startled when he heard this. One hand raised to block in front, and the other hand touched his head. Wait, something is wrong, do it again. Zhao Hua took a breath and said again. President, where is the points database you mentioned? We are waiting so anxiously. Oh, why didn't you say that earlier? I have already planned it. Imolan suddenly realized. And Zhao Hua listened expectantly. 2 vice presidents Lin Wu and Lu Bin will lead 10 elders to be in charge, and select some elite members as assistants to discuss a plan together. Then give the plan to me for review. And after I agree, announce it to all members of the Mage Association. It will be announced for 7 days, and it will be officially implemented if no problems arise within 7 days. Wait, President. The more Zhao Hua listened, the more he felt something was wrong, and he was about to raise an objection. But he saw Imolan walk to the bookshelf and pick up the books one by one. On the construction concept of the Mage Tower Imolan. The strength and technology required to build a Mage Tower Imolan. How to change the job of an Arcanist Imolan. The similarities and differences between Arcanists and Mages Imolan. One by one, after a while, all the books on the bookshelf were taken down by Imolan, piled them into a pile, and handed them to Zhao Hua in Zhao Hua's incredible eyes. All these materials are put into the technical library. After all, there is nothing in the technical library. You can't make a prize system out of thin air. You can't imagine it out of thin air. So these are the first batch of content, as a measure of value. All the participating vice presidents and elders can read it for the convenience of price evaluation. After mastering this knowledge, you can only use it yourself and not pass it on to others. At the same time, the magic tower must be cast on the island according to the association's plan. The wizard tower in the association can only be cast outside after it is completed. But the casting technology is still not allowed to be passed on. Emolan smiled. Any other questions? No. No more. Zhao Hua took the stack of books tremblingly. That's good. Oh, by the way, what did you want to say just now? Zhao Hua paused, scratched his head. Well, did I say anything just now? Oh, I remember. What I wanted to say is, President, you are so handsome. Oh, you don't need to emphasize this anymore. If you have nothing else, go down first. Chapter 200 Terrifying Technology Library. I'll go down first. Zhao Hua walked down in a daze, holding a stack of books. As Emolan sent out several messages, the mage tower suddenly became lively. Emolan stretched his back, picked up the experimental report of the breeding farm, and read it through. After confirming that there was no problem, he continued his research work again. The breeding farm is a long-term experiment. Emolan now handed it over to others to take charge. He only checked the observation report and experimental report every day, and occasionally went down to check. Emolan's ultimate goal in establishing the Mage Association is to gather the wisdom and strength of the masses. Collective strategy: gather the most elite group of excellent mages to study the mage profession and related technologies. Perfect. Make the mage profession more and more powerful, more and more perfect. Group strength: mobilize the backbone forces of the mages with a large number of solid foundations. Promote division of labor: use huge manpower to overcome some large projects that are not technically difficult, but extremely complicated, extremely trivial. And whether it is collective strategy or group strength, the ultimate goal is for the mage, in order to allow oneself to better study the mage. So Emolan would not put the cart before the horse, and involve himself in the affairs of the Mage Association, which would affect his research schedule. Why does this spell model give me a feeling of simulation? Simulate the body structure of Warcraft, reconstruct a body, and then trick the extraordinary core away. Restore to the previous state? The extraordinary core can actually change in reverse, and revive again magical. Emolan muttered to himself. The principle hidden in this spell model is far more complicated and interesting than he imagined. At this time, Emolan suddenly reacted. Wait! If the function of this magic model is to simulate the internal structure of the monster, and trick the supernatural core into opening, does it mean that there is such a structure in the body of the monster, and there is such a channel leading to the supernatural core in the soul? If we can find this channel directly. Emolan's eyes lit up, and he immediately brought up the second unicorn wild boar. Comparing the body structure of the unicorn wild boar with the structure of the magic model. Studying. Gradually, Emolan sorted out the structures one by one, and the entire magic model gradually unveiled its mysterious veil, while Emolan was absorbed in his research. In the conference room on the first floor of the Mage Tower, 2 vice presidents, 10 elders, and 20 elite members had an extremely fierce argument and discussion. Every day they argued until their faces turned red. But after the argument, they seemed to be a different person, cooperating and studying the notes that Emolan had taken down. As time passed, they asked Emolan about the situation several times. And finally, after several discussions, the library system officially entered the public announcement process. Technology library, item library, task library, labor library. This entire set of libraries are traded through the same medium. Points. Points run through the 3 libraries, and are the real core. Members of the Mage Association can earn points in any library. Technology library, you can earn points by entering new technologies, and when new technologies are exchanged by others, you can earn points by using them. Item library, you can earn points by selling items to the item library, but it is only a one-time thing. The last task library is used to publish and receive tasks. When association members encounter problems, such as insufficient research manpower, or the need for precious materials, they can publish tasks in the task library. Since there is a send, there is a receive. All association members can accept tasks in the task library. Members accept tasks and can obtain certain points after completing them. However, for now, points cannot be traded freely. Whoever owns them will own them, and they cannot be changed. For tasks involving the transfer of points, the task library publishes tasks, And the purchase of technologies in the technology library has set up a more stringent review, which needs to be reviewed before it can be carried out, to prevent malicious operations from causing unexpected situations. The announcement of this public notice was transferred to the Mage Association section almost immediately after it was released, and attracted a lot of attention and comments from players. Not bad, mages who work hard on research can earn points as long as they develop new technologies. And those who really don't like it, or are not good at research, can earn points by accepting tasks. Well, this is good, at least it can ensure relative fairness, and create an atmosphere suitable for research. People in the Mage Association don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on research. Envy. Hey. Am I the only one looking at the technology library? The current item library and task library are all empty. It has not been officially put into operation yet. But there are goods in the technology library. Come and see it. I guarantee you will not be able to close your legs after seeing it. A sudden reply immediately attracted many players. After seeing it, these players immediately reacted and directly opened the browser and entered the URL to find the website. These are some very simple websites. Basically, they can only run, not beautiful at all, after a little complaint. Click to open the libraries one by one. Item library, empty. Task library, empty. Technology library. When everyone saw the content of the technology library, they suddenly lost their composure. Fuck, this is the comprehensive information for casting a wizard tower. With just one material, you can build a wizard tower? It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. I think those MOLAN's research notes are the most precious. These notes are all handwritten notes. Through these notes, we can completely follow MOLAN's ideas to learn to study, and thus find our own way to become a mage. Wait, there are actually two job transfer methods here. One is the necromancer, the other is the arcanist. Is it so easy to create a job? When this person was puzzled, someone replied. The necromancer is a brand new job developed by the Nyehua Guild, which can control the undead, and drive the undead to fight. The undead scourge is right before our eyes. The reason why there is a job transfer method here is that the president of the Nyehua Guild decided to follow MOLAN's example. So he uploaded the job transfer method to the Mage Association's technology library. So the necromancer's job transfer will appear here. As for the arcanist, I don't know. I don't know when MOLAN created it. In addition, the Nyehua Guild welcomes everyone to join. This technology library is so awesome. I feel that if all these technologies are stolen, they can be sold for tens of millions. Puff. Tens of millions? Upstairs. If you can make it, and let MOLAN not pursue the responsibility, it will be easy to sell it for hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions. Is this still a game? You? Am I the only one who noticed it? The results of this entire technology library are basically developed by MOLAN. Are all the top technologies developed by MOLAN? I even feel that among all the research results in the entire game so far, the most advanced ones are almost all developed by MOLAN. Chapter 201 New Ideas. Emotion is really strong, the eternal god. What should I do if I want a wizard tower? I think living in a wizard tower must be very safe. Can it be customized? I want to build a wizard tower that looks like a castle. Upstairs, contact the Wizard Association to buy it. They will accept external projects. But doesn't the Wizard Association only accept research projects? In Emotion's words, it is to form a positive cycle, efficiently transforming research results into real technology, so as to encourage mages to continue research. Someone like me, I shouldn't accept it. Right? Under normal circumstances, I shouldn't. After all, the guilds that want to set up a project team with the Mage Association have been lined up from Mirror Lake Island to outside Mirror Lake. The guilds of the elders and vice presidents will definitely be given priority to set up project teams to study their topics. But you can add money. Looking at this reply, a player hesitated a little. Is this really okay? The slightly hesitant young man still opened a friend list. After almost contacting, finally reached Lin was friend position. Lin will looked at the newly added friend. Just when he was about to close the other party, a message came over. He took a look and was stunned. Hello. I'll add money. The extraordinary core is a structure that protects the soul and stores spell models. It is absolutely impossible to be a container that imprisons one's own soul. So this idea is correct. There must be a door on the extraordinary core that can be closed. The door lock exists in the body of the monster. The extraordinary core will die when it leaves the body, and it will be separated from the door lock. So the door will naturally not be opened. So only when the two are integrated, there is a chance to find it when the monster is alive. Emolan looked at the structure that he had just picked out and fell into deep thought. This structure in the altar is responsible for connecting the extraordinary core. If the corresponding structure is found in the monster, it basically means that Emolan has found a way to control the monster. But Emolan searched the monster again and again, detail by detail. And the body structure of the unicorn wild boar was so familiar to him that he could recite it by heart. But I just can't find this structure with the same function. There are only two possibilities: either I saw this structure, but I don't know enough to recognize it. Or it's like some mage models, the same spell node is a component of several structures, and has multiple functions, so I didn't see it, and only saw the first layer. Or this structure is not at the physical level at all, but belongs to the mental level, or it's at the soul level, a mysterious structure, or it's not at this level at all, it exists in the body, but not completely in the body, so I can't find it either. Emolan fell into deep thought. Both are possible. But they are all things I cannot solve in a short time. For the former, I need a lot of time to increase the amount of research, expand the database. And for the latter, I need to spend more time to improve my strength and level. Emolan rubbed his brows with a headache. It won't work. Forget it. Let's see what Zhao Hua thinks. Necromancer. I thought they were going to control beasts, but I didn't expect it to control the undead. Emolan looked at a small book and a small black wooden box that Zhao Hua had sent over. Emolan laughed and cursed as soon as he saw it. Damn idiot, Gung Tao is an idiot, and Zhao Hua is even crazy with him. The big one is like a violent coffin and carried on his back, and the small one is not willing to let go, and he made an urn, and even tied an iron chain. Why haven't the players of the Niehua Guild rebelled yet? If it were me, I would have fired Gung Tao long ago. He is the president of the underworld, and he has turned the guild into the underworld guild. After Emolan cursed, he took out the small book and flipped through it. Gradually he was absorbed in it. What a wonderful idea. If the body cannot store dead energy, then use external objects to store it. As long as you carry it with you, it will be the same as storing it in the body. And it can be expanded infinitely regardless of physical fitness. Emolan said to himself. This is a bit like the idea of my magic tower. If this coffin is infinitely enlarged, make a coffin as big as a town, and store it all with refined dead energy. It will be a complete disaster. If the mental power is strong enough, there is no upper limit to the dead energy mobilized. And there is no upper limit to the dead energy output. I just don't know what spells the necromancer can use the dead energy to complete. But think about reviving the undead. Strengthening the undead should be possible. If they can control the undead, then they can really bring about the undead plague. Also, I might be able to imitate it. It just so happens that the arcane master is stuck at the bottleneck of physical fitness. If I can miniaturize the element pool, then carrying it with me can also break through the problem of physical fitness, not being able to carry magic power. You can try to miniaturize the element pool. Although the hope is not great, what if it succeeds? Emolan thought, continued to flip through the small book in his hand, and suddenly reacted. Hey! Wait! There doesn't seem to be a step to refine the dead energy. Did I overlook it? Emolan flipped through it twice, and confirmed that there was no step. If there is no step, then Zhao Hua probably doesn't have the concept of refining. After all, my arcane master has never been announced. And for a mage, there is no need to refine his own power. So there is no such concept. However, after seeing my arcane master's job change, Zhao Hua should start to transform it. Right? The refined dead energy will definitely be easier to control. And it will be marked with its own exclusive mark. So it will be much easier to control the undead. Emolan thought casually, and then turned over the page and found the part about controlling the undead. Controlling the undead and controlling monsters should have something in common. We can learn from them. But when Emolan saw how Zhao Hua controlled the undead, he fell silent. This. It took a long time for Emolan to recover. Controlling the undead is so simple. As long as the mental power can resist the erosion of death, and can touch the core of the undead fire, it can be controlled. Yes, this group of skeletons has only a wisp of mental power, no consciousness, naturally. Whatever you say is what you mean. But it's not completely without reference value. From a certain perspective, the difference between the extraordinary core and the fire of the dead is not that big. Emolan suddenly caught an inspiration. After death, the mental power becomes extremely weak, without any consciousness, and can be easily affected. It's just that the fire of the dead relies on a skeleton, borrowing the skeleton, the dead air. The fire of the dead can move, can attack, and has combat power. Emolan turned to the previous page and took a look. Bones of the same level can be replaced at will as long as the model matches. If the operation is careful, and the fire of the dead is strong enough. The skull can also be replaced. So the fire of the dead is the main body. And the skeleton is just a vehicle to drive it. This feels more like the extraordinary core. Can I make a change and also cast a body for the extraordinary core? Lead out the residual soul as consciousness. And then use the alter spell model to control it? Emolan fell into deep thought. Chapter 202 Tower Spirits Conception. The fire of the dead creates the dead, then what do I create called? Puppet? Golem? Gargoyle? Emolan thought divergently, then reacted, and laughed out loud. Why do I think of a name now? Isn't this the same as when you just met a girl and are struggling with what to name your third son? What if you have a daughter? Emolan shook his head, trying to get rid of all those messy things. But the more he tried to shake it off, the harder it was to shake it off. Emolan was a little helpless. After a while, Emolan finally had an idea. This time, his face was a little cautious. If it could be stronger, a little smarter, maybe it could be called a tower spirit. Emolan thought further and further, but the idea at this moment attracted Emolan's great attention, and he directly and solemnly recorded his thoughts and ideas at this moment in his notebook. The idea at this time is called foresight. After writing it down, Emolan shook his head. Tower spirits are not something I can get involved with at the moment. Not to mention that I can't create them. Even if I create them, I may not be able to control them with my current mental strength. I can pay attention to this direction, but it can't be the focus of my current research work. You have to take one step at a time. And eat one bite at a time. Take your time. Don't rush. Emolan's greatest advantage is that he always knows what he should do, and when he shouldn't do it. Of course, many people can do this. The real key point is that some people can control what they do, while others can't. I now imagine that the tower spirit is like the people in the 17th century designing aircraft carriers. The only thing in common is that they all float in the water. It is completely nonsense to talk about design. So I should try to create a body for the extraordinary core. Emolan smiled. Set a small goal. First determine the feasibility of this idea. Emolan pinched the extraordinary core of the sharp technique, and quietly looked at the extremely fine smoke inside. That should be the residual soul of the Warcraft unicorn wild boar. Undead? Emolan sent a message. Xiao Hua, are there any living undead? Jiao Hua, who was carefully trying to keep a constant spell model in a stone, was stunned. Failed, the stone collapsed, and he subconsciously replied with a question mark. Moving undead. Oh yes, President. Do you want them? I'll give you 2 to play with. Emolan, who was sitting on the 5th floor of the magic tower, smiled. Go. Sorry, just send them to the 3rd floor of the magic tower. My laboratory is there. Okay. Jiao Hua was very fast. It wasn't long before several black boxes were carried into the magic tower and placed in the laboratory on the 3rd floor. Hearing the noise, Emolan came back to his senses from the forum. While waiting, he looked at the forum for a while and found something. Now the forum is occupied by necromancers everywhere. This can control the undead. You don't have to fight yourself. Just stand back and watch the show. Ahem. The command profession is favored by many people. If you are not a close-range profession, you will not feel pain in the battle. You can do anything with the undead, such as carrying sedan chairs, backpacks, and luggage, especially the latter. In this game without space backpacks, post stations, and map transmission, when a player from the Niehua Guild goes out to fight monsters, riding a skeleton horse, and the undead beside him helps him carry his backpack, tent, and pots and pans, the moment the video is released, the whole network is hot. I don't want anything else. I just want to ride a mount that is not easy to die to fight monsters. I want to have a mount when I am on the road. I want to have a place to put things when I rest. I don't need to carry a large package, animal skins, weapons and supplies when I chat with the goddess. I don't need to watch the goddess panting and carrying a large package while I can't do anything. There is a story above. How much does a horse cost? The necromancer with these conveniences became popular instantly. The name of the Niehua Guild appeared more and more frequently on the forum. Countless people wanted to join the Niehua Guild and wanted to change their job to the necromancer. If the undead were not so ugly, I am afraid that all the girls in Utopia and other guilds would have gone to the Nyehwa Guild. Notifying the female players is equivalent to ruling the male players, which means that the Nyehwa Guild is only a little away from ruling the entire game. Too ugly. The necromancer is indeed good, and it is normal to have such popularity, but no matter how you look at it, it feels like someone is behind it. This person, or this organization, thinks that pushing up the popularity of the necromancer can bring great benefits. Gung Tao, you might as well just report my ID card. Emolan shrugged. But it has nothing to do with me. It should be Yi Fei and his friends who should be anxious. Well, but then again, I haven't seen them for a long time. Are they all holding back their energy, preparing to go? Emolan suddenly thought of this, and this thought gave him a hint of anticipation. If so, maybe in the near future, there will be at least 3 or 4, or at most 9 or 10 new professions. Emolan never dared to underestimate the creativity of other players. This group of people can even play Minecraft in a fancy way, the ordinary Forbidden City, Mona Lisa, entry-level basic operations. Playing Minecraft in Minecraft is the coolest. Continuous cool operations. This is the nature of players. As long as they don't die, they will do it to death. As they do it, the way of thinking changes, and they can do cool operations that others can't do. The corners of Emolan's mouth slightly raised a curve, muttering, "This is fun. If a game only has mages and warriors, it would be so monotonous." Emolan's mood gradually became cheerful, and there was a gentle smile on his face. The 2 members of Nyehwa Guild came to a room in the middle of the 3rd floor. With a thought, the stone door slowly opened. Put them in separate compartments. Thank you for your help. It's okay. Emotion. Please sign for them. The player smiled and handed a piece of paper and a pen to Emolan. Emolan took a look and signed for them. He turned his head and looked at the black boxes. This room in the middle of the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower was a warehouse designed by Emolan to hold dangerous experimental items, like Warcraft. It was a series of small compartments, with smooth walls, and a metallic aura flash from time to time. After Emolan signed for them, the black boxes opened one by one, and there was a creaking sound inside. Skeletons walked out of them, and a gray flame slowly jumped inside the skull of the skeleton. As soon as they walked out, the whole room seemed to be a little colder. Emotion. There are 5 beast-level undead in total. 1 wolf, 1 tiger, 1 bear, 1 crocodile, and 1 snake. As long as the mental power can resist the erosion of the dead air, they can be controlled. This should not be a big problem for Emotion. In addition, they are more afraid of sunlight. The sun will accelerate the dissipation of their dead air, and the skeletons attacked will also cause the dead air to vibrate. The fire of the undead is even more critical, and being dispersed will be fatal. In addition, we also brought some dead energy with us this time. If they are about to collapse, we will replenish some dead energy. If you have any other questions, just contact us directly. Well, it's okay. Xiao Hua from your guild is here. I'll find him if you have any questions. Emolan pointed downstairs and said, "Thank you for your trouble. Stay here for lunch at noon and go back after lunch." Chapter 203 Noble Meeting. Our Kakazar family would rather die than surrender. We must defend the honor of our ancestors and the dignity of the nobility. A middle-aged man with a big belly and dressed in gorgeous clothes said righteously. A gloomy man next to him glanced at him. He killed Earl Hanfeng, but did not do anything to the orphan of the Hanfeng family. You can sacrifice your life to defend the honor of the family and the dignity of the nobility. The family will not be destroyed. The noble with a big belly did not change his expression after hearing this, and continued to speak. But when the family is facing a life and death crisis, I cannot just care about my own emotions. I must make the survival of the family my top priority. Although I am very angry, and I want to defend it with my death, I am standing behind the family, in front of the family's interests. I am insignificant, so I choose to bear the humiliation. I know you will say that I am timid, and I know that some people will say that I am cowardly. Since I have done the spin, I will bear all the infamy. Everything. For the family. Everyone was speechless. After a long silence, someone spoke up. Ahem. Stop talking about these useless things. Let's talk about it. What should we do? Everyone looked at Viscount Larson and fell into silence again. Even the knights sent by the royal city are no match for them. Let alone us. They are just cheating. The knights of the royal city just fell into a trap. The commander is too stupid. Their real strength is far from that strong. Someone suddenly said unconvinced. And the others glanced at him mockingly. He keenly noticed the mockery in their eyes, and was immediately furious. Isn't it? You said he cheated, then you cheat once and see, you don't need 2 night groups, just cheat, and destroy 5 night teams. The man said disdainfully. Oh God, there is such a stupid guy. He can cheat to kill the night group in the royal city, then he can cheat to destroy us. Oh, no need to cheat, even if we fight head on. We are not opponents. If you don't accept it, you can lead your own team to verify it. I won't stop you. If you can cheat to kill them all, then I will kneel down and apologize. But can you? The man's face flushed red when he heard this, extremely angry, but he couldn't speak. Can't we ask the royal city to send troops again? 2 night groups of 50 people are not the strongest force of the royal city. At worst, we can offer Red Maple City to him. The royal city? The silent Viscount Larson sneered. The 2 night groups are the strongest force that the royal city can send at present. Now the army of the Northern Empire is about to reach the border of the kingdom. Marquis Morse has already transferred the elite to the front line to participate in the war. And he is also preparing to confer the title of Duke. At this time, he only wants to stabilize Emolan, stabilize the projector, stabilize the kingdom, prepare to fight the Northern Empire with all his strength, and prepare for the battle of conferring the title of Duke. Didn't you see that Emolan is already an Earl? The great Lord Jingshui Earl. Directly pardoned and conferred the title of Earl, and granted the city of Hongfeng. Isn't it just to recruit Emolan, and use us as a gun, to stop Emolan's steps? Are you willing to be used as a gun, and then die at the hands of Emolan? The room fell into a dead silence, and after a long time someone slowly spoke. Didn't another Earl's heir die at the hands of Emolan? Humph, the Earl is not afraid of Emolan. Do you think you are not afraid either? Or do you think the Earl will protect you? Morse used me as a gun. I have given up hope for the Morse kingdom. You can do whatever you want. I will definitely leave anyway. I have a family in the Northern Empire. I will go there with force and wealth. I can still restore the glory of my family there. Who of you has a bigger hatred for Emolan than me? It is the most stupid thing to wait for death, when you know you are not the opponent. You are only worthy of being a negative example for other families, to educate their younger generations. Viscount Larson said slowly. After he finished speaking, the others were silent for a moment. And then, he spoke out. I am leaving too. I am going to the royal city. I don't want to stay in Hongfeng anymore. Those projectors hold a ridiculous idea of equality for all. I just killed a few slaves, and a bunch of projectors came to uphold the so-called justice. I can't stand it. A large part of the projectors are still relatively normal. These projectors hold the idea of equality for all. Huh? A part? No, only a part of them practice this idea. All other projectors hold this idea, but they just don't practice it with actions. But no matter what their ideas are, the real trouble is the group that practices it. You're talking nonsense. This noble seemed a little wronged. There are indeed only a small number of projectors who practice this. And they are basically no match for me. But once they die, they will face revenge in the next moment. And other projectors, who originally did not practice this concept, will also rush up with slogans. This group of shameless projectors. If you can't beat them, they will call for help. Kill one, and 10 will appear in a blink of an eye. I also agree to leave. After the noble said this, some nobles also nodded in agreement. Okay. Don't say so much. We must leave. But how to leave? I am unwilling to leave like this. And my family will not allow me to be humiliated like this. Even if I have to leave, I must leave a deep enough impression on these shameless projectors. Agree. We must let them know the anger of the nobles. At this moment, Viscount Larson said nothing, but just knocked on the table silently. Food. Viscount Larson sneered. Don't they say that everyone is equal? Then I want to see if they are equal or not. Join forces to close all the grain stores. Join forces to stop all the grain stores coming to Red Maple City. Okay, this is easy. In addition, I suggest taking away all our industries. In this way, the entire Red Maple City will be completely paralyzed. I have no objection to what you said, but the loss is too great. I suggest taking away all the property of those untouchables and civilians. Since we are leaving anyway, why not plunder the entire Red Maple City, take away the huge amount of property, and exchange it for land to open up the glory of the family again? The cold man's eyes revealed agreed. But our actions will definitely attract the attention of the projectors, and they will not allow us to plunder the entire city. Then come secretly. It will be too late when they find out. If they find out, they may be angry, and use violence to solve the problem directly. Just like we did before. One person said bluntly. Let's go! Before we start, we will take the property with us, take away the industry, leave the shell, and then move away every bit of property we plunder later. What if they are angry? I just want to see how they are helpless and furious. That will be my best appetizer. Viscount Larsen sneered. I want to make the entire Red Maple City collapse completely, in chaos, so as to practice the migration of my family. I want to see what expression Emolan will have at that time. I want to see what he will do when facing the mob. Kill them all? Wouldn't that just satisfy Marquis Morse's calculations? So what? Chapter 204 Taboo Spells. When do we start? We'll go first. We'll start transferring our businesses in 3 days, and drain all our inventory. All our businesses will be left empty. Don't let them find out too early. We'll keep doing this until the end. We'll start buying food on the 9th day. Buy all the food stored in other stores, and take it out of Red Maple City. We can't let them take it away. We'll start looting after that. A noble sneered. It's a pity that I can't enjoy this spectacular carnival on the spot. And I can't enjoy the desperate expressions of those projectors. Viscount Larsen also sneered at this time. I will activate the forbidden spell on the last day. Viscount Larsen's words just fell. Everyone was stunned. But they reacted the next moment, and turned their heads to look at Viscount Larsen. The legendary spell? Didn't you say that the job transfer was not successful? No. We saw it with our own eyes at that time. The level of that extraordinary core was too high. And it couldn't bear it at all. His body collapsed directly. Viscount Larsen showed a sneer on his face. I was lucky enough to save my life with mystical magic. My body is on the verge of collapse. But it is enough to release a spell. Today I will see if these projectors can resist. At this time, the other nobles looked at each other. Their eyes still full of horror. But they reacted immediately, and gradually showed a little excitement. I can't wait. I can't help but stay at the scene to see the shocked expression of the projector. Ha ha ha. No. 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 You will die there. Your 9th squads can't withstand the power of the forbidden spell. While the nobles were plotting, Emolan was enduring the erosion of death. Studying the composition of the undead bit by bit. Studying the composition of the undead fire bit by bit. And studying the residual soul that had turned into flames. What exactly drives these skeletons to move? What power do they use? Death energy? But how can death energy make these skeletons move? What is the principle behind it? How does death energy make these skeletons, which are originally dead objects, move, and even exert the combat power of beasts? After creating the profession of necromancer, the Nyehua Guild made a simple classification of the undead. The purity and strength of the undead fire are used as the judging criteria. Generally speaking, the higher these 2 points are, the stronger the undead will be. So the level will also be simply linked to the combat power. From low to high, it is roughly divided into beast level, professional level, elite level, master level, and beast level means that the undead can fight with beasts of the same race. Although the Nyehua Guild has not had a professional level undead so far, this does not affect their classification of professional levels. These dead heirs seem to have penetrated deep into the skeleton and are tightly connected to the bones. Emolan was startled when he saw this, and then showed some surprise. This seems to be solidifying the dead air in the bones. Emolan's spirits were immediately lifted. Although Emolan has now learned how to stabilize the mage model. That's all. Emolan still doesn't know how the elements in the monster skeleton are solidified. And Emolan has never been able to influence the elemental power in the skeleton. And he has never been able to use the monster skeleton to stabilize the spell model. Emolan planned to study this as a long-term topic. But he didn't expect to see a little clue here. Although death energy is not an element, it is also a kind of energy. Since it is all energy, then the method of integrating death energy into the skeleton and solidifying it can definitely be used as a reference. And it can even be directly used universally. But I still need to verify one thing. What level are the skeletons of these beast level undead originally? Were they only beast level when they were alive? Or were they professional level monsters before they died? Or even elite level monsters, and only became beast level undead after they died? This point needs to be clarified, if they are just beasts. Emolan did not hesitate, and immediately found Zhao Hua, who was practicing the constant spell model with a stone brick. When Emolan appeared, he just saw that his experiment failed. The resonance between the stone, mental power, and mercury was broken, and the power poured on the stone, which directly broke the stone, revealing the incomplete spell model inside. Emolan knocked on the door, and entered after seeing him stop. After entering, He did not ask immediately, but glanced at the pile of stones beside him that had collapsed due to failure, and scanned them with his mental power, and immediately knew what was going on. Zhao Hua, I took a rough look, and your problem should be in the processing between the spell node and the energy path. The constant spell model is the same as casting a spell by yourself, but it is not exactly the same. They are the same spell model, but the construction method is somewhat different. Just like the connection between energy pathways and spell nodes, the adjustment is a little different. Come and watch me. First do this, then do this, and finally finish it. Look, I succeeded now. Emolan pointed to the stone that had completed the constant sharpness technique and said, mobilize the elemental power and input it into it, and activate it. Puff! The violent gold elemental power tore the stone into pieces, leaving a pile of dust. Zhao Hua used only ordinary stones for practice, and naturally could not withstand the energy flow in a first-level spell. Zhao Hua was still immersed in Emolan's operation, and he seemed to be stunned. It took him a while to react. I understand. Yeah, I understand. Emolan nodded. Let me ask you a question. Were the undead you gave me ordinary beasts or monsters? Beasts, Zhao Hua said with some doubt. He just found that Emolan was shocked. Are you sure? Yes. I personally catalyzed several of the undead. I know exactly what their strength was before they were transformed. Okay. Continue. Emolan disappeared in front of Zhao Hua after he finished speaking, which made Zhao Hua scratch his head in confusion. What has the president discovered? Yes, this is the president. It would be abnormal if he didn't discover anything. Zhao Hua muttered a few words and immersed himself in the experiment again, recalling Emolan's operation just now, and condensed some stones with the stone wall technique again, muttering in his heart. Is it really that simple, so smooth? Zhao Hua started the experiment again, carefully following Emolan's actions just now, and resonated little by little, failed. Accident, there must have been an accident just now. I clearly followed the process strictly as instructed by the president, so the failure must be an accident. Half an hour later, Zhao Hua looked at the pile of broken stones in front of him, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 205 A Ray of Hope. Why is it so easy to see, but so hard to do? Eyes, I can do it. Hands, I can't do it either. The sudden voice made Zhao Hua frown. Go away, go play with birds, don't disturb the adults here. Zhao Hua waved his hand at the president's nephew, looking at the pile of rocks in boredom. Zhou Hao was a little angry when he saw this. Humph, it's so simple, Al can do it, but you can't. Go away, what do you know? Zhao Hua waved his hand casually, but he reacted the next moment. Wait, what did you just say? Al, do you know how to do it? Al nodded. It's so simple. Isn't it? Is there anyone who doesn't know how to do it? Zhao Hua's eyes widened. I, Zhao Hua said halfway. His eyes turned. A smile appeared on his face, and he took out 2 candies with simple packaging. Good Zhou Hao. Good Al. Can you teach me? No. You made Zhou Hao angry. I can't teach you. Zhou Hao, who was looking at the candies with his eyes rolling, suddenly looked serious when he heard this, and nodded in a serious manner. Yes. Yes. I'm angry. Okay. Zhou Hao. Don't be angry. I'll give you some candy. Okay? Zhao Hua saw that Zhou Hao was a little moved, and hurriedly coaxed him. Zhou Hao's eyes rolled around, and he pulled Al to the side and whispered something. Al nodded, and then looked at Zhao Hua, which immediately gave him a bad premonition. An hour later, Zhao Hua looked at the stone in front of him that had successfully stabilized the sharpness technique with satisfaction, and smiled like a fool with his painted face. Hey, I know it. Su Zongqin, who just came in, had a question mark on his forehead. Huh? What do you know? A constant spell model? I already knew it. The sharpness and water shield on this half of the mage tower are all constant by me. I always thought you knew it. Why didn't you say it earlier? I'll teach you. At this time, Su Zongqin found the turtle and cat whiskers painted on Zhao Hua's face. Fuck, what's that on your face? Fuck. Zhao Hua reacted immediately and covered his face, but it was too late. Su Zongqin laughed unruly. Ha ha ha, it's too late. It's too late. It's useless to cover it. I've taken a screenshot. Zhao Hua, who covered his face, was silent, doubting his life. Emolan didn't know what happened after he left. His nephew Zhou Hao had long been forgotten by him. No, let him go. Anyway, Al was with him. Although Al looked stupid, Emolan would never forget that Al was an orphan from the bottom of Red Maple City. He was able to survive in Red Maple City at that time. His survival wisdom was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At least it was enough to take care of the nephew. There was no need to worry about the nephew being deceived or cheated by someone. Moreover, with Al's self-control, he would ask Joe how to teach him when the time came. And he would coax Joe how to smile and be full of confidence during the teaching process. In addition, the regular reports every night also let Emolan know their schedule very well. And naturally he was relieved. However, the only thing Emolan was worried about was death. He was worried that Joe How would die in the game. Because of the extremely high degree of reality, the intense pain or even torture might cause certain mental damage, which Emolan could not accept. But Emolan had no good solution for this. He could only protect him and prevent him from going to dangerous places. Then they agreed that if they were caught, they should not care about anything and log off directly. If it was too late to log off normally, they should press the emergency button and never hesitate. After emphasizing it again and again, Emolan was reluctantly relieved. These undead were just ordinary beasts when they were alive. Emolan muttered to himself, holding a dagger in his hand and hitting a rib. The dagger and the rib collided and made a clanging sound, just like hitting metal. The ribs of an ordinary beast. Emolan held the dagger backwards and slashed it downwards. The sharp dagger scratched the surface of the ribs, leaving only a faint scratch. Although the undead had been controlled by Emolan, it still turned its head when it felt the attack, and its empty eye sockets quietly watched Emolan continue to attack its ribs with the dagger. Hiss, it's hard. It's a little harder than an ordinary beast. Emolan looked at the ribs that had a deep scratch on them. This rib had been successfully cut in half by Emolan. Emolan looked at the rib and fell into deep thought. Then he released a fireball spell, carefully controlling it to brush against the rib. Under Emolan's powerful mental control, the first level fireball spell was extremely clever. It just brushed against the bone, but did not explode. Even though the high temperature of the fireball was only for a moment, it still burned the rib black. Emolan recalled, then picked up his water cup and poured it upwards. The water fell on the blackened rib. Crack! The bone made a series of explosions, and then broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. Emolan looked up, only to find that the empty eye sockets of the dead were silently looking at him, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Looking at the half of the rib, he fell into deep thought. As long as this side is also removed, there will not be only one side left, which will cause asymmetry. The plan works. Emolan summoned another fireball to pass over the rib, turning it black and pouring the water that had just been filled. Crack, 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 crack. The ribs on this side also broke into pieces and fell to the ground, and the space on both sides was empty. Neat. Emolan listened to the crisp voice, and looked into the empty eyes of the dead with a clear conscience. I have helped you solve the problem. However, Emolan sat up straight just halfway through his words, and his face became serious in an instant. And in his seriousness, there seemed to be a hint of surprise. What was that just now? Just now, at the moment when the dead's ribs broke, Emolan felt a very strange, but faintly familiar wave. This wave, that made Emolan lose his composure, was extremely similar to the wave of the structure in the altar. Emolan immediately mobilized the structure in the altar model. Seeing this structure with his own eyes, Emolan felt more and more that it was very similar. After confirming this conclusion, Emolan took a deep breath, and his heart was tense. I didn't expect it. I thought it would take a long time to solve this problem, but I didn't expect an opportunity today. After Emolan finished speaking, he condensed a fireball in his hand, showing a smile to the undead. The fireball lightly brushed the ribs, and a glass of water was poured down. Crack, crack. Compared to the past, this time Emolan was focused. His mental power enveloped the undead all around, enveloped the undead fire inside and outside, observing intently. The fluctuations in the channel flashed by, and this time Emolan felt it more clearly. The structure in the altar model was suspended next to it. Emolan made a brief comparison, and found that the similarity was extremely high. Ha ha ha! When you are at the end of your rope, there is a new village. Cool. Chapter 206 Pets. That's it. Emolan smiled. The channel structure that had been missing for a long time on the Warcraft was discovered by chance during the study of the undead. This unexpected surprise made Emolan smile. And then he reacted. This channel structure should be a structure at the soul level, so it cannot be found at the body level. Emolan speculated in his mind. And there are too many interferences on the warcraft, whether it is blood, membrane, heartbeat, etc. They all interfere with my perception invisibly. But the undead are different. They have nothing, no heart, no blood, no muscles, no interference, only a bare layer of skeleton. So there was no interference at the moment when the soul channel appeared, and I caught it directly. The undead rely on death energy to exist. Death energy gathers together and is highly compressed. If it is just like this, nothing will happen. It is just a ball of dense death energy. Until there is a residual soul in the center of the death energy, which is wrapped in the death energy, and slowly ignites under the compression of the death energy, and turns into a ball of flame. The flames burn from the inside out, igniting the dead air bit by bit, and thus turning into the fire of the undead. The fire of the undead tempered the dead air, and the dead air tempered the bones, and then slowly became a dead soul. Emolan recalled the information about the dead air. So the essence of attacking the ribs should be attacking the dead air. And attacking the dead air will pry the soul connected to it. This undead has no muscles or nerves in the flesh, and cannot control the body like a normal creature. So the undead must control the body at the soul level. So attacking the bones will definitely touch the dead air, and thus touch the soul. In the process of touching the soul, the channel must be opened, which is why I felt the wave just now. Emolan muttered to himself, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. If I can capture the moment when the channel opens, then maybe my mental power can enter the fire of the dead, and touch the residual soul deep in the dead that has turned into flames. Emolan muttered to himself. If I leave a mental imprint of my own in it, will this dead soul submit to me forever and be controlled by me? Emolan retracted the eroded mental power, and calculated carefully. The spiritual power spread around the undead. Emolan was silent for a moment. And then he endured the pain of the death energy eroding the undead's body, and covered the death energy of the undead. After getting ready, he gathered his spiritual power, and pulled it hard. At this moment, all the death energy on the undead was twitched by Emolan. At this moment, Emolan caught that slight fluctuation. Unfortunately, the fluctuation of the channel was fleeting, and he failed. Emolan did not sigh at all. For him, success in one go was almost unrealistic, and failure was the norm. Only by gradually finding the path to success through repeated failures can one gradually grow. Continue. Emolan paused for a moment, before spreading his mental power all over the undead again. He pulled it hard at the moment of preparation. The undead's entire body was violently pulsating with death energy. At this moment, a void passage appeared instantly, and Emolan's mental power rushed directly into it. Unfortunately, it still rushed into nothingness. Emolan took a deep breath, and conducted the experiment again. Once, twice, 3 times, 10 times. Over and over again, when Emolan's mental power could no longer bear it, he withdrew it, and began to meditate, recovering the damaged mental power bit by bit. After his mental power was fully restored, Emolan began to experiment again. After countless experiments, Emolan finally noticed the moment when the channel was opened. With extremely skilled movements, he instantly seized the opportunity, and poured his mental power into it crazily. After Emolan's mental power poured in, the channel that would have disappeared in an instant seemed to solidify. Seeing this, Emolan showed a tired smile on his face. However, the intense burning pain that followed made Emolan's brain twitch violently, and his face turned pale. Hiss. The thick dead air inside brought a strong corrosive effect, making Emolan's mental power feel a sharp sting every moment. Bearing the pain, Emolan began to construct a mental imprint. One ring after another, one chain after another, it didn't take long for a mental imprint to take shape. Feeling the mental imprint, Emolan took a deep breath, and found the half of the residual soul that had turned into flames at the core. Looking at this little bit of residual soul, Emolan took a deep breath, and directly put down the mental imprint. The mental imprint surrounded this little bit of residual soul, and then suddenly contracted, and tightly bound the residual soul at the core. Looking at the rapidly corroded spiritual imprint, Emolan quickly withdrew his spiritual power. The moment the spiritual power was withdrawn, the channel closed directly, and disappeared without a trace. However, although the channel disappeared without a trace, Emolan still had some sense of the spiritual imprint, and it seemed that he could still control it, and could also convey his own information. And it seemed that he could also convey the emotions of the undead? Huh? He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power that had been deep in the fire of the undead, to control the undead, was directly withdrawn. The moment the mental power was withdrawn, Emolan clenched his fists, ready to smash the undead at any time. But at this time he found that the undead was standing there motionless. Emolan was delighted to see this, and shouted in a low voice, "Squat down!" As soon as the words fell, the undead bear squatted on the ground. Forward. Back off. Attack that wall. Defend. Crouch down. The smile on Emolan's face became more and more intense, and he even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. It succeeded. The mental imprint imprinted on the soul can really control it. It's done. It's done. The pet is done. Although the existence time of the mental imprint is limited now, it can only be controlled for a short time. As he spoke, Emolan's sense of the mental imprint became weaker and weaker. It didn't take long for him to sense that the mental imprint was completely shattered by the corrosion of the dead air. The undead that had escaped from control found Emolan and flew towards him instantly. Emolan didn't plan to use his mental power to control the bear undead anymore. Instead, he excitedly picked up the iron stick prepared beside him and waved it out with a laugh. Ha ha! Bang! In the magic aura, the iron rod with great force hit the claw of the undead bear fiercely, breaking the claw directly, and then pouring huge force, blowing up the entire skeleton. The basis for controlling the monster already exists. It is basically feasible now, as long as I try it on the monster again. As long as I can find a way to replace the temporary mental imprint with a permanent mental imprint, then the pet will officially appear. Emolan's laughter gradually subsided, and an answer slowly emerged in his mind, muttering to himself. Or the permanent mental imprint still needs to fall on it. Chapter 207 First Project Team. Spell slots. Emolan closed his eyes and looked into his mind, looking at the spinning spell slots. A long time ago, when he was still studying the spell Beast Domination, Emolan thought of a material that could be used as a permanent version of the mental imprint. Spell slots. The semi-substantial spell slots can exist for a long time, and the consumption of existence is extremely small. There should be some consumption of existence, but it is so small that it is almost imperceptible. Theoretically speaking, if spell slots are used as materials, then Emolan does not have to worry too much about the problem of replenishing mental power. Moreover, the spell slot is formed by imitating the supernatural core of the Warcraft. This structure has extremely strong stability, and it is made of pure mental power, which can enter the mind of the Warcraft together with the mental power. Everything feels very suitable. But Emolan was slightly silent. If I crush this spell slot and recast it into a mental imprint, then its existence itself is a semi-solid similar to the spell slot. Or will it directly disperse and become ordinary mental power? Can I move the entire spell slot together, then open it, and put the soul of the Warcraft into the space used to memorize the spell model to suppress it? Can I restore the spell slot I crushed? Can I take back the spell slot I used to bind the pet? And if I don't take it back, can I condense another spell slot? Or after I give a spell slot, will my own mental power weaken? These questions used to give Emolan a headache. But now Emolan doesn't care, and even wants to laugh. He wrote down these questions one by one, and his mental power spread out, and his spell mental link directly connected to Lu Bin's mental power downstairs. Come up. After a while, Lu Bin came up. President. What's the matter? What are you and Linwa busy with recently? Lu Bin said after thinking about it. Linwa is still finishing up, clearing the impact on the river last time, returning to the original state, avoiding the river from changing its course, and counting the spoils of war such as armor and horses. I brought a few elders to check the project proposals submitted by the major guilds, and plan to take over a few projects and distribute them. Emolan nodded after hearing this, and pondered for a moment. Well, you call all the elders who are free, and we will have a meeting. Forget about Linwa. After the meeting, send him a text version and a video version of the meeting minutes. Okay. Lu Bin nodded and turned to leave. But before he walked out of the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, President, you should hire an assistant, or a mage apprentice. It's not appropriate for me to keep doing this kind of job of notifying people. Lu Bin's words made Emolan smile. Okay. I understand. You go quickly. Yes. Lu Bin's words made Emolan ponder for a moment. Then he sorted out his notes, wrote a few words, added a few points, and then stood up and walked towards the meeting room downstairs. When Emolan arrived, there were already 8 people sitting there. Lu Bin, and 7 elders. President, the elders in the Mage Tower are here. Yes. Okay. Emolan nodded and went directly to the front lecture board. Sorry for interrupting you all. I will try not to waste your time and get straight to the point. I will show you the experiment first. After saying that, Emolan used his mental power to control the undead wolf outside to come in. You can use your mental power to observe. Now I am using my mental power to go deep into the undead fire to control the undead. I am not hiding anything. You should be able to feel my mental fluctuations. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, everyone around nodded, except Zhao Hua, who was a little confused. What does the president want to do? The undead are all brought out. Watch out next, Emolan said, and then demonstrated the experiment just now. After 2 failures, he finally succeeded in putting the mental imprint on the residual soul of the undead for the 3rd time. He then withdrew the mental power of the undead fire, showing everyone his control over the undead. When everyone was sure that Emolan did not use mental power to go deep into the undead fire, their expression slightly changed. And Zhao Hua stood up in shock. President, how did you do this? How did you get rid of the control of the undead by the fire of the dead? I just tried, and I couldn't take control of the undead. No matter how hard I tried in the fire of the undead, it was useless. This is not right. After controlling for a while, the mental imprint collapsed under the corrosion of the dead air, and Emolan took over the control with his mental power and imprisoned him again. This is what I want to say, the mental imprint controls the monster. Emolan wrote this line heavily on the blackboard. Put a long-lasting spiritual imprint directly on the soul of the monster, so as to control it for a long time, and turn the monster into a pet. Emolan looked around at everyone, and said slowly, everyone has seen the popularity of the necromancer in recent times, and his founder is also here. When they heard this, they all turned their heads to look at Zhao Hua, making him roll his eyes. A mount that is not so easy to die, a mount that can help carry the package. A pet that can fight, and let the player stand behind and watch. These elements are the key factors for the necromancer to become popular. Relatively speaking, the strength of this profession itself, and the potential to bring about the undead scourge in the future are secondary. Although the mage is still the most popular one at present, we must be prepared for danger. This fire has already hinted at the trend. Players have been struggling for a long time. Since we are temporarily unable to develop space equipment or space spells, pets have become the first choice. Of course, this is not just to please the public, we don't need to do this. The main thing is that the pet setting itself is a perfection of the game. And it is a beneficial supplement to the mage profession. The mage itself is very fragile. After leaving the mage tower, it will be safer if there is a meat shield pet to protect you. When fighting, you can hide behind the pet and output at will. Well, more importantly, I don't want to carry a lot of big and small bags when I go out. Ha ha. Emolan's words made everyone laugh. Okay. Stop. Don't say much. Except for the Eternal Blazing Sun project that has not started yet. This should be the first project now. No selection. No grouping. All 10 elders and 2 vice presidents participated. This is the first group research of our association. While researching, I also hope to explore together, to perfect the project team method, and to determine the format and relevant regulations of the project team in the future. I also hope that everyone can work together. This is the first time for everyone to cooperate. But it will definitely not be the last time. This will be the norm. Including me. Only by learning to cooperate can we do better research. Chapter 208 The Real Underground World. Ahem, okay, I'll assign tasks now. Emolan cleared his throat, and then arranged. Lu Bin, you are responsible for finding a way to open this soul channel on the monster. You can come to me later, and I'll give you the experimental records and results on the undead. Okay, no problem. Well, Su Zingxin, you are responsible for verifying the characteristics of the spell slot, including but not limited to the state of the spell slot after it is shattered, whether it is semi-solid or returned to mental power, and whether the shattered spell slot can be condensed again. Emolan was about to arrange the next person, when he suddenly saw Su Zongxin raise his hand. Any questions? Su Zongxin stood up and said after a moment's silence, President, this spell slot is the lifeblood of a mage. There are only a few of them. It's a bit risky to crush them directly, isn't it? If we can't condense them again, the spell slots of all of us combined won't be enough to crush them. Emolan paused, and seemed a little embarrassed. Well, I didn't ask you to crush your own spell slots. Find a few dozen warriors, and ask them to click on their intelligence. You don't need too many. Just one spell slot is enough. So you can experiment as much as you want. Right? What are you afraid of? Anyway, the association will reimburse the experimental expenses. So what are you afraid of? Okay. I have no problem. Su Zongxi nodded and sat down again. Okay. Let's continue. Mu Qian. You are responsible for studying whether the spell slot can be separated from the body as a whole. The content includes, but is not limited to what changes will happen to the mage after it leaves the body. Whether it can be taken back again. And whether the spell slot can be recondensed if it is not taken back. Any questions? The shy boy shook his head, indicating that there was no problem. Okay. Emolan assigned the tasks one by one. Soon everyone got their own tasks. The tasks were basically clearly divided and assigned to each person. Okay, the task distribution is complete. Then the next step is to find a few elite members to cooperate in research. Those who need funds, material conditions, please report to me, and those within a reasonable range will be approved. In addition, we will have a communication every night. If you have something to do, or are doing experiments, you cannot come. Those who come can exchange the difficulties you encounter with each other. If you have any problems, help each other. And solve problems together. Write an experimental report once a week. I want to see it. After a week, the second week is tentatively set as the problem-solving week, that is. Everyone temporarily puts aside their own research, and everyone gathers together to help one person solve a problem, and everyone's abilities are combined to solve problems. According to the order of this research, everyone needs to go through one side, after solving the problem, then continue to work on their own research. This is the tentative plan. This is the first attempt. I hope everyone can give more suggestions. The meeting is adjourned. Emolan walked out of the meeting room, stretched, and happened to run into Zhou Peng. What a coincidence. Not a coincidence at all. I came to find you, and I've been listening to you for a long time. How do you feel? It feels like you haven't done anything. What do you plan to do in this project? Emolan smiled when he heard this. You don't know that since you are not a researcher. I have confirmed that this path is feasible. I have planned a route for them. They just need to move forward and do in-depth research. I will be needed for the final coordination and breakthrough. I still feel that you have done nothing. Emolan was somewhat amused when he heard this. I just reduced the repetitive and some low-difficulty tasks. What I am really doing is the core work. Do you understand? Forget it. I am too lazy to talk about this with a soldier like you. Why did you come to me? Let's talk business. Nothing. I just want to tell you that the underground world is much larger than you think. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Why do you think so? Zhou Peng smiled and said softly. There are dwarves, night elves, lizardmen, goblins, and even powerful green dragons in the underground world. Emolan remembered something when he heard this and turned his head to look at him. Have you found the dwarf city? Zhou Peng smiled. Yes. I not only found the dwarf village, but also got along well with them. From them, I got some information about the underground world. Well, go ahead. Zhou Peng nodded and said slowly. In fact, the so-called underground world we arrived at is just a cave. Cave? Emolan was a little confused when he heard this. Recalling the size of the cave at that time, he felt something was wrong. It is indeed just a cave, but it is located on the real dome of the underground world. Zhou Peng said slowly. The real underground world is still deeper in the earth. The cave more than 300 meters deep is just the upper part of the dome of the real underground world. A few hundred meters down is the real underground world. A dome is hundreds or even thousands of meters high. It is vast and boundless. The underground world has no boundaries. Going down from our cave is just on a mountain with a dome connected to it. After going down, looking around, you can't see the boundary of the underground world. You can't see the boundary at a height of 1,000 meters. You can imagine how big it is. In this underground world, there are plains, hills, peaks, rivers, lakes, and countless terrains, on which live various races. The night elves, goblins, dwarves, lizards, etc., which I just mentioned, are distributed in tribes, villages, towns, and cities. They live under the earth, with wars, peace, and diplomacy. This is a real world. Here, there are even green dragons. Zhou Peng raised his mouth slightly, and said softly. Emolan raised his eyebrows, and said in surprise. Green dragon? Could it be the one we know? Zhou Peng asked. Do you think giant dragons are common? And they are the same species in the same area? Emolon pondered. It's unlikely. So the green dragons above and below the ground are the same, and there happens to be a passage connecting the underground world where the green dragons live. The green dragons are active in both the above and underground worlds. Yes, that should be the case. Zopeng nodded and confirmed. Do you feel like you have seen a whole new world? Emolon nodded gently, then said slowly. Yes, it's like a new world has opened up. Emolon suddenly remembered something and said softly, By the way, please help me keep an eye out for some magic beasts when you have time. I want to catch some level 2 and 3 magic beasts for experiments. It would be best if they are suitable as pets, good-looking, handsome. Zopeng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Magic beasts? Yes. Do you have any ready-made ones? Yes, I just found a small cave recently. There is a pool inside. There is a magic potion on the pool, but it is guarded by a group of magic beasts. They should be able to meet your needs. Chapter 209 Big Farmer. There really is one. What kind of monster? An amphibious monster, about level 3. It looks like a fat black fish, about 3 meters long, chubby, can swim in the sky, and its speed is not slow. Its body is slippery, and its scales are hard, so it can't be stopped, but it has great power, and who can stop it when its tail whips? There is nothing we can do about it. Just kill it with magic, isn't that possible? It's only level 3, if you call the magic group over, it will die with a group fireball. Right? Didn't I come here to call the magic group? I came to you just to talk about something, not to ask you to solve it. Didn't you ask me if I had any monsters? I feel this fish is suitable. It's not ugly, it has strong survival ability, can fly, can go into the water, and has certain strength. Isn't this suitable? If you don't want it, I'll kill it and make fish soup. Emolon smacked his lips when he heard it. Don't kill it for me. If you kill it, I'll be angry with you. I want this fish. TSK. Zopeng curled his lips in disdain. Emolon didn't care. Take a picture for me when you have time. Let me see what it looks like. If not, let's make fish soup. Okay, I'll call you to eat together. Well, is there anything else? You are such a busy man. You especially came to see me. It's not just for such a small matter. Right? There is one more thing, about the nobles. Guess what the situation is? They are going to cause trouble? I haven't touched them. Why do they want to die? Emolon frowned, said with a little annoyance. I guessed half right. Zopeng said slowly. They planned to run away. They knew they couldn't beat us. So they went to other places to develop with the idea that if they moved, they would die. After all, smart nobles would not suffer a loss. If they couldn't beat me, they would run away. So they were unwilling to die before they ran away. And planned to die beautifully? Zopeng rolled his eyes. How could that be possible? They are not stupid. How could they do that? Didn't you just say that I guessed half right? What are they going to do? Zopeng laughed softly. This group of clever little ghosts intend to run away first. Remotely controlled. First intend to slowly drain their own industries. Collapse the entire economy of Hanfeng City. Then they will purchase the entire food reserves of Hanfeng City. Take them all away. And finally violently plunder the current handicrafts and commerce. And run away with the money. They are really a group of little geniuses. Emolon rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Who said it wasn't? Zopeng laughed. Then how is the food I asked you to prepare before? Zopeng suddenly remembered something when he heard it. And said aloud? When you mention this, I think of something. Do you remember the magic trick created during the recruitment assessment of the Mage Association? Well, growth. What's wrong? Was it the one who proposed growth? Emolon had a vague impression. Thinking of the player who proposed growth. Yes, this is a big farmer. He led a group of players to quietly open up wasteland in the wild. And opened up one large farm after another. He sold the top quality and best quality crops he grew. I heard the price was quite high. And he used it to make money. Then the remaining grain was basically used by him for work for relief, hiring the poor who couldn't get enough food to open up wasteland, build roads, build houses, dig mountains, dig stones, do whatever, anything. It was just some manual labor without any technical content, and he would give some grain for the work. It is said that he fed the poor in several cities, and now the scale has expanded to nearly 100,000 people. This time, when he heard that I wanted to purchase grain, he contacted me directly, supported a batch at cost price, and helped contact large grain merchants in other cities to buy at a low price. Now they are transporting food to the belly of a mountain beside Jinghu Lake. Food is still being transported here continuously. The exact number of people in Hongfeng City is unknown. It has not been counted yet. But at most there are hundreds of thousands of people, plus hundreds of thousands of players. It is probably enough for everyone to eat for a few days. Anyway, they are still buying. There is no rush. Well, this is also a powerful person. The scale has expanded directly to nearly 100,000 people. There are not so many people in ordinary small cities. Right? And I just heard you talk about the work projects in the Work for Relief program. I feel like you are building a city. Is there no one to take care of the cities he is involved in? Are the nobles just letting him grow like this? Zhou Peng shook his head. I'm not very clear about this specific situation. I also asked out of curiosity. I only heard him say, what dishes the nobles eat every night. What the nobles say during dinner, he knows every word clearly. Zhou Peng shrugged and said nothing more. Imolan shook his head. This guy is really awesome. Ha ha ha. Do you feel that you have fought so many battles in vain? Zhou Peng laughed, but saw Imolan shook his head. What's in vain? It's just a different way and method. He chose to lie dormant for the time being. I chose to confront head-on. I can't learn from him. I don't have the management, coordination skills and abilities. But at the same time, he can't do what I do, gathering mages from all over the world, facing the enemy head-on, raising a flag in the hearts of players. There's nothing much to say about this, but since this person intends to make friends with us, you can also communicate more. There will definitely be places for dealing with each other in the future. He is also a big shot. Imolan stretched. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's continue to talk about our group of little geniuses. Well, anyway, we have anticipated the food problem, and have made preparations. With food, we are not afraid of big things. As for the business problem, to be honest, that's it. I contacted all the major player chambers of commerce. They are now praising these nobles, praising them as first-class good people, praising them as a group of little geniuses. It can be said that these people are now hungry wolves in cages. Each of them has accumulated enough strength, and will never let Red Maple City have a business gap. As for the last one, hey. Zhou Peng smiled. Are you going to take action? So many players are waiting for revenge, and now they are watching our intentions. Of course, the main reason is that these nobles are too cowardly at the moment, and they hide in the castle every day. To be honest, if they leave the castle, they may not even be able to leave Hongfeng City. That group of people will not care about nobles or not, they just know that you made me unhappy. 30 years in the West, 30 years in the East, now in the East, revenge if there is a grudge, complain if there is a grudge, just settle the accounts. And moving means taking all the assets out of the castle, and transporting them away. Nobles like to put cash in the cellar, and they like to save all kinds of treasures, and keep them in the treasury. This is really a good habit. Guess how much money there is, how many good things, TSK, I am tempted. Chapter 210. Alas, I treat you as a brother. But I don't know if this group of nobles are too stupid, or have a long-term vision. We don't plan to touch them in the short term. They are courting death. Oh no. There are some who are not so stupid. They are contacting us now, planning to join us, and planning to report others. Zhou Peng shook his head. To be honest, this group of nobles is really corrupt. And they are nothing. They have no strength, no courage, and they surrendered before they even started. And they kept saying that they were doing it for the continuation of the family. I really don't know what to say. Isn't this normal? After all, it is an aristocratic system, born noble, and he is not a founding aristocrat. If he were a founding aristocrat, he might have some courage. Also, don't forget that the king of the kingdom of Moors is just a marquis. The country has less than 10 cities, and it just split from a province of the Northern Empire. And it is located right between the Southern Empire and the Northern Empire. What do you think it looks like? This is a small country place, and the establishment of the country is not based on military force, but on politics. The nobles in this kind of place are just a bunch of rural rich people, village tyrants. Except for the Earl of Red Maple, they are all small nobles with no background. And didn't the Earl of Red Maple perform well before? In terms of the governance of Red Maple City, they are just constrained by the entire noble system, and dragged down by this group of good teammates. Do you think it's more normal if you think this way? Zhou Peng supported his chin with his hand, and fell into silence. What you said is right, but I just feel that when I hear you say that, I always feel something is weird. Zhou Peng thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head. Don't think about it anymore. It's okay to kill them anyway. It's not like the time when we couldn't beat them before. Now they are just a bunch of brothers. Zopeng turned and left, but before he left, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, by the way, Gung Tao seems to be doing something tricky again. In Hongfeng City, a player quietly slipped into the castle from the back door of a castle. A person in front of him looked at him warmly. Did you make money? Yes, I made a little more this time. This is your principal, 100 gold NAS. This is your dividend, 89 Ginas. Okay, sign first, I'll pay you the money. There's a written receipt as proof. Okay. If the other people in the castle saw this scene, they would probably be stunned. Is this still the usual majestic and ruthless butler? The butler saw that the money he had worked so hard to save had almost doubled in just a few days. What else could he care about? He just signed the receipt, and then took the money. The player began to check the receipt, and waited for the butler to count the Ginas. The butler counted carefully, and the player did not urge him, but watched quietly, and spoke only after he finished counting. What? Is the number correct? Yes. The butler nodded with a smile on his face. Okay. As long as it is correct. I'll leave first. The player turned around and left. And the butler was still a little impatient. So he quickly called him. Hey. Wait. Huh? What's wrong? The player looked at him with some confusion. But the butler was also a little confused. Why did you leave? What about the next issue? Huh? What next issue? The next issue is gone. The player paused and said, What? It's gone. Didn't a new issue start every time a new issue ended a few days ago? The last few days were a few days ago, and today, it's gone today. The player said after a moment of hesitation, and turned around and left. The housekeeper looked at the player's back, and felt a little regretful. Damn it, why is it gone? If I had known, I would have invested more before. It's gone now, no more. Wait. A flash of inspiration came to the housekeeper's mind. The player's slowness before was clearly very similar to himself. The housekeeper reacted instantly, looking at the player, who had already walked to the door and said, Wait. Anything else? The player turned around and looked at him in confusion. The housekeeper smiled, walked forward, put a gold coin in the player's hand, and smiled. I almost forgot. You've worked hard during this period. If there is a chance next time, remember to let me know. You will definitely benefit. This. The player hesitated, picked up a gold coin, and looked at it from left to right in his hand. It does say there are no more projects here. I'm not good about this either. The housekeeper saw that this look was becoming more and more familiar, and the sense of déjà vu was getting stronger and stronger. He cursed at his heart, but his face was still full of smiles, and he took out 2 more gold coins, and put them in the player's hand. Sorry, I didn't count them clearly just now. I took the wrong ones. Put them away. The player immediately showed a friendly smile. Hey, I treat you as a brother. What do you mean by this? You look down on your brother. Right? The player put the gold coins in his pocket directly, and then hesitated a little, and sighed. Alas, brother, I did lie to you. There are also projects. It's not that I didn't want to talk about it just now, but the superiors strictly prohibited it from being disclosed. But you treated me like this, and I felt guilty if I didn't tell you. I was restless. Let me be honest with you. There are also projects. Why didn't I tell you? Brother, I told you. Don't feel harsh. Okay. Just tell me. The housekeeper heard that there was a project and said with a smile, Brother, the reason why there were the previous issues was that my boss didn't have enough money. So he warmed up first and raised some funds. And you are just playing with me for a bit, to make a good relationship. Now that we have raised enough money, it is time to get down to business. To be honest, the boss thinks the profit is too big, and he doesn't want to play with you anymore. Hey, I'm telling you, I've only told you, you must not spread it, or I'll be in trouble. The housekeeper saw the player's nervous look, and his anger subsided a lot, but then he was occupied by this project again, and asked cautiously, How big is the profit? Can it be bigger than the previous issues? The player glanced at him disdainfully. That's it? You are ignorant. I tell you, this time it's at least this amount. The player silently opened his palm and raised 5 thumbs. The housekeeper's breathing suddenly became heavy. 5 times? The player nodded proudly. No, you must take me with you. I want to participate in the investment. The housekeeper directly stuffed the money into the player's hand. You take it, you take it. No, our boss said it's not allowed. The player directly pushed it away with his hand, refusing to take the money no matter what. Wouldn't you be able to earn more with more money? I'll give you a portion, you take it from me, and I'll give you a portion. Looking at the butler's appearance, the player shook his head and sighed. Ah, I'll tell you what our boss said. You have only a few hundred gold NAS, and our boss doesn't like them, and we have to trouble people to keep accounts for you, and give you money, and you're still hesitant and worried about this and that. It's really meaningless. When the butler heard this, blood immediately rushed to his head, and said with a red face and thick neck, Who are you looking down on? 5,000, I'll give you 5,000. Chapter 211 Pet Contract. Alas, brother, why bother? You only have less than 200 gold NAS. 5,000? You are using noble money. Right? Something will happen, you have made so much money. Stop, don't be greedy. The player sighed, and advised earnestly. None of your business. I take the money, you just need to take the money. Okay, I'll tell you the truth, I'm just a liar, I just want to cheat you out of money, I'll disappear when you give me the money. I don't believe it. If you are a liar, will you give me the money back? Will you tell me? I understand, you just think the money is too little. Okay, I'll add more money. The butler gritted his teeth and said, 6,000. I bet 6,000 NAS. Is that enough? Hey, tell me, are we scammers? The player pulled another player over and asked. Yes, we are scammers. But we really don't want to offend your nobles. Otherwise, why would we return the money to you? Just let us go. You think it's not enough? 7,570 gold NAS. I bet 7,570 gold NAS. Is that enough? As he spoke, the butler grabbed a handful of gold NAS and put it in the player's hand. I'll go get the money now. Sorry to bother you. The housekeeper turned around and left. The two players looked at each other and sighed slightly. Alas. After a while, the housekeeper with a ruddy face led the two players with sad faces out of the castle. The guards following them were carrying several large boxes in their hands. From a close distance, you can still vaguely hear the two players mumbling something. It's all your fault. You let it slip. What are you talking about? What? I didn't mean it. Instead of blaming me, you should think about how to explain to the boss later. The boss has strictly ordered us not to leak the news. Otherwise, if others know about it and disturb the boss, we will be in trouble. 7,005. It's still a little too little. Some time ago, someone invested 10,000 in the boss, and the boss accepted it reluctantly. His face was not very good. We have more than 7,000. Alas, we still have to find a way to push him away. Listening to the sighs of the two people behind him, the butler showed a hint of pride on his face. But at this moment, suddenly a player ran over quickly and shouted, Master Steward! Master Steward! They are liars! Don't be fooled. They are both liars. The steward frowned slightly, but his face suddenly changed when he heard the excited voice of the player behind him. Hey! Someone said we are liars! You are just in time. Let's not give this steward a chance. I will count to 3, 2, 1 and run directly. Remember? We were exposed and fled in a hurry. Don't give the steward a chance. Listen to me. The steward's face changed greatly. Here they come. Beat them to death with sticks. Before he finished speaking, several warriors appeared in front of the player, and they beat him to death with a few sticks. And blood splattered everywhere. The housekeeper looked back and saw the surprise on the two players' faces, and said with a little pride, Don't worry, I won't let the thugs hit you too. We are. Okay, I won't send you here, I'll wait for your news. After saying that, the housekeeper walked away quickly without waiting for the two to reply. The two players looked at each other, and finally shrugged. They were still mumbling something, but their expressions were much more relaxed now. Where did this idiot come from? It should be the idiots from the Aosher Guild, who just arrived in Hongfeng City and targeted us, causing us a lot of losses. Oh, are you planning to step on us to get to the top? What's the president's reaction? As soon as this player asked, the other player looked at him with surprise. Will the president have a second reaction? Well, that's right. The player pinched his wrist, and a grim smile appeared on his face. Screenshot.jpg. Zopeng sent a screenshot, Emolan clicked it, and took a look. A fish covered in black scales appeared in Emolan's eyes, dark and thick diamond-shaped scales, huge body, round head, wide fins like wings on the sides, This look made Emolan slightly stunned. In the photo, the big fish was swimming proudly in the air, the fins were tapped lightly, the fish head turned, and it seemed to be about to escape into the water. Emolan came back to his senses after a long time. He looked at the magic model on the table, and with a ruthless heart, he opened the chat box and sent a message to Zhou Peng. I want this fish. This is Kuinpeng. Pouting. I want this Kuinpeng. I know. I'll keep it for you. But you have to hurry up. The lotus in the pond is all magic potion. And so is the lotus root below. If I wasn't afraid of damage and not being able to take out the complete lotus root node, I would have sent someone to pick it while dying. Okay. It shouldn't take long. I have some clues. Well, that's good. After closing the chat box, Emolan devoted all his attention to research. A week passed quickly. Emolan looked at the lab reports on his desk and smiled. The planned collective research week did not happen. These vice presidents and elders were more powerful than each other. They handed over their lab reports without waiting for Emolan to urge them. Each one was thicker than the other, as if they were in an invisible contest. Those who could be here were all proud geniuses. Although they wanted to communicate with like-minded people, they had to be at the same level. My idea of establishing the Mage Association was indeed correct. If I were to do this experiment alone, it would take me a month to get such results. But now it has come out in just 1 week, and it is very complete, with records and extensions in all aspects. This group of people seems to be involuntarily. Emolan couldn't help but laugh when he thought of what happened before. Someone had already finished. But when he found that others were still researching, he suddenly felt something was wrong. So he found a topic for himself, pretended that he hadn't finished it yet, and continued to research. However, others saw that this person had completed the task and was still researching. It's over. These people are more proud than each other. How can they be content with simply completing the task? How can they tolerate this? Let's do it. So, the experimental report presented to Emolan was a thick stack, which was full of useful information. Emolan read it bit by bit, summarized, digested, wrote, drew, and took notes. A morning passed. Emolan closed the last experimental report and wrote the last paragraph on his notes. After finishing writing, he closed his eyes and deduced. The ink box rotated at high speed, and Emolan himself also devoted himself to the calculation. Not long after, Emolan wrote the final conclusion in his notebook. In summary, prepare the spell slot in advance, and form a mental imprint in it. After forcibly opening the channel on the extraordinary core through the magic wave method, put the prepared spell slot in. Suppress the soul of the monster, and achieve the suppression effect with the mental imprint. The spell slot maintains the existence of the mental imprint, and the control effect can exist for a long time. The specific time remains to be observed, since the spell slot will absorb automatically after consumption. The consumption of the monster's mental power will be replenished. It is expected to last at least 1 year. Note 1. The separated spell slot cannot be condensed again before it collapses, and can be taken back. 2. The spell slot can only control the monster of the same level. According to experiments, after successful control, the monster's level can be higher than the spell slot, but the greater the gap, the greater the possibility of breaking free from control. The mage needs to replace the suppressed spell slot before the gap between the spell slot and the monster's level widens. Emolan stopped writing, quietly looked at this paragraph, pondered for a moment, and then raised his head and slowly wrote a few words. Pet Contract. Chapter 212 Bloodline System. The meeting ends here. The pet contract project is officially over, and it has come to a perfect end. Emolan put the documents in front of him in order and stood up. Everyone, within this week, submit the results distribution table of each group to Lu Bin. Lu Bin, you are responsible for collecting them, and then enter the results of each small item into the technical library according to the distribution table. For example, the magic wave method, these individual techniques, the theory is calculated separately. Finally, upload the entire pet contract method as a whole, and write everyone's name on it. Understood. After Emolan finished speaking, they dispersed, and Emolan himself found Zhou Peng, who was waiting for him outside. Come on. Show me my Kuinpeng. Kuinpeng? What the hell? Is it really Kuinpeng if I call it Kuinpeng? I checked. This big fish is called Winged Sky Beast. It is a rare space monster. The magic contained in its extraordinary core should be the space expansion spell. The effect is to expand or shrink the space within a certain range. Space spell? Emolan turned his head suddenly, looking at Zopeng in surprise. The only space spell he had so far was the flash spell. The level of flash was too high. It was a 4th ring spell, and it was the most difficult space spell. Emolan had no idea what to do with it, and could only give up. His research had not made any progress. Emolan originally thought that it would take a long time to produce results, but he didn't expect that there would be a 3rd ring space spell. This meant that Emolan had a chance to study step by step, from simple to complex. This was a huge surprise for Emolan. But what Emolan didn't expect was that he was constantly surprised today. Yes, but in addition to the space spells, this winged sky beast has another surprise. Zopeng showed a mysterious smile. What surprise? Emolan asked curiously as he followed Zopeng forward. You are lucky. I found more detailed information about this winged sky beast. I should say that I happened to find the real secret. The winged sky beast is a legendary monster race that was born as a monster. In addition to the space extension spell contained in the extraordinary core, it has other spells. Other spells? How is it possible? Does this winged sky spell have other extraordinary cores? Otherwise, how does it cast spells? Emolan said with some surprise. But deep in his heart, he vaguely thought of another possibility. My information is not very clear, it's a bit vague, but you can listen to it, for reference only. It is said that the winged sky beast has the blood of an ancient mythical beast, and the secret of space flows in its blood. Bloodline inherits spells, no need to learn, just keep growing. When you reach a certain age, you will naturally awaken a new spell. Doesn't it fly? This is also a spell, or do you think it can fly with these wings? As for how it is achieved, how the spell is released, you can study it yourself after you catch it. So you are really lucky. I didn't expect that a random monster would have such great potential. However, Emolan didn't listen to Zopeng's muttering. 2 words kept echoing in his head. Bloodline. Just 2 words opened a brand new door in Emolan's mind. Behind the door, a brand new system, a brand new structure revealed the tip of the iceberg. This was the first time he heard the word bloodline, and the first time he felt so close to the word bloodline. This word suddenly reminded Emolan of some rumors. It is said that every elf can cast spells as long as they reach adulthood. When Emolan first heard this rumor, he was still wondering if the elves' mental strength would continue to improve as they grow up, until they can cast spells. Emolan used to think so, and believed that spellcasting was based on the supernatural core. But at this moment, he was shaken. Do elves have any elven blood? As long as they reach adulthood, they will awaken their blood and awaken the spells inherited in their blood. There are also dragons. Let's not talk about anything else. Dragons are definitely monsters from birth. How many spells do dragons know? Is the dragon's ability to cast spells due to the extraordinary core? Does it have dragon blood flowing in its body? Does it have dragon heritage? Although this is just hearing about the word blood, combined with some clues obtained before, Emolan seemed to see a brand new blood system revealing the tip of the iceberg to him. A blood system that divides races. Without blood inheritance, adults are only at the level of beasts. Humans, goblins, elves. The elves who have bloodline inheritance, but are not strong. And the dragons who are at the top of the food chain and have strong bloodline inheritance. Are there any higher ones? I don't know. Emolan fell into thought. Then shook his head, shook off these thoughts, and muttered to himself. Bloodline system. I hope this winged sky beast can give me an answer. Zopeng. Huh? What's wrong? Zopeng, who was walking on the side, heard the voice and looked at Emolan. How much do you know about bloodline? Oh, this? I don't know much either. I just heard a few people talk about it when I was investigating the information of the winged sky beast. Zopeng suddenly remembered something after he finished speaking, and slapped his head. By the way, there should be another piece of information about the bloodline system, which you should be interested in. Zopeng thought for a moment and continued. I heard that there is such a profession. Warlock. Their physical fitness is generally very strong, and some are even not worse than the monsters of the same level. And their most distinctive feature is that they often release multiple spells. I remember that they seem to have another nickname. What is it? Oh, I remember. Son of God. That's the name. Emolan suddenly fell into deep thought when he heard the 3 words Son of God. Wait, Son of God. I seem to have heard this title somewhere. Where is it? I think it's in Taishu town? Zopeng didn't hear him and continued. This warlock profession should be the embodiment of the blood of other races in the human race. It is probably that the blood of other races appeared in the human race, which was inherited and developed by them, becoming a powerful professional. They shouldn't be casting spells in the spell position. Right? Zopeng looked at Emolan and asked. Emolan shook his head after hearing this. It's probably not, but I can't be sure. I'll have to wait until I contract the winged sky beast. I originally thought it was just a contract with a pet, but now it seems that the winged sky beast is more meaningful than I thought. If it's true as you said, then the winged sky beast can answer a question for me, and perhaps let me glimpse a brand new system. Zopeng shook his head after hearing this, and pointed to the front. We're here. Emolan got off the minecart that led directly to the cave after hearing this, and followed Zopeng's footsteps into a long and narrow crack. After walking for about half an hour, it suddenly became clear, and a brand new space appeared in front of Emolan. One after another, the light spells on the dome floated, making the water surface as bright as day. This is a lake located underground. The lake is calm. Lotus leaves and lotus flowers are slowly falling on the lake. Chapter 213 Lotus Pond. The breeze was gentle. The lotus leaves were swaying slowly on the water, making Emolan fascinated. Click. Screenshot. A picture appeared in the folder. Click to save. Emolan pondered for a long time, and added some words. It's so beautiful. Zopeng was beaming with joy. Beautiful. Right? I was also shocked when I first saw this scene. The most beautiful thing is not this. Guess what it is? You can't guess, I'll tell you. It's the elemental perspective. Right? Emolan said lightly. Every lotus leaf, and the lotus stem deep in the water. The elements inside are like so agile, so delicate. The lotus in the entire lotus pond. Thousands of lotus leaves together reflect a beautiful structural picture. Oh! This. Zopeng opened his mouth, but didn't react for a moment. Emolan glanced at him. As a mage, physical fragility is the biggest weakness. The mental power will instinctively cover the surroundings, and set aside some energy to observe the environment and various factors that need to be vigilant at all times. My mental power has covered more than 100 meters. I noticed it as soon as I came in. Otherwise, why would I be so shocked, even a little absent-minded? This is incredible for a mage. And your reaction, I can see that the mage was not alert enough at the beginning. It took a long time to find out. Right? Tell him later, as a mage, we must always be vigilant. There is no flash before the fourth ring. Being close to the enemy almost means death, or death together. Even if you have the flash spell, you need to cherish it. The enemy will not give you a second chance to flash. The flash is only 200 meters. Blind flash is only within the range of your mental power. The mage next to Zopeng looked at Emolan with a bitter face. Thank you for the guidance, President. I remember it. Zopeng, who was silent for a while, suddenly remembered something and said cleverly, won't you be distracted by doing this? You have to be alert to the surroundings while doing your own work. Isn't it tiring? Emolan was silent for a moment, walked forward, and the mage just looked at Zopeng with pity, patted Zopeng on the shoulder. We are mages, not warriors, the mage said, and quickly followed Emolan, with a smile on his face, as if he was asking for some skills. Zopeng pointed at him suspiciously, and then pointed at himself. At this time, the magic group that followed behind also came up. When they passed by Zopeng, their eyes suddenly made Zopeng feel very strange. The next second Zopeng suddenly reacted and jumped. The mage group that just passed by. Everyone will have 100 yuan deducted from their salary. As soon as the voice fell, the mages who were employees of Jioding Chamber of Commerce froze, looked at each other, and thought to themselves, damn, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I despise this kind of people the most. What did you say? What? President. I said you are so handsome. By the way, President, you have walked so far. Are your shoulders sore? I will massage them for you. Come on, President. I will massage your hands for you. Not bad. Put more strength in. Zopeng nodded with satisfaction. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt that his wounded heart was slightly comforted. Not bad. Keep it up in the future. Otherwise you may enter the company with your right foot one day. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. A group of people nodded in unison. At this time, Emolan had already arrived next to the Lotus Pond. Although it was called the Lotus Pond, it was actually quite large. The pond was as big as several football fields, and it was very clear under the illumination of the light spell. However, as the depth gradually increased, the water gradually became dim. Emolan withdrew his mental power to probe downwards, and was secretly shocked. The wall of the Lotus Pond seemed to go down vertically, and it was several dozen meters deep. A complete ecosystem had been formed below. Big fish, small fish, turtles, seaweed, very rich species, clear water. There should be a spring below. But Zopeng, this pond is so big. It's just one fish. Can't we dig it separately? Zopeng broke away from the group of mages and ran forward. Oh! I tried it. But the dead fish moved too fast in the water. And the lotus root, once broken, will lose its value. Although these are magic potions, I think they should be similar. So I didn't dare to pick them. Of course, all of the above are false. The main reason is that I originally planned to use the mage group to kill this guy directly. And then I can dig leisurely. Otherwise, now the death penalty has increased. Using human lives to pile up, subsidies are also money. Right? Why use expensive methods when there are more cost-effective methods? It's just a waste of money. Zopeng curled his lips. Then you said you wanted this dead fish, and it's waiting for you. Okay, then as long as someone goes into the water, it will be lured out. Right? Yes, and this dead fish has a strong revenge mentality, and it remembers grudges very well. I just urinated by the pool, and it seemed to be right below, and at that time. Damn, the dead fish is coming. Before Zopeng finished speaking, Emolan saw a huge black shadow leaping out of the water, huge fins flying, the wind followed its dance, and a pair of round eyes flashing with hatred, and it rushed directly towards Zopeng. Fuck. Emolan. Huh? Where's Emolan? Zopeng yelled, but suddenly found that the two people beside him had disappeared. He turned around and saw Emolan, who had just flashed over, grabbing the shoulder of another mage. He even had time to say to the mage next to him, "You will know when you advance to the fourth ring." Generally, mages who have just advanced to the fourth ring may still be a little bit short, but after the mental power is strong enough, you can also bring people with you when you flash. But you can only bring 1 or 2 people at most. And because it takes a process to bring people, it may be much slower than normal flashing. So it is not recommended to do this in combat. Oh, okay, but President, shouldn't we help him? The mage suddenly pointed at Zopeng, who was fleeing in a panic in front of him. Emolan took a look and tapped his fingers lightly. Feather fall. Cat's grace. Bear's tenacity. Wind spell. Wind spell seems to make the fish faster, sorry. After Emolan cast the spell, he continued to watch Zopeng's more agile and panic-stricken escape, and then said to the mage next to him, "Don't look at him in a mess, but he is still very strong. Don't look at the fierce momentum of this fish, but has it actually encountered Zopeng?" And the people in the magic group behind, while this dead fish is chasing Zopeng, they are already adjusting the casting position, preparing to stop it from returning to the pool. Zopeng's strength and the cooperation with his magic group are still remarkable, not bad. With strength and tacit understanding, he is still so embarrassed? Is he really a warrior? After hearing the words of this mage, Emolan fell silent. Chapter 214 Master of Magic. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's go and help. Emolan did not continue the topic, but walked forward. At this time, the mage group had dispersed into groups, and were ready for battle. Emolan, everything that needs to be prepared is ready, now please start your performance. Okay. Emolan turned to look at the mage group and said softly, "Now I will show you how the mage fights the enemy." The mage is definitely not a simple fire outputter, although it is very cool to output fire all the time, it is very simple, but Emolan hesitated for a moment, and immediately welcomed a lot of good-natured laughter. Forget it, I don't care about that. Today I will teach you mages how to outwit. After all, not all enemies need to be killed, and not all powerful spells can be used. Just like now, the target is mixed with our president, the distance is very close, and the target can fly, and moves very fast. In this case, if you want to solve it directly with attack spells, it will be very difficult, not that it is difficult to kill it, but that it is difficult to hit it. You must use a large-scale, high-intensity attack to make it possible. More importantly, it may cause accidental injuries, leading to, "What are you doing?" "I'm still running. I'm still running. Don't mind me." Just shoot at me. Emolan frowned when he was disturbed, and turned around and shouted. Stop arguing. I'm shooting at you. What if my winged sky beast is killed? You'll pay for it? Zopang. Emolan turned around again. Come on. I'll give you a spell model. It's not difficult. There are more than a dozen spell nodes. You can spend a few minutes to get familiar with it. You don't need to cast a spell in a group. You will be completely free from control later. I can do it alone. Emolan said, as he sent them the data of a spell model. Free up 3 first-level spell slots to engrave this spell. After the engraving is completed, we will see if we can control this winged sky beast. As for the idea, we will talk about it later. So after 5 minutes, everyone finally became familiar with and memorized this very simple first-level spell. Seeing this, Emolan turned back to look at Zopang. I believe you. What? Zopang asked breathlessly. This winged sky beast really holds a grudge. If you had known it would be like this, you would have run for half an hour every day, and this lotus pond would have been left with only one pond. Get lost? Zopang said weakly. Emolan shrugged his shoulders. I'm done here. Lead it over here. As soon as he finished speaking, Emolan saw Zopang turn around and spit. Pooh! Instantly, the round-headed winged sky beast was furious, and its round eyes were filled with anger, and its wide fins flapped, and its speed increased again, and it rushed towards Zopang. Zopang's linear speed was far inferior to that of the winged sky beast, and he had always relied on small-scale movement, limiting the speed of the winged sky beast, and using flexible evasion. But at this moment, Zopang did not dodge, but suddenly burst out with extreme speed, and kicked his legs, leaving clear footprints on the ground one after another. With just one step, Zopang left a shadow, and appeared 10 meters away. After a few steps, he appeared dozens of meters away, and instantly widened the distance. Zopang, who was sweating profusely, still had the mind to look back, and said with a paw, and continued to run towards Emolan. Furious. Emolan was secretly shocked by the speed that Zopang had just burst out. Awesome, 20 more steps at this speed can catch up with my flash. Zopang silently raised his middle finger to Emolan. Don't look at me like that, I'm really not extraordinary this time. You should know that you are only at the professional level now. And I am at the elite level. It is normal to have this gap. When you reach the elite level, you will have a qualitative leap. At that time, this method of instant advance will pose a great threat to the mage. Zopang was about to say something when he heard Emolan muttering again. Let's organize the president and elders of the association to work on it and crack it. There is nothing that can't be solved by developing a spell against a certain type. If there is, then develop two. When Emolan spoke, his eyes were also locked on the winged sky beast that was rushing over at a high speed. Feeling the strong wind surrounding it, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Group spellcasting, Ring Gale. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, more than a dozen wind attribute spells rose up, and the control was transferred instantly. Long-term meditation has greatly enhanced Emolan's mental affinity for wind elements, plus the strength of the elite mage. This allows Emolan to easily withstand the damage to mental power when the elemental power resonates in the first ring spell Ring Gale, and forcibly integrate and complete this group spellcasting. The moment the group spellcasting was completed, the winged sky beast just entered the range of Emolan's mental power. Under the precise control of Emolan's mental power, a gust of wind instantly formed around the winged sky beast. Whoosh! The wind whistled, and the circular gust of wind that almost made Emolan commit suicide was released again. The air around the winged sky beast was completely emptied, and a vacuum state was forcibly created using the power of the spell. Circular gust of wind. Circular gust of wind. 3 groups of spells were released in succession, and a short vacuum zone was formed. The winged sky beast, which was flying in the wind, was forced to land on the ground, and its round head moved forward rapidly, leaving a deep groove wherever it passed. Emolan came back to his senses and said softly, "What do you think?" The president discovered the weakness of the winged sky beast and cast a spell directly at its landing point, which easily subdued the winged sky beast. A magician looked at Emolan with admiration. Yes, you are right. The moment the winged sky beast appeared, I used my eyes, ears, and mental power to observe it very simply. It was simple but detailed. Through observation, I found that it relied on controlling the wind and air to fly, but it did not involve the level of wind element. After knowing the landing point, I quickly calculated the way to deal with it, and took out a spell I improved a long time ago. The ring wind spell. Using the characteristics of the ring wind spell to create a vacuum zone, forcing it to make an emergency landing. The fish is stranded, so there is naturally no threat. The reason why I said so much is mainly to tell you that the word mage has the word master in it, which means master of spells. So we must have profound knowledge and a very rich spell library. Only when both are combined. President. Someone suddenly interrupted Emolan's words. Emolan leaned back when he heard it, and gently placed his palm on the round forehead of the winged sky beast that just stopped. What's the matter? Nothing. Wait, President, be careful. The man just finished speaking and suddenly shouted again, but Emolan's magic light flashed, and his arm muscles instantly tightened, pressed down, and directly pressed the struggling winged sky beast's head to the ground, and turned around. Anything else? No more. The whole audience was silent. Chapter 215, Be Good. JPG. Well, okay, let's continue. Emolan held down the winged sky beast with one hand. Accompanied by the fluctuation of the spell, the surrounding soil rolled up along the body of the winged sky beast, turned into hard rock, and bound the winged sky beast tightly. There was no gap between the rock and the winged sky beast. After the covering was completed, Emolan raised his hand, and then circles of soil rolled up. After several times of firm reinforcement, only 3 small holes were left on the huge rock, revealing the mouth and eyes of the winged sky beast. The round eyes were full of crystal, and the aggrieved eyes seemed to be about to shed tears. Only when you have both, you can be a powerful wizard. We have enough knowledge to understand any situation and find ways to solve the problem, so as to solve every problem. Of course, this is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires the study of spells and the accumulation of knowledge over time. In this respect, you are slightly inferior to the wizards in the Wizard Association. Well, let's do this. I will let the Mage Association start a journal later. It will be used to publish the most cutting-edge knowledge and ideas in the mage world. You can pay attention to it then. In addition, you also need to learn and strengthen yourself after work. Only by continuous research can you keep up with the trend of the times and not be abandoned by the times. Without saying too much, it all depends on the individual in the end. Now let's go. Thank you for your guidance, President. Everyone thanked in unison and dispersed. Zopun came over. Do you think they will really learn? They don't become mages because of passion, but for a living. Some people will just mess around, but some people will always learn, not because of passion, but for a better life. Anyway, I've already said this, maybe some talents will really appear one day? The profession of mage still needs more talents to improve it, make it stronger, and even extend it into a complete technological system. Zopun shrugged, and Emolan squatted down and looked at the winged sky beast wrapped in the rock. Little guy, are you feeling wronged? The round eyes of the winged sky beast were full of crystals, and tears were pouring out. But the next moment, Zopun leaned over and looked, and his head suddenly appeared in the winged sky beast's field of vision. The winged sky beast opened his eyes immediately, and stared at him desperately. Go away, don't you see people are staring at you? How dare you stay here? Don't bother me. TSK. Zopun curled his lips, and walked aside. All the magicians come here, and the teams that are going into the water come here too. Add underwater breathing, prepare for underwater work. The mages and warriors of Jioding Chamber of Commerce immediately became busy, but when they left, they still looked at Emolan reluctantly. After eliminating the interference, Emolan squatted down and said gently, Little guy, are you feeling wronged? Were you bullied by that person just now? The round eyes of Ikong Beast suddenly showed a trace of resentment. You have a high IQ. I'm not afraid of your high IQ, but I'm afraid you're too stupid. Emolan muttered in his heart, and then smiled. Well, let's do this. If you follow me in the future, I will beat him up. The winged sky beast ignored him, and there was a look of hatred in his round eyes. How about 2 beatings? Emolan said patiently, but the winged sky beast still ignored him. The smile on Emolan's face slowly disappeared. His face was cold. He directly pulled out a stone pillar from the ground and smashed it hard on the stone shell outside the winged sky beast. Bang! Don't be shameless, I'll ask you again, whether you will follow me? The winged sky beast's head shrank subconsciously, but it was bound by the rock and couldn't shrink back, so it could only show a timid look. Emolan's face was cold. But then he smiled a little, and used the spiritual spell to link his mind, and connected with the winged sky beast. Here, I'll give you some meat. Emolan took out a piece of prepared dried meat, and put it in front of its mouth. The winged sky beast didn't move. Do you want to eat it? Emolan's face changed, and he directly pulled out a stone stick from the ground and smashed it. The stone pillar was shattered. The stone layer was shaken, and the power was directly released on the winged sky beast. The winged sky beast immediately showed a wrong look, and Emolan was stunned. Hey, you can't open your mouth. Why don't you tell me? If you tell me, I'll open it for you. Right? Emolan said, as he moved the stone shell next to his mouth a little. Come eat. The winged sky beast opened its mouth aggressively, bit the dried meat a little, and rubbed it in bit by bit, as if it was eating at the slowest speed to express its protest. Emolan didn't care at all, and the smile on his face was very gentle. Right, that's good, come on, there's still fish here, eat some more. Baji. Baji. Yeah, that's great. Emolan used his mental power to comfort him, and conveyed his kind emotions. Only meat and vegetables can be nutritious. Eat some fruit. Emolan took a big snow pear, and put it in its mouth. It looked at the big snow pear with doubt and curiosity, and swallowed it with its mouth open. Crack. Crack. A crisp crack sound was heard, and the big snow pear was quickly eaten by Ikong beast, and its eyes lit up. Emolan's eyes also lit up when he saw this, and he made a few gestures backwards, and then took out an onion and handed it to its mouth. Ikong beast looked at the onion with doubt and expectation, and ate it with a crunch. But just after eating for a second, the winged sky beast stopped eating, and its expression was dull. Saliva and onion crumbs flew, and Emolan resisted the idea of holding up the water shield, pretending not to react, and looked at the winged sky beast in embarrassment. At this moment, the winged sky beast froze. Its mouth closed, and its eyes timidly floated upwards, as if it was peeking at Emolan's expression, just like a child who made a mistake. Pitiful. Seeing this, Emolan's heart really softened, and he smiled helplessly, and touched the winged sky beast's head. Don't like this? Nod. Want to eat this? Emolan took out a big snow pear. Nod. Ikong beast looked at Emolan expectantly, blinking his eyes, looking pitiful. Want to eat? Emolan looked at Ikong beast like a child, and wanted to laugh a little. I'll let you out, don't run, I'll give you a big snow pear. Okay? Nod. Okay. Emolan first propped up a few stone walls outside to surround the surroundings, and then untied the stone shell layer by layer. Preventing the winged sky beast from escaping was secondary. The main thing was to be afraid that the little guy would go berserk again when he saw Zopeng. The stone shell was untied layer by layer. Soon, the winged sky beast felt the familiar air. The breeze blew gently. A hint of cunning appeared in the winged sky beast's round eyes. It quietly took off with the wind. Just as it was about to fly away, it suddenly saw Emolan raise the hand that had just held it down, looking at it with a smile. After hesitating for a moment, the winged sky beast floated up at the fastest speed, turned over on the spot, and revealed its soft belly. Its huge fins fluttered, and its round eyes blinked at Emolan. Emolan smiled slightly at this. His right hand fell down, and he gently rubbed its chin and threw a big snow pear into its mouth, making it squint its eyes comfortably. Chapter 216 Signal Base Station. Come on, relax, don't be nervous. Emolan piled a pile of snow pears in front of the winged sky beast. The surrounding elements slowly changed the frequency of fluctuations under the control of Emolan's mental power, and gradually connected with the frequency of element fluctuations in the winged sky beast's body, and gradually affected the element fluctuations in its body. The winged sky beast wanted to float up a little, but it felt Emolan's eyes, struggled for a while, and then lay on the ground, opened its mouth, and ate one big snow pear after another. It ate hastily, swallowing without chewing a few times, and its eyes were not as excited as before, but seemed a little depressed. Emolan's hand on it seemed to feel its body trembling slightly. Crunch! Swallowing the pears one by one. Emolan did not say anything, just gently and tenderly rubbed it twice. Obviously, it had anticipated the fate it was about to face, and it was not worth looking forward to. Emolan did not look at his eyes, but just continued his operation, under the premise that the winged sky beast did not resist. The fluctuations of the elements in its body were quickly taken over by Emolan. After repeated tremors with strange techniques, gradually, Emolan's mental power felt a wave of fluctuations. A passage seemed to quietly reveal its door crack. At this moment, Ikong beast seemed to understand something. It stopped chewing, and its muscles instantly tightened, trembling slightly, and a trace of sadness appeared in its eyes. Don't be nervous, Your life will be better next. There will be endless fish, and endless big snow pears. You no longer need to be bound in this small pool. You can swim proudly in the lake. You can move freely in the vast universe. Can I be your partner on the road ahead? Emolan passed on the feeling of the lake, and the feeling of the universe through the spiritual connection. At this time, it seemed to have a little curiosity, a little expectation, and the previous sadness was reduced a lot. And at this moment, the passage on the extraordinary core opened. Emolan seized the opportunity, and his spiritual power directly brought a 3-ring spell position into it. Inside the extraordinary core is a space, like the universe. The spell nodes and magic lines are as shocking as the constellations in the universe. However, Emolan did not linger on the scenery at this time, but rushed to the core of the spell model with the spell slot. After a while, the spell slot came to a cloud of smoke, and the smoke changed, and from time to time it turned into the appearance of the winged sky beast. This is the soul of the winged sky beast. Emolan did not rush to do it, but gently pushed the spell slot over. Are you willing? The winged sky beast looked at Emolan's eyes with its round eyes, and just looked at it quietly. Emolan did not avoid it, and looked at it. After a long time, the eyes of the winged sky beast showed a trace of curiosity and expectation. The soul in the extraordinary core took the initiative to meet, and merged into Emolan's spell position. Thank you. Come! I'll give you a chance first. Go and beat him up. Emolan suddenly removed the stone wall, revealing Zhou Peng, who was talking to other mages behind him. Did you hear it just now? Emolan just said, are you willing? What kind of person would say, are you willing? Tell me. Halfway through the words, Zhou Peng suddenly realized something, turned around with a hard body, and watched a fish rushing towards him at a high speed. Fuck! Zhou Peng ran away instantly, and the winged sky beast chased after him relentlessly, looking at Zhou Peng with hatred, and quickly chasing after him. While Zhou Peng was running for his life, the winged sky beast would occasionally run to the pile of snow pears next to Emolan to take a bite, eating the snow pears while chasing Zhou Peng. Emolan. Fuck. You are so cruel. Emolan pretended not to hear, and walked forward. Don't worry about it. Continue. However, at this moment, the winged sky beast suddenly flew to Emolan's side, nudged Emolan with its round head, and then looked at the lotus in the lotus pond, and the lotus root that had just been dug up next to it, and its saliva was about to flow out. You want to eat? Okay. Emolan nodded. Zhou Peng, can you take out my share of these lotus potions? Then keep them alive, and send them to the mage tower. I want to try to grow a batch myself. Okay, no problem. Can you stop this dead fish? Can you bear to watch me being chased? Zhou Peng shouted loudly, but before he finished speaking, the winged sky beast shot out like an arrow. Emolan touched his chest after hearing this, and fell into silence. It's really a bit hard to bear. Should I call it? Emolan pondered for a moment, turned silently, turned his back to Zhou Peng. It's invisible now. The winged sky beast, which was flying towards Zhou Peng, suddenly remembered something, ran to a pile of onions, hesitated for a while, bit one, and rushed towards Zhou Peng. Emolan closed his eyes, and felt the spell position in the winged sky beast's mind, and sensed it carefully. Just at the moment of success, Missouri Land's mental power directly shrank a lot. My mental power could cover 100 meters before. This time I took away a 3-ring spell position, and the detection range was directly reduced by a few meters. Emolan frowned slightly, and after sensing clearly, the wrinkles between his eyebrows relaxed again. Catching a baby consumes a 3rd-level spell slot, and reduces the detection range. But in addition to the pet itself, there is another gain. Emolan is in a very strange state at the moment. His own perspective, the perspective of mental power, the perspective of the mental power around the winged sky beast, the two perspectives are mixed together. Emolan only took a short time to adapt. The spell slot I use to control the pet is in the pet's extraordinary core. It can be sensed by me even if it is outside the range of my mental power. This is like a signal base station. Each spell slot is a separate base station, which allows me to establish a remote connection, and thereby let me know the information of the pet, and the information around the pet. Emolan said with a rather novel experience. I just don't know what the longest distance of this signal base station is for the time being. Can it be connected no matter how far away, or is there only a certain distance limit? What is this limit? As Emolan learned more about this pet contract, the more he knew, the more questions he had in his mind. Just when Emolan was about to go back and study this issue, he opened his schedule and was stunned. A question came to his mind. Zhou Peng. Do you think I have a fulfilling life during this period? Why do you ask me this question? Zopeng, who was covered in onion fragments and drooling, came over and asked curiously. I am in charge of the daily work of the Mage Association, organizing the development of pet contracts. Do you think your life is not fulfilling enough? What else do you want to do? Emolan shook his head slowly and said softly, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the research on magic. I just suddenly felt that my research on magic seemed to have achieved results. But in fact it was very messy. Chapter 217 Specialization Route. What's wrong? Tell me. Zopeng saw that Emolan was serious, so he put away his joking thoughts, washed his face with the pool water, sat on a stone, and looked up at Emolan. Emolan also walked to the pool, scooped up water with his hands, and rubbed it hard on his face. After washing his face, he stretched, then sat next to Zopeng, and said softly, I have developed many improved spells, creating spells. I have begun to improve my fireball spell, and plan to create a high explosion, high viscosity, high temperature fourth ring fireball spell. In terms of technology, I developed the elemental pool, and I created the mage tower. I just led someone to come up with the pet contract, and I probably have the first pet in the game. To be honest, I think it's not bad. But do you think I'm strong? Yes, I am. Zopeng nodded, and Emolan smiled and shook his head. In fact, I'm really not strong at all. I'm very weak. I look strong because of others. Emolan glanced at Zopeng. Oh, I don't mean to target you. You are already relatively strong among the players. It's just that I happened to find a way to get promoted. And I was one step ahead of others, and got promoted first. Among a group of professionals. The only elite. Do you think I look strong? No player can stop my 4-ring attack spell. And whoever comes will die. I can even use the power that mages are not good at to suppress the body of a 3rd level monster. But this is only because my rank is higher. An elite against a professional. It has nothing to do with my fighting skills and abilities. It is just pure force to suppress others. Zopeng was stunned. I actually thought you would be confused. And I was going to enlighten you. But I really didn't expect you to be so hypocritical. And so ordinary. Isn't it your ability to become an elite mage? Is this given to you by others? Don't you mages rely on knowledge? Honest strength. Honestly defeating others. You actually said this is not your ability. At most, it is a shortcoming. Right? Zopeng complained speechlessly. Emolan laughed out loud. Of course I know these. I just think my current research is too messy. A-ho here. A-ho there. What was the original purpose of establishing the Mage Association? To encourage the majority of players to study mages together, to give them easier tasks. I will be responsible for research, to tackle the most cutting-edge technology, to lead all mages forward, to promote the advancement of mage technology. This is my idea. Is it arrogant enough? It's a good idea, but what am I doing now? Studying pet contracts? I don't even pay much attention to the 4-ring attack spell model that I urgently need, which the mage tower urgently needs. I'm still doing these basic things. I'm now thinking about what path I should take in the future. Zopeng pondered for a long time after hearing this. Well, hearing you say that, my style suddenly became much higher. Aren't you studying the 4th ring fireball spell? Keep studying. Keep advancing the fireball spell, increase the power of the fireball spell, push the fireball spell to the 7th ring, push it to the 9th ring, and even directly derive the fireball spell into a forbidden spell. Don't you like this very much? I like it, but improving the power of spells is what I have been doing, and I will do it in the future. But this is not the path I want. Then what do you want to do? I want to go the pet route. Emolan turned his head to look at the silent, blinking winged sky beast behind him, and touched its head. Zopeng was really shocked. You give up being a good mage, and you want to be a beast master? Are you mentally retarded? How is that possible? I think there is a little difference between the pets I mentioned and the ones you mentioned, a little bit. Emolan looked down at the 2 extraordinary cores in his hand, and said softly, What's the difference? Emolan grinned and described the picture in his mind. The control of the elements by the spell slot has its limits, limited by the spell model memorized in it. This is the limit of the spell slot, and it has become my limit. I want to break through this limit. When I was developing pets before, I had an inspiration. I have limits, but the elements themselves do not. If I can use several element pets to form an elemental body, connect the elements of heaven and earth, and then release spells, what do you think will happen? Isn't this just shaping energy? You call this a pet? Zopeng had several question marks on his head. The concept of pets is to control, and the concept of this is also to control. Is there any problem? Okay, just be happy. Zopeng fell into silence, watching Emolan, who was gradually getting excited, turn around and leave. At this time, the mage who just came over asked curiously, President, what did President Emo say to you just now? Your face looks very solemn. Nothing, I just counseled Emolan and guided him out of confusion. The mage looked at him with suspicion. What are you looking at? What are you doing here? Don't you want to work? Oh, I came to ask if you still want to pick this lotus. Didn't President Emo just say that he would leave half for him? Don't dig yet. Wait for news from Emolan. Maybe he will develop a transplanting and cultivation method in a while, and directly transplant these lotus and lotus roots. Okay, got it. The mage nodded, turned and left, leaving Zopeng alone. Zopeng turned his head and looked behind him. Pets. Zopeng shook his head. He couldn't imagine what Emolan had just said had anything to do with pets. It had nothing to do with them. Only a person could come up with such a shocking name? Forget it. Why should I care so much? I'd better do my own thing. Zopeng took a step forward and instantly left a shadow 10 meters away. Emolan, who had just determined his own path with great enthusiasm, was now smiling. Come, lower, lower, stay steady. Don't shake. Emolan found that the scales on the Ikong beast were diamond-shaped, relatively thick, and more importantly, the surface of the scales of the Ikong beast did not have smooth mucus like other fish. The surface was still dry, which made Emopa very happy. At this moment, Emolan stepped carefully on the back of the Ikong beast and stood firmly. The Ikong beast, which was 3 meters long and round in shape, could easily allow Emolan to stand on its back. Come, float up a little, stay steady, don't let me fall. Emolan ordered expectantly. Although he had learned to fly a long time ago, he was still full of anticipation at this moment. The feeling was completely different. Hey! Slow down. Slow down. The winged sky beast took off with the wind, and Emolan stood steadily on it, watching the winged sky beast soar in the cave. The speed of the winged sky beast was getting faster and faster. Feeling the howling wind coming towards him, Emolan, who was a little overwhelmed, quickly put up the water shield technique, rubbed his hair in the water shield technique, and then laughed. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Emolan's loud laughter echoed in the cave, attracting everyone's attention. Looking at Emolan flying on the beast, they immediately showed envious expressions. Indie.jpg nothing more.jpg. Chapter 218 Mage. Superb Core. Emolan sat in the large study on the 5th floor of the Mage Tower and thought quietly. The key to pets is the pet contract. The key to pet contracts is the contract, that is, the control of pets. Now the most critical step has been completed, and I have also collected a pet. Emolan looked out of the window. On the vast mirror lake, the extremely excited winged sky beast swam quickly in the water, then broke through the water, fluttered its wings in the sky, and fought against the sky. Feeling the excitement of the winged sky beast, Emolan smiled slightly. Emolan was happy for the winged sky beast, and also happy for the current state. At this moment, Emolan was on the Mage Tower near the center of the island, while the winged sky beast was in the mirror lake, in the sea area on the edge of the island. At least a few thousand meters away, Emolan could still feel the joy of the winged sky beast, and could still observe the surrounding situation through the spell slot. He could even directly use the spell slot to forcibly suppress the soul of the winged sky beast, and thus take over the body of the winged sky beast. This is simply incredible. Emolan doesn't care about the pet itself. Emolan doesn't plan to go the route of summoning. What really attracts Emolan's attention is the ability of this spell slot. In his mind, spell slots can only be used to memorize spell slots for casting, but after being transferred to the outside world, it can actually break through the limitations of mental power and achieve control from thousands of meters away. In Emolan's view, the value of this is far greater than casting spells. Perhaps for others, spell slots are the lifeblood, the essence of a mage, the basis of casting spells, but Emolan also has the profession of arcane mage. You can still cast spells without a spell slot. So Emolan dared to use the spell slot directly to make a bold attempt. In addition, in Emolan's opinion, the potential for the development of the spell slot is far more than this. Will it not work if it is farther away? It feels a little fuzzy. Emolan felt that the sense was a little fuzzy after letting the winged sky beast walk a distance. It can still sense the direction, but it is a little difficult to control the spell slot. This distance is about 3,000 meters, and my mental power exploration range is only less than 100 meters. But now, the tentacles of his spiritual power extend beyond 3,000 meters. A full 30 times difference. After a while, the winged sky beast, which was walking back, entered Emolan's perception range again. After roughly understanding the limit range, Emolan asked the winged sky beast to come back. After a while, the winged sky beast, flying on the wind, swooped down from the sky and stopped beside the mage tower, looking at Emolan, who was walking down, excitedly circled around Emolan. Emolan smiled and touched the winged sky beast's head, and then began to control the spell position. The spell position wraps the soul, located in the deepest part of the extraordinary core. Emolan immediately felt a very strange element as soon as he started. This silver-white element particle is something Emolan has never seen before, but it is not unfamiliar. Is this the space element? Emolan felt this state with some novelty. After a while, he slowly came back to his senses, let the winged sky beast play by itself, and he went up to the mage tower again. After recording it in the research notebook, Emolan took out 2 extraordinary cores again. The essence of the undead is actually the fire of the undead. The outer skeleton is just the armament of the fire of the undead. Just like the weapons in people's hands, the essence of the fire of the undead is the condensation of high concentration of death energy and the catalysis of a little soul fragment. The fire of the undead is death energy, and the control of death energy is almost instinctive. Emolan couldn't help but recall an idea he had when he was studying pets before. That is to revive the extraordinary core, treat the extraordinary core as an individual, abandon the original body of the monster, directly use the elements to form his own body, with the extraordinary core as the core. Originally, this was just designed to create a portable pet. After all, this game has no pet space, no summoning spells, and no storage space for living things. The general size of Warcraft is very large. If the body can be directly made of elements, then when you go out, you only need to carry the extraordinary core with you, which is equivalent to carrying a pet. You can release it at any time, condense the elemental body, and turn it into a great helper, which is very convenient. This idea is very good, and Emolan also thinks it is quite feasible. Unfortunately, the technology involved completely involves Emolan's knowledge blind spot. Apart from the undead, Emolan had never seen any other pure elemental life, and he himself had never seen an elemental body, so it was absurd to condense an elemental body. However, although it was impossible to achieve, Emolan got an inspiration from it. And this inspiration was the real reason why Emolan planned to go with the pet flow. My own efficiency in mobilizing elements is too low, and the spell position controlling elements completely depends on the spell model engraved in it. The spell model is set to what it is, and it will not change no matter what. It is too rigid and inflexible. And if you can turn the elements into pets, just like using the power of the winged sky beast to control the space elements just now, use the talent of elemental life to control the elements of various systems. Finally, use the method of the arcane master to cast spells. This is equivalent to having the ability of a mage to mobilize the elements of heaven and earth, and also giving full play to the characteristics of the arcane master's flexible spell casting. After all, magic is nothing more than an element with a spiritual imprint. Emolan slowly wrote 2 words on the paper. Mage. Mage, arcane master should actually be a whole. Both are the control of the elements between heaven and earth, but the methods used, the forms of expression are different. At the beginning, I didn't know anything either. I foolishly created professions, defined the 2 aspects of the mage as 2 professions, and created the mage and the arcane master respectively. Only when the 2 are integrated can one be a real mage. Mage. When Emolan wrote these 2 words, Emolan seemed to be trembling all over. The fog in front of him seemed to have dissipated completely. The mysterious veil had been lifted. His path had become clear and within reach. The original confusion disappeared without a trace. Emolan would never be like before, scrambling here and there. Originally, Emolan only wanted to perfect the profession of mage, to make this profession stronger, but how to do it specifically, Emolan was not very clear. All along, he only improved the means of mage, including but not limited to creating spells, creating pet contracts. But at this moment, Emolan finally understood what he should do. The name of Emolan's path is control. Of course, if you are happy, you can also call it a pet after all. It is the control of a thing, and the inspiration also comes from the pet. There should be no problem with calling it that. Shrugged. JPG Molan put down the pen, quietly looked at the two words mage. A smile appeared on his face, and he stood up and stretched. Maybe now is the real beginning, the foreplay is over, mage, hello. Chapter 219 Material Property Statistics Project. Well, if you want to create an elemental body, the first condition should be to understand the elemental body. I should at least understand the elemental body inside and out, how it is formed, how it works, how it is controlled. What is the difference between the elements that make up the elemental body and the elements that are free in the environment? If you don't know anything, you can't create an elemental body by guessing blindly. Molan suddenly rubbed his eyebrows. I just got excited while talking. I thought the mage would be tomorrow, but now it seems I'm still in preschool? Alas, there's a long way to go, young man. Keep moving forward. Molan cheered up and took out his daily report sheet. Let me see what the first thing to do today is. Today, now, hold a meeting, hand over authority, arrange work, get the Mage Association up and running and completely throw everything out, be a hands-off boss. Molan pondered for a moment. To sum it up, is it to hand over the things that should have been done by me to others? I like it. Molan smiled, and his mental power spread directly to find Lu Bin. Please notify the elders for me, the president will hold a meeting on the 3rd floor at 3 o'clock. It's very important, everyone must be there. Molan suddenly remembered something, and quickly added a sentence. Also, please help me find an assistant. That's it. I'm hanging up. Molan cut off the call directly, without giving him a chance to speak. You only know how to order people around. Lu Bin downstairs rolled his eyes, and said to an elite member next to him. Old Wang, notify the 10 elders, and President Lin with that there will be a meeting on the 3rd floor at 3 p.m. It's very important. Everyone must be there. Okay, I understand. A man next to him nodded, opened the door and went out. Not long after Molan sat in the meeting room on the 3rd floor, presidents and elders came in one after another. Seeing that Molan had arrived, they were slightly surprised, walked in quickly, and sat down. Molan glanced at 250. Okay, I see everyone is here, so I won't waste time, and let the meeting start directly. Lu Bin, arrange someone to take written and video records of this meeting. Yes, it's already been arranged. Okay, this is a working meeting. For now, you all have worked hard. We created a magician association of 500 people from nothing, and put this huge group into operation, and successfully mobilized and organized all members to participate in the Battle of the Valley Breach. Here, I would like to thank you all first. Clap. Clap. Applause broke out, and after the applause died down, Molan continued to speak. I think everyone knows what I want to say. After the association gets on track, external projects will be a short-term work content. Lu Bin, Linhua, you two can organize the review team. The elders will select the projects and submit them to you for review. After the review is passed, the elders will set up the project team. There is no need for many elite members. My requirement is that a certain proportion of ordinary members must be recruited. You can be strict, but the number of ordinary members in each project team must meet the standard. At the same time, they must be exposed to technical positions, even as an assistant. As for the specific ratio, you can discuss it. My suggestion is that the ratio of elite members to ordinary members should not be less than 1 to 3. Of course, if ordinary members do not have substantial sharing, they can only receive basic subsidies, no salary, and no dividends. Well, I understand what you mean. What are the review criteria for this project? Maintain more than 70% of technical research projects. You can study the definition of so-called technical research projects, but the general meaning is to study new technologies and deepen old technologies. Okay, I understand. Seeing that both vice presidents nodded, Molan continued to speak. Next, although undertaking projects is an important task, it is not the most important task. I had some thoughts before the establishment of the association, and combined with the insights gained from the operation during this period, I made some supplements and roughly formulated a short-term development goal. The first step is to undertake projects. Determine the feasibility of this model. Ensure the long-term operation of the association, and optimize the mechanism. The deadline is 3 months, and many problems should be seen in 3 months. The second step is to expand enrollment. After 3 months, within a year, I hope that the number of ordinary members of the association can reach 5,000. In addition, 5 or more branches of the Magic Association will be established in nearby countries. President, I interrupt. There is no problem with the expansion of ordinary members. But what about the ratio of elite members to elders? Keep the current ratio or expand the ratio? Lu Bin suddenly interrupted and asked, and Molan pondered for a moment after hearing this. It is recommended to increase the ratio of elite members to 100, regular assessment, select the best, but the actual situation is analyzed, and it can be adjusted according to the actual situation. As for the elders, it is recommended to maintain a ratio of 10 to 1 with the elite members, also select the best, but the cycle is recommended to be extended, otherwise it will be detrimental to the management of the association and the operation of the project team. If the number of elite members increases gradually, the power to undertake projects can be delegated to outstanding elite members. Okay, I understand. Lu Bin nodded, and Lin Wen next to him spoke. What about the branch? How will it operate? Transfer elders and elite members from the association to build the framework, recruit people from the local area, and the president of the branch will be treated at the same level as the vice president of the general association. Understood. Okay, this is the short-term work plan. I did not set a time for the third step, it is just a goal. I hope that we can establish a mage association in every city in the future. Of course, this goal cannot be achieved overnight. We can take it step by step, and work towards a branch in every country. Okay, now let's move on to the next item on the agenda. It is a project led by me, Lu Bin, and Lin Wen, 2 vice presidents. It is a difficult and long-term project. As soon as Molan said this, the other elders looked at the 2 vice presidents with a little surprise, but found that their expressions did not change. However, what they didn't know was that, on the surface, Lu Bin and Lin Wen didn't seem to have changed. But in fact, they were complaining in their hearts. They even started to glare at each other. Lu Bin, we are so miserable. We have such a hands-off boss. There is actually a president who doesn't want to work after taking office for a few days. He only knows how to order people around. I hate this kind of people the most. Lin Wen, what he said makes sense. Lu Bin, even if it makes sense, you shouldn't order people around like this. Lin Wen, I let you leave. But I didn't ask you to do it yourself. You can also let your subordinates do it. You can't finish it even if you do it yourself for 100 years. You just need to grasp the direction. The top plan is already very powerful, and a great contribution. Lu Bin, I can also order people around? Oh, that's fine. I have sent the specific content and goals to the 2 vice presidents. I will just briefly talk about it. This project is a material property statistics project, covering the scope. All. After hearing this, all the elders slowly had a question mark on their foreheads. Chapter 220, The Hands-Off Shopkeeper. Gulp. All the elders swallowed their throats together. Su Zongxin couldn't help but ask. President, are you sure it's all? Yes, all, including the most common flowers, plants, trees, soil and stone, gold, silver, copper, iron, even the rarer treasures of various series, Warcraft fur, bones, claws, and extraordinary cores. As long as it is all known materials, non-materials are within the scope of statistics, so this is a big project, But President, this is too big in the real world. The books on the statistics of flowers, plants, and trees alone can fill up the entire room. If we really do all of this, we won't be able to finish it even if we die. And Molan smiled when he heard this. Then we'll work until we die, and sign our names on the title page after we die. And then, the next generation will continue. Molan's tone was very calm. But for some reason, after hearing this, the elders present all felt a little overwhelmed. Su Zongxin opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Molan thought for a while and continued. This matter itself was not intended to be completed in a short time. It is a super long-term project that needs to be persisted for 10 years, dozens of years, or even 100 years. Our current 500 people are just a beginning, building a framework. After building the framework, we can assign tasks to each member. Everyone must complete the property tests of 10 different substances in each assessment quarter. Only 10, not many, everyone can complete it. A special project team will be organized to classify and integrate these materials, and develop a query dictionary. Maybe it's rare now, but when our branches are spread all over the cities, then each person will have 10 substances, accumulating over time. The project will be completed one day. From this perspective, isn't it not that difficult? Lu Bin was silent for a moment, then spoke out. It's still difficult. But it's changed from being impossible to being able to complete it to having a certain possibility of completion. Also, the basic condition of this project is that each city establishes a wizard association. I don't think this task is that easy. Faced with Lu Bin's resentful complaints, Emolan felt a little bit uneasy. But he didn't show it at all. Just smiled and didn't say anything. Okay. This project doesn't require much. And I didn't ask for how much to be completed by when. Just do as I say, from ordinary members to presidents, including me, every month, complete the property tests of 10 substances every month, specific test items, standards and methods will be issued later. The project starts from this. 10 kinds, basically. It can be completed by taking a few hours to do experiments every month. If you can't even take these few hours, enjoy the welfare benefits of the association. If you can't even do such a small thing, then just open it. It's useless. Everyone was shocked when he heard this, and nodded. Understood. Okay, then let's move on to the last item on the agenda. Emolan looked around at everyone, and smiled, but what he said made all the elders a little confused. From now on, I will officially withdraw from the daily management of the association. The daily management work will be temporarily taken over by Lu Bin, assisted by Linhua. However, a work report needs to be submitted every month, and I will attend the quarterly work summary meeting. I will not be responsible for anything else. I will not make any comments on work-related issues, and I will not approve any review application. I will devote all my energy to the deeper study of mage knowledge. Of course, I do not rule out the possibility of accepting certain project teams. Okay, that's how it is. If you have any questions, please go to Vice President Lu Bin and Vice President Linhua. The meeting is adjourned. While all the elders were still confused, Emolan quickly adjourned the meeting and left. Others looked at Emolan's back, seemingly a little unresponsive. Wait, what did the president say just now? What can I say? You want to be a hands-off boss, and leave everything to us. Lu Bin said with resentment. Research. I also want to concentrate on research. I came to the Mage Association thinking that there would be a good place to research. Many elders smiled when they heard this, and looked at Lu Bin with a trace of pity in their eyes. Fortunately, it's okay. I'm just an elder. I have plenty of time to carry out my own research. Hey, do you think I can set up a project team with my own ideas? It should be possible. There is no difference. Lu Bin thought for a while and said. Then he noticed the eyes of many elders, and suddenly became angry. Aren't you happy too early? Everyone counts, and you should work for me honestly. Otherwise, when the time comes to review the project and the funds, I will make things difficult for you, and hold back your funds. Now I have the final say here. Fuck. All the elders' faces suddenly changed when they heard this. President, isn't this right? You can't do this. Lu Bin showed a grim smile on his face. You want to run? Ha ha. No one can run away. Emolan left the president at the speed of light, with a slight smile of satisfaction on his face. If I can't pass things on to others, then there's no point in being the president. What should I do next? Well, let's set up a project team first. I had nothing to do before, and I could only study by myself. But now it's different. I have the conditions. I can recruit 2 elders, a dozen elite members to study together, and dozens of ordinary members to serve. The most important thing is that I can get Lu Bin to approve the funds for me. I'm so happy. This is the life I want. President, if you can't live the life you want, then this president will be meaningless. In terms of research, well, forget about asking Zhao Hua for a few undead. It's not good to always ask others for them. Although it's not expensive, the rules must be followed by me. If I start to follow the rules, no one will dare to break them. Then set up a project team first, and then apply for materials from the association as a project team. Finally, the association will purchase from the Nyehua Guild. It's a bit complicated, but it should be much more standardized. Emolan calculated silently in his heart. Alas, I wonder if there is such a place as the elemental world. If there is, it should be filled with pure elements, and they should all be elemental life. Right? Emolan suddenly thought, but then shook his head. It's too vague. It would be great if there was a spell that could summon the elemental life in the elemental world. Then maybe I can follow the summoning of the spell model to find the source. Damn. Why do the protagonists have all kinds of spells when reading novels? Even if they don't have any, I'll give them to him. But here I am, I don't have anything you want. Spells to summon elemental life? I'm afraid it's still waiting for me to study, to create it? The premise is that the elemental world really exists, and there are elemental life in it. Emolan rubbed his brows with a headache. Oh, I wish someone could give me one. Ah, Godhavyan, please give me a space channel to the elemental world. Emolan, Emolan. Zopeng suddenly walked in, and called Emolan loudly. Emolan turned his head to look at him. What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss? Chapter 221 Fire Elemental Realm. Take a sip of water, and talk slowly, speak slowly. Emolan said. The cup and kettle beside him floated up by themselves, poured water in the air, and placed it in front of Zopeng. Zopeng looked at the cup, and took a sip of water. What happened? Why are you making such a fuss? Emolan stretched and asked casually. Oh, didn't I tell you before? The Nyehua Guild is playing tricks. But I didn't expect them to play so big, and almost emptied all the money of some nobles. Just now, the incident happened, and several housekeepers were beaten to death. Puff, Gung Tao is still good at playing, they are not beaten to death now. Right? Emolan said with a smile. As for him, this kind of thing doesn't need to be too surprising, don't make a fuss, I won't be surprised if he is beaten to death at any time. He hasn't been beaten to death yet, but it will be soon, it's okay to cheat, but after cheating. He ran to the person and said it. What did he say? I am really a liar, I didn't lie to you. Puff, the nobles headed by Viscount Larson exploded on the spot, ignoring everything, and did their best to besiege the valley where the Nyehua Guild was stationed. We couldn't get in the first half. But in the second half, Viscount Larson directly enlarged it, tore open the space crack, and summoned a large number of lava beasts to attack the valley. I guess the fire elemental realm is behind the space crack. TSK. The Nyehua Guild has made a big move. I just came to ask you if you want to help and blackmail you. No. I want a rescue fee. Of course I have to go. Gung Tao was so annoying before. And now he is finally in our hands. We have to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Emolan said casually. But he suddenly remembered something, and turned his head little by little, staring at Zopeng. Wait. What did you just say? Knock on the money. No. The previous sentence. The fire elemental realm. Emolan's eyes widened. Fuck. The fire elemental realm? Speculation. It should be. The whole world on the other side is red. Magma everywhere. Fire and violent fire elements. If this is not the fire elemental realm, what is it? Are you worried about this? Don't worry. When I received the news, Gung Tao was already organizing people to force the space crack, and was trying to close it. If you are worried, we can go later. What? Find a way to close it. Emolan instantly became more worried. Why didn't you say it earlier? Such a big thing, and you are taking your time here. Didn't you ask me to say it slowly? It's not a big deal. Fuck. Emolan couldn't speak anymore. His mental power swept across the entire mage tower, stunning everyone. Gather all mages, target the Nyehua Guild's headquarters. After giving the order, Emolan flashed out of the tower, and instantly came to the back of the winged sky beast that had just rushed back. Fly at the fastest speed. The meaning was conveyed to the winged sky beast through mental power, and it immediately turned around and flew towards the south at a high speed. On the mage tower, Zopeng came to the window, and looked at Emolan's back, and shrugged. What a big deal, why are you making a fuss? Zopeng pondered for a moment after speaking, and felt that it was a bit inappropriate, so he came to the group, at Emolan. What a big deal, why are you making a fuss? Yeah, I feel comfortable. The winged sky beast rode the wind, and under its control. The strong wind bypassed Emolan, whistling in his ears. Emolan sent a message to Gung Tao, but there was no reply. He could only urge the winged sky beast to speed up. In the case of linear acceleration, the winged sky beast's speed was getting faster and faster. And it flashed by. Half an hour later, Emolan rushed to the base of the Nyehua Guild. When he saw the crowd of players, the red lava giants, and the pale skeletons, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's still there. Let me see the space crack. Emolan glanced around and soon saw the space crack. But at this time Emolan suddenly widened his eyes. Fuck. Please don't. There is a narrow crack behind the lava beast. Behind the crack is a completely different land. The land is cracked, and magma flows. There are flames everywhere, but occasionally there are some low plants growing. This should be the fire elemental world. But Emolan is not paying attention to this at the moment. Molan's attention is all on a huge humanoid skeleton in front of the space crack. This humanoid skeleton is very strange. There is a thick spine bone on the back. There is a skull extending upward from the bone, and a rhino horn on it. The undead fire inside is slowly burning. This is one of the undead fires. There are 6 fires of the dead on this huge humanoid skeleton. On the chest is a huge turtle shell, with a person hidden inside. The 2 arms are saber-toothed tiger skeletons, with their tails tightly connected to the turtle skeletons. The palms are ferocious fangs. At this moment, the tiger's mouth is tightly biting a huge bone sword that is also ignited with the fire of the dead, just like a person holding it with both hands. Molan couldn't tell what kind of skeleton the legs were, and he didn't want to look at it, because at this moment, this assembled humanoid skeleton suddenly jumped up, and swung the bone sword in his hand to cut towards the space crack, and the thick gray death aura on the blade was terrifying. At this time, Molan was still nearly 1,000 meters away from the scene. He could only watch, tense, and silently wait. The bone sword passed directly through the space crack. A gray sword energy broke through the air, and cut a giant lava wolf that was about to come over. It left a sword mark on the land of the fire elemental world. The attached dead air corroded both sides, forming a big pit in an instant. He slashed several times in a row, until his arm, the undead fire inside the sword dimmed a little before he stopped, and turned back to resist the lava beast that was rushing back. Molan breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. The soil around the space crack began to roll upwards, forming a thick layer of rock that covered the space crack. Molan then noticed that there was a hole in the ground behind the humanoid skeleton, and several mages poked their heads out and began to cast spells. Molan, who had relaxed, tidied his clothes, straightened his hair, stood with his hands behind his back, and then let the winged sky beast fly over. Alas, Gung Tao is really awesome this time, Yi Fei said with some envy. Well, this humanoid skeleton is really amazing. Can we only say that a mental patient has a broad mind? He can think of this. Don't underestimate this humanoid skeleton. Although it looks ugly, it actually has the dead energy of 6 level 3 undeads, plus the combat awareness and skills of the elite warriors inside. This humanoid skeleton is very strong, very strong. Didn't you see that it cut these lava monsters that are at least equivalent to level 3 monsters in half? I even suspect that it won't be long before Gung Tao can make an elite humanoid skeleton, and have elite combat power before the players are promoted to elite. Hey, what do you think that is? Some flying monster, flying towards us. Wait, this monster looks like a fish, and what's on its back? It's Molan. There was a whistling sound in the sky, and many onlookers looked over. Molan stood on the back of the monster, with his hands behind his back, looking down at all the creatures. Chapter 222 Lava Giant. Fuck Molan this. Gung Tao was shocked when he saw Molan's appearance, but then he clapped his hands and stamped his feet, gritting his teeth. Molan is shameless, Molan is shameless. I was the first to start. The vice president behind him poked Gung Tao carefully. President, Molan is a 4th ring mage. His mental power range is very far. He may be able to hear it. Would I be afraid of him? If we can't beat him, let's fight, and see who is the most handsome. We can't beat him. Humph, fighting and killing is not a skill. Let's let him take the limelight for now. When I develop the armor warrior, I will see who is more handsome. The vice president continued to poke Gung Tao. That is bone armor. And the complexity of bone armor is much more difficult to achieve than the skeleton mecha. That level of detailed operation is simply impossible now. And at least a 4th ring necromancer is required. The vice president was halfway through his speech when he suddenly found Gung Tao staring at him sinisterly. That's called armor warrior. But if we don't say it, others can't tell that it's armor warrior. The vice president said weakly. Then you must call for transformation or armor fusion before using it. If you don't call for it once, 10 yuan will be deducted from your salary. As soon as Gung Tao finished speaking, the vice president suddenly felt a murderous look coming from behind him, and his neck felt cold. Gung Tao turned around and looked at Molan flying quickly in the sky, gritting his teeth. At this moment, the pile of rocks where the space crack was located suddenly exploded. In the sky full of broken rocks, the blazing heat rushed towards him, and a lava giant nearly 10 meters high jumped into the air, and Molan happened to fly by. The sense of deja vu at this moment was shocking. Roar! The lava giant landed on the ground, and the long sword in his hand pierced the ground. Boom! Boom! The ground cracked, and the crack spread in all directions like a long dragon. The huge shockwave shattered the human-shaped skeleton, and the players inside, and the mage underground turned into white light, and disappeared on the spot. The spreading cracks broke into the group of skeletons, and the huge power it brought tore everything in front of it into pieces. Roar! The lava giant roared again, and lava beasts of various shapes gathered beside it, also roaring, as if responding to their lord. Shameless liar, dare to anger me, then bear my wrath, Vice Lord Larson said coldly on a hillside in the distance. Other nobles saw the terrifying lava giant and the surrounding lava beasts. Recalling the battle at the beginning, their eyes fluctuated slightly, then they gathered around Viscount Larson with a team of knights, ready to go. Emolan landed next to Ife, and touched the head of the winged sky beast in the envious eyes of a group of people. Emotion is really emotion. I was wondering why Emotion didn't make any moves before. It turns out that there is a lot of work to do, and even the pets have been made. Emolan smiled, and waved his hand when he heard this. Not really, this pet is only limited to mages, it is not very versatile, and the price is high, not very practical. Okay, we'll talk about this later. What's going on here? I heard that Gung Tao was beaten, so I rushed here in a hurry. Oh, are Emotion and Gung Tao so close? Emolan smiled. I was afraid I missed the scene of Gung Tao being beaten. Ha ha ha. The group looked at each other and suddenly laughed. I seem to hear someone secretly saying that I'm handsome behind my back. Gung Tao curled his lips, looking up and down at the winged sky beast and said, Gung Tao, your skeletons were all blown up by the lava giant. Why are you still here leisurely? If you can't beat them, find help. As soon as Gung Tao said this, everyone was stunned. Gung Tao didn't say anything, but pursed his lips. Are you surprised why I'm so direct? Because of my face? If I delay for a few minutes, my brothers will die several more times. Since the final result is the same, it is best to avoid it if it can be avoided. To make a long story short, I will give you half of the harvest this time, and distribute it according to the merit after the war. Great. But I don't want money. Emolan gave a thumbs up. What do you want? I want the body of this lava giant, and this space crack. Impossible. The space crack can't be given to you alone. I want it too, Ife said directly. We want it too. Several presidents next to him spoke up. And anyone could see the importance of the air conditioner crack. Cross-border exploration can definitely bring greater benefits. No one here is a fool. Even when the Nyehua Guild was struggling before, they did not intend to destroy the space crack. I just want research rights and passage rights. Since everyone has reached an agreement, let's do it. Emolan jumped on the spot after saying this, rolled in the air, and landed on the back of the winged sky beast. The winged sky beast caught Emolan, drawing a beautiful curve and breaking through the air. The moment Emolan came to the sky above the lava giant directly raised the long sword in his hand that was burning with flames and chopped it down. A flaming sword energy broke through the air, and Emolan instantly sensed the heat in it. Wind blade, fireball, lightning, water shield, dark fireball. After releasing a series of spells, Emolan turned around and left. The lava giant disappeared after a few steps, and could only rage helplessly on the ground, and then walked towards the valley of the Nyehua Guild. Emolan returned to the previous mountain and said lightly, a very strong elite level, not a master, with extremely high physical defense, extremely high defense against fire elements, but restrained by water element spells. It has a long-range attack method, but it is slow. In simple terms, it has high attack, high health, and low sensitivity. However, according to the performance of low-level lava beasts, it has extremely strong vitality, and can be resurrected again as long as the core is not destroyed. Emolan continued. What are you going to do? In my opinion, just pull the mage group over and bomb it. This lava puppet is not of high level, probably equivalent to a 6-ring mage. To be honest, I can deal with this fool who can't fly by myself. No. 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 Don't let Emotion get tired. Let's do it together. Yes. Yes. Everyone immediately spoke up to stop him. Emolan smiled when he heard this. In my opinion, it's not convenient to kill him physically. Let alone other things. You can't get close to him because of his scorching heat. Directly use magic damage. Or set up a big trap, and then pour water into it. I'm familiar with this. As long as the temperature of its entire body is lowered in a very short time, the body of the lava giant will explode by itself. It's simple and crude. You can try it. Others nodded one after another. At this time, on the top of a mountain in the distance, a man in black looked indifferent, silently watching all this. Chapter 223 Academic School. Then you go prepare the pit and water. I'll go and contain it first, otherwise Gung Tao's hometown will be gone. Ha ha ha. Everyone turned their heads, and saw that the road leading to the inner valley had collapsed, but the lava giant led a group of lava beasts, and rushed up directly, climbing very fast, not restricted by the terrain at all. Gung Tao looked miserable, as if he was about to cry. I'll go first. Hey Emolan, are you sure you, a mage, want to contain this big guy? Yifei suddenly interrupted. Emolan shrugged his shoulders when he heard it. What else? Are you going? Have you advanced to elite? Yifei shook his head. It's too early for me, but my guild's main tank should be today or tomorrow. As soon as Yifei finished speaking, others looked at him immediately. Fuck Yifei. You old bastard, you lied to your own guild members. Didn't you say in the guild some time ago that it would take about half a month? TSK, didn't you also say that your family would take half a month? Don't tell me it really takes half a month? Of course it's true, it's indeed another month. Heh, if you tell the truth with one punctuation mark, I lose. Yifei curled his lips in disdain, and then looked at Emolan. Emotion, I may have an unwelcome request. If it's an unwelcome request, don't say it. A guild leader next to him said rudely, making Yifei roll his eyes, and pretend not to hear. It's this person. He wanted to challenge you before, but before he could challenge Emotion, he had already advanced to the elite level, so he didn't dare to speak. Now he is about to be promoted to the elite level, so he wants to challenge Emotion. The result of the battle will not be made public, and no matter what the result is, the God of War Guild is willing to put the new profession it has researched into the technical library of the Mage Association. New profession? As soon as Yifei finished speaking, the others turned their heads and looked at Yifei in surprise. Fuck. Yifei. You are such a jerk. I thought we were the only ones who figured it out. We were planning to have people use this to advance to elite level. We in Utopia are the same. Are you too good, or is the creation profession too simple? Switchingwen of Utopia was also surprised. Just hands? However, after the three of them finished speaking, the other guilds fell silent. After a long time, someone spoke up. I thought everyone was the same. It turns out you are all playing me. You guys are just acting bad. I'm the only one who's really bad? Everyone blinked, and Emolan suddenly felt that the atmosphere was wrong, and jumped onto the back of the winged sky beast. Let's go! The winged sky beast carried Emolan through a curve, and broke through the air. When the winged sky beast appeared again, the black-clothed man who was watching from afar narrowed his eyes slightly, watched Emolan with his peripheral vision, and took notes with a pen. And when Emolan approached the lava giant immediately sensed this annoying bug. Roar! With a roar, a straight stream of flaming sword energy whistled towards Emolan. The winged sky beast dodged sideways, and brushed past the sword energy. Even though it was 2 or 3 meters away, Emolan could still feel the high temperature burning. The second ring of the water shield was directly broken, leaving only the innermost magic shield. Emolan's face instantly became cautious. Ordinary lava beasts are only professional level 3, but this one is probably level 6. If it is touched, it will probably be burned to ashes. Emolan classified the monsters according to the level of the spells in the supernatural core of the monsters. In it, a first ring spell is a first ring magic beast. A third ring spell is a third ring magic beast. A fourth ring spell is a fourth ring magic beast. 1 to 3 levels are professional levels, and 4 to 6 levels are elite levels. It is simple and easy to remember, and clear. And the 6th level is almost the highest level of the elite level, and it has reached the edge of the master level. Emolan asked the winged sky beast to quickly move away from the lava giant, and began to rub water artificially in the sky. The water balls fell down, hitting the lava giant and the lava beast one after another. Oh no! It should be that as soon as they get close, they will be evaporated by the scorching heat, and turn into high-temperature steam that will blow on their faces, and then drift upwards. This behavior has almost no damage, but it quickly arouses the anger of the lava giant. The manifestation is that the magma in the cracks on the surface of the lava giant was originally dark red, but at this moment it directly became bright, and the scorching heat made the air slightly distorted. 6 rings of power, 6 rings of fire elements, 5 rings of speed, 4 rings of agility, and less than 1 ring of intelligence. Damn, he's just an idiot, but I just can't beat him, which is very annoying. Emolan sat cross-legged on the back of the winged sky beast, eating a bag of dried fruits in his hand, and said, "He's still too weak, and his means of dealing with the enemy are too scarce. I'm a 4th ring mage, and I've been a 4th ring mage for so long. Except that my mental power is about to rise to the 5th ring. But there is no progress in combat power. The strongest attack spell is still the 3rd ring Dark Fireball, and the strongest defense spell is only the Magic Shield, which is currently equivalent to the 3rd ring spell. The only 2 4th ring spells are Flash and Earthquake. It's really outrageous. I find it unbelievable." Emolan asked the winged sky beast to move, while eating dried fruit, while thinking. "Speaking of the 4th ring extraordinary core, with my current status and financial resources, not to mention acquisition, it shouldn't be difficult to simply copy a spell model. As far as I know, there are quite a few 4th ring extraordinary cores in the hands of major guilds, but I didn't take any. It's really outrageous. What on earth have I been doing for so long after being promoted?" Emolan sat on the back of the winged sky beast and pondered, while sprinkling some water to hang the lava giant. "I built a mage tower, and then basically never went out." Emolan finally found the culprit. The mage tower activated the Dark Fireball spell, which easily reached the 6th ring of power. I didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. Anyway, I wasn't going out, and I could just flash and run away. I had so much time, and it was much more interesting to study other things than to study attacks. It was much more cost-effective. So, has the academic school's problem appeared in me? No. This is not the academic school's fault. This is my fault. Academic mages should usually conduct research, accumulate strength, and then when they need to fight, directly transform the research results into combat power, and directly destroy all the fancy things with the strongest combat power. Emolan realized. Then my next goal is to capture a suitable fire element, and then find a way to contract it. Analyze the secret of the fire element, and try to use the fire element to control the discrete elements between heaven and earth to release the fireball. The fireball is just a simple compression of the fire element, and then detonation. As long as I can infinitely compress the fire element into a ball, and then throw it out, it can also be considered a fireball. Right? As long as there is no ring number, no rank, it will not be bound by the rank. Right? Emolan suddenly felt his eyes brighten. It seems to be fine. Huh? Chapter 224 Bold Ideas. I wonder if this one below will work. Emolan supported his chin with one hand, chewed dried fruit, and looked at the lava giant running wildly below. Level 6 is too high. Theoretically, if the lava giant submits to me from the bottom of its heart, I may be able to control it with the 4-ring extraordinary core. Emolan pondered for a moment and shook his head. But in reality, it is impossible. If you can beat the lava giant, you may be stronger than it and make it convinced. But if I can beat it, can't the extraordinary core still control it directly? Emolan rolled his eyes, turned his head to look at the other 3rd-level lava beasts. Among the lava beasts are wolves, bears, leopards, crocodiles, all made of red rocks, and dark red magma flows between the cracks between rocks. To be honest, these lava beasts are indeed very strong. If nothing else, they can at least serve as qualified meat shields and tanks. They are all species with amazing attack power and good defense. More importantly, as long as the core is not hit, they are equivalent to being immortal and can be directly restored. Emolan discovered that these lava giants also have cores, but they are a kind of stone about the size of a fist, crystal clear, and you can see soul-like substances inside. This structure is similar to the extraordinary core, except that there is no spell model inside. These lava cores store pure fire and earth elements. Emolan also thought of this and shook his head. It is only suitable as a combat pet. The 2 attributes of earth and fire do not meet my requirements after all. What I need is a pure fire attribute life. Only this kind of life composed of pure fire attributes can best assist me in controlling the fire element and help me become stronger. While Emolan was thinking, the presidents of the major guilds were also urging their subordinates to work. Hurry up. Hurry up, you can prepare it here now, because someone is desperately trying to delay time for you. Every minute and every second is fought for by others with their lives. If you are 1 second faster, others will be safe 1 second earlier. Do you understand? Ife gave orders one after another, with a rather intense tone, but at this moment someone poked him. What's wrong? Time is so tight. If you have something to say, don't waste my time. The man pointed to a mountain in the distance, and saw the winged sky beast slid around the top of the mountain with the lava giant. On the back of the winged sky beast, Emolan had a bored expression on his face, and was grumbling, eating something. Ife looked at it, and fell silent. Isn't that a 6th level monster? Yes. Then why is he so relaxed? Isn't that Emolan? Yes. Then what are you asking? Oh. No. Get lost. Everyone looked at Emolan. After a few seconds, Emolan seemed to realize something and looked over. When he saw everyone, he immediately reacted and smiled awkwardly but politely. I'm jealous. Yes. Gung Tao. Why are your undead so useless? They can't even fly. Yes. You guys. You just called me little sweetie. But when Emolan came out, you immediately called me Madam Neo? Bah! Shameless. I didn't. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Madam Neo. Time passed by, and when a big pit was dug, the fate of the lava giant was locked. When the lava giant foolishly followed Emolan and fell into a huge trap. The battle was over. Add water. Add water. Emolan looked at the presidents, who were commanding from the air. Be careful of the high-temperature steam. Don't get burned to death. It won't be pleasant. Stone wall team. Continue to extract the stone layer under the lava giant's feet. Don't give it a chance to exert its strength. Don't let it jump up. The lava giant jumped again and again. But the rock layer under its feet was being hollowed out all the time. Every time he exerted force, he would break through the stone layer and fall into a new big pit. After a few times, the angry lava giant swung his fist directly at the place where the underground elements were fluctuating. Boom! The earth trembled. The stone layer twisted and shattered. And all the players hiding underground were squeezed into meat paste in an instant. The earth seemed to be trembling. The slender and deep trap collapsed directly, and countless rubble pressed the lava giant underneath. Wind spell. The wind whistled, and the dust was blown away directly. Emolan lowered his altitude a little, and looked at the many presidents, who were covered in dust. At this moment, their faces were full of solemnity. Emotion, is the 6th level attack power already at this level? I just felt like I experienced a miniature earthquake. Emolan nodded. Almost. If my magic tower is at its maximum output, it should also be able to reach this level. It's just that it's not as powerful on the ground as it is underground. Otherwise, how do you think Earl Honfong was killed by me? Everyone was silent for a while, and could only silently give a thumbs up. Awesome. Emolan smiled. And then Ife continued. Emotion. The 6th level is already so awesome. What if? What if? What if Marquis Morse has a master? Even if he is just a warrior, we can't beat him. Right? Be more confident. Can we beat him? Ife asked cautiously. You don't need to doubt it. We definitely can't beat him. What can we do? How long have they developed? How long have we developed? It's good enough to beat Red Maple City. And you still want to fight Morse Kingdom? But to be honest, if we really want to fight, there must be a way to beat him. Assassinate noble members. Destroy noble industries. Do not fight them head-on. Just run away if you can't win. It's so simple. Anyway, resurrection now is not resurrection on the spot. Given the number and ability of players, even the most brainless and stupid harassment tactics can force them to propose a truce, and allow players to get the status and full power they deserve. If you are smarter, you can be like Gung Tao. Emolan glanced at Gung Tao, and raised his chin slightly with some reserve. To be honest, this is just the most common trap. It's not contagious, and you have to find the target yourself. You will be found out, and someone will come to your own door. It's really embarrassing. Emolan curled his lips. Start a pyramid scheme. Develop a few downlines. Hide yourself, and the money will flow into your pocket. If the scale is a little bigger, the moment the whole case breaks out, most of the money in the entire Morse Kingdom will be gathered in your hands, and the nobles of half of the kingdom will be shocked. They won't be on guard. Right? Such a big thing happened in Hongfeng City? Emolan laughed angrily when he heard it. The lesson that mankind can learn from history is that mankind will never remember the lesson. Modern education level is high. Right? People are smart. Right? Propaganda every day. Right? People are deceived every day. Not to mention them. As Emolan was talking, he suddenly found that Ife and others' eyes gradually brightened, and his heart suddenly sank, and he fell silent. You seem to have some bold ideas in your mind. No. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 225 War. You really didn't? No, no, you must have thought too much. What bad intentions could we have? So honest? Forget it, I'll find someone else. Wait, what did you say? Yi Fei and others felt something was wrong, and hurriedly stopped Imolan. I said to find someone else to cooperate with. I am now an earl, the Earl of Jingshui. No matter how much others don't want to admit it. It was conferred by the king, which means that they must openly recognize my status. I have studied the laws of the Morse kingdom. If you insult the upper nobles can send troops to conquer you. So they will definitely give me face on the surface, which lays the foundation for the plan, but since you... Wait a minute. Yi Fei and others interrupted Imolan quickly, showing a shy smile. I think we can be less honest. Really? Really, but we do these things, don't we need the Earl to stand on the platform? Mohen. What kind of cooperation do you mean? Imolan grinned. There is no technical content in pyramid schemes. Anyone can imitate it. It will take you a few days to sweep the whole kingdom. Oh no, some people have probably started it now. Everyone is fighting for food from the pot. Who can beat who? Some people can't afford it. The loser might just expose himself and drag everyone down with him. There is no need for us to participate in this quagmire. Then what should we do? Yi Fei and others asked humbly. Imolan waved his hand. Find a few college students and graduate students studying economics, and ask them to find a case in the textbook to reproduce it in the game. Give them some money, and then give them the opportunity to write papers. They will let you see what economic war is. Take away the nobles' money? Imolan curled his lips in disdain. Gung Tao's method can solve it. It works every time, and there is not a single piece left. What's the point? If we want to do it, we should do it in a big way, and directly destroy the Morse kingdom. Imolan clenched his fist and slashed it down fiercely, still smiling on his face. Otherwise, our Marquis Morse still thinks he is in control of everything. Count Jingshui, it smells good, I've taken all the benefits, but I just don't feel happy. Why should I beat the younger one first, and then wait for the older one to come? Isn't it annoying? Let alone beating, I'm tired of watching it. Wouldn't it be better to just get rid of the older one? That would be so refreshing, why bothering? Yi Fei and others looked at Imolan quietly, as if they had known Imolan all over again. Economic war, it only takes one time to make the entire Morse kingdom miserable. But in the end, it's still the civilians who suffer. Yi Fei said softly. Aren't they suffering now? They are suffering now. Too. As long as we take over quickly enough, it won't have much impact. Of course, I can't do this, and neither can the Mage Association. I don't even want to manage Red Maple City, let alone the entire kingdom. When the time comes, it will depend on you. I don't have the ability to manage the kingdom, but you do. Don't look at the college students everywhere, that's just because of the social level, purely because of the country's strength. In the game, a college student with enough troops is more than enough to manage a small town, and it is definitely better than what these people are doing now. After all, they can't create, but they are more than capable of copying homework. Please work hard. Contact the guilds in other cities in advance, and work together to make this operation a success. Then sit in a row, share the fruits, and each person will get a city. I think you also know that although this is a magical world, although there are super strong people, as long as we want, we can still play it as a farming game where lords fight for hegemony. And the ticket for this game is a city. Stop. 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 Stop talking. Yi Fei interrupted Imolan quickly. That's enough. Really enough. No more. Mohen. Has anyone ever said that you are a genius? A devil? Genius? No, no, no. I'm stupid. If I were a genius, I might have established the largest guild in the game with the title of the first wizard. I would first submit to Marquis Morse, pretend to be subservient, then sweep away the nobles of Red Maple City, and take power into my own hands. I would keep my head down and develop for a few days, and use the output of Red Maple City to support a few player legions. Then the kingdom of Morse would have been mine. What else do I need to complain about? I would have become a new noble, a billionaire, and I was just too stupid to think about doing what I wanted to do. You know, the cards in my hand are all trump cards. Imolan said with a smile. Yi Fei and others just felt that someone was trying to show off in front of others. But unfortunately, there was no evidence. Everyone was silent, except Gung Tao. But there is only one trump card in a deck of cards. Imolan was silent for a long time, and was speechless. He bowed his hands in admiration, and turned to fish. By the way, I want to remind you that the lava giant is about to jump out. It's better to go down and dig it deeper and reinforce it. Well, strengthen the seal and fight again tomorrow. Everyone turned their heads to look at the pit after hearing this, and indeed found a slight abnormal vibration. Obviously, the lava giant was still struggling below and was about to come out. Stone several dozen meters deep can't hold it down. Is it only the 6th level? If it reaches the 9th level, wouldn't it be able to reach the sky and smash the city with one punch? It seems that warriors will still have a chance to rise in the future. Don't think too much. Those nobles are coming to kill us. Hey, why didn't they cooperate with the lava giant to kill us just now? They had to wait until we had almost cleared all the lava monsters before coming. Isn't this like Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, delivering them one by one? One person suddenly pointed at the knights who were charging, with some doubts. This is easy. It's impossible to control it. I'm already surprised that they can tear open the space crack. A 4th level elite warrior wants to control a 6th level lava giant? Stop it. If it can be controlled, will Viscount Larson let Earl Red Maple be the boss? He would have rebelled long ago. What does a 6th level lava giant mean? It means that its full strength attack can destroy an Earl Red Maple. Emolan suddenly floated over, said slowly, and then left. Everyone looked up and gave orders. Prepare for battle, horse traps, trenches, high walls, ground spikes, prepare to stop the enemy, mages cast spells, and prepare. Unconsciously, although there are still no elite warriors, there are already countless top-level professional warriors, that is, level 3 warriors. The strength of the players has changed dramatically. However, everyone is ready, and after waiting for a long time, there is no charge of the knights. In confusion, he asked the warrior with eagle eyes next to him. What's going on? They are on the road, walking very slowly, probably planning to get close and explode in one fell swoop. Now start to speed up, faster and faster, faster and faster, charging. Hey, 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 this direction is wrong, wait, they are running. Caw! 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 A crow flew over, and was shot down. Chapter 226 Space Crack. The war is over. Teams of players are jumping around chatting and cleaning the battlefield. Only one grave seal is still getting higher and thicker and twitching from time to time. They found that the rock shattered after the death of the lava beast are very hard and seem to be a good material, so they are collected together with the broken lava core. The lava beast seems to have a body, but its essence is still an elemental life. The real core is the lava core inside. The outer shell can be quickly restored after being damaged. Only by breaking the core can it be truly killed. Therefore, there are only a few intact lava cores left on the battlefield. The lava core can only be dug out when it is completely crushed and separated from the soil and rocks and packed in wooden or metal boxes. At this time, Emolan was standing at the edge of the space crack, staring at the space crack curiously. At this time, the space crack has been wrapped by a rock layer nearly 10 meters high, leaving only one passage out, and the rest of the place is completely closed, and it is still being continuously reinforced and thickened by a team of mages. Zhou Peng, who came to support, was a latecomer from the Mage Association. Emolan. How is it? Have you finished the fight? Well, sort of. There is a level 6 beast that has not been defeated yet. And it has been sealed. Emolan said casually. But Zhou Peng was shocked. Seal? How did you do it? When did you develop such a high-end technology? And it is a level 6 monster. His. You can seal a level 6 monster. Awesome. Where is it? Where is it? I'll go see it. Zhou Peng asked in surprise. Isn't the seal very simple? It's just another big rock outside. You'll see it when you go out. Emolan pointed outside, and he immediately went out to look for it. Not long after, Zhou Peng came back with a complicated expression. You call that a seal? Are there any problems? No, it's just a little different from what I imagined. Nothing different, as long as it can lock up the monster, in fact. The seal you imagined is not difficult. Lubin, take people to make some magic blocking pillars, and put them next to the lava giant. Ask them for the materials. The red rocks dropped from the lava monster should be good stuff. Snatch more later. Wait. Stop. Stop. I heard it. It's not good for you to be so direct. Right? Yi Fei, who just walked in, said hurriedly. Emolan tilted his head when he heard it. Where do you plan to keep your mage guarding? Continuously release the stone wall spell? Once I put down these magic forbidden pillars, the workload of your mage will be reduced by at least half. And the seal will be more stable. It's just a broken stone. Aren't you afraid that the working mages will rebel and stab you in the back? Just now you said it was a good thing, but now you call it a broken stone. It's just a magic band. Everyone can do it. My God of War guild can do it too. Emolan thought for a moment. Oh, the altar was moved away by you at that time, then you should build it. Emolan shrugged. You are the same as me. Do you know how to make a constant spell model constant? Do you know how to build a magic band pillar? As far as I know, the technology of constant spell model should not be affordable to anyone so far. Right? Are you sure you want to use it in front of me? Ife smiled awkwardly but politely. How is that possible? I don't know how to do it. It's just a broken stone. You just need to save it. Emolan smiled, turned to Lu Bin and said, What are you waiting for? It's a benefit. Go quickly. Okay. Lu Bin nodded, turned to Su Zongxin and said, Zongxin, you are familiar with this. You lead the team. Oh, okay. Su Zongxin looked at the space crack reluctantly, then led a team to go there. After seeing him leave, Lu Bin's eyes returned to the space crack again. His eyes were fiery, slightly perverted, and exactly the same as Emolan's eyes. At this time, the opposite side was empty, with only the flat red land and the lava flowing slowly in the cracks. Bo! The lava exploded, splashing sparks and falling on the shrubs on the roadside. Nothing happened. Through his mental power, Emolan could clearly sense the fire element inside, which was so rich that it was a bit violent. Emolan even felt that the concentration of fire element here was higher than that in his own fire element pool. Why is it so empty here? Zopeng poked his head out curiously. A 6th order lava giant has already run out of here. And there are a lot of 3rd order lava monsters. What else do you want? Oh, that's right. Do you want to go in and take a look? No hurry. Let's study this space crack first. If you go in casually, you won't know how you died. If you can copy this space crack, or save it, you can go in at any time. Oh! Zopeng nodded thoughtfully, and then turned around and shouted. From the Jioding Chamber of Commerce, whoever goes in, start the private live broadcast. If you die, you will get a subsidy. If you survive, you will be paid according to the scope of investigation, according to the species investigated, and high-risk overtime pay. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go too. And me. Okay, just the 4 of you, divide into 4 directions, the others will wait, go in. Zopeng saw that everyone else was looking at him. Why are you looking at me? You guys continue. Give me the link. Okay. This is Emolan. Give me the link. $5 an hour. This is Lu Bin. Why do I have to charge money? The guy you just ordered around is my little brother, who hangs out with me. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? I was training him, letting him take charge. Hiss, you have a point. Doing more things does help you grow faster. Is that right? Lu Bin was delighted. Yes, then $10, WeChat or Alipay. Cash. Lu Bin had no choice but to stuff a dozen coppers into Zopeng's pocket. I want it too. Forget it. I don't want it. Come in with me. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. I'm just curious about what's inside. Yifei thought about it, and then led a few people through the space crack and came to the other side. At this time, Emolan asked people to expand the passage a little, let the winged sky beast in, and use the spell slot to borrow the winged sky beast's perception of space attributes. President, can you detect the space element? Lu Bin asked curiously. Shiui can. Emolan planned to name the winged sky beast Shiui. Hearing this, Lu Bin looked at the winged sky beast with a little more curiosity. Pet contract actually has this effect? Wait, is this a space-type monster? Yes. Emolan replied casually, his mind gradually focused on the gap in space. The space attribute has always been Emolan's blind spot. Space is invisible and intangible, but it is everywhere. He once used a huge force of 5,000 kilograms to smash a stone, but did not see any space cracks appear. Even if the winged sky beast can sense the space element, space is still mysterious to Emolan, and now is the best research opportunity, which should not be missed. Chapter 227 Spell Matching. Space Gap. Emolan sensed the extremely rich space element through the perception perspective of the winged sky beast. Space is a mysterious concept. What is space? How can we touch space? How can we distort or even tear space? How do directional space cracks appear? How to anchor this space coordinate? Why is it not the void that appears when tearing space, but another elemental world, is the elemental world and this world tightly attached together, without a single gap in between. Emolan's mind was occupied by questions one by one. After a long time, he slowly sighed, and reluctantly moved his eyes away from the space crack. The more I know, the more I feel my ignorance. President? Lu Bin was slightly puzzled. Lu Bin, mages have just appeared, and every field is a wasteland, waiting for us to cultivate. But each of us has limited energy, and it is impossible to involve every field. Well, President, I know, and this is why you established the Mage Association. Lu Bin did not know when to use honorifics. Yes, I once again felt my ignorance. Emolan smiled bitterly. In front of the space field. I am a layman. I know nothing. Lu Bin. At this point, it is time to decide on your own specialization. There are directions everywhere. And there are tempting cakes in every direction. The space crack is a new cake that has a fatal attraction to each of us. But space is also very profound. If you want to study it, you must spend time, energy, money and many other costs. I have money, and I am not lacking in ability. But I really can't spare the time and energy. I will learn space magic later. Flash, teleport, cross-boundary teleportation is definitely my compulsory course. But I won't go too deep into the field of space. Maybe I will study it when I need it, and the direction I choose is energy shaping. What about you? What about you guys? After Emolan finished speaking, Lu Bin, Linhua and others fell silent. Give yourself an answer before you advance to the elite. This is responsible for yourself. After Emolan finished speaking, he resolutely moved his eyes away from the space crack, and stepped into the fire elemental world. Emolan. What are you doing? Zopeng asked, looking for the answer to transfiguration. Those fireballs and water shields cannot represent transfiguration. Nor can they solve my doubts. And I think the most qualified representatives of transfiguration should be the major elemental realms. As Emolan went deeper, his voice gradually faded. Lu Bin. If you are deeply immersed in the mysteries of space, then study the space system. The association needs a master of the space system. Lu Bin did not reply, but fell into deep thought. Spells floated through his mind one after another, and he remembered one by one the formed or unformed technologies. Fireball, water shield, stone wall, flash, vine entanglement, lightning, dark fireball, purple flame, mage tower technique, pet contract technique, spell permanence technique, arcane job transformation, necromancer job transformation, elemental gun concept, elemental cannon concept, elemental engine concept. Lu Bin thought for a long time, but when his eyes passed over the space crack, all his thoughts and ideas in his mind were emptied. Only the structure of the space crack, formation, and various doubts remained. Lu Bin smiled slightly. He thought the answer had appeared. He should not need to worry about anything anymore. After thinking, Lu Bin gradually shifted his gaze to the floating winged sky beast. Why can the winged sky beast sense and control space elements? But I can't. What is the principle of its perception and control? Is this talent? Then can I find the principle? And then create a mage based on this principle, to broaden my perspective, so that I can directly observe and even control space elements? Lu Bin's eyes gradually became hot as he looked at the winged sky beast. The winged sky beast seemed to sense something, and stood up straight, folded its two fins inward, protected its belly, and subconsciously floated back a few steps. Its round eyes looked at Lu Bin with vigilance. Come, dear Xiao. I have the biggest and sweetest snow pears here. I'll take you to eat them. Okay? They're so sweet and delicious. Lu Bin's face instantly showed a flattering expression, and he found a snow pear and handed it to Xiao's mouth. Emolan felt a scorching heat as soon as he stepped into the fire elemental realm. Feeling the elemental power in the environment, Emolan discovered that the fire elemental realm was not only about fire elements. The fire element alone occupies the majority of the space, and is extremely dense. In addition to the fire element, the earth element, that is, the soil element, is also relatively dense, although the wind element does not account for a large proportion. It also exists. And elements like water and wood are very rare here. It cannot be said that they do not exist, but only that they are very rare. Water shield. Emolan activated a spell model, wanting to release the water shield. But the spell model only existed in the outside world for 1 second, and collapsed directly after 1 second. The reason for the collapse was very simple. There was not enough water element to release the water shield within 1 second. Water shield. Emolan thought about it, and directly used his magic power to release a water shield. The water shield took shape directly, turning into a water film to protect Emolan. Emolan suddenly felt a coolness, standing in place, observing carefully. Even if no one attacks, the water shield is already very laborious just by existing, and it is being consumed every moment. Emolan suddenly felt very inconvenient, because he watched the water shield being consumed, but he had no way to replenish it, and could only wait until the water shield was about to disappear and release another water shield. At this time, he thought of the two spells: Magic Shield and Hand of Magic. Magic Shield has no duration limit, as long as you keep inputting magic power. It will always exist. Hand of Magic has no time limit, as long as the mental power keeps existing, it can always be used. Compared to other spells, the type of spell Hand of Magic is much more flexible. Emolan seemed to see a vague path. Even if other spells can adjust parameters when they are released, they are still too rigid in comparison. It is so rigid that it doesn't look like it was released from a mage's hand, but more like it was released from a spell scroll. No, it is. The spell model comes from the super core. Isn't the super core like a spell scroll? Our spells are all taken from the super core. Even the creation is based on the template of the super core spell model. This model may be the most suitable for World of Warcraft, but it is definitely not the most suitable for mages. So the magician's release looks rigid and rigid. Mages cannot copy the spells of World of Warcraft. They need their own templates and their own spells. Just like the magic shield. Just like the mage's hand. Chapter 228 Fire Pattern Wood. The adaptation between Warcraft spells and wizard spells needs to be considered in the long run, and it will be done slowly, but once the transformation is completed, the release and use of spells should become much more flexible. Emolan had some expectations in his heart, and the spells glowed. Feather Fall. Spell Hand. Magic Shield. Emolan's feet left the hot ground, floating in the air, opening the magic shield, filtering the high temperature, and guarding against attacks that may come at any time. From the previous lava beast, it can be seen that the fire elemental world is not a good place. The rich fire element here can breed a large number of powerful fire elemental life, regardless of where it is. The adjectives for fire are violent, active, and violent. And judging from the lava beast, it is indeed so. Not very friendly. Emolan's mental power covered 100 meters in radius, and every movement was under Emolan's attention. When his mental power detected a low shrub, Emolan immediately focused his attention on it. Ordinary plants? I thought it could withstand the temperature of magma. It must be a magic plant growing in a place with such a high concentration of fire elements. I was so happy for nothing. But what kind of plants can grow in this temperature and environment? Emolan was a little disappointed, but then he became curious. He wanted to study it, but after a moment's thought, he gave up the idea, and instead informed Zopeng outside, and asked him to collect more, and then he turned his attention back. After making sure there was no danger, Emolan looked far away, observed the distance, and directly cast a spell. Eagle Eyes! Emolan was on a mountainside at the moment, looking around. What came into view was endless red mountains, many of which were emitting black smoke. Unlike the endless green mountains outside, this mountain has few vegetation, and the surface is all dark red. Black and red rocks, and dark red magma slowly flows between the gullies. The mountains that can be seen are basically volcanoes. Emolan looks at them with eagle eyes, and there is no end in sight. Looking back at the space crack, Emolan roughly estimates the time. The space crack is closing, and there is no way to control it at present. Assuming that the space crack is closing at a uniform speed, then I should have 15 hours. Reserve 4 hours in case of an emergency. My exploration range can only be within 5 hours' journey. Emolan glanced around. It's a pity that Xiaoyi didn't dare to bring him in, otherwise the exploration range would definitely be expanded a lot. For now, other peaks are not realistic too far, so we can only go to the top of the mountain. Emolan's mind is fast. He made a decision in a few breaths, and floated directly to the top of the mountain. A spell model was constructed behind him. Emolan thought about it, and moved a little further behind him. Bang! A fire ring that expanded 3 or 4 times spread out instantly. Emolan only felt that his magic shield was hit hard, and his magic power was consumed instantly, and the whole person turned into a shadow and flew out. Bang! 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 After the speed slowly slowed down, Emolan's heart seemed to be beating like a deer. As expected, the concentration of fire elements in this place is simply too high. There is no need to use any skills. The moment the spell is successfully cast, The fire spell will envelop the fire element and amplify its power. Exciting? After Emolan paused for a moment, another ring of fire exploded behind him. Bang! On the hillside of the volcano, one after another ring of fire bloomed in the air, pushing a small black dot to fly upward continuously, and intermittent words were faintly heard in the air. Go back, afterwards you must, find out, Xiao Yi's flying method. Emolan flew upward with great excitement, and it was clear at a glance what was on the smooth rock, and as Emolan flew over, his mental power would also follow, and sweep the area below. There was nothing else to gain except for a few lava monsters curled up on the ground, which were exactly the same as the terrain. Another flight, this time Emolan found a small tree below, the roots spread directly in the magma, the trunk was dark red and straight, like 5 roots twisted into one, the thickness of a chicken egg, the height was about 1.7 meters, a bit like a spiral steel growing out. And this tree only had a few branches at the top, and grew 3 or 2 leaves. As for the vegetation in the fire elemental world, Emolan had scanned it with his mental power when he came in before, and found that there was no elemental fluctuation, it was just an ordinary herb, but it was a little more fire-resistant. Although Emolan was curious about this highly fire-resistant herb, he did not waste too much time, because he only needed to ask Zopeng and others to collect more. If he was curious, he could go back and study it. There was no need to waste precious time on such things. After all, although the vegetation here was sparse, there were still quite a few, which was not rare. But this tree was different. Emolan originally just thought it was strange to see a woody tree, so he took a closer look. However, after paying more attention, he found a problem. There is fire element flowing in the trunk of this tree. This tree is a magic plant. When this thought came to his mind, he subconsciously wanted to do as usual, put a fire resistance ring in front, and then brake hard to stop the car. But the magic power has not yet left his body. Emolan remembered the power of the fire resistance ring now, but decided to give up in just 1 second. It's good to be alive. After flying far away, Emolan floated back little by little, and it took more than 10 or 20 minutes to return to this tree. Magic plant. Emolan walked around the tree and observed it carefully. The rebar-like trunk was formed by 5 thumb-thick small sticks twisted together. The trunk was dark red, and there were flame patterns on the surface. It's quite rare that it can grow naturally into this shape. This should be the first magic plant I found. Well, let's give it a name. Let's call it Fire Pattern Wood. Emolan was a little surprised. He tried to penetrate it with his mental power to see the structure inside. However, when his mental power spread to the surface of the trunk, he found that it could not extend into it at all. His mental power was directly blocked by the meticulous wooden structure and could not penetrate at all. After discovering this effect, Emolan was even more surprised. He touched the surface of the trunk with his hand. It was not as hot as he imagined, but warm, and felt very delicate and hard. He raised his fingernails, scraped them bit by bit, using more and more force. But there was no trace on the tree trunk, even if Emolan tried his best. So hard. Emolan raised his eyebrows, and immediately took out a steel knife from his waist, with a wooden handle and a steel blade. The blade was only the length of a thumb, while the wooden handle was as long as a palm, delicate and smooth. And it was obvious that Emolan had played with it a lot. Keep going. Chapter 229 Fire Spirit. Keep going. Pull out the dagger, gently scratch the tree trunk, add strength little by little, use all your strength. Oh, sharpness! 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 After several consecutive sharpnesses, the dagger emits a faint golden light, but the tree trunk is still intact. Emolan is convinced now. Beautiful, awesome, but it's mine now. Emolan happily looked up and down the fire pattern wood. There were a few branches only as long as a palm, and a few thumb-sized leaves. Looking down, Emolan discovered that the roots of the tree were rooted in a complete rock. The red rock was directly cracked in the middle by the tree roots. Looking down along the crack, the tree roots were directly rooted in the magma. I don't know if it was Emolan's illusion. The magma where the tree roots were located seemed to be much darker than other places. Stone wall technique. Stone wall technique. Stone wall technique. A series of stone wall techniques fell on the roots of the tree. The red rocks were peeled off piece by piece, leaving only the strong and entrenched roots. The red rock peeled off bit by bit, but as the roots were exposed more and more, Emolan was more surprised. This tree had no taproot. The trunk went straight into the rock and was divided into 5 branches. All of them turned into lateral roots and extended to the surroundings. like a large net growing densely inside the surrounding rocks. Emolan lifted up a 10-meter wide rock layer and could not see the end. The trunk was only less than 2 meters high. After being surprised, Emolan pondered for a moment and directly covered it with a few sharp techniques with a dagger. The dagger with sharpness can barely cut the thin rootlets, which gives Emolan a little hope. The rootlets within 1 meter are relatively thick, and Emolan can't cut them. It is very difficult to cut within 1.5 meters. After several attempts, Emolan had to cut the rootlets 2 meters away from the trunk, and split them apart bit by bit. After cutting for half an hour, Emolan suddenly reacted, stood up, threw away the dagger, and directly controlled the cutting with a magic hand, which made Emolan feel much more relaxed in an instant. His hands didn't hurt, and his waist didn't feel sore. Emolan folded his arms, quietly watching the dagger cutting continuously, doubting himself a little. I'm so stupid, really? Half an hour later, Emolan carried the fire-patterned wood on his shoulders, and at the root of the tree was a dense mass of entangled roots. Feeling the active fire element in the trunk, Emolan began his jet journey again. Jet started, whoosh. Emolan rushed upward quickly, while spreading his mental power upward, covering a range of nearly 200 meters on the left and right. Although the speed was fast, it was just a passing by, but with a full analysis of Emolan and the ink cartridge, every inch of the mountain could still be scanned clearly. The volcano was very high. Emolan was still wandering halfway up the mountain after flying for a long time. He could only say that he had come from the middle and lower part to the middle and upper part, and the real mountain top was still a long way off. Emolan knew in his heart that he would not be able to reach the mountain top today. However, even so, Emolan was still flying upward at full speed, because Emolan found that the higher he went, the more concentrated the fire element seemed to be, and the higher the fire element was active. In other words, the closer he was to the mountain top, the greater the probability of the emergence of powerful fire element life, and the greater the probability of the emergence of good things. After the fire-patterned wood, Emolan flew for nearly half an hour, but he still didn't see any powerful fire elemental life forms in groups. He saw quite a few lava beasts, but most of them were professional elemental life forms of level 1 and level 2. There were not many level 3, not to mention the more powerful level 4 and level 6 elite elemental life forms. At this time, a place with an unusually rich fire element suddenly appeared within Emolan's mental range. He focused his attention there, and immediately found a bubbling magma pool, with active fire elements gushing out of the magma. In the magma pool, several lava beasts were bathing in it. Emolan seemed to be able to sense the powerful momentum deep in the magma pool. There's a big guy in there, a big guy that can kill me. And while sensing the momentum of the big guy, Emolan also felt a weak, ignorant, like a newborn consciousness. The moment Emolan felt this consciousness, he immediately understood. This is what I want to find, this is what I need. But feeling that powerful momentum, Emolan shook his head and watched quietly. I saw that ignorant consciousness slowly rising, revealing its true face. A fist-sized red flame, like the purest fire element, without any form. The consciousness was bred by the fire element, and the consciousness was carried by the fire element. Fire spirit. Emolan uttered these two words, and his attention was focused on the fire spirit. The flames jumped slowly, and the nearby fire elements instantly boiled, rushing towards the flames continuously, and merging into the flames. During this process, magma also floated up from the pool, and gathered around the flames together with the fire element. The earth element and the fire element condensed, wrapped the small flame inside. Gradually, a familiar crystal appeared in front of Emolan. This was the lava core. After the lava core was formed, magma rolled up, wrapped the lava core, formed a wolf-like body. A first-level lava giant wolf was born in front of Emolan. Everything was reflected in Emolan's eyes. After the birth of the lava giant wolf, it soaked in the magma pool, slowly absorbing the fire element rising from the magma pool, tempering the lava core, tempering the red rock body. It seemed to have lost its terrifying control over the fire element. At this moment, Emolan understood a lot, and the whole process of the lava core forming just now was deeply remembered by Emolan. Without any extra regrets, sighs, and complaints, Emolan set out again, looking for nodes with rich fire elements, preferably the location of such a magma pool. The prerequisite for catching a fire spirit is to find a newly born fire spirit, and there are no too powerful lava beasts around. Emolan searched silently. Time passed bit by bit. Emolan found many magma pools, and there were also lava beasts in them, but he never found a newly born fire spirit again. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours passed. And Emolan was close to the top of the mountain. Perhaps it would only take 2 to 3 hours for Emolan to reach the top of the mountain. But Emolan didn't have enough time. It was not far from the limit of Emolan's exploration. Looking up at the top of the mountain, Emolan turned around and left. He didn't plan to climb up, but flew horizontally for 1,000 meters. He came to a road parallel to the mountain road, went down the mountain in advance, and didn't walk in a straight line, but chose to move forward in a zigzag line, searching as much as possible. Hard work pays off. When passing a cave, Emolan instantly sensed the breath he had dreamed of. Weak, ignorant, and new. Fire Spirit. Chapter 230. Taking advantage of the situation. Resist fire ring. After adding 2 layers of water shield to himself, calculating the direction and distance, Emolan released a resist fire ring directly in front of him. Bang! The resist fire ring exploded, the 2 layers of water shield were directly broken, a huge dent appeared on the dark blue magic shield, the recoil force offset the forward force. Emolan stopped directly above the cave entrance. Cough cough cough. Emolan put one hand on his chest, coughed twice. Fortunately, he is still a warrior otherwise. If he break like this, he would be killed by overload even if the shield was not broken. But with such a small speed, there is such a big overload. What about supersonic flight in the future? Wouldn't it be suicide if it turns? The shield can't stop it. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. Emolan looked at the cave in front of him with great joy. His luck was not as bad as he thought. Before leaving, he finally met the second newly bred fire spirit. But his luck didn't seem to be very good. In addition to the breath of the newborn fire spirit in the cave, there were also some scattered breaths. They were several lava beasts. The most powerful one among them, the momentum alone almost suffocated Emolan. Emolan showed a helpless smile. This momentum was stronger than the momentum he had encountered the fire spirit for the first time, and even stronger than the 6th level lava giant sealed outside. Level 6. This is another 6th level, elite level peak, a fire elemental life that is about to break through the master level. Is the rich fire element so willful? 6th level one after another? This is not the way to give birth. Emolan said casually, the warrior's physique is taking effect. The slight internal injury he received before is healed. Emolan's full attention was focused on the newborn fire spirit, quietly waiting for it to float up. There was also a magma pool inside, as big as a swimming pool, filled with magma, bubbling from time to time, and a sulfur smell. Finally, the fire spirit left the magma, and came to the air. The small flames jumped slowly, and the surrounding fire elements seemed to be controlled by it, and rushed towards it frantically. The previous scene seemed to be replayed, but at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air on the magma pool. As soon as this figure appeared, all the lava beasts in the magma pool woke up, roared, and rushed towards Emolan in an instant. The overwhelming fire fog made Emolan's heart palpitate the most. He turned his head to look. A red rock python as thick as a water tank was under the magma, with half of its body propped up. The red rock on its body was extremely delicate. The red rock on its head seemed to have begun to crystallize, and it was slightly glowing red, like the most crystal clear and bright red crystal. Emolan's face was full of caution. The red fog was approaching rapidly, and had already covered most of the cave. Emolan had no way to retreat. Even though he was more than 10 meters away, Emolan could feel the heat in the red fog. Inside, it would only take 1 second. After 1 second, Emolan would turn into charcoal and die. After another second, Emolan would disappear without a trace, without even a slag left. And at the moment when the red fog approached, Emolan showed a smile on his face. Flash! Emolan disappeared silently in the cave. The red fog closed, and the cave turned into a furnace. Unfortunately, it was meaningless. Roar! A loud roar echoed in the cave, and echoed in Emolan's ears. Emolan, who appeared 100 meters away, did not look back, and disappeared in an instant. Flash! This time, the flash distance reached the farthest 200 meters. Emolan, who appeared 200 meters away, directly constructed a spell model to resist the fire ring behind him. Compared to the long-distance release before, Emolan now almost built it close to the body. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same moment, 2 explosions sounded. The first was the loud noise from the lava python directly breaking through the top of the cave. The second sound was the sound of the resistance fire ring spreading behind Emolan. Emolan felt that his magic power disappeared instantly, and the huge impact force lifted Emolan away, allowing Emolan to fly forward at a very fast speed. Emolan's thoughts moved, and the shivering winged sky beast hiding in the corner of the wall suddenly became excited, and it knocked Lubin away, and rushed into the fire elemental world. Boom! Boom! The resistance fire rings exploded one after another, and Emolan's flight never slowed down, and it got faster and faster, and the whole person turned into a residual image, and the distance of 100 meters passed in an instant, and the speed was extremely fast. But even at this speed, it still couldn't get rid of the lava python. On the contrary, the distance between the lava python and Emolan was getting closer and closer, and it was actually catching up with Emolan. Emolan used his magic hand to restrain the fire spirit, isolating it from the induction and contact with the environment, and continued to release the resistance fire ring. One after another, the magic power in Emolan's body was almost exhausted. At this moment, a black shadow quickly entered Emolan's field of vision and quickly enlarged. Emolan and the winged sky beast flew towards each other. After 2 resistance fire rings, Emolan and the winged sky beast met. Emolan was still resisting the impact force exerted by the fire ring, and he couldn't stop. So the winged sky beast made a big turn, turned around, flapped its wings towards Emolan, and chased him. When Emolan's resistance to the impact force exerted by the fire ring was exhausted and his speed was slowly decreasing, the winged sky beast appeared below Emolan, caught Emolan and flew forward with all its strength. Emolan could clearly sense that when the winged sky beast was flying, the air resistance seemed to have disappeared. Every breath of air, every breeze, and every airflow became the driving force for the winged sky beast to move forward, making it faster and faster, faster and faster, as if there was no limit. The speed of other monsters is affected by air resistance. The higher the speed, the harder it is to increase. But it is not like that. Emolan looked at the lava python that was gradually moving away, and he breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. After laughing, Emolan gently patted the winged beast under him. Xiaoyi, I really think you are more and more amazing. The lava giant before was fine, clumsy, and not good at speed. But the lava python now is a real 6th level elemental life, and its speed may not be fast among the 6th level, but it is definitely not something that a 3rd level monster can surpass. Emolan gently tapped the scales on the back of the winged sky beast. What is the origin of the blood in your body? Is it special for you or is it the same for the whole race? Emolan pondered, commanded the winged sky beast to turn, circle, make sure to get rid of the lava python, find a 1st level lava beast, and landed. Looking at the lava beast in front of him, that was disguised as a stone sleeping, Emolan tapped it with his hand. The lava beast woke up instantly, but just as it raised its head, Emolan suddenly pressed it with his hand. Bang! The lava beast's head slammed to the ground. Raised its head. Bang! Raised its head. Bang! The winged sky beast behind it half covered its eyes with its fins, and stood up, cowardly. Emolan ignored him, and continued to press the lava beast, until it stopped raising its head. Chapter 231 Become One. The contract is successful. Emolan let out a long sigh. At this moment, there was one less 1st level spell slot in his mind, and there were only 13 spell slots left in total. And the reduced spell slots have appeared in the lava core of the 1st level lava beast in front of him. It has been proven that the properties of the lava core are not much different from the extraordinary core. Using the same method, not only can the magic beast be contracted, but also this kind of elemental life. After confirming this, Emolan was finally relieved. Looking at this lava beast with only 1 ring, Emolan pointed to the ground. Stonewall. The concentration of earth element in the fire elemental world is still quite considerable. To use the Stonewall spell, you don't need to use the arcane method to consume your own magic power. The spell slot is enough. Stonewall. 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 A series of Stonewall spells fell to the ground, the earth split apart, and a deep well gradually appeared in front of Emolan. The deep well was dozens of meters deep. Emolan opened a small passage at the bottom, connected to a magma branch located underground, letting the magma gradually flow into the deep well. He turned his head, and looked at the 1st level lava beast next to him. Go down. The lava beast jumped directly from the mouth of the deep well after hearing the order, and landed in the magma with a plop, and was completely immersed in the magma. Emolan began to seal the top. Starting from 1 meter above the lava beast's head, the deep well was completely closed, leaving no gap, restoring it to its previous appearance, and even strengthening it a little. Feeling the comfortable mood coming from the lava beast, Emolan gave the lava beast a sleeping order. The sleeping lava beast changed to a more comfortable and high-quality environment, and immediately slept more soundly. Emolan looked down at the time. It had been exactly 10 hours since he entered the fire elemental world. He stepped on the back of the winged sky beast, carrying the fire pattern wood and the little fire spirit, and flew directly towards the space crack. At this moment, the space crack had shrunk a lot compared to before, but the size was still considerable, and the margin left by Emolan was not used. When Emolan arrived at the space crack, he saw Lu Bin, who was studying seriously and was obsessed with it, and Zhou Peng, who was sitting on a stone bench next to him, crossing his legs and watching the live broadcast while eating pancakes. "I'll go back first," Emolan said as he passed through the space crack, flew out of the passage, and soared into the sky. "Hey, is that Emolan? What is he going to do in such a hurry? I don't know, is his house on fire? Probably." Emolan rushed back to the magic tower directly. The winged sky beast stopped outside, and after putting Emolan down, it flew over the mirror lake, then relaxed all over, and fell onto the lake in free fall. After entering the magic tower, Emolan went down to the elemental pool layer. Looking at the fire elemental pool protected by the water shield, Emolan actually slowed down. First, put the firewood aside, and then opened the water shield spell above the fire element pool. The wizard's hand controlled the fire spirit in the shape of a small flame and put it into the fire element pool. There were no other elements in the fire element pool, only the purest fire element. As soon as the little fire spirit entered the fire element pool, it jumped up immediately when it came into contact with the pure fire element, and the flames jumped at a high frequency. In addition to refining the fire element into magic power, the only attack spell that would consume it was the dark fireball spell. For a long time, Emolan neither refined magic power nor used the dark fireball spell. Although the element pool gathered fire elements slowly, it had accumulated over time, and a relatively large number of them. The element pool was filled with fiery red smoke. At the bottom of the element pool, a shallow layer of red liquid contained a shockingly huge elemental power. After coming into contact with these fire elements, the little fire spirit became more active and excited. After a while, a strong attraction and control over the fire elements burst out from the little fire spirit, and the gestation continued. Emolan's face was full of joy and expectation. The little fire spirit absorbed the fire element and the earth element at the moment of formation, and then formed a lava beast with dual elements of earth and fire, according to Emolan's speculation. In this process, the proportion of other elements absorbed may also cause the lava beast's attribute bias. If there are more wind elements, the final lava beast may be faster and more flexible. Emolan deliberately isolated the little fire spirit from the perception of all elements before, and the contact was for this moment. As far as Emolan knows, there is only one place with a single element, which is the element pool under his own magic tower. At this moment of formation, the core formed by a single fire element should be able to meet my requirements. Right? Emolan muttered to himself. At this moment, a vortex has been set off in the fire element pool. All the fire elements in the pool rushed towards the little fire spirit. At this moment, Emolan took out a second ring spell slot in his brain and directly sent it into the core of the little fire spirit. At the moment the core was formed, the little fire spirit's consciousness and soul were directly exposed, completely defenseless. In this gap, the spell slot took advantage of the opportunity and entered directly, enveloping its soul. A spell slot was suspended in the fire element, and the changes continued. Countless fire elements gathered together. Just when Emolan thought that a pure fire element core was about to be formed, something unexpected happened. Countless pure fire elements washed the spell slot, and the spell slot disappeared without a trace. It was invisible, but Emolan could still sense the existence of the spell slot. Moreover, the spell slot seemed to be combined with the essence of the little fire spirit. Emolan had another premonition in his heart that the spell slot had really disappeared, and he would never be able to disperse the pet contract and condense the spell slot again, because there was no contract at all, and there was no spell slot. The spell slot had been returned to the most essential spiritual power, and the soul of the little fire spirit, and the consciousness had merged into one. What really shocked and surprised Emolan was that the little fire spirit's consciousness had disappeared. Or in other words, at the moment of merging with a part of Emolan's spiritual power essence, The consciousness that was originally born in ignorance was directly assimilated. At this moment, the little fire spirit and Imo-Lan had become one. Inseparable. The little fire spirit's changes continued, and the fire elements in the fire element pool rushed towards the little fire spirit. The surprise continued. No tangible core appeared. All the fire elements were integrated into it, as if they had directly become a part of the little fire spirit. When half of the fire elements in the element pool were integrated into the little fire spirit's body, the changes finally stopped. A fire element life, with a lower body of fiery red smoke and a human-like upper body appeared in front of Imo-Lan. With a thought, the fire element disintegrated, but it condensed again in the blink of an eye. No substantial core appeared during the whole process. Fire Element. Chapter 232, Connecting the Elemental World. If I die and then resurrect, will the fire element still be there? How about giving it a try? Let's give it a try. Imo-Lan muttered to himself, thinking for a moment, and then building a fireball spell model in his mind, then drawing magic power to fill it. The spell model was formed. Bang! Imo-Lan only felt a burst of warmth in his head, then there was a slight sound, and his head exploded like a ripe watermelon, red and white all over the ground. Click to revive. The fragments on the ground disappeared without a trace. Imo-Lan was resurrected, feeling the state slightly. The resurrection penalty for the first death was not severe. Imo-Lan felt that he could get rid of the weak state by meditating for a while. After confirming this, Imo-Lan focused his attention on the fire element. The fire element that was still in the fire element pool had disappeared without a trace. Imo-Lan was not in a hurry, but chose to look inward. He saw a fire element burning slowly in his mind. Imo-Lan smiled. Obviously, the fire element and Imo-Lan had become one, and were regarded as part of Imo-Lan. When Imo-Lan is resurrected, the fire element will follow him. This discovery makes Imo-Lan even more surprised. After calming down, Imo-Lan begins to feel the control of the fire element. As soon as the thought moves, the surrounding fire elements dance with it. Imo-Lan no longer needs to use mental power to capture the fire element bit by bit. At this moment, controlling the fire element is like controlling the hands and feet, like instinct. Shouldn't the fire element be the first level when it is just formed? But why do I feel like it is a third level fire element? Why is it a third order fire element? Is it because it has become stronger due to the strength of my mental power? But if it is synchronized with my mental power, it should be the fourth order, the third order. Although the fourth order is only one order apart, it is the difference between professional level and elite level. The difference is huge. Imo-Lan was sensing the state of the fire element while thinking. When he sensed the state of the fire element clearly, Imo-Lan suddenly understood. It's not that the fire element cannot be upgraded to the fourth order, it's just that some conditions cannot be met, so it is stuck at the third order. Imo-Lan immediately understood. The strength of this fire element is indeed directly linked to the strength of mental power. But in order for the fire element to advance, besides mental power, it seems that something else is missing? Imo-Lan kept this in mind, and then began to test the range and strength of the fire element's control over the fire element. As soon as the thought came to mind, the fire elements within a radius of nearly 100 meters were controlled by Imo-Lan, and then they flew directly towards Imo-Lan. Imo-Lan stretched out his right hand and clenched it, and the fire elements within a radius of nearly 100 meters compressed towards his right hand. Without deliberately compressing, the instinct of the fire element alone gathered all the fire elements within a radius of 100 meters, forming a fist-sized red sphere. A wisp of fiery red smoke appeared inside the sphere, and it was obvious that its energy density was definitely not low. Feeling the fire element in the sphere in the palm of his hand, Imo-Lan was slightly disappointed. It won't explode? Imo-Lan threw the sphere in his palm out, and as soon as he left his hand, he let go of it, and it disintegrated directly. Spreading again. It seems there is no shortcut. If you want to cast a spell, you must study the spell model honestly. Let's first find a way to solve the adaptation problem of Fireball. Since you want to be a master of the transmutation system, Fireball should be the most basic. Right? Imo-Lan muttered, looking down at the element pool. The element pool was still shrouded in smoke, as if nothing had changed. However, Imo-Lan knew that the fire element contained in the fiery red liquid at the bottom of the element pool accounted for the largest proportion. And now most of the liquid has disappeared, and it can't even cover the bottom of the pool. I have to save it slowly again. Imo-Lan was somewhat helpless. This element pool is good in every way, but the speed of collecting elements is too slow. The mage tower is fun, but it consumes too much of the element pool. The amount stored for such a long time is only enough to cast dozens of dark fireballs group casting version. This is only the group casting of the third ring. The element consumption of the fourth ring spell is not at the same level as that of the third ring. It is too much. Don't say that I don't have a fixed fourth ring spell now. Even if I have a fixed spell, I guess I may not be able to cast it. As a fourth ring mage, Emolan is naturally clear about the difference in consumption between the fourth and third ring spells. Group spellcasting. 3-ring group is equivalent to 6-ring spell attack. 4-ring group is equivalent to 7-ring spell attack. This is directly beyond the elite level and master level. The consumption is sky high. Damn it, if I'm desperate, I'll catch a few more fire spirits, specially control the fire element, specially use it to replenish the element pool with fire elements. Emolan just finished speaking when he thought about it. He felt that it was wrong. Wait, this doesn't seem to be very useful. The speed of improvement seems to have a limit. It can't be much faster. There are only so many fire elements around. It's not the fire element world. No matter how fast I absorb, it is only this fast. It is greatly restricted by the environment, unless it is connected to the fire element realm. Emolan was frightened by his bold idea, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. If we master the technology of opening and maintaining space channels in the future, then this idea is not unfeasible. Open a space channel directly in the element pool, and then put part of the absorbed elements in the fire element realm, or part of it in the fire element realm. Wouldn't it be possible to use the rich fire elements in the fire element realm? The same reasoning applies. If other element realms also exist, element pools of different attributes connect element realms of different attributes. If this step is really achieved, then energy should no longer be a problem for me. Right? Emolan muttered to himself. There seemed to be stars shining in his eyes. We can keep this idea for now, but it's probably hard to realize it in the short term. Let's see how Lubin performs. I'd better get down to business first. Emolan picked up the fire pattern wood that was put aside, looked at the fire element pool, and gave up after thinking about it. Put down the fire pattern wood first, and then create an empty pool next to it. Constant spell model. Pull the energy channel, and open up the channel between the fire element pool. The rich fire element flowed over, diffused in the secondary element pool, and when the fire element in the secondary element pool became increasingly rich, Emolan placed the fire patterned wood in the center, and the 2-meter-long root system was spread flat on the bottom of the element pool. After fixing the firewood, Emolan let go of his hand and used his mental power to observe carefully. When he saw the fire element begin to enter the firewood along the thin roots, Emolan smiled. Perhaps the firewood can adapt to the environment of the element pool and survive in it. Emolan watched this scene with joy, watching the light spots representing the elements enter the firewood along the roots one after another. And suddenly an idea came to his mind. Can my mental power go in with it? Chapter 233 Sensing. If I can get in. Emolan did what he said. The spiritual power that was originally observing at the root began to stick to the root, trying to follow the fire element into the root. However, Emolan's attempt failed directly. The root seemed to have a network, selecting objects that could pass through. The fire element could pass through, but Emolan's spiritual power could not. Emolan pondered for a moment, found the tiny root that he had cut off before, and carefully observed the incision with his spiritual power. At a glance, Emolan was immediately happy. The cut was still fresh, and tiny channels appeared on it. Emolan's mental power went straight up along the channel. The tiny channels merged into thicker channels, merging again and again. Finally, Emolan went up along a thicker channel and came directly to the end of the firewood. The top leaf. The mental power extended to the top and then pulled back, and then followed the tiny branches to reach the corners of the firewood. This seems to be very powerful. But what's the use? The wood of the firewood can block the penetration of mental power. In other words, even if Emolan's mental power enters the firewood, it can only be in the channel. Even if you go in, you can only watch. You can only take a look. You can't do anything. Emolan fell into silence, and then called out the fire element in his brain. Since mental power can't penetrate, then the fire element can be used. Right? The composition of fire element life is pure fire element. If this fire element is absorbed by the fire pattern wood, what will happen? Emolan immediately controlled the fire element life to let the fire element that made up the body enter the fire element along the roots of the fire pattern wood. The amount was not much. Just a little bit. Just to test it first. This time, Emolan discovered that this kind of fire element did not need to pass through those open channels at all. Normal routes were enough for the fire element to enter. The fire element penetrated in little by little, gathered along the channel, and rose. Emolan was surprised to find that when the fire element flowed in the channel, the fire element would penetrate into the tube wall, and flow from the thickest pipe in the center to the thinnest official road, and then penetrate into the surrounding wooden structure, touching every corner of the firewood, and soaking every fiber of the firewood. The absorbed fire element merged into the firewood itself. But the amazing thing was that Emolan did not lose control and perception of the firewood. A scene very similar to the previous one was born. The fire element had merged into the firewood, but it did not lose control. Emolan could feel that the firewood filled with fire elements seemed to have become his own. Emolan's mental power could be directly integrated into it. This discovery allowed Emolan to directly open the input of fire elements. The attempt ended, and streams of fire elements entered the firewood along the roots, and the surging fire elements flowed upstream along the central pipeline. Emolan consciously controlled the fire element to separate into streams, actively flow into each tiny pipe, and soak the whole firewood along these pipes. After releasing the fire element injection, the firewood fell at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only took an hour to soak the whole firewood. Then Emolan patiently started micro-manipulation, controlling the fire element little by little, from bottom to top, soaking every tiny corner. The inspection took Emolan a lot of effort, and after completing the soaking of the last corner, Emolan just felt that it was a whole. Emolan's spiritual power can shuttle through it at will. The fire patterned wood that has been integrated with the fire element is completely defenseless against Emolan. After completing the integration of the entire fire patterned wood, Emolan can even control it to a certain extent. It is impossible to make the fire patterned wood bend. It is impossible to make the fire patterned wood move, but Emolan seems to be able to control the tiny fibers, and can close the channels inside the fire patterned wood. Emolan can stop the growth of the fire patterned wood or let it grow. Emolan can even stimulate the fire element to make this fire patterned wood grow in a directional way. In addition, at this time, Emolan finally understood the properties of this fire patterned wood. Hardness, this is something Emolan had known for a long time. Emolan just knew another thing. That is, the conductivity of the fire element of this fire patterned wood is very terrifying, and the internal structure has a very powerful effect. That is, the discrete fire elements go in and make a circle. If they come out from the top, the cohesion and purity of these fire elements will be a level higher than before. This is a very powerful effect. This is a very magical effect. This is an effect that Emolan has never seen before. But what's the use? This effect, it seems that it can't be used anywhere. The biggest feature of this firewood for me is its hardness. It's light and hard. It's convenient to hit people with it. Forget it. Why don't we put it in the fire element pool? All the absorbed fire elements will pass through the firewood and be refined before being stored in the main fire element pool. It sounds good this way. The fire element pool can store more fire elements, although the fire element pool has never been full. Perhaps a fire element with high purity would have a more magical effect when used to cast spells? Emolan pondered for a moment, first cleared the surrounding fire elements, then refined some fire elements with the firewood. Fireball! The spell model appeared next to the firewood. A suction force was released. The refined fire element sank into the spell model, filled in. Bang! The fireball exploded on the surface of a water shield. After the explosion, Emolan retracted his mental power, pondered for a moment. Because the element level is higher, the amount required to release the spell is reduced, which directly reduces the time for the spell model to absorb the fire element, which also reduces the casting time. In addition, the power of the fireball has not changed, the flame temperature has not changed, and the impact strength has not changed. Emolan shook his head. Let's keep it here as a filter. Maybe it can make the reaction time of the magic tower faster, and reduce the time it takes for the magic tower to release fire attribute spells. But Emolan looked at the fire patterned wood, immersed his mental power in it, guided the fire element to stimulate it, and then nodded with satisfaction, and walked towards the stairs. However, at this moment, Emolan was stunned, turned his head to look south, and his sight seemed to cross the space and fell on the passage leading to the fire element world. Is it closed? Emolan murmured. He had left a lava beast with a pet contract in the fire element world before. He had a very clear sense of this pet before, and could clearly sense the pet's position and status. However, just now, this connection was cut off and became extremely vague, as if they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. However, the weak sense of the pet contract still exists. Chapter 234 Space Potion. Emolan. Emolan. There was a sudden shout outside the mage tower. Emolan saw that it was Zhou Peng, and there were several people driving a carriage behind him. He immediately walked out. Zhou Peng saw a smile on Emolan's face and strode forward. I brought you the fireproof shrubs you wanted. Thank you. Emolan looked back and saw that the whole carriage was filled with short shrubs, and it was pitch black. Okay, put it away, I have something else to do, I'm leaving first. Zhou Peng turned around and wanted to leave, but halfway through he suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, do you remember the lotuses when we caught the winged sky beast last time? That lotus pond. Yeah, I remember. What's wrong? By the way, didn't I ask you to bring some to me? Why don't you see any? I haven't dug them yet. Now guess what the properties of these lotus potions are. You definitely can't guess. Emolan looked at Zhou Peng's expression and pondered for a moment. Space? Zhou Peng's smile froze instantly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. It's really space? Emolan was really surprised. How did you guess it? Isn't it simple? The winged sky beast is a space attribute monster, and you look so mysterious. If it was a common attribute, you would definitely not say that I would not be able to guess it. You have already eliminated all the wrong answers for me. Why are you still asking me? Zhou Peng smacked his lips, and also came to his senses. Okay, I was too surprised. I actually asked such a stupid question. Anyway, we found an extremely rare space potion. Are you surprised? Emolan shrugged. I am surprised, but not necessarily happy. I just want to ask, what is the use of space potion? Do you have a space warrior? Or will space potion have special effects when eaten by warriors of other attributes? No, but although it is not very useful, it is rare in nature. I am happy to find a rare thing. As for the use, I feel that in the end, only the winged sky beast will be lucky. It can eat until it vomits, which should help it grow a lot. Well, Lu Bin in my association is also studying space. I guess he is planning to move towards the direction of space magician. Maybe he can use it. Emolan pondered for a moment. It's useless anyway. Just bring them all here. I just want to plant some landscape lotuses on the Mirror Lake. This space-type magic lotus is suitable. It's both beautiful and impressive. Okay. I'll keep a few good-looking ones in the yard of my Chamber of Commerce, and a few in the store. That's it. I'm leaving now. Yes. Zhou Peng left. And Linwa came up behind him. President. I'm back. I brought back some of the red rocks that were distributed to me. Linwa smiled. And was obviously in a good mood. This kind of stone from the lava beast has very good properties. Fire attribute stone, the stronger the lava beast is, the better the quality of the stone, and at the same time, the constant threshold is low, basically. A 3-ring mage has the ability to constant this kind of stone. The effect of constant is excellent, the carrying capacity is high. If it is a constant fire element spell, there is also a certain power increase and load increase. Of course, if it is a constant water attribute spell, the power will be reduced, the load limit will also be reduced, it will become easier to break. As for the quantity, we divided 20 carriages of this kind. And the quality was good and bad. And they were roughly half and half. Okay. Put them into storage first. And after storage, list the detailed properties. Oh! By the way, Lu Bin hasn't come back yet? Okay. Linwa nodded first. Lu Bin is still there. He said that the space crack has just closed. And he plans to collect some more data. Oh! So, Linwa. I choose the energy system. Lu Bin chooses the space system. What about you? Are you still hesitating? Linwa hesitated for a moment. Then nodded. Yes. Hurry up. It's almost the 4th ring. It will be too late if you delay any longer. Yes. Linwa nodded, drove the carriage into the mage tower, unloaded the red rock on it, and let others enter the warehouse after completing the registration. Linwa returned to his laboratory, sat on the chair, closed his eyes slightly. Which direction should I develop in? Linwa was a little confused. Just as the president said before, omnipotence is total incompetence. The same amount of time and energy concentrated in one direction will definitely achieve greater results than scattered ones. The president is more capable than me, and more talented than me, but he still made a decision. But what about me? The laboratory was extremely quiet. Linwa quietly listened to the beating of his heart. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Linwa opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked at the door. Boom. Boom. Sorry to bother you? Emolan poked his head out. I put pressure on you today. I'm sorry. I'll tell you one more thing now. Don't think about other things. Do experiments. Do research. When you have explored all directions, choose the project that makes you happiest and most convenient. If it were someone else, I wouldn't let him choose his interest as a direction, because that would make him lose interest. But I think you are different. You were the first one to follow my train of thought. The ideas you proposed at the beginning amaze me. Don't doubt yourself. I believe you can do research like playing, and keep your interest. Yes. Linwen nodded gently. Emolan turned around and left. Listening to Linwen moving behind him, a smile appeared on his lips. Just when Emolan was about to go up, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. After hearing their conversation, his steps slowed down. Hey Zhang Guangmo, have you heard? The president plans to specialize in the energy system, and Vice President Lubin plans to specialize in the space system. What system do you think I should specialize in? How about specializing in the melee system with me? Zhang Guangmo waved a steel stick, and said with an instigating look. Go away, there is no mage who plays melee. I didn't want to play melee when I became a mage, but you are going backwards the more you play. Why are you going backwards the more you play? I am not happy when you say this. First, use a modified version of light spell. Exposure spell. To interfere with vision, a wind spell to affect hearing, a mental shot to interrupt spellcasting, and finally a bear burst to resolve the battle. Or start with light spell, cat grace, bear burst to follow up, and instantly kill you. You can't beat me. I've killed you countless times. Mages only cast spells from a distance. You can't beat me. Mages are the most elegant. You can't beat me. Can you please stop saying that if you have the ability? Okay, you are very elegant when casting spells, but you look very embarrassed when I explode your brains and scatter your blood all over the floor. Are melee mages really that strong? This person suddenly began to doubt himself. TSK, I've said it before, the upper limit of melee mages is very high. A warrior only needs 2 spells to be promoted to elite, and if you want a space spell, you must find a space supernatural core. But mages are different. We can directly learn the flash spell. If you don't have enough physique, if you don't have enough strength, you can use spells to make up for it. With a few status spells, who is afraid of whom? Flash close to you, no one can handle this. You can fight and retreat. One hit will kill you if you don't die. You retreat. Don't you think this is not elegant? Hiss, it seems to make sense. Zhang Guangmo patted his chest. Of course, can I still fool you? Chapter 235 Controversy. Ah. This. Emolan hesitated, opened his mouth to say something, but a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he immediately shook his head, shut his mouth, and planned to speed up the stairs. However, at this time, the two also found Emolan, and saw that it was Emolan. Their eyes lit up, and immediately stepped forward, and the mage who had just asked Zhang Guangmo asked hurriedly, President, can I delay a little of your time? Is there any hope that the melee mage we just talked about can succeed? As soon as the mage asked his question, Zhang Guangmo, who was next to him, looked at Emolan, and suddenly became a little nervous, grasping a stick in his hand, and waiting quietly. Seeing Emolan shaking his head, his heart suddenly sank, and his hands holding the stick tightened involuntarily. I don't know. Emolan's words made both of them stunned. Well, President, why don't you know? Emolan pondered for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Zhang Guangmo. Because I said that the mage should use the stick as a joke, just playing a trick. I want to apologize to Guangmo here. I thought you were playing a trick, so I gave a thumbs up. Zhang Guangmo held the stick tightly. His joints turned slightly white, but he still said indifferently, It's okay, Guild Master. If it doesn't work, then I'll switch. It's just the beginning anyway. I'll just play the mage normally. In fact, I didn't believe what you said before. After all, I'm not stupid, right? I'm not stupid. Zhang Guangmo waved his hands and said, and Emolan shook his head. I think you misunderstood. Zhang Guangmo paused and looked at Emolan cautiously. I apologize to you, but I don't deny that melee mages are not good. President, are you saying that melee mages are good? Zhang Guangmo asked quickly, and Emolan shook his head again. I don't know. I also thought it was not possible before. I just wanted to correct you. But I thought about it along your line of thought. Start with light, flash close, bear burst blessing, one hit kill. It seems to have a taste. It was this taste that made me realize that I, a gamer, don't know anything about melee mages. I have never played a melee mage. How dare I use other experiences to conclude that melee mages are not good? Even if I have played a melee mage, how dare I use my shallow ability to conclude that other people's melee mages are not good? You are the pioneer of melee mages. Whether you can do it or not, it's up to you. In the field of melee mages, you are ahead of me, you are better than me. As for you asking me if melee mages are okay, I will only tell you, if you like it, if you decide, then go all out, the association will be there to support you. At this time, many mages had gathered around, looking at Emolan quietly. Emolan looked around and said with a chuckle, I also want to say this to everyone. I am just a gamer, I don't know anything about mages. I am also just a beginner. No one is an authority on this path, and no one can determine which path is not feasible. I established the Mage Association not to promote Confucianism alone, I want the various schools of thought, 100 schools of thought contending. I will say this again, if you like it, if you decide, then go all out, then the association will back you up. Paw paw paw. Paw paw paw. Thunderous applause rang out, and Emolan patted Zhang Guangmo on the shoulder. Come on, I hope to see you on the stage of the various schools of thought. Zhang Guangmo blushed, and nodded vigorously. Emolan walked forward, and the surrounding mages spontaneously made way for Emolan. Emolan left. The hustle and bustle here remained. Everyone narrated their own ideas. Everyone refuted others' ideas. More and more people were attracted. The discussion became more and more intense. And then the battlefield slowly moved to a large conference room. The atmosphere became more and more heated. The ruthless refutation. The collision of thoughts. The sparks of inspiration. In this process, everyone was arguing until their faces were red and their necks were thick. It seemed that whoever spoke louder was more right. As the atmosphere reached a climax, I don't know who started it. A chaotic battle began. In order to make their own arguments more reasonable, and to make the other side listen to them, the mages used a lot of arguments. 10 minutes later, Zhang Guangmo, who was full of vigor, curled his lips and left the conference room with a bruised face. I'm not targeting anyone. Everyone here is my younger brother. There were shouts from behind. Shameless. Another warrior who changed his job. Zhang Guangmo stretched his muscles. Well, is this the cheer of the winner? President. I understand. Emolan's mental power took in everything that happened below. And he was speechless. I said the various schools of thought were just metaphors, but I didn't ask you to really fight like the various schools of thought. Also, you guys actually dared to reason with a professional melee fighter? Are you crazy or are you crazy? It was a complaint, but Emolan couldn't hide the smile on his face. There was a piece of white paper on the table, recording one after another outrageous, looking not outrageous but outrageous when you think about it, looking outrageous but not so outrageous when you think about it, not outrageous but useless, outrageous and useless ideas. The collision of thoughts is most likely to produce sparks. Although many of the ideas here are outrageous, Emolan can also draw a lot of nutrients and inspiration from them. Emolan bound several papers on the table that recorded their discussions and put them in a special folder. After putting them away, Emolan regained his mind and meditated quietly. In some literary creations, some mages cast spells very flexibly, even if it is only a first-level spell. As long as the mage is at a high level, he can use the first-level spell to produce advanced effects. The power of a spell depends on the ability and output of the mage, which is never constant. Maybe it was not possible before, but with the magic shield and the mage's hand, it may not be impossible. Emolan muttered to himself. The current set of spell models comes from Warcraft. What is suitable for Warcraft may not be suitable for mages. But if you want to change the spell model from Warcraft to one suitable for mages, where should you start? Emolan muttered to himself. First of all, the 3 nodes that attract and collect elemental power must be deleted. But you can delete the function, you can't delete the channel, you must keep the function of inputting energy. In addition, the part of controlling power must also be modified. The conversion effect also needs to be strengthened, at least it should be more flexible. You can't just input a little energy and reach the limit of the spell model. The laboratory was quiet, only the sound of Emolan's pen tip scratching on the paper, rustling. Chapter 236 Changes in the Sky. Recovered. Emolan slowly opened his eyes beside the element pool, waking up from meditation. So far, the weak state caused by the previous suicide has been completely recovered. And during this period, Emolan also discovered another, 2 other functions of the fire pattern wood. The fire pattern wood is still quite useful. I was thinking before, if the element pool can't meet my full load meditation requirements, then where should I go to meditate? Now it seems that there is no need to find other ways for the time being. The fire element with higher purity from the fire pattern wood can be used for meditation in the future. Although the only earth, fire, and feng shui currently has the fire wood, it can at least meet a quarter of my meditation needs. There is also the peculiar resonance effect of the fire wood. Emolan looked at the fire wood standing in the element pool with a little surprise. At this time, the firewood is adapted to the environment here. It can actually cause the resonance of the fire element in the environment. No means are needed. As long as the fire element passes through the firewood, it can attract the surrounding elements and attract more elements with less effort. Well, it's a pity. For spells, it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 10 fire elements. At most, it increases the casting speed. Although this is somewhat useful, it's actually just that. As for arcanists, unless I change my job to specialize in fire arcane, I have to collect all 4 elements to be useful. For me now, it's still useless. Emolan shook his head and looked at the slightly shrunk firewood. After this period of growth, the diameter of the firewood has been successfully reduced by 0.5 millimeters, and the palm-length branches on it are slowly bending inward. This is the result of Emolan trying to stimulate it. Based on an inexplicable cognition, after Emolan found that he could influence the growth direction of the firewood, he began to stimulate the firewood to grow in the direction of increasing density. High density is better than low density. At least that's what Emolan thinks about wood. To collect 4 types of wood, it's outrageous to think about it, but it doesn't seem so outrageous to think about it. There must be 4 types of magic plants in the world, but it's outrageous for all of them to have this function. Emolan shook his head, got up and went upstairs, sat down at his desk, and looked at his summary of the way magic is suitable for magicians. This question is very, very difficult. Even Emolan spent a lot of time thinking about it and answering it. After spending a few days, Emolan finally had a general direction in his mind. Earth, fire, feng shui. I currently only control the fire spirit of the fire system, which gives me the ability to directly control the fire element, if it is placed on the normal path. When the mage meditates enough on a certain element and has enough affinity, he should also gain similar abilities. Gain the ability to control and influence the elements. But even if it reaches this step spontaneously, it should not be as strong as my current ability. Let's not talk about other things for now. Since I have gained the ability to control the fire element, then the most suitable way of casting spells for me should also play to my strengths, amplify my strengths, use my strengths to overcome others' weaknesses. Emolan was talking, and suddenly realized. Wait, aren't I supposed to do the work of adaptation? Why did you bring up my strengths? I may not have the same features as others. What if I have the same features as others? Emolan fell into deep thought, and soon he thought of the answer. Adapt. Adapt. I am the only elite mage in the whole game. I can use it. This adaptation rate. 100%. Emolan was shocked. If it's not adaptation, what is it? Keep going. After Emolan figured it out, he continued his thinking. If you want to create a spellcasting method suitable for mages, you must first understand the principles of spells. Only when you understand all the principles, you will know which ones are useful, which ones are useless, which ones can be changed, and which ones must not be changed. What is the essence of spellcasting? Emolan paused. Flashes of fragments flashed through his mind. Slides of spell models, slides of professions. After a long time, Emolan wrote a line of words on the paper. The essence of spellcasting lies in the use of the essence after stimulating the essence of the element. Emolan wrote this sentence, and suddenly understood a lot in his mind. Fireball uses the essence of the explosion of the fire element, the essence of high temperature. After the essence of the explosion is drawn, it is compressed, further expanding the power of the explosion, thus releasing the fireball. The essence of vine entanglement lies in the growth of the wood element, or the essence of life, activating the essence, giving birth to vines, and finally using mental power to control the vines, entangle the enemy. The essence of water shield, forget it. I don't know this yet. Next. The essence of wind hurricane lies in the active essence of wind element, the essence of movement. The more thoroughly this essence is stimulated, the stronger the wind. The essence of the sharpness technique lies in the sharpness and hardness of the gold element. The deeper the essence is stimulated, the sharper it becomes, and the harder it becomes. Emolan's entire mind was immersed in it, and he was intoxicated. The secret that had troubled him for a long time seemed to have unveiled its mysterious veil at this moment. At this time, Emolan once again wrote down a question on the paper. And an answer. What is the essence of the elements? Rules? Emolan put a question mark on his question. But just after he finished writing, there was a thunder outside. Emolan seemed not to hear it, and his whole mind was immersed in these two words. Boom! Thunder rolled, and many people poked their heads out of the windows. Why is it thundering? Is it going to rain? The dark clouds are rolling. And it's dark. It's dark? We can go off work and work overtime. People in one place after another looked up at the sky. Mirror Lake, Red Maple City, Morse Capital, Southern Empire, and the Empire. Countless people looked up at the suddenly changed sky and muttered something. Boom! The thunder was like the roar of a god. After a few thunders, the sky became darker, the wind howled, and the raindrops as big as beans fell. A few minutes later, the dark clouds dissipated, and the sky became clear again, making people exclaim that the weather is unpredictable and unpredictable. At this time, Emolan slowly woke up from his own perception and shook his head. Too profound, not something I can touch at the moment. Emolan picked up a pen and crossed out the following questions and answers, crossed out the word rules, leaving only the first sentence. The essence of spellcasting lies in the use of the essence after stimulating the essence of the elements. Emolan looked at this sentence, and his face showed joy from the bottom of his heart. At this time, he suddenly stood up and looked outside, and a question popped up in his mind. Did it rain just now? Chapter 237 Art Bang. Hey, look, it's raining heavily in Hongfeng City. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and the thunder is rumbling. Someone must have confessed his love. Confession? No, this is a fellow Taoist who is going through a tribulation. Going through a tribulation? What fellow Taoist who is going through a tribulation can have a tribulation cloud that spans hundreds of miles? Look, I'm in the capital of Morse, and it's dark here too. Huh? It's raining there too? Me too. The one upstairs, where are you? The southern border of the Southern Empire. Fuck, this is too far, it's directly across an empire. Don't even mention the southern border of the Southern Empire. The northern border of the Northern Empire is also dark. Screenshot.jpg. So far? Who needs to survive the catastrophe? What the hell? It's more believable that someone confessed and was punished by God. Isn't it the end of the world? Our game is going to become a doomsday online game. Cheer up, have fun. The whole game was dark just now, and it rained for a few minutes, at exactly the same time, without any delay, and the coverage area is so large, it must be a supernatural phenomenon. It's like the sky is falling, everyone, I won't hide it from you at this point. Just now, I broke through the nascent soul stage. It was because this world is too weak that the momentum was so huge. I am sorry for alarming everyone. Upstairs, stop lying. What I hate most is you guys who brag. You don't even think about it. I tell you, the alien world is about to invade. I am blocking the front line now. I just couldn't stop the attack of an evil god. As a result, a trace of aftermath spread to our world, which led to the scene just now. Now the situation is getting more urgent. I can no longer protect the whole world. If you want my personal protection, pay me 200 yuan now. I will definitely give you the most considerate service and the most personal protection. Account number 6103088871. Emolan searched the number silently, transferred 10,000 yuan, and then called the police. Hello, is Yao Ling? There are scammers here, yes, I was scammed out of 10,000 yuan. After hanging up the phone, Emolan closed the forum. The discussion on the forum was very lively. All kinds of strange ideas, all kinds of brain holes came out. Everyone on the forum is talented, with big brain holes, and nice words. Just take a look, and an hour has passed before you know it. After closing the forum, Emolan was slightly confused. But what happened just now? Why did the dark clouds suddenly cover the whole world? The dark clouds from all over the world rained together, stopped together, dispersed together, and even thundered together. It can't be a coincidence. It must be a supernatural phenomenon, or an extraordinary phenomenon. But what level of extraordinary phenomenon can cover the whole world? In front of the whole world, Master is trash. Legend is also trash. What is above it? But it must be above legend. How much is it exactly? Emolan shook his head. I don't know. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Emolan put aside this question and put his thoughts back on the sentence on the paper. Since the meaning of spellcasting lies in the activation and application of the essence of elements, then I can completely abandon all frameworks, get straight to the point, and get to the essence. This way, I should be able to cast spells freely, Emolan said with great enthusiasm, and then walked downstairs and came to the spell laboratory. Activate the water shield spell to protect the wall. The sharp spell. Emolan sat on the sofa chair on the side, quietly thinking. First, gather the elements. Activate the elemental properties. Amplify the elemental properties. And then release them. Emolan repeated it and nodded. Well, it sounds simple. Emolan began to gather the elements. The first thing he tried was the most basic fire element. The fireball technique. With the fire spirit. Controlling the fire element was as easy as driving an arm. The fire elements were gathered in an instant. But after gathering them, Emolan fell into deep thought. What should I do next? Activate the essence. But how do I activate the essence? Emolan's slightly heated head gradually cooled down, and his careful rational thinking reappeared. The steps should be correct. I am wrong. I don't understand the essence of the element enough. Indeed, one of the essences of the fire element is violence. But how to activate this essence? How do I control it after activation? I don't know these. I don't understand enough. I need a deeper understanding of the element. Only when I understand enough can I cast spells directly. And now I need a medium. A transition period. I also need a spell model. On the fire element, other things can be removed. But I still need to activate the trigger of the fire element's essence. For example, Emolan only memorized a few structures of the fireball spell in a first ring spell slot, leaving only a dozen spell nodes. And all other spell nodes were thrown away. With a slight thought, the spell slot was activated, and the spell structure appeared in front of Emolan. Before it collapsed, Emolan controlled the fire element to connect. The spell model lasted for 1 second, then collapsed. Emolan's face remained unchanged. He modified the remaining structure again, added a few more spell nodes, and released it. Failure! 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 Time and time again. Emolan seemed to have found the feeling of experimenting with spells, and improving spells again and again when he was alone underground, facing the seemingly boring experiments, which were actually boring. Emolan's mouth showed a slight smile of satisfaction. Only those who can endure the torment of loneliness can reap the fruits of success. In the boring failed experiments again and again, Emolan can see the essence behind them, summarize the experience, and make little progress, but each time is a little better than the previous time, and each time knows a little more than the previous time. Every experiment requires countless experiments, and each experiment is not a one-time effort. There are indeed some who can get results immediately, but they are absolutely rare. Either they are lucky, or they are geniuses. Only for people like me, this state is normal. Puff! A thumb-sized fireball hit the target and went out. This is normal. It is not a one-time effort. It took 2 hours to achieve such a tiny result. Emolan loosened the constraints of the spell model again and removed a mage node. Failure. Emolan was not discouraged and tried again. Puff. A small ball of flame hit the target, leaving a charred mark. Change. Puff. The flames grew bigger and bigger, and the explosion became louder and louder. Emolan's face was full of caution at this moment. He pointed forward and squeezed his hand slowly. The spell position was activated synchronously. Only several joint structures of 18 spell nodes appeared outside. The fire elements controlled by Emolan swarmed in. The core of the spherical fire element suddenly changed slightly. The fire elements outside quickly compressed inward. When Emolan squeezed the basin-sized fireball into a fist-sized one, he threw it out. The fist-sized fireball hit the target lightly. Boom! Emolan's vision was completely blocked by the flames. Suddenly, a group spell water shield appeared in front of him. Boom! At this moment, all the mages next to the mage tower raised their heads in astonishment. The mage tower trembled. Chapter 238 Breakthrough Elite. I feel comfortable. Emolan stood behind the water shield. Endless red flames expanded and instantly filled the test room. The high temperature and high impact flames were blocked by the water shield, causing ripples, but Emolan behind him was unmoved, only a little happy, and then fell into thinking again. The first ring of fireball, the power should have been raised to the 4th ring level just now, and this is not my limit. If the output is at the limit, with my ability to control the fire element, TSK, It's hard to say. Mo Lan looked at the test room, and finally gave up the idea of continuing to experiment here. The mage tower needs to be strengthened. In this case, the conventional 4-ring spells still need to be studied. Otherwise, the mage tower cannot control the fire element like me, and naturally, there is no way to cast spells like me. Even if I catch another fire spirit and seal it in the mage tower, it will be useless. Unless I find a way to increase my mental power and increase my method of controlling the fire element. In this way, maybe when I am in charge, the mage tower can play a role. Mo Lan muttered to himself while standing by the window, and seeing that the winged sky beast had arrived, he jumped directly and landed on the winged sky beast. Patting the winged sky beast, Mo Lan smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, a fist-sized fireball appeared in Mo Lan's hand. The winged sky beast flapped its wings and flew, and wherever it passed, a hole of fire element appeared directly. Wherever it passed, the fire element within a 200-meter wide range seemed to be swallowed up directly, leaving no trace. At the same time, the fireball in Mo Lan's hand gradually grew larger, circle by circle, and the speed of each circle grew slower and slower. After a few minutes, Mo Lan's face turned pale, and the fireball in his hand was already as big as a basketball, and it had been compressed to the limit and could not be compressed anymore. The huge fire element put a huge burden on Mo Lan's mental power. The fire element that was originally docile, well-behaved, and controlled by the arm became extremely violent and difficult to control. Finally, Mo Lan stopped. A smile appeared on his face, and he gently threw the fireball in his hand. The fireball slowly fell from the sky. Its core was hot, and changes occurred instantly. Each fire element showed its violent side, and the fireball expanded. Boom! Like the traces left by a missile explosion. Mo Lan looked at the big pit on the ground, while using the earth wall to cover up the traces here. He muttered, "This power should be much stronger than the attack of the lava giant, which is much stronger than the 6th level. However, considering that the attack power of the mage itself is high, and the fire element spell is the best among many element spells, so this extreme state of fireball should be equivalent to the 6th ring fire spell." Mo Lan couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Sure enough, this is the right way. If you keep practicing foolishly, the growth rate of elemental affinity is calculated at a uniform rate. So at least you have to reach the 7th ring to control the elements, like driving your arms. The reason why people are human is that they can use tools. And the biggest difference between them and beasts is the same. It was decided happily that after the mage advances to the 4th ring and becomes an elite mage, he must find ways to enhance elemental affinity. Then change the casting method. Use my orthodox casting method. And become a real mage. Well, this is a normal mage. As the founder of mages, Mo Lan naturally has the right to decide how mages develop. Just a normal mage, Mo Lan may have forgotten, how can a normal profession release a 6th ring powerful attack at the 4th ring? Can this be called normal? Then what is abnormal? Or maybe Mo Lan thinks, other professions don't count, only mages are normal like this. It's a pity that I only have fire spirits at present. If I have other elements, that would be comfortable. Single attack spells. The thunder system is stronger than the fire system. How strong can the 6th ring lightning spell be? There is also the 6th ring ground-breaking spell. Can it be upgraded to earthquake spell? Mo Lan imagined for a while, then shook his head, and woke up. It's too early to reach this level through meditation. We still have to find the elemental spirit. The mage is indeed a resource-intensive profession. It seems that not only the fire world needs to open up the space channel, but also the elemental worlds of other systems need to start looking for them, and find a way to go there. Elemental spirits like this should be the most common in these elemental worlds. Right? Mo Lan looked at the filled pit, jumped onto the back of the winged sky beast, and headed back. Mo Lan sat cross-legged on the back of the winged sky beast to deduce spells. The winged sky beast quickly reached the mirror lake. But when Mo Lan approached the mage tower, he suddenly sensed an abnormal mental fluctuation. Looking down, a group of people walked out of the mage tower and gathered in the square outside. Many people had envy on their faces. Mo Lan felt this abnormal fluctuation and had some guesses in his mind. But when he saw familiar faces one after another below, he suddenly felt a little doubtful. The winged sky beast landed on the ground and Mo Lan walked down quickly. Linhua, Zhong Xian, and the rest of you are outside. Who is advancing to the 4th ring now? Mo Lan asked directly. The fluctuation coming out of the mage tower clearly showed that someone was advancing to the fourth ring mage. Lubin hasn't come back yet. Linhua looked at the mage tower with a complicated expression. It's Zhang Guangmo. Zhang Guangmo? Imolan was a little surprised at this moment, but when he recalled the scenes he saw every time he passed by, he suddenly felt that it was natural. There are no mediocre people in the Mage Association, nor lazy people. Everyone may not be a genius, but they are definitely high-quality talents, and they are high-quality talents who can work hard, know how to work hard, and are willing to work hard. This is the most terrifying thing. But these high-quality talents will not give up rest while working hard. The combination of work and rest is their way of working hard. It's not that they don't want to work hard all the time, but because rest time is their need for self-regulation, emotional regulation needs, and being tense all the time is not necessarily a good thing. But Zhang Guangmo was different. Sometimes when Imolan met him at dinner, he was deducing spells. When he passed by the training ground, he saw him training. Occasionally, when his spiritual power swept into his room, he was meditating. Molan suddenly realized that he was working hard every time. This was not a coincidence, but a necessity. He has great talent. He is one of the hardest working people in the association. It is normal for him to be one step ahead. I want to work hard, too. Linhua's words startled Imolan for a moment. Then he reacted and patted his shoulder with some guilt. Let the elite members participate in the management. There are enough elite members, and the responsibilities are clearly divided. You just need to check it regularly. In addition, Imolan pondered for a moment. I will find a way to compensate the members who participate in the management. After all, everyone comes to the Mage Association to study mages. Since we are all serving the entire association, it is reasonable to get some compensation, at least to make up for the time lost due to management. Yes, thank you. Linhua nodded, looked up and looked forward, and said softly. He succeeded. Chapter 239 Challenge. The mental power fluctuations in the Mage Tower are stable, gradually converged, obviously. They have successfully broken through, and are adapting to the current state. How can I make up for the time of cultivation? Imolan fell into deep thought. He wanted to give reasonable compensation to those who serve the association. They have no shortage of wealth, and can become elite members of the Mage Association, or even elders and vice presidents. Many of them have a guild behind them. In the Mage Association of 500 people, more than 200 people have the support of the guild behind them, and at the very least, they are just in name only in a certain guild, not joining, not holding a real job, but getting paid, and only need to help occasionally. The remaining 200 people were not invited. But they just didn't want to. They could exchange the money and resources they needed by completing some tasks in the association. They didn't need to be affiliated with the guild. Nor did they want to be affiliated with the guild. Even ordinary members of the Mage Association are very popular in the outside world. This is the value of the Mage Association. So simply compensating wealth is meaningless. In fact, in Imolan's opinion, this is simply an insult to them. Just like Imolan himself. If someone paid him to help with work and delayed his research and practice, Imolan would not even look at him, and would even feel unhappy. No matter how much money he was offered, it would not work. So the first thing to be ruled out is monetary compensation. Magic plant treasures? Forget it, low-level ones are no different from money, and the association of high-level ones can't currently provide them. How about technical library points? Hiss, somewhat interesting, but not much. Give them time, they can earn points through their own research, and it will also benefit their own growth. Imolan had a headache, and frowned. It would be great if there were time-based spells. Just double the time, take 24 hours a day for management, and 48 hours for training, research. When Imolan complained, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred to his mind. Wait, research doesn't count. If it's cultivation, then there might be a way. However, at this moment, a familiar voice sounded, interrupting Imolan's thoughts. Emotion. Emotion. Are you doing anything here? Stand outside? No. Hey. Yi Fei. Why are you here? You are all here too? Imolan collected his thoughts, wrote a few words on the notebook, looked at the newcomers, and said in surprise, Oh, did we disturb you? Sorry. I didn't tell you in advance that I was here. Yi Fei noticed Imolan's actions, and said apologetically, It's okay. It's okay. I won't bother you. Oh, that's good. If I accidentally interrupted Emotion's inspiration, I would be guilty. By the way, I got off track. I came here for two main things. First, the thing you told us last time. I wanted to call everyone over and discuss it together. Yifei didn't understand. But Imolan understood as soon as he heard it and nodded. Secondly, take the job transfer method of the spell-breaking swordsman of our association. The points collected should be enough to exchange for a spell constant technology. Right? Oh, that's enough. You just need to go through the procedures when the time comes. But the lawbreaker swordsman? Imolan looked at Yifei thoughtfully, and the others also had some differences. The name of this profession made them fantasize. This is the last thing. Someone from our association wants to challenge you. Yifei said a little embarrassedly. He wanted to challenge you before, but unfortunately, he couldn't even see the taillights of the car you left behind. There was nothing he could do. Now he finally saw some taillights, so he quickly seized the opportunity to challenge. Wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Emotion. In addition, I will also show the profession of the law-breaking swordsman to Emotion, so that I can get a good price when I evaluate it later. The profession of the law-breaking swordsman is not weak. I have to say that Yifei is very good at talking. He is obviously going to challenge Imolan. But he is so arrogant that it makes people feel angry. It's him. Yifei pointed at the player behind him, who was looking at Imolan with a cold face. With a slight pride on his face. Yifei smiled at this. As a professional player, I am born with a sense of pride. Please forgive me. Emotion. However, before Yifei finished speaking, this person spoke. To kill you, one sword is enough. The surrounding mages' eyes suddenly changed when they heard this. Their eyes, that were watching the excitement, turned cold. They said nothing, made no movements. But the elements in the air became agitated unconsciously. At this moment, there were at least nearly 100 three-ring spells in preparation, ready to be released at any time. Mages never talk nonsense. Imolan's smile froze, and he pressed his hands behind his back. Yifei's face also darkened instantly. He was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, a voice came from the direction of the mage tower. Challenge the president? Who do you think you are? Can anyone challenge the president? Everyone looked towards the mage tower, and saw a man holding a steel staff that reached his eyebrows. The staff was as thick as an egg, and at the top near the eyebrows was a pure steel ball slightly larger than a fist, and in the middle was a symbolic crystal, to insist that he was a staff. Imolan smiled when he saw this, and turned to Yifei and said, Yifei, this person here just happened to be promoted to a fourth ring mage. What's your name? His name is. Yifei was about to say something, when Imolan waved his hand. Forget it, his name is not important, he just happened to be promoted. It's better to let them fight, so that I won't end up bullying the younger generation. Imolan, you. Shut up. Yifei's eyes flashed with a cold light. He shouted in a low voice, then looked at Imolan and smiled. That's good, then where does Emotion plan to fight? Yifei took over Imolan's step and went down. Let's do it right here, Imolan said. Put away your spells one by one. Aren't you ashamed? You act like you've never seen the world. You're proud to tell others in advance that you're going to cast a spell. Right? Next time, we'll give you a special lesson on how to cover up elemental fluctuations before casting a spell. It's embarrassing. Now, spread out. Make a 100-meter circle for them to duel. The surrounding mages laughed and moved aside. Yifei was stunned. This 100 meters? How about a little further? It's okay. Imolan waved his hand. The swordsman player's face turned cold when he saw this. He snorted coldly and walked towards Zhang Guangmo. Kill him, and then I'll kill you, he said coldly. But unfortunately no one paid attention to him. Yifei looked at him with a colder look. Soon, a circle of 100 meters was vacated. Imolan organized people to cast a spell, and used a 5-centimeter high ladder to indicate the range of the circle. If you leave the circle, you lose. If you die, the battle will begin when the stone in my hand falls to the ground. Imolan threw the stone in his hand, and everyone focused their eyes on it. Boom! The moment the stone fell to the ground, the long sword was unsheathed, and a strange energy vibrated in the swordsman's body. Wherever the blade pointed, the elements were silent. The sharp blade was unsheathed, and a flash of white light appeared, and everyone felt a little cold in their hearts. Although the swordsman was arrogant, he was also powerful, and this profession seemed to be able to restrain the mage. Zhang Guangmo and the others turned their heads to look at Zhang Guangmo, but he had disappeared, and only 4 spell fluctuations were left on the spot. A spell bloomed with dazzling brilliance, as if looking directly at the sun, except for the association members, who had used spells for protection in advance. Everyone was blinded by the brilliance. And in the light spell, a spell fluctuation fell around the swordsman, and the mages who observed with their mental power found that the elements and air around the swordsman were all disturbed, no longer had any rules, and could not be sensed. The swordsman who suddenly lost his senses bit his waist, and slashed around with his sword. The sword left a mark, and the disturbing element seemed to be cut off by the long sword, but nothing was gained. Zhang Guangmo appeared above his head silently, and the staff in his hand fell towards his head instantly, with a fast speed, but there was no whistling sound, and even the strong wind disappeared, and it was so quiet that it was eerie. Bang! Yi Fei and others regained their vision, and opened their eyes to see a headless corpse falling down. Zhang Guangmo shook his head disdainfully with the staff in his hand. To kill you, one stick is enough. Chapter 240. The Swordsman of Lawbreaker. Emotion. The profession of the Swordsman of Lawbreaker is really good. Be gentle when you bargain later. Emolan was a little at a loss. Exaggerating Guangmo. No, scolding Zhang Guangmo is even worse. But at this time, Yi Fei took the initiative to speak, making Emolan feel relieved. No. No, you are willing to give us the profession you created. It is our honor. How can we bargain? We must give the best price. You can rest assured about this. Well, how about this? Just now I was planning to talk to this. Well, I don't know what this brother's name is. His name is Zhang Guangmo. Oh, I was planning to explain it while he was fighting with Zhang Guangmo. But Guangmo won too quickly. I might as well talk about it now, so that everyone can have a certain understanding of this profession. Yi Fei took the long sword from the swordsman, with a very bad face. Stand up and demonstrate. Yi Fei glanced at him, and he had to stand in front of everyone. Yi Fei took the sword and twitched it. This sword is the job transfer item of the law-breaking swordsman, and it is also the basis for the law-breaking swordsman to break the law. It is precisely because of the close connection with the sword that the swordsman was given such a name. It can be said that without this sword, the swordsman would be just an ordinary warrior, and would be beaten back to his original form. Yi Fei said it directly, but others looked at him in surprise. Such a big disadvantage is directly mentioned? Aren't you afraid of being restrained by others? Aren't you afraid of being disliked by others? Yi Fei smiled when he heard it. Does the mage have disadvantages? Yes. Well, MO should be afraid of being restrained by others? No. 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 As long as there are enough people who change their jobs, the shortcomings will be supplemented in a way, and this profession will be more perfect. Just like Guangmo. Would he be afraid of someone fighting him in close combat? I'm afraid that's what he wants. As for the issue of being disliked, no one would dislike a profession because of a flaw. There is only one real reason to dislike a profession. It's too weak, Yi Fei said with a little pride. Now that I have talked about the fatal drawbacks of the law-breaking swordsman, let me talk about its advantages. The advantages of the law-breaking swordsman are as the name suggests. Breaking the law. Not the mage, but the spell. The law-breaking swordsman has a kind of alien energy in his body, which has a powerful ability to bend magic. If this forbidden energy is injected into a warrior's body, then the warrior will not be able to use fighting spirit. If the forbidden energy is injected into this matching long sword, then the spell can be cut directly, and the cut spell will be directly disintegrated due to the spell-breaking energy. Come on. Release a fireball spell at him. Yi Fei returned the sword to the swordsman and asked him to walk away. Just as a mage was about to release the fireball spell, he saw a fist-sized fireball in Emolan's hand. So he stopped and looked at the fireball with a look of astonishment. Yi Fei suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But at this moment, he saw Emolan put his 5 fingers together, extinguishing the fireball, and smiled and shook his head. Come on. Whoever you want. I won't do anything with low EQ, Emolan said with a smile, and suddenly felt that the level was not right. It was quite boring recently, and people should be generous. I will let Zhang Guangmo beat him a few more times later. The mage brought by Yi Fei quickly released a fireball and threw it at the swordsman. And at this time Yi Fei wiped the sweat off his face and showed a grateful look to Emolan. Squeak! The sharp blade was unsheathed. A stream of sword energy broke through the air and cut the fireball in half the moment it swept past, and the cut fireball was split into 2 halves and then dissipated and extinguished, making many people raise their eyebrows in surprise, and their curiosity about this profession suddenly grew. The sword energy fell to the ground, leaving a sword mark, Emolan said after a moment of silence. Very strong ability, if I'm not mistaken, in addition to being able to cut through attack-type spells, like shields, defense spells and warriors fighting spirit defense should be able to be cut directly. Right? Although Emolon asked a question, his tone was very certain. Yi Fei nodded with a smile. That's right. Emolon nodded, and the others were shocked. If that's true, then it would be very valuable. As long as there is the effect of breaking the law, any disadvantages can be accepted, not to mention that this swordsman should also include the effect of the warrior, which is basically a special profession of the warrior system. And we are developing the field of breaking the law, planning to use the long sword to trigger a range of forbidden law aura, the forbidden law field, and we have made some progress so far. Everyone looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. That's a good direction. Emolon nodded. Well, let's go in and talk business. This conversation is confidential. Others don't follow. As soon as Emolon said this, the other players following behind the president stopped immediately. Linhua, you come with me to the meeting, Su Zongxin, you treat them well, and Zhang Guanmo, get it? I know. Okay. Molon took several presidents directly to the third floor to find a closed meeting room, and after doing the ceiling work, they started to get down to business. That night, Emolon and the others did not go downstairs to eat. They were all prepared and brought up by others. The next morning, Emolon, who was in high spirits, saw the presidents off, with a slight smile on his face. Marquis Morse, I hope you like my gift. I'll give you another chance. Don't mess with me. Cooperate well. The nobles are still nobles, the king is still the king, the Morse kingdom is still your Morse kingdom, and I will present you with a prosperous Morse kingdom. But if you think I'm easy to bully, and want to use others to deal with me, don't blame me for being rude. I have no interest in playing horizontal scrolling games with you. If you beat the younger one and the older one comes, I will just flip the table. Emolon muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. The professor of the University of Finance and Economics is already in place, and his doctoral students and graduate students are already extremely hungry. They have the ability to build, and naturally they also have the ability to destroy. If the country really collapses as planned, it will no longer be a country. Linhua, how do you feel? Linhua rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. I knew you would give me another task. I have less time to practice and study. How about changing someone? Linhua pondered for a moment, then shook his head. If I don't participate in such a big thing, I will regret it for the rest of my life. And if I participate, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. It's nothing to delay for a while now. It's not a loss. Emolon smiled and looked into the distance. Don't worry, I have probably thought of a way to compensate you. It should be feasible, and this method can directly make up for the time you lost. Linhua was shocked. Chapter 241 Meditation Room. President. Are you sure? Just compensate us for the time we lost? Linhua said in astonishment. President. Don't be kidding me. You didn't learn the time spell. Did you? Just adjust the flow rate for us. Emolon rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Time spell, I thought about it too, but unfortunately there is none. Don't think too much. This method is to speed up your meditation speed and improve efficiency. You can make the same progress as before with less meditation time. The extra time can be used to do other things such as studying spells. This can be regarded as making up for your time in disguise. Oh! So, if it is really effective, then it is indeed possible. Come with me and try it. After speaking, Emolon took Linhua to the elemental layer of the Mage Tower. The accelerated meditation method he mentioned is naturally to meditate next to the elemental pool. The elements in the elemental pool are richer than those in the outside world, and of higher quality. More importantly, the constant spell model on the elemental pool can also suppress the activity and destructiveness of the elements. In this case, the object of meditation can be a higher level element, and the growth rate will naturally be faster. Try to meditate here. As soon as Emolon finished speaking, Linhua sat down and began to meditate with some doubt. Emolon could see that Linhua was very conservative in meditation, and he had obviously suffered from the elements. Emolon was not in a hurry, and just watched quietly. Linhua stopped meditating for a moment, opened his eyes in doubt, and the next moment his mental power stretched out of his body, and he began to meditate carefully. Meditation had just begun, and Linhua was shocked in an instant, and even interrupted his meditation state. Linhua turned his head to look at Emolon. Isn't this too fast? If this is the method you mentioned, it can indeed be an effective compensation, and it can completely make up for the time we lost. However, Linwa hesitated for a moment and pondered. The element pool is the important place of the Mage Tower, and it is also the core of the Mage Tower. Vice President. Elders are fine, but if elite members can also enter and exit the element pool freely, it will be easy to cause trouble. Right? This is exactly what I was worried about before. But today I think about it. The element pool is indeed an important place, and it is not convenient for too many people to come in. But as long as we leave the element pool, we can completely export the elements in the element pool and build meditation rooms one after another, which are specially used for meditation. However, meditation also consumes elements. Once there are too many people meditating, it will affect the element reserves of the element pool, and the consequences will be extremely serious. Therefore, there will definitely not be too many meditation rooms in the Mage Tower, and only a small number can be supplied. However, I have planned to build a meditation room at the bottom of the Mirror Lake. Lay the foundation of the Mage Tower, but do not build the Mage Tower. Instead, only build the element layer and the element pool, which will be used as a meditation room. I want to make the meditation room a training resource of the Mage Association, and popularize it directly, before it is popularized. Your compensation is the time you use the meditation room, and different meditation times are allocated according to different positions. After it is fully popularized, your compensation will be renegotiated. Linwa nodded when he heard it. The president is thoughtful. Emolan smiled and waved his hand. Don't talk so much. Call people over to get ready to work. Call all the idle elders, as it involves the element pool and the constant spell model, so they are the most suitable. Okay. After a while, the elders came down one after another, and they were shocked after asking questions, and then rolled up their sleeves and waited for Emolan's arrangements. After everyone arrived, Emolan began to direct. There is strength in numbers. All the elders in the association, Linwa, and Emolan made up a total of 8 people. The workload that was originally quite huge for Molan suddenly became simple at this moment. After a while, such a scene appeared directly inside the Mage Tower. Everyone clasped their hands, or put their hands in their pockets, or danced like conducting a choir. With their thoughts, energy channels on the ground extended upward. A staircase meeting room on the first floor was quickly leveled, and small cubicles appeared one after another in the original staircase meeting room. There was a basin-sized hole in the cubicle. Emolan and others connected energy pathways to the holes in the cubicles. There are many different elements in the cubicles. The specific number of distribution is determined according to the specific situation of the members within the association. The Fire Element Meditation Room has the most. With the joint efforts of 8 people, the 20 meditation rooms were quickly built. After trying them, the elders cried out, meditation will also consume elements. 20 people meditating at the same time consumes a lot of energy. That's about it. Next, you organize people to start selecting a site at the bottom of Jinghu Lake to build the foundation of the Mage Tower, and build a meditation room on it. Well, some parts can be built on the island, but don't build too densely. Linwa, you are responsible for implementing this matter. If you don't have time, you can ask them to do it, but you are responsible for it. I will only ask you when the time comes. Okay. Linwa nodded, indicating that he understood. Okay, the rest is the division of time for the use of these meditation rooms. Let me tell you the approximate division method: 20 meditation rooms, 30 days a month. That is 14,400 effective times. Divide the guaranteed meditation time by level, with a monthly cycle, how much meditation time each person has in each cycle. This is decided. When deciding the guaranteed meditation time, leave a little margin, and redistribute the margin to the people involved in management work, and then leave a margin again. This part, well, will be used as a reward for outstanding members of the association. There can be one for research, and one for contribution, roughly along this line of thought. You can discuss the specific plan, and give me the specific plan before the weekend. Understood. Linwa nodded, and after making sure there was nothing to do, each of them found a meditation room and went in. Although the allocation plan has not yet been released, this does not affect their power. Oh no. Let's experience it. See if there are any loopholes, and try to see if it can run stably for a long time. Emolan smiled at this, and said nothing. He turned around and returned to the element pool layer. Standing in the middle of many element pools, the energy fluctuations emitted by many element pools attracted attention. But Emolan's attention was no longer on these element pools. Emolan walked to an auxiliary fire element pool in the corner, and quietly looked at the fire pattern wood standing in it. A problem that came up when he was trying a new way of casting spells outside. The ability of the fire pattern wood to purify the fire element and cause resonance of the surrounding fire elements cannot amplify the spell casting. But what about this new way of casting spells? Can it be amplified? Chapter 242 Staff. I think I have the answer. Emolan dispersed the fireball in his hand, which was almost the size of a wash basin, bit by bit, and extinguished it when it was only the size of a fist. At this time, Emolan's right hand was holding the trunk of the fire-patterned wood. The fireball just now was floating on the palm-length branches of the fire-patterned wood. It turns out that this fire-patterned wood is a very strong fire-type staff. When using the fire-patterned wood to cast a spell, inputting a little fire element can cause the resonance of the external fire elements and quickly gather them, and under the fire-patterned wood, the fire elements will become more docile and easier to control. This greatly accelerated Emolan's spell-casting speed. The fireball that originally took several minutes to condense was condensed within 1 minute. In addition, through the fire was increased ability to control the fire element. Emolan once again broke through the limit and increased the fireball that could be released to nearly the size of a wash basin. This is almost the power of the 6th ring limit, although it has not reached the 7th ring. Emolan can feel that if the fireball just now exploded here, it would not be blocked here, and the group spellcasting version of the water shield here would not be blocked, and the entire mage tower would collapse. Why? I clearly feel that I am only 1 layer away from the 7th ring, but I can't break it no matter what. A trace of doubt emerged in Emolan's heart. Just now, when he was holding the firewood, he tried hard to increase the power of the fireball, and even took the risk of pushing his limit, because he felt that the power was only a hair's breadth away from the 7th ring. Just a little bit stronger. It would be the power of the 7th ring. A little bit stronger. A little bit stronger. But this seemed like an illusion. No matter how much it was strengthened, it would always be just a little bit away from Emolan's remaining strength to the real limit. It is always just a little short. From the original 6-ring power to the 6-ring limit power, it is still a little short. Emolan even suspected that if he continued to persist, this 6-ring limit power could continue to be strengthened. But it was still a little short of the 7-ring. The 6th ring is a qualitative leap from the 7-ring. Emolan took out an extraordinary core. And looking at this extraordinary core, Emolan fell into memories. This extraordinary core was snatched by him after he led the Geoding Chamber of Commerce mage group to kill the little devil. And he was competing with many powerful guilds in Hanfeng City. It was the one embedded in the core of the altar. He hid from XE for it, and lived a life of digging 3 to fill one. The altar itself brought Emolan a magic tower, an element pool, a magic forbidden pillar, and brought Ife the profession of a magic-breaking swordsman, which contained extremely terrifying wealth. But the real core of the altar, the truly precious extraordinary core, has always been immersed in Emolan's desk. This is a minimum 7th level extraordinary core, which contains a 7-ring space spell. This is also Emolan's only spell model above the 7th level. Emolan saw the silver extraordinary core in his hand, and his mental power penetrated into it to peek at the spell model that was as complex as the starry sky. The core of the extraordinary is a void space, with stars dotting the void background one after another, and thousands of bright or dark stars together form a mysterious star map. The change of light and dark of the spell nodes is a technique that will appear in the 4-ring spell model. The hidden information behind this refers to the different energy requirements, not more, not less, just right. Obviously, this point is also prominent in the 7-ring spell. The core part of the universe starry sky composed of thousands of spell nodes is completely different from the peripheral nodes. It is obviously in this extraordinary core, but it is like another dimension, on another level, unreachable. Emolan could only guess and imagine before. But now it is different. Now Emolan has a solid theoretical foundation, a few bold guesses, and can imagine without any factual basis. His mental power tried to sense the situation of these spell nodes inside, and tried to analyze them. But he tried many times. But it was all in vain, and he could only make guesses in his mind. This is probably something that points to the essence. Although he didn't see anything, the existence of this phenomenon can actually explain a lot of things. This means that if you want to advance to the 7th ring magician, if you want to reach the realm of the master, you must conduct a deeper study of the elements themselves and have a deeper understanding of the elements. Otherwise, you can't release the 7th ring spells at all, and you will never become a 7th ring magician. Well, it may be that the space spells are special, or that this extraordinary core is special, but it is unlikely. This should be the common property of the 7th ring spells. Otherwise it can't explain why I can't reach the 7th ring realm even if I keep stacking fire elements. The power is obviously much higher than that of ordinary 6 rings, although it breaks through again and again, creating a higher 6th level limit. It becomes more and more difficult, and the power increases less and less. It seems endless, but in fact the power does not increase much. It's like cutting 1/2 of something every time. Although the remaining amount is small, it will not disappear. Emolan had the answer in his mind. So he put away the extraordinary core and looked at the fire pattern withstanding in the element pool again. Let's not talk about other things. Just greatly improving the casting speed and reducing the casting consumption is enough to show its value. I really didn't make a mistake. I found a treasure. Emolan smiled. But when he looked at the roots of the firewood again, he said, "Should I cut off these roots and make this firewood into a staff?" Emolan hesitated for a moment, and shook his head after a moment of hesitation. "This staff hasn't grown into my shape yet. I'd better wait until it grows into the shape I designed before pulling it off and making it into a staff." Emolan looked at the firewood that was gradually growing thinner and stronger, and an idea came to his mind. "And I feel that this fire pattern wood has great potential. It is still alive. I spent a lot of effort to transplant it back. There is no need to cut off its roots and its possibilities in a hurry. This tree is so suitable for making a staff, and it is completely under my control. I can spend time to cultivate it, give it high-quality fire element stone, magma, soil, and various treasures that are effective for plant growth, instead of looking for the best materials for making a staff again. It also needs to meet my requirements. In comparison, it is better to tap the potential of the fire pattern wood and personally create a top-quality staff. Although this is also difficult, it is much more stable and has fewer variables." Emolan looked at the branches that were gradually closing on the top, and silently expected it in his heart. Maybe when you are born, the world will be shocked. Chapter 243, Researching the 4th Ring. Well, just leave it there. Thank you for your hard work. Not hard, not hard. Several members, who were called by Emolan, said with a smile. They moved a few boxes of red rock over, put them aside, and left. Emolan looked at the red rock under his feet, picked up a piece, used his mental power to penetrate it, and immediately sensed the fire element in it. Although this kind of red rock was obtained by killing the lava beast and decomposing its corpse, its properties felt similar to the elemental stone produced by the earth. It should be the same thing. It feels like Lin was said. Resonance is easy. The constant spell model is simple. But I don't know how effective it is. It should be good. These boxes are just inferior products. The top one should be better. Emolan walked to the firewood, pulled it up, and carried it on his shoulders to the 5th floor. At this moment, there are several more element pools on the 5th floor. After building the meditation room, Emolan built a meditation room on his 5th floor with the idea of running less than 2 times to the element pool layer. After arriving at the meditation room, he did not rush to put the firewood into the fire element pool, but first laid a layer of red rock on the bottom before putting the firewood in. The firewood stood in the fire element pool, and Emolan laid a layer of red rock on it, just like planting with soil, using fire rock as the matrix, and planted the firewood on the 5th floor of the mage tower. After a while, Emolan was relieved after confirming that the firewood began to absorb the fire element. Before, Emolan didn't care, and he brought the firewood back carelessly, thinking that if it could be planted, it would be used as material. It didn't matter. But now it is different. Emolan is full of expectations for this firewood at this moment, looking forward to the day when it taps all its potential and makes a stunning appearance. That is why Emolan is very cautious about the safety of the firewood now. Although it was only taken from the 1st floor to the 5th floor, he is still worried about problems. Well, if there is a chance, I can use my control over the firewood to sort out its internal structure. If I can straighten out the wood fibers, unblock all the knots caused by the injury, and repair all the defects, maybe I can directly improve my physique by 1 level. Emolan kept this in mind, and then sat back at the desk to start his own research. Although a new way of casting spells has been developed, Emolan deeply understands that the spell model system will never be abandoned. This will always be a compulsory course for mages, unless one day someone develops another more superior constant spell method. I sorted out all the 3-ring spells some time ago. All the spell models encountered in the third ring and below have no problems. All the problems encountered have been solved. I should be qualified to involve the fourth ring spell. Right? Emolan muttered to himself. First took out the experimental notes of the third ring spell, and after going through them at a very fast speed, Emolan took out the familiar ground cracking technique again and began to study it. With Emolan's rapid analysis, the secret of the earth-splitting technique was revealed to Emolan bit by bit, and it was no longer a secret after a while. In a short period of time, Emolan had thoroughly understood the earth-splitting technique. Although the earth-splitting technique was a fourth ring spell, it was not difficult in Emolan's eyes. In fact, the most difficult part was the spell nodes with different brightness. After adding this variable, the possibility of the experiment increased greatly. Fortunately, the earth-splitting technique did not have many nodes with such brightness changes, and it was quickly analyzed. But when Emolan saw the spell model of Flash, he felt a bit overwhelmed. The spell model of Flash has a lot more spell nodes than Earth Shatter, and it is difficult for Emolan to find similar brightness of these spell nodes. Emolan has always known that Flash is very difficult, but never imagined that it would be so difficult. It is indeed the most mysterious and most difficult space spell model. When Emolan was amazed, there was a knock on the door outside. Dong dong. He looked up and saw that it was Zhang Guangmo. President, you asked me to come over? Yes. Yes. How do you feel? Emolan asked casually. It feels great. I feel powerful all over my body now. And after using the feather fall technique, my magician's hand can also pick me up. And I can fly. Hee. Zhang Guangmo laughed. Emolan looked carefully and suddenly found that Zhang Guangmo's feet were off the ground the whole time. Zhang Guangmo's diligence was simply jaw-dropping. Sit down. Don't be too tired. There is no need to spend every moment practicing. This kind of extremely high-intensity training does seem to accelerate the growth rate in a short period of time. But from a long-term perspective, this may not be a good thing. Long-term tension, and the most important attribute of our mages is mental power. This is the bread and butter. If there is a problem with mental power, it will be a big problem, and even affect your whole body. So there is no need to float now, fall down, come down. Yes, let's talk while we do it. Emolan saw a smile on Zhang Guangmo's face after he sat down. President, what do you want me to do? Zhang Guangmo, who sat down, felt a little awkward. After thinking for a while, he asked directly, Oh, it's like this. Didn't you kill the unknown swordsman of the Martial God Guild before? I have a doubt about the situation at that time, so I obviously want to ask about the situation. If it needs to be kept secret, then just pretend I didn't say it. If you can tell me, then I will start to ask you. President, what are you talking about? Do I need to hide anything from you? You are much better than me. If you want to ask me, I will ask you. President, you can ask whatever you want. I will definitely answer whatever I know. Hee, after you finish asking, I also have some questions about spell models that I want to consult with you. I want to see if you can answer them for me. Give me an idea. Emolan laughed out loud when he heard this. Haha, in that case, then let's discuss it. I might as well call the vice president and a few elders up. You should get familiar with everyone, and we can discuss this together. Is this okay? No, I wish for it, but will it be a bit of a fuss? Zhang Guangmo smiled at first, but then he became a little nervous. Emolan smiled at this. Zhang Guangmo is diligent and modest, but sometimes he is a little shy. It's okay. Your current strength and prestige are enough to participate in this kind of discussion. In the future, if there is such a group discussion, come if you have time. You should gain something. I will ask someone to call you when the time comes. Okay, thank you. President. Chapter 244 Comprehensive Spells. What? Can you tell me more? Su Zongxin suddenly said in surprise, making Zhang Guangmo a little confused. What? Did I say something wrong? No, I just didn't hear clearly. Can you please say it again? Su Zongxin also realized that his attitude was wrong, and spoke again after slowing down his speech. Oh, maybe I spoke too fast. I'll speak more slowly. The first spell I used in the previous battle was a comprehensive spell, which also had the effects of a ring of light spell, and a ring of elemental disturbance spell. By the way, this elemental disturbance spell was my own spell, which didn't have much effect, but just created various chaotic elemental fluctuations, which could confuse people. I named this comprehensive spell Deprivation of Dual Senses. It is currently only a second level spell. I plan to continue to improve it, and gradually increase the effect, until I can complete the deprivation of all senses with one spell. Wait, I interrupt again. Why can you release 2 spell effects with one spell? Release 2 first-level spells as 1 second-level spell? Is there any problem with this? Zhang Guanmo looked at Su Zongxin in confusion. All spells are like this, just like the fireball spell, which has both explosion and high temperature effects. If you want, you could also add stickiness and other effects to it. The same is true for depriving dual senses. It's just that the explosion and temperature are switched to light magic and elemental disturbance magic. There is no difference in essence. Indeed? Su Zongxin slapped his head, suddenly realized, and then laughed at himself. I really asked a stupid question. Okay, I have no problem. Well, the other spell is the same, Cat's Grace and Bear's Burst. However, since these 2 spells are 3-ring spells, there is no comprehensive spell with the effects of both spells yet, just using 2 weakened versions, taking Agility and Burst, creating a brand new comprehensive spell. In addition, I also plan to improve the Flash spell, and try to create a Flash spell with a shorter displacement distance, but faster casting, more concealed, and breaking the ban, to deal with opponents with keen perception or the ability to suppress space. Everyone was thinking and recording at the same time. The pen tip made a rustling sound across the paper, which was comfortable and pleasant. But Zhang Guanmo was a little nervous. He recalled what Mo Lan had said to him before. Do you want to be an elder? Elders have higher benefits, higher experimental application quotas, can lead experimental projects alone, higher subsidies, and higher status and influence. This influence is not limited to the association. It includes, but is not limited to the attitude of many guilds in Red Maple City towards the elders of the Mage Association. They are absolutely respectful, look at them differently, and try to win them over. And with your efforts and ability, you are fully qualified to be an elder. This is also in line with the procedure. It was decided on the day the association was established that the capable ones will be promoted. There are too many elite members. They are decided by regular competitions and challenges. But as long as the elite members feel that they are qualified, then they can apply for the elders. I think you should know all this. Do you want to? Zhang Guanmo pondered for a long time, and finally said nothing. Just nodded. Well, prepare well, and perform well in the meeting later. Yes. Zhang Guanmo came back to his senses, and heard Vice President Lubin speak. He rushed back to the Mage Tower an hour before the meeting, and he seemed to have gained a lot this time. Let me talk about it first. Your fighting style gives me a feeling of a magic assassin. I think it would be more convenient if you changed your weapon to a dagger. Zhang Guanmo shook his head when he heard it. No. I think the staff is better. The dagger can only cut through the fragile cloth skin, and it will be difficult to deal with heavy armor. The staff is different. In front of the pure steel ball on the top. No matter what kind of armor is hit, the result will not be much different. In addition, my fighting skills are also guaranteed. If I want, with the blessing of a group of spells, at least within the blessing time of the spells, I will not be weaker than the warriors of the same level, and I can even burst out and crush them directly. This is something that the dagger cannot do. Well, I roughly understand what you said. Then let me make another suggestion. I will not comment on your fighting style, but I think that although you can keep up now, the advantage of warriors will become more obvious in the later stages. Although they have fewer spells, their strong self-healing ability, relatively balanced strength, defense, speed, and agility make them a hexagonal profession. In addition, in terms of combat awareness and skills, you can keep up now because warriors are still relatively weak. But in the future, you will definitely not be able to keep up. There is no doubt about that. You may consider creating melee auxiliary spells such as combat awareness, beast consciousness, and foresight. Whether it is strength or consciousness, you need to create suitable spells for these, so that you can always maintain a certain advantage when facing them, or find your own position. Finally, I wish you all the best here. Maybe one day you can create a new special profession under the branch of spells, just like the magic swordsman and the warrior, not just a school. Well, thank you. Zhang Guanmo gained a lot, nodded, and then several other people also put forward their opinions. Gradually Zhang Guanmo also became relaxed, entered the state. Some opinions will be directly refuted, some will be humbly recorded. After a few people, no one spoke anymore. Mo Lan nodded. Well, let's talk about Lubin next. Tell us about your gains and a short-term plan. Yes. Okay. Lupin nodded. I have initially determined the research direction during this period. As you all know, it is space. As for space, I have gained a lot this time. After Lupin finished speaking, one person after another raised their own questions, opinions and ideas. Sometimes they would argue, and their thoughts collided in the meeting. After Lupin finished, it was Su Zongxin's turn. One after another, when Emolan finally finished talking about his gains and his path, it was already completely dark. The round moon was hanging high in the sky. It was already early morning. Okay, everyone has gained a lot from this discussion. After returning, digest these things well and continue to climb higher peaks. In addition, the penultimate part of the meeting was about the vote on the new member Zhang Guanmo replacing Su Zongxin as the elder in this meeting. The voting is anonymous, and the voting results will be announced on the spot. Zhang Guanmo was instantly nervous, and just when Emolan was about to start the voting, Su Zongxin spoke up. President, there is no need to vote. I am indeed not as good as Guanmo. I voluntarily give up the position of elder of the association. Are you sure? I am sure, but I am only leaving temporarily, and I will definitely come back in the future. Okay. Does anyone else have any opinions? No one spoke. Emolan nodded. Okay. I voluntarily give up and other elders have no opinions. So the vote will be cancelled. From now on, Zhang Guanmo will replace Su Zongxin as one of the 10 elders of the Mage Association. This result will be announced to all members of the association tomorrow for 1 week. Thank you everyone. And thank you Zongxin. Zhang Guanmo said excitedly. Su Zongxin waved his hand and said nothing. Seeing this, Emolan said after a moment of silence, I have been looking for an assistant before, but I have never found one. So, Zongxin, you can be my assistant and stay with me for a while. Su Zongxin was a little surprised, but then nodded. Okay. Thank you, President. Chapter 245 Red Maple City Branch. Okay, next we move on to the last item on the agenda, which is the plan submitted by Linhua. Opinions on the establishment of the Red Maple City Mage Association branch. I will send the plan to everyone now, and everyone can take a look. 15 minutes later, Linhua will answer questions and give explanations. As Emolan spoke, a copy of the plan automatically floated in front of everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, basically everyone calmed down and read the plan made by Linhua, including Zhang Guanmo, who had just become the great elder Zhang and was involved in a major decision. 15 minutes passed in a flash. Linhua stood up, holding the plan. As a researcher, I think data is the most convincing, and mathematics will never lie. The first page of the plan is the data I want to show you, which is some data of our association. Very abundant reserve talents. The operation mode of the technical library. The way of getting along and the management mode between the headquarters and the branches. In addition, there are also cases of ambitious people who try to create the Fire Mage Association and the Water Mage Association. I have written all of this very clearly in the plan. We have all the conditions to open a branch. And now is the time to open a branch. We need to expand our influence, settling the hearts of many mages, letting them know that the Mage Association will be opened in their place, so that they will not directly join other types of mage associations. Direct management? The Red Maple City branch works, but it may not work in the future. Right? The Emperor is far away. Linhua smiled when he heard this. When we open branches in remote places, I think the teleportation array or space channel technology should have been developed. In addition, there must be other ways to communicate quickly. If not, let alone branches, there is no need to open the headquarters. Well, that makes sense. How do you manage the technology library? I see that you wrote low level above. How low is it? It is not clear. It depends on the level of the branch. The level gives the corresponding treatment, and the highest level of authority is always only in the headquarters. As for the classification, we will discuss it in the next meeting. Yes. At this time, Emolan suddenly knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention. These are all secondary. The Red Maple City branch was originally a pilot branch of ours. The future branch will be established based on the Red Maple City branch. You can slowly polish the problems of arbitrary execution. This is irrelevant. The reason why I put this matter in the meeting is mainly because there are several decisions related to the essential nature of the Mage Association. It is not easy for me to make such a big decision alone. So let's hold a meeting, and let's vote together. Emolan looked around and saw that everyone's attention was on him. So he spoke slowly. The nobles in Hongfeng City are now very honest, hiding at home like ostriches, and dare not even leave. The first decision is how to treat the local nobles, who will open branch cities in the future. How to treat those who have grudges, and how to treat those who have no grudges. If there are grudges, take revenge, and if there are no grudges, don't interfere with each other. Someone said this, and some people also raised different opinions. We must make decisions in line with the background of the times. Now this world is an aristocratic era, and almost 100% of intellectuals are aristocrats. Our Mage Association cannot be composed of only players, there must be indigenous people as well. We cannot directly push all indigenous people to the opposite side, which would be like cutting off half of our own territory. So we must contact the nobles, and contact them well. I don't object to revenge, but for those who have no hatred or grudges, we can take the initiative to get close to them, and use our influence to influence them, and thus change them. What you said is not right. The nobles are filthy, and you plan to get close to them. What if they do something disgusting? I have seen all kinds of disgusting nobles. They really don't treat people as human beings. In my opinion, nobles, civilians, slaves are not the same race. Can you kill them all? No, then change them. Use the influence of our association, use the power of our spells, use the range of our spells to change them. Even directly making rules. Making rules, do you want to change your original intention, and let the Mage Association embark on the road of domination? Not domination, but expanding influence, using influence to make rules, which is fundamentally different from domination. My goal is to become a giant in every city, because without a little violence, the Mage Association simply cannot spread in this cannibalistic era. Those nobles can eat up the Mage Association's skin and bones, without leaving anything. We don't dominate, but we must use violence. And we must establish a certain amount of nobles. 2 vice presidents, 10 elders, quarreled directly in the meeting. Everyone had their own ideas, and everyone was a very confident genius. To put it nicely, it's called confidence. To put it bluntly, it's stubbornness. For such a question that has no absolute answer, it's difficult to convince. Dong dong dong. Emolan knocked on the table when he saw that the discussion was almost over. Almost. Start voting. After a while, the voting results appeared. The positioning of the Mage Association branch, to become a neutral giant in each city, and on this basis to protect the civilians. I propose that each branch establish an orphanage to raise and educate a group of orphans, while doing charity, and also cultivate a group of forces close to the association. Vote. Okay. Vote passed. Added to the resolution. After Emolan finished speaking, seeing that no one else proposed, he continued. The second vote. The relationship between the Mage Association branch and many local guilds. There was no quarrel this time, and a consensus was reached after some discussion. Still maintain the current status. Okay, the topic is over, this discussion is over, all matters related to the Red Maple City branch pilot will be discussed and negotiated at the association management meeting. Everyone can participate, whether you participate or not. The meeting minutes and results will be sent to everyone, in order to keep an understanding and grasp of the current status of the association. It is convenient for voting on all matters of the association in the future. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone dispersed. Only Su Zongxin followed Emolan silently. Emolan looked up at the gradually whitening sky, looking at Su Zongxin and himself, who were still energetic, suddenly remembered a joke. Zongxin, do you think the emergence of this crappy game will make those capitalists laugh like crazy? Huh? No need to rest for 24 hours. Meditate for an hour every day, and you can work energetically for several days. 996 is nothing. 007 is the real meaning. Su Zongxin was silent for a moment. Well, hasn't Zopam already started to set up a segmented full attendance system? Working 8 hours, and full attendance remains unchanged. In the future, the longer the average working time per day, the more full attendance you will have. In the longest period of time, full attendance can be doubled. Well, Emolan fell into silence, and spoke slowly after a long time. He has become what he is today, and none of you can escape responsibility. Su Zongxin shrugged. It doesn't matter. Although he is a bit lazy, he pays very generously. Chapter 246 Fourth Ring Spell. So this is why he sent me flowers so late at night? Emolan pointed at the people below who were pulling carts of lotus leaves and lotus flowers onto the island. Looking carefully, the one leading the way was Zhou Peng. He is really hard-working. He is still busy so late. Otherwise, where would such a big foundation come from? Even if he had the support of the Mage Association, but without real skills and a strong fighting spirit, how could he have conquered such a big market now? Now, if the name of Jioding Chamber of Commerce is mentioned in the business community of the whole area, basically, they will give some face and look up to it. Su Zongqing rolled his eyes after saying this. Also, didn't you also stay in the meeting so late? Birds of a feather flock together, and things are divided into groups. Mo Lan turned his head and looked at Su Zongqing for a few times, which gave him an ominous feeling in his heart. Then why are you not similar to us at all? You are obviously one of the 10 elders, and you have followed me since the beginning, but now you are kicked out by a latecomer. You are not ashamed. But I am ashamed. Let me and Zhou Peng say something unpleasant. Who earns enough money to lie flat? If what you pursue is to have enough capital to lie flat, then you can do it now. You are already very good. I will introduce you to guilds. Except for the top few guilds, you can become a chief mage in the latter ones, and the annual salary of 400,000 or 500,000 should be no problem, enough for you to lie flat. To be honest, I have treated you like my apprentice. I brought you up by myself in the beginning, and now I will let you follow me for a while. You have talent, but your talent is not as good as any of the elders, even some of the elite members. You want to lie down, you are already qualified, but if, as you said before, you still want to return to that position, you need to work harder. Su Zongqing was silent. Mo Lan suddenly reacted and said another sentence. Well, I was inspired. I've said before that I'm just an ordinary player in the game. We've only played games together, but we've never met. If you don't want to hear some words, don't take them to heart. It's so late. Let's go down and rest first. Su Zongqing walked down the mage tower and watched Zhou Peng and his men digging a pool, planting the space magic lotus bit by bit around the square, and bit by bit in the shallow water area at the edge of the island. Looking up, the 5th floor of the mage tower was still lit, but there was no one in the window. On the 5th floor, Mo Lan shook his head, a little regretful. I am such an idiot. Why do I say these things in the game? What is my relationship with him? I may not even be as old as him, but I still teach him a lesson and say these life truths. Who am I? How can I be qualified? I really think I am the president just because I am called the president. No. I have to pay attention next time. I am good to you. Everyone is good. And I just praise you in a positive way. Why so much nonsense? Mo Lan gathered his thoughts, calmed his mind, looked at the notebook in his hand, and digested the sparks of inspiration that emerged from the collision of thoughts during the previous meeting and the sharing of the research results of everyone. Zhang Guanma's comprehensive spells, Lu Bin's spatial structure level and preliminary ideas for optimizing the flash spell, Zhao Hua's death energy merging and giant skeleton assembly, Su Zongqing's mind linking, etc. all made Mo Lan gain a lot. In their respective areas of expertise, they have gone deeper than Mo Lan. Of course, this is also what Mo Lan likes to see. In addition, after Mo Lan shared his ideas about fire spirits, others also put forward many ideas and opinions, which broadened Mo Lan's thinking a lot. Time passed by little, until Zhou Peng came up. I'll place some of the lotus on the island, and plant some in the shallow waters around the island. They should survive. If they are cultivated well, they may spread to the entire Mirror Lake. They can grow very deep. Oh, by the way, have you contacted Zhang Haohua and Ding Jin recently? What are they doing recently? Mo Lan frowned and shook his head. I don't know. They are very secretive. I haven't contacted them for a while. Ding Jin and Zhang Haohua felt that Hanfeng City was boring a long time ago and wanted to go somewhere farther away. Although Mo Lan and Zhou Peng did not say it explicitly, they both knew in their hearts that Ding Jin and Zhang Haohua's journey had something to do with them. At least a considerable part of the reason. If you look at it from the perspective of others, Hanfeng City has Mo Lan's Mage Guild and Zhou Peng's Jioding Chamber of Commerce. As close college roommates, Ding Jin and Zhang Haohua can live a very comfortable life, even walking sideways. There are all kinds of convenient conditions and respect from all forces in Hanfeng City. They can't leave no matter what. But this is exactly why they want to leave. Maybe because they are still young. Maybe because they don't want to pollute this friendship. Or maybe at a certain moment, they found that they couldn't talk to Mo Lan and Zhou Peng when they talked. And when they talked, Zhou Peng and Mo Lan couldn't say anything. They had already thought of going out for a walk. Mo Lan and Zhou Peng looked at each other, understood the meaning in each other's eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. I'll leave first. There are still some things to deal with. Yeah. Emolan nodded. Go offline when you have time, bring them together offline, sing some songs, and eat some skewers. Okay. Zopon left. Emolan stood by the window and looked down at the withered lotus pond below. Breathing the fresh air from the window, turned back and sat down at the table. Fourth ring spell. The spell model is like a string of code, and the spell effect is like the amount of information contained in the code. The longer the code, the richer the information contained, the more powerful the effect displayed, and the higher the level. The reason why the power of the fourth ring spell has leaped forward is that it has added a new encoding form. Through the energy quantity difference of each spell node, the level difference creates a clever potential difference, and uses the spell nodes that are almost the same to contain many times the amount of information. This is why the power of a 4-ring spell with 100 spell nodes and a 3-ring spell with 99 spell nodes is also very different, even though there is only one spell node difference. During the research, Emolan suddenly had an inspiration, and his mind was clear, and he reacted. Then according to this logic, if I want to create a 4-ring spell, my first step is to choose the effect I want and organize the inherent information of the spell model. Finally, compile this part of information into a spell model. Then this is a 4-ring spell. After Emolan understood, he immediately called out spell models one after another. Fireball, Dark Fireball, Purple Flame, and other fire spells. Extract one spell structure after another. The Violent Fireball, Compression, Dark Fireball Blast, Corrosion, Purple Flame Stickiness, and High Temperature. A series of spell structures were extracted by Emolan separately, and finally put them together. For others, this is the most difficult level. But in Emolan's opinion, reverse compilation is the easiest. Through the comparative study of the two 4th-ring spell templates of Flash and Earth Shatter, combined with the knowledge and experience of long-term spell research, and the high-speed operation of the ink cartridge, which is comparable to the computing power of biological computers, Emolan quickly mastered the biggest secrets and skills of the 4th-ring spell. Reverse compile the information prepared in advance, and polish the 4th-ring spell. It's done! Chapter 247 Exploding Mage Tower. 4-ring Fireball. Emolan smiled happily, looking at the complex spell model on the paper. There are as many as 127 spell nodes. Emolan successfully created the first 4-ring spell by reverse compiling, which is also the first 4-ring spell created by Emolan. This overall reverse compiling method is much simpler and more straightforward than the creation method that Emolan used before, which was to deduce spell nodes one by one. Using reverse thinking, reverse overall compilation, the ability requirements are relatively low. The applicability is high, and it should be applicable to the creation of 1 to 6-ring spells. It is a very powerful method. As for the first 4-ring spell created by this method, Emolan didn't even need to try it. This must be wrong, and it must be unusable. There is no doubt about it. Well, try it in another place a few times. It should be able to be used normally after a few minor changes. This is also one of the advantages of the overall compilation method of the direction. It has a very accurate grasp of the overall situation. Either it cannot be compiled, but as long as it compiles successfully, there will be no problem with the overall framework. The problem will only appear in the details. Only some modifications are needed. Boom! The crystallized pit on the ground perfectly confirmed Emolan's feeling. After 17 minor changes, the 4-ring fireball technique finally appeared in Emolan's hands. Among the several properties, Emolan mainly focused on explosion and high temperature. But there were also effects of viscosity and corrosion. But they were not significant. The effect of the entire 4-ring spell is also very significant. The big pit on the ground and the slightly crystallized reflection fully illustrate this point. In fact, in comparison, the 4-ring fireball spell does not mean much to Emolan himself. But Emolan is extremely happy and expectant at this moment. After filling the big pit underground, Emolan returned on the winged sky beast. The 4-ring spell does not mean much to Emolan, and the real meaning lies in the Magician Tower. This means that Emolan can keep the 4-ring spell fireball on the Magician Tower. Let the magic tower that was originally only 3 rings be upgraded to a 4-ring magic tower. You know, according to conventional speculation, the group casting of the 4-ring fireball spell requires the tacit cooperation of 127 magic towers to complete. The conditions are extremely difficult, but as long as it is completed, it is equivalent to the power of the 7-ring spell. The 7 rings belong to the domain of master-level mages, with master-level attack power. With master-level fireball spells, the changes brought about by this caliber are enough to double Mo-Lan's sense of security, enough to make Mo-Lan full of expectations. However, since a 7-ring mage needs to master the master-level characteristics to cast spells normally, and master some deeper things, then do we need a mage tower? Do we need group spellcasting? Will there be similar requirements? Mo-Lan suddenly fell into deep thought, because he found that he knew almost nothing about the fields above the 7th ring, and knew nothing about group spellcasting above the 4th ring. The expectation in his heart was shrouded in a haze. After returning to the mage tower, Mo-Lan first calculated the constant position of the 4th ring fireball spell, and calculated the constant positions of the 127 spell nodes. With the help of the ink cartridge, Mo-Lan quickly finished the calculation. First, he came to the wall of the 5th floor. He took a few buckets of mercury from the reserve and placed them at hand. Then a ball of mercury floated up out of thin air, and slowly changed its shape in the air. It captured the frequency of the wall, and slowly resonated. The familiar feeling emerged in his mind again. The spiritual power wrapped the mercury, and entered the wall of the mage tower bit by bit with the resonance. One spell node after another was formed, one energy channel after another. By controlling the number of elements flowing in with the size of the mage node, the effect of different spell nodes was never achieved. Mo-Lan's movements were very fast. And soon the 4-ring fireball spell was stabilized. Feeling the complex and beautiful spell models inside the walls of the mage tower, Mo-Lan's mood also became wonderful. Before connecting the energy channel, Mo-Lan directly used his mental power to control the fire element to flow into it, and conducted a trial run. After a short delay, the spell was activated. At the moment of activation, Mo-Lan heard a bang in his ears. Pop! Mo-Lan raised a magic shield in front of him as a stress reaction, blocking the flying stones. Looking at the hole, with a diameter of more than 2 meters in front of him, blowing the cool evening breeze, he fell into deep thought. Ordinary stone strips are too poor in quality. They cannot bear a 4th level spell. Nor can they stabilize a 4th level spell and support its operation. Mo-Lan's expression remained unchanged, and he thought calmly. The stone strips I chose are basically the hardest grade among ordinary stones. Even if we go deeper underground, there won't be much harder ones, unless they are elemental stones of the earth element. And judging from the refreshing degree of the wall's explosion just now, it is estimated that adding this little bit of hardness will be useless. It will not be able to withstand it. Therefore, the limit of using ordinary stone to build a wizard tower is a 3-ring wizard tower, and it is impossible to build a 4-ring wizard tower. On the contrary, if I want to build a 4-ring magic tower, I must use elemental stone to build the tower body. Only in this way can it stabilize and support the 4-ring magic. I just want to build a wizard tower with elemental stone all over. Mo-Lan looked at the huge monster under his feet, which was 54 meters high and 30 meters in diameter on the 1st floor, and fell into silence. How many elemental stones do I need to build this huge monster? Thinking about this question, Mo-Lan began to look around again. Many places on the island have been selected to start building the foundation of the mage tower. First, the element pool layer is built to build the meditation room. In addition, the construction in the Mirror Lake area also began from the bottom of the lake, and finally the foundation was built on the lake surface. The warriors exist as meditation rooms. Recalling the bold plan he had imagined before, recalling the points he had personally selected, Mo-Lan vaguely saw a huge pit he dug for himself. Such an expensive mage tower, I not only have to build it, but also such a big one, so many. It's over. Mo-Lan rubbed his brows with a headache. If the red rocks in my warehouse are used to build the mage tower, there won't be even a fraction of it. If all the red rocks are brought here, it will probably only be a fraction of it. A behemoth with a height of 54 meters and a maximum diameter of 30 meters requires too many materials. So many that Mo-Lan dared not think about it. What should I do? What should I do? I have been exploring the underground world and the mountains for so long, and I have been looking for traces of elemental veins. But there is no news at all. If no elemental stone mines are found, it is nonsense to build a 4-ring mage tower. There is no such a large reserve of elemental stone materials. Mo-Lan just spoke and suddenly reacted. Looking up suddenly. Wait! There is a place with so many elemental stones. Chapter 248 Magic Lights and Electric Lights. Earl Red Maple, Black Iron Stone. A dark and deep castle appeared in Imolan's mind. A long time ago, the time can be traced back to the first time Imolan came into contact with elemental stone, when he first had this concept. In order to build the Mage Tower, I went to the mountains to look for the origin of the Red Maple Castle because of the rumors. Unfortunately, in the end, because the mountains were too vast, looking for a vein was like looking for a needle in a haystack. And I gave up. Until now, I have not found the place where Earl Red Maple mined black iron stone. Finally, I had no choice but to find the stone blocks from the rock layer several hundred meters deep as the main material of the Mage Tower. Imolan said softly. And the castle built of pure black iron stone was collapsed by me once. Later, I heard that Earl Hanfeng had just dug up the black iron stone, and then came to my Mage Tower confidently. But I killed him with a single attack. In this case, the black iron stone is either still in the hands of the Hanfeng family, or has been divided up by other nobles. I didn't think the black iron stone of a castle meant anything before, but now I see. It's priceless. And the black iron stone of a castle should be enough for me to build a wizard tower. Right? As soon as Imolan finished speaking, the winged beast rolling and playing in the space lotus was stunned, and then flapped its wings and flew up. Under the moonlight, the breach in the wall of the 5th floor of the wizard tower was extremely eye-catching, and it seemed that no one was alarmed by the previous explosion. The ones who were sleeping just turned over when they heard the explosion, and cursed and muttered about which shameless person was causing an explosion in the middle of the night. And those who were not sleeping, still discussing, and those who were doing experiments were even calmer. Maybe they would panic at first, but they would not panic immediately after they reacted, and some were even a little happy. I'm not the one that exploded today. Happy! And in this situation, the winged sky beast flapped its wings and took off. Imolan stood on the back of the winged sky beast with his hands behind his back, soaring into the sky under the moonlight. The winged sky beast was getting faster and faster, and Imolan noticed that the winged sky beast seemed to have learned to use the space expansion spell to shorten the space in front of it, and lengthen the space behind it, to add power to its flight. Damn it, curvature flight? An idea suddenly emerged in Imolan's mind, which scared him, and then he shook his head, rejecting his idea. You're overthinking. How can there be such a slow curvature flight? Impossible. If this is curvature flight, it would be ridiculous. Putting aside this incredible idea, I looked down at Red Maple City. The sense of class in Red Maple City at night became more and more obvious. The candlelight in the castles in the innermost circle flickered, making the small windows of the castles look extremely gloomy. This is the noble area. Some houses in the middle circle occasionally flickered with candlelight, and quite a few flickered with fireplace firelight. This is the civilian area, the handicraft area, and the professional area. Outside, it was pitch black, with only moonlight shining, and no other light. This was a slum where people couldn't even afford to burn wood. The outermost circle was brightly lit, with lanterns, torches, bonfires, spell lamps, and electric lights everywhere. It was the player area. It seemed something different has sneaked in? Imolan was stunned, and turned around to see that in the center of the market, there were 2 lamps several dozen meters apart, each emitting a bright light. One of them was an electric lamp, and there was a huge battery under the lamp. From time to time, someone would cast a spell, creating a weak current to charge it. On the other side, there should be a magic lamp made based on the principle of light magic. There is also a magician who uses mental power to guide some light elements into it from time to time to maintain the activation of light magic. Imolan could still vaguely hear the 2 people competing with each other. My electric lamp can be used as long as there is electricity. I don't need to say much about the advantages and disadvantages. As long as I improve the battery, then it will be the best. Unlike yours, you still need to input light elements from time to time. Hey, I'm still waiting for you to improve the battery. What if the battery is improved? Where will you charge the battery after it is improved? Use your own lightning magic to charge it? Wouldn't that only mages can use it? Brother, times have changed. Electricity itself is a rare thing in this era. My magic lamp? Although not perfect yet. As long as the storage and gathering of light elements are perfected, it can be used anywhere. No need for any wire connection. No need for any energy replenishment. And even no need for sunlight. Light elements are everywhere. Imolan looked at the 2 lamps with emotion, and suddenly realized. It seems that I am not the only one who is making progress and creating. The world is not a TV series, with only the parts shown on the screen. Even the places I can't see are changing all the time. This era is developing at a rapid speed. Emolan was somewhat awakened. Maybe I can go out more when I have time. It is good to study quietly, but it is not good to work in isolation. Many inconspicuous places may hide great wisdom, and some innovative creations may be the source of my inspiration. Brother, don't stick to the development path of reality. Science is a way, not a discipline. In reality, electricity, as a convenient energy, has developed into dazzling modern technology. In the game, the environment is filled with endless elements, which are natural, efficient, convenient, clean energy. Why can't we refer to modern technology? Use elements as energy. And climb a new technology tree? Isn't this interesting? Isn't this more challenging? Emolan heard the words of the person below, and was quite touched. He was a little interested in going down to take a look, but he still shook his head. No hurry. Do the business first, and then come here to take a look after the business is done. He gently patted the winged sky beast, and the winged sky beast, which was originally hovering in the air, shook its fins and quickly moved forward. Soon Emolan had arrived at the center of Red Maple City, the original Red Maple Castle. The original Red Maple Castle was already a large lake. On the edge of the lake stood a small gray castle, very new, very narrow, very dilapidated. Inside the small castle, several teams of knights were waiting in the yard, guarding the last dignity of this family. Emolan took a few glances, but did not find any trace of the black iron stone. Moved away by those nobles? Emolan frowned slightly, riding the winged sky beast to land beside the lake. After the winged sky beast put Emolan on the shore, it fled into the lake, and its body was below the water surface. Only a pair of round eyes were exposed to look at Emolan. The moment Emolan approached the ground, he focused his sight on the lake, on this big pit. Because the moment he came down, Emolan found that the black iron stones were all under the water. At this time, the sound of footsteps and the friction of armor sounded. A group of people quickly came to Emolan and dispersed. Several people continued to approach, and stopped behind Emolan, but Emolan did not move. Chapter 249 Black Iron Stone. I pushed these black iron stones down. A beautiful woman behind him looked at Emolan's back and said, when the Earl's message came back, my first thought was to push these black iron stones down, and my first action was to push these black iron stones down. In fact, I did the right thing. These black iron stones are the most valuable property of the Red Maple family, but also the most tempting treasure. The Red Maple family's industries were taken away one after another, but as long as the Red Maple family is not destroyed, and there is still one person in the Knights, they cannot take a piece of black iron stone from the bottom of the water. And these cowards obviously didn't dare to kill a Count's family. Even if the Count was dead. The Countess looked at the man in front of her, but he was not moved at all, and didn't even turn around once, which made her heart full of sadness. Emolan really didn't intend to pay attention to her, and sent a message on his own. Linhua, organize people to come to the center of Hafeng City to move things for me. Move those black iron stones? Come on. Come on. Emolan was stunned. Huh? You know? Yes. There are so many black iron stones. I must know. But I saw that you didn't move. I thought you had other plans. So I didn't move. Just took a look. Are you watching? Yes. I'm not watching. How can an orphan and a widow keep these black iron stones? Don't joke. They were taken away by Yi Fei and others a long time ago. Wait, you don't know? You didn't forget these black iron stones? Yes. I'm tired. No love. I'm so hurt. I'm so naive. Don't reply. Reply to me. Reply to me. Emolan looked at the exclamation marks all over the screen, closed the chat page casually, pretending not to see it. The elegant noble lady bit her lower lip. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, knelt down. I am willing to commit myself to you. I only ask you to give me a son, let him inherit the Red Maple family. The people around and the knights looked at them, clenched their fists, and looked at Emolan with eyes, which were angry, but they could only hold it back, and could do nothing, because they knew what kind of power this ordinary man in front of them had, and what kind of powerful strength this man in front of them had. Emolan suddenly felt a wave of magic, turned his head, and saw a hole in the ground. Several mages came out of it, and waved to Emolan. President. President. This. Emolan walked over and pointed down. Have you been down there all the time? Yes. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. President. Come down and take a look. Okay. Okay. Imolan followed several mages and walked down the passage. Above, a graceful and slender countess was kneeling on the ground, her small face full of sadness. And the knights around her were full of anger and restraint. But no matter whether they were sad or angry, from beginning to end, no one looked at them again, not even once. The mage walking in the corridor asked Imolan curiously, "President, you are not moved at all?" "That's the countess." Red-faced skeleton. Before Imolan finished speaking, he heard them continue. "This game can get things done. I didn't even look at her once." Awesome. These mages gave a thumbs up, but just as they gave a thumbs up, they saw Imolan stroke his non-existent beard on his chin. Otherwise, which president can withstand such a test? Everyone froze when they heard this, but then they burst into laughter, and Imolan's eyes became more friendly. The passage was not shallow, but the few people were very fast, and soon they got out of the narrow space, and suddenly the view was clear. This was a square room, and on the top was a light that was dim but lasted for a long time. The room that came into view was the largest, with many seats, blackboard, and it was obviously the living room used as a discussion room. There are several doors on the walls around the living room, and inside the doors are bedrooms of various shapes. There is a passage on the other side, and in the passage, Imolan saw a light ball of light magic and flowers, and plants planted under the light ball. In the middle of the flowers and plants are horizontal and vertical ridges. Wheat, rice, corn, cabbage, cucumbers, and a clay stove next to it, and some wood is piled next to the clay stove. Hee hee. Seeing Imolan looking over, several people smiled a little embarrassedly, and Imolan could only silently give a thumbs up. "President, do you want to have a midnight snack?" "Let's do it. Your dishes look quite appetizing." Hee hee. "By the way, do you have black iron stone?" "Yes, I'll bring it to you right away." A mage ran to a room next door, and came out with a 1-meter-long strip of black iron stone. The dark stone surface exudes a metallic luster. In addition to being as hard as iron, the black iron stone is also as heavy as iron. "President, it's very heavy. Shall I move it to the lab for you?" "Yes, okay." After a while, the mage took Imolan into the lab, put the black iron stone away, and then closed the door and left. As soon as the stone door fell, Imolan instantly felt that the entire laboratory fell into silence. He could not hear any sound from outside. The sound insulation was very good. Imolan looked at the spotless, worn-out laboratory and was quite moved. However, he immediately immersed his mind on the black iron stone in front of him. Ding ding ding. He knocked it twice with a small iron rod, making a sound of metal collision. He took out the dagger at his waist, applied the sharpest technique, and scratched it bit by bit. There was no scratch left. He tried to penetrate into it with his mental power, sensing the situation inside the black iron stone. Penetration was very difficult. Golden black iron stone. If I can cast a gold strengthening defense spell, the defense strength of this stone itself can reach an extremely terrifying level. And if I use this to cast a 4-ring fireball spell, well, it should be possible. There is no restraint on the attribute. But if I can use fire element stone, the effect should be better. If so, maybe I can try to use black iron stone as the main body of the mage tower, main load, defense, and use elemental stones of other elements as casting modules. Imolan plans to build a new mage tower with a variety of elemental stones, each of which can bring out the characteristics of stones with different attributes, and jointly build a more powerful 4-ring mage tower. Let's do it this way. Now let me try to make a constant spell model on the black iron stone. Wait, there seems to be no mercury. Imolan suddenly realized that he had not found it in the laboratory. He went out to ask the wizard outside to confirm that there was indeed no mercury. Since there is no mercury, let's design a new wizard tower first. I don't want it to be the same as the original one. However, if I want it to be different, what should I build it like, and what functions should I design? Imolan fell into deep thought. Chapter 250, the mage tower that can be upgraded. Imolan frowned, feeling a little disappointed. The mental power is still too weak, not enough to induce resonance. When the follow-up personnel from the Mage Association arrived, they also brought the mercury that Imolan needed. But the mercury did not bring good news, but bad news. With Imolan's current mental power close to the 5th ring, he still could not induce the resonance of the black iron stone. If the black iron stone could not be resonated, this meant that the spell could not be constant, and it was even more nonsense to engrave the spell model. President, we are already moving. Linwa looked at Imolan with strange eyes. full of disbelief. Emolan was a little embarrassed. Ahem. Okay. Store it in the warehouse after moving it back. This is my test of the properties of black iron stone. Okay. I'll leave it to you. I'll go out first. Emolan walked out of the cave. The moment he came out, he found something. He looked around, and showed a sneer of disdain at the corner of his mouth. In addition to the dense spies, countless eyes were staring at the magic association. Forget about this group of nobles. I'll take care of a few of them later to scare the monkeys. Emolan curled his lips, stretched his body, stepped on the back of the winged sky beast, and went directly to the player area outside the city wall. There are already countless players building various buildings here, including matchboxes, palaces, altars, towers, and buildings of various styles gathered together, which is very lively. Jianding Guizi. Hand grab pancake. Tonghulu. Emolan walked among the many players, feeling the excitement of the players. But his heart was extremely calm. His soul seemed to be in the sky, looking down, out of tune with the lively players. The liveliness belongs to them, not to me. Emolan was thinking quietly about the mage tower in his heart. In his opinion, in order to upgrade, it was a very inconvenient way to demolish the old mage tower and build a new one, and it was also a very failed way. He was thinking whether it was possible to upgrade the mage tower without demolishing it. The reason why the mage tower needs to be demolished is that the materials that make up the main body of the mage tower can no longer support a higher level of spell model. A constant higher level spell model will cause the mage core to collapse. If you want to upgrade the original mage tower without rebuilding it, you need to upgrade the original material level without changing the material. My original material is just ordinary rock. It's just a little higher in density, a little stronger in structure, and a little higher in hardness. If I can turn them into elemental stone, that's also a good way. However, how to turn it into elemental stone? Simple high concentration element infiltration is useless, otherwise the stones around my element pool would have become elemental stone long ago. Emolan searched in his mind, thinking about possible ways to turn ordinary stone into elemental stone. Ordinary people become elements. Isn't this going back to the experiment of beasts turning into monsters? But the subjects of this experiment are monsters, involving monster cubs and beasts raising cubs in a high-element environment. It is destined to be a super long-term project. There has been no results so far. Wait! Emolan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Lava beast. In the process of the fire spirit transforming into a lava beast, a large amount of red rocks will be fused. I have verified these rocks when I entered the fire elemental world. They are just ordinary rocks. What you get after killing the lava beast is all elemental stones. And the grades are clear. The higher the grade of the lava beast, the higher the grade of the red rock on it. What does this mean? It means that the fire spirit, or the lava beast, can transform ordinary rocks into elemental stones. And it can also continuously improve the grade of these elemental stones. Doesn't this perfectly match my requirements? If it can be achieved, wouldn't it be a wizard tower that can be continuously upgraded? Emolan's heart was as hot as fire, and he no longer had the heart to stroll in the market. In the surprised and envious eyes of many players, he rode the winged sky beast and left Hanfeng City directly, and flew directly to the wizard tower. After returning to the mage tower, Emolan immediately escaped into the laboratory, summoned the fire spirit, and began to study the state of the simulated lava beast, trying to transform ordinary rocks into elemental stones. Outside Hanfeng City, where Emolan left on the wing air, a passerby watched Emolan's figure shrinking rapidly in the sky with his peripheral vision, and left immediately after confirming that Emolan would fly far away. Outside Jinghu Lake, a person lying on the lakeside watched Emolan fall into the mage tower, picked up a conch and put it to his mouth, whispering something. In the center of Red Maple City, a huge water shield spell was cast one after another in the big hole to bring the black iron stone to the surface of the water. The defense power was reduced to the extreme, and the water shield spell with the range expanded to the limit was filled with air, which was connected to the black iron stone below, using the buoyancy of the air to directly and quickly bring the black iron stone to the surface of the water. The mages on the shore immediately took over. The method of reducing the weight of objects by the feather fall spell was ineffective for the black iron stone, and the mages held the black iron stone with their hands, while casting blessing spells on themselves, and picked up the black iron stone and put it aside. Among them, Zhang Guanmo was the most conspicuous. He stood on the shore, picked up a piece of black iron stone with one hand, and piled it on the pile of stones next to him. These black iron stones are really hard. I suddenly found that none of the elemental stones I have seen are as hard as black iron stones, Lu Bin said with emotion. Indeed, when I was dug into a pit by the president, I fell so deep, but not many stones were broken, except for some awkward positions, which were broken. The rest could only be regarded as scratches at most. All of them were in strips, and the glued parts in the middle were all broken apart. It's outrageous, Lin was said in disbelief. The floating black iron stones were piled next to the two of them, except for a few broken ones. Most of them were square bars piled next to them. Hey, why do I feel that this is a bit like some metal ore? Lin was suddenly felt a little strange. Are you talking about the metallic luster on its surface? Are you thinking too much? It's just because of the gold element inside. This is a stone with gold element. No, I just think it's a bit like it. Didn't I go to the Eternal Blazing Sun Guild once before? I took a look at their reserves at that time. But now it seems a bit like that, and the stone is made of gold. Don't you think it's a bit strange? This gold is metal gold, not gold. After hearing this, Lu Bin was a little unsure, glancing at the black iron stone piled next to him, just about to say something. Suddenly he looked up at the shadow in front. Charge! The rays of fighting spirit resonated in the shadows between the castles, and the momentum soared into the sky, and the moment of charging, like a mountain collapsing. Chapter 251 Tower Spirit. Spiritual Link. One after another, spiritual chains jumped between hundreds of mages, quickly connecting many mages together according to different groups. At this moment, thoughts were connected between hundreds of people. As long as a thought moved, another person could receive the message instantly. This was the spell Spiritual Link developed and perfected by Su Xingxin. This was also the Spiritual Link spell listed as one of the essential spells for war by the Mage Association, which was the basis for the Mage Association to establish a modern combat system with precise command to individuals. Group spellcasting Earth Wall. Group spellcasting Psychic Shock. Group spellcasting Fireball. Thoughts faster than the speed of light flowed among the players. In just a moment, an insurmountable gap appeared in front of the knights. The powerful mental shock hit the knights' brains, making them dazed, and the fighting spirit resonance showed a flaw. The fleeting flaw was caught by the mage, and the huge fireball that followed took advantage of the flaw to turn it into ashes. One knight squad after another turned to ashes. In fact, when the second knight squad turned to ashes, the other knight squad started to riot. When the fourth knight squad turned to ashes, everyone had already started to flee in a hurry. In the center of many mages, Linhua and Lu Bin laughed similarly. I thought they would be fine again after the president left. Poochie, so funny, probably thought we would fight them head on. So funny, we are not warriors. Too naive, not to mention studying the resonance of fighting spirit, but with the little skills they have, it's easy to find a flaw to target. Okay, you keep an eye on this. I'll take people to deal with these nobles. If we go too late, they might run away overnight. Well, it's better to be careful. If you push them too hard, they might be able to survive. Just like the last time with the fire elemental realm, they still have some foundation. Lu Bin shrugged indifferently. Okay. Linhua didn't say anything either, and quietly watched Lu Bin move out a pile of boxes, take out parts one by one, and quickly assemble them into a series of gliders with huge wingspans. After a short run, the glider took off and flew quickly toward the outside of Hanfeng City. Outside the city, many noble convoys wanted to escape under the cover of night. It was late, dark, and quite hidden. Unfortunately, players never sleep. They suddenly felt a slight fluctuation while fleeing in a panic. Looking up, they saw a black shadow hovering above them under the moonlight, which brought them deep despair. Linhua, who stayed in place, focused his attention on the black iron stone again, pressed his right hand on it, and penetrated his mental power into it. I've never seen elemental metals before. Could this be it? Gold element. Metal element. Is there really a stone with gold element? Linhua pondered in his heart. Go back and try to make metal. If I can. If it is confirmed to be elemental metal, there will be more things to play with. And many things will be changed. Linhua said softly. Some dark corners nearby sighed faintly. And some people retreated in disappointment, turning back to the castles and territories of the nobles. This night will be very lively. Everyone likes to give a drowning dog a beating. There will always be someone who will come and take a bite. Linhua didn't care. He moved the black iron stones to the shore bit by bit, and then loaded them into the car. In the Mage Tower, Emolan sighed. Mine is a fire spirit, not a lava beast. Although the lava beast is transformed from a fire spirit, one is fire attribute, the other is earth, fire dual attributes. The essential difference is that a fire spirit cannot produce elemental stone of the fire element at all. The key to producing elemental stone should be the earth element, that is, the earth element. In other words, if I can find an earth elemental life, then this thing will be feasible. Emolan fell into deep thought. And suddenly an idea came to his mind. Fire spirit plus rock. Fire element forms a lava monster. If the earth spirit is similar, the wizard tower is a stone structure. Then can I treat the wizard tower as a whole? Capture an earth spirit and merge it with the wizard tower. As the core of the wizard tower? Use all the abilities of the earth spirit to make the wizard tower harder. Nothing else is needed. The main thing is to make it hard enough. On this basis, we can cultivate the intelligence and computing power of the earth spirits, and find ways to connect to the various spell systems inside the mage tower. Use the earth spirits as the core of the entire mage tower, to assist the mages in controlling the entire mage tower. By constantly searching for resources to enhance the earth spirits, and integrating various materials into the mage tower, the tower of the mage tower can be upgraded, so that it can withstand higher level spell models. If possible, it is best to find a way to utilize the spiritual power of the earth spirits, to enhance the spiritual power of the mages, and strengthen the spell casting. At this moment, in Emolan's mind, it seemed that an unusually clear mage tower emerged. This mage tower seemed to be right in front of Emolan, making Emolan slightly startled. Then he quickly wrote down his thoughts at this moment with a pen. This was not a fantasy, but a bold guess made by Emolan based on existing knowledge and information. It was extremely realistic and feasible. If this is true, it would be interesting. As long as we keep looking for materials, and feed the tower spirit with natural treasures, we can integrate various materials with the mage tower. Maybe at that time, due to the different tower spirits and different resources invested, different mage towers can be created. The only thing they have in common is that they are powerful. Emolan seemed to see the mage tower in his mind. The most urgent problem now is 1. Earth spirit. And if you want earth spirit, you must master the technology of opening up space cracks, or find naturally existing space cracks, if there is such a place. Emolan muttered to himself. Everything now seems to be stagnant in the elemental world. It seems that if mages develop to a higher level, it seems that they cannot be separated from the elemental world. But think about it, mages, originally a profession that controls elements. It's not that mages can't live without the elemental world. But they can't live without places where elements are highly concentrated. They can't live without elements. But this place just happens to be the elemental world. If space technology makes a breakthrough, the entire mage field may be greatly advanced. And if you want to open the space crack, there seems to be a ready-made spell. Emolan remembered. That professional died after releasing a spell. But he must have had enough time to record the spell model before he died. Emolan suddenly felt happy. They originally had the concept of spell models. And there were magicians who could draw spell scrolls. Given the character of these nobles, they would definitely not remain indifferent to such a precious spell. They must have recorded it. Emolan immediately opened the chat box and sent a message to Lu Bin and Lin Wufo. After sending the message, he took the winged sky beast and flew directly to Hongfeng City. Emolan was looking forward to it this time. Chapter 252 Six-Ring Summoning Spell. Where is Viscount Larson? When Lu Bin saw the message, his face suddenly became serious, and he asked out loud. A few seconds later, a player replied in the group. I am following Viscount Larson. The coordinates of the map of Red Maple City are roughly, for 66, 1691, 945, 6198. Okay, I'll come over now. Don't worry about anything else. Everyone gather at the coordinate point, for 66, 1691, 945, 6198. Yes. Yes. One after another, the glider teams in the sky began to turn around and flew towards the given coordinates. In Viscount Larson's convoy, the old butler looked at the increasing number of black shadows hovering in the sky, without any expression on his face. The hang glider can control the airflow at a very fast speed. It first climbs up the altitude madly, then exchanges altitude for speed. As it dives, the speed continues to increase, and it gathers together in the blink of an eye. What is Viscount Larson's situation now? The player next to Lu Bin took a look after hearing this. He is hanging next to the convoy, not moving away, nor approaching. He doesn't know that we have discovered him. Right? No. The people following him didn't use spells throughout the whole process. Nor did they use spells to observe. So he couldn't have discovered him. As he spoke, the stalker below quietly stepped on stilts, took out the telescopic telescope on his waist, and glanced in one direction. After confirming that Larson and his group were still there, he immediately looked away. Be careful not to stare for too long. The intuition of these warriors is hard to explain. Many times they think they haven't been discovered, but they just have a sense of it. It's outrageous. Lubin obviously has a story, and reminded with some resentment. Well, they know all this. This Count Larson and his group are hiding in the bushes over there, motionless. I don't know what means they use. It seems that the breath of a group of people has merged with the bushes. If they hadn't been watching from the beginning. Lubin shook his head when he heard this. These people have been nobles for so long. They must have hidden a lot of treasures. It's normal for them to hide. I'm worried about one thing now. This Count Larson has been hanging around not too far away. It must be because the distance is not far. If he has any problems, the night team can immediately support him. And it won't be easy to be discovered because the target is too big. But now, Lubin freed a hand and rubbed his brow. I'm worried that once we wipe out this large team, this Count Larson will be scared away. It's fine if he runs normally, he won't be able to get rid of us if he runs on the ground. But I'm worried that he has some strange things that can make him leave in a flash. What if he has a teleportation spell in his hand? The player next to him was also silent for a while, and said after a moment of silence, in fact, it's useless for us to worry so much. We can only do our best. It's best if we can catch him. If we really can't catch him, there's nothing we can do. Yes, I'll ask the president for instructions. Lubin nodded, and continued to circle in the sky with a group of hang gliders. The president is on the way. I have told him the situation. Ignore the main team, and go to capture Viscount Larson. Everyone else should spread out, and expand their mental power to capture suspicious fluctuations. Everyone leaves a trace. Any spell will cause elemental fluctuations. The same applies to space spells. Once suspicious fluctuations are captured, be prepared to attack and kill at any time. Yes. When everyone heard that the president was coming, their morale was immediately shaken. Some people continued to circle, and some people spread out, finding their respective mission areas and circling around, expanding their mental power to the limit. The tip of the mental power enveloped the environment, capturing all the subtle fluctuations. A huge net slowly unfolded, and Viscount Larson remained where he was, looking up from time to time, and seeing the circling shadows. He showed some hatred in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly saw the circling shadows spread out in an instant, and flew in all directions. Give up? Just when Viscount Larson had this doubt in his mind, his eyelids suddenly jumped, and a strong sense of crisis lingered in his body. A huge pressure came from the top of his head. Viscount Larson subconsciously raised his head and looked up. A huge round-headed bird swooped down at him like a falling meteor, with a man standing on its back. The huge wind pressure made the fat on Viscount Larson's face tremble, and the bushes beside him all fell to the ground, exposing him. Viscount Larson's hand hidden behind his back was about to pinch. The extremely rare 4-ring space spell scroll with random teleportation had been held in his hand, and he had never put it down. As long as he gently pinched it, the spell hidden inside would be activated, and the space element would instantly wrap it up and teleport it to any corner within a 10-mile range, in the sky and underground, in front, behind, left, and right, and any place that had a teleportation space and met the teleportation conditions. But just when he was about to pinch it, he only felt a buzzing in his mind, a constant buzzing in his mind. His consciousness was confused, his whole body was stunned, and then a ray of magic light fell. A thick stone skin suddenly appeared on the surface of Viscount Larson's body to provide strong defense. The stone skin became thicker and thicker, and the defense became stronger and stronger. As the thickness of the stone skin reached its limit, pieces of stone skin were 5 or 6 centimeters thick, and when they were stuck together, the defense reached its limit, and Viscount Larson could no longer move. The winged sky beast forcibly turned around. Its belly scraped across the ground, crashed into several other warriors, plowed a long groove, and rushed into the sky again. Emolan, who flashed to the ground, bent down and gently picked up the spell scroll in Viscount Larson's hand, and smiled. I was worried that you were hiding your strength before, and you were pretending to be a weak player. You enjoyed such good resources, and you might be like Earl Hanfeng, an elite warrior, but I didn't expect you to be a real weak player. Just a third-level warrior, Emolan said, as he took off everything from Viscount Larson. Level 3 warrior, don't even think about fighting back in front of me, you don't even have a chance to run. Emolan opened the package on Viscount Larson's back, looking at the thick stack of white papers with gold-edge patterns inside, looking at the densely packed graphics, notes, data on them. Emolan simply flipped through them, and determined that these nearly 60 newspaper-sized papers all recorded the same content, or the same spell. Emolan sent a message to recall Lu Bin and others, and after handing Viscount Larson over to Lu Bin for control, Emolan began to flip through the dozen precious white papers with gold-edged patterns. The spell model was expressed clearly on more than 60 newspaper pages. One page was filled with dense data, content, and the graphics only expressed a dozen spell nodes. Even so, more than 60 pages, the spell model must have at least 600 or 700 spell nodes. Looking at the occasional words, Emolan showed a look of shock on his face. 6-ring summoning spell. Chapter 253. I'm free anyway. President. After Lu Bin searched Viscount Larson thoroughly, he detained him, and rushed to Emolan's side, looking at the gold-patterned white paper in his hand. Emolan first used the system's screenshot function to take screenshots of each page, then took a few to look at, and also took a few and handed them to Lu Bin. Lu Bin took the gold-patterned white paper with a serious face, and read it with expectation, but when he saw the content clearly, he was shocked. President, this is just a matter of more than a dozen nodes. Why can you use such a long space to describe it? I'm sick of it. It's basically repetitive language, repeatedly. Emolan rubbed his eyes, feeling a little sour. This is the normal situation. We are just standing on the shoulders of countless predecessors. Without a 3-axis coordinate system, this is the only way to accurately express a 3-dimensional spell model, through a large number of different descriptions, using too much cumbersome language to express the specific location of each spell node, the strength of each spell node, the connection between each spell node and other spell nodes, the thickness of the energy path, and the requirements for energy conductivity. Only in this way can we ensure that there will be no mistakes, and that the spell model is correct. I just thought that if you want to describe a 6-ring spell model, you have to use the content of a whole dictionary to describe it. What about higher ones? Not to mention higher ones. Just the lowest level 1-ring spell. 20 spell nodes. It would take 2 newspapers to record it. How can a spell spread when it is so complicated? It is extremely difficult to spread. So it is very rare to see a magician. Didn't you find that a magician was respected by Earl Hongfeng? I was also valued by this group of nobles for a while. This is probably one of the reasons. Emolan shrugged, and recalled the spell model in the extraordinary core he saw before. He thought for a while and said, as for higher level spells, I suspect that the 6-ring spell is the highest level spell that can be expressed in words. Higher levels cannot be described by simple words. Forget it, it's useless to say these now. Let's go back and translate this Tsi first. Emolan raised a dozen white papers with gold patterns in his hand. If I don't describe the coordinates of the spell model, I will be blind if I use this Tsi to study directly. Emolan shook his head helplessly, and rubbed his eyes. In order to describe clearly, a large part of these white papers is repeatedly explaining the situation of a spell node from various angles. In short, the information density is too low. If you want to understand the situation of a spell node, you have to read a lot of text. It is far less simple and clear than the 3-axis coordinate system to describe the spell node. Well, then, President, you go back first. I'll go and take care of the other nobles. Grab some while there are still a lot. Otherwise they will all be snatched away by those animals, Lu Bin said, pointing to the glider hovering in the sky. Emolan also took a look and nodded immediately. Well, the glider of Eternal Blazing Sun is selling well. I heard that they have started to sell customized gliders. And various fancy and unique gliders? Lu Bin, who was about to get on the glider, was also a little amused when he heard this. No way, how do some people describe it? Rich, very rich, really fucking rich. I understand. Emolan nodded, and Lu Bin was about to take off, but suddenly remembered something, and spoke again. By the way, President, I heard that Yongheng Qiang is already developing hot air balloons and airships. Should we buy some of these? If we can add weapons, and make them into armed airships, I don't think it's a bad idea. After all, airships have strong carrying capacity. In reality, airships have poor defense, but we can completely solve this problem through shield technology, and then find a way to miniaturize the element pool and install it. Maybe it will be an air fortress. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this. Let's take a look at the price. If the price is right, buy one. Hey, shield technology, element pool, if the spell model is constant, well, I feel like I'm going to make a small fortune. Well, intellectual property is really a good thing. It's even better to have the ability to protect intellectual property. So, you should first understand the performance and data of the airship in detail, and by the way, find a way to find out about the airship market. Let's have a meeting at that time, and let's talk about it together. Okay, I'll leave first. Lubin kept this in mind, and then called the mage to take off. When hundreds of mages used the wind spell at the same time, the wind howled instantly, a reverse updraft appeared, and gliders rose up along with the updraft, and broke into the sky. Emolan also summoned the winged sky beast to fly directly back to the mage tower. Nothing is more important than the dozen of white papers with gold patterns in his hand. What Emolan held in his hand was not a roll of paper, nor was it just a six-ring spell model, but the ladder of the entire mage association, and the future of the mage tower. What Emolan holds in his hands is the future. In the center of Hongfeng City, Linwa is still leading people to salvage the black iron stones from the bottom of the water. The amount of black iron stones is enough to build an entire castle, and its value is no less than the property of other nobles. Linwa handed the salvage task to another elder, and he stood quietly beside a pile of black iron stones. He was still thinking whether these black iron stones belong to metal ores. If they belong to metal ores, then whether the metals in them can be extracted. When thinking of elemental metals, a flash of inspiration flashed through Linwa's mind, as if he had caught something, but it seemed as if there was still a layer of film between them, hazy, unclear. Although he didn't know what it was, Linwa subconsciously felt that it was very important. Very important. So important that he might regret it for the rest of his life if he ignored it. As a mage, Linwa believed in his feelings very much. This feeling made Linwa look at the black iron stone persistently. What is it? Linwa fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Linwa found a broken black iron stone, the size of a fist, which felt heavy in his hand. Linwa took it and went underground. He first used the stone wall technique to create a stone pot, then threw the black iron stone into it and started to light a fire. Metal smelting is a very complicated process. Iron ore needs to go through a very complicated smelting process before it can be turned into iron. But Linwa doesn't know how to do it specifically. And he doesn't know whether the black iron stone is a metal or what kind of metal it is, let alone the smelting method. So Linwa is going to try burning it now. Maybe he can burn something out. Anyway, he has nothing to do. Chapter 254. The strong set the standard. Bang! The stone pot carrying the black iron stone cracked and melted under the purple flame. In desperation, Linwa had to use the magician's hand to lift the black iron stone, and then surround it with purple flames to burn it. The three-ring purple flame spell is the highest temperature spell among the fire spells that Linwa has mastered so far, and its nature is stable and easy to control. The temperature of the purple flame is extremely hot. Under continuous burning, the temperature in the entire basement has risen by more than 10 degrees. The high temperature made Linwa a little unbearable, so he had to support the water shield spell to shield the high temperature. After burning in the air for a while, Linwa saw that a lot of temperature was radiating, and the black iron stone was still unmoved. So he pondered for a moment. Then he used the stone wall technique to create a stone blast furnace under the ground. Considering that the stone might not be able to withstand the high temperature and crack and melt, Linwa compressed the stone while thickening the blast furnace. Linwa stopped only when the blast furnace became a big bulge with a thickness of 5 or 6 meters. The internal space of the bulge with a diameter of more than 10 meters is only a sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. Through the reserved small gap, Linwa's magician's hand controlled the black iron stone to float in the center of the sphere, and the purple flame technique covered the entire space. Linwa was worried that the temperature was not high enough, so he used the purple flame technique many times, and continuously transported fire elements into it to maintain the burning of the purple flame technique. As time went by, under the condition of temperature control, the temperature in the furnace became more and more terrifying. The air turned red, and the surrounding stone walls were constantly cracking and red. The last drop of liquid dripped and turned into magma flowing in the furnace. Magma accumulated at the bottom, but the 5-meter thick furnace wall still kept the temperature contained. The purple flames burned fiercely, and finally, the black iron stone turned slightly red. But that was all. A pool of magma flowed in the underground room, pushing the temperature of the entire room to a higher level. Linwa had no choice but to clean up the mess, bury the magma underground, and walk to the surface after restoring the place to its original state, with a blank expression on his face. The elder who was about to come over to report the situation was a little scared when he saw Linwa's appearance. Lin Hui, now that we have salvaged so much black iron stone, we have reached our one-time transportation limit. I suggest that we transport this batch back first. The rest can be salvaged a little later. Linwa did not rush to reply after hearing this. He contacted Lu Bin first and confirmed the time before speaking. Load the car first, and wait for Lu Bin to take over tomorrow. I will escort this batch of black iron stone back. As for now, you have to work hard and continue to salvage. Okay. The elder left, and Linwa stood next to the black iron stone, staring at it for a whole day. When Lu Bin came to take over the next day, Linwa directly escorted the black iron stone back. After killing several teams of players who were too daring to try to make money, Linwa successfully escorted the black iron stone into the warehouse. After signing for the storage, Linwa immediately found Mo Lan on the 5th floor of the Mage Tower. When Linwa found him, he was translating the 6-ring summoning spell model. President, help me. Before Linwa finished speaking, Mo Lan's eyes lit up. Hey, Linwa, you came at the right time. Come on. Come and take a look at this spell model. The 6-ring spell model is definitely the highest spell model we can see at present. Moreover, this is a 6-ring summoning spell model that can open the crack of the fire element space, which is of strategic significance to us. This is a spell model? Why is it so messy? Linwa subconsciously replied. Yes, it's very messy. Isn't it? This is a spell model without a 3-axis coordinate system. Here, I'll give you a pen and paper. Let's translate this spell model into the 3-axis coordinate system we are familiar with. Linwa was holding a pen and a piece of paper in a daze. What am I here for? What happened to me? What should I do? Hey, what? Is there anything? Put it aside for now. Come on, translate them. I worked hard for a day and a night, and have already translated most of them. Linwa started the translation work with a blank face, converting a large amount of text descriptions into coordinates in the 3-axis coordinate system, and expressing each piece of data in their usual way. For this, they have formulated a set of standards, and now this set of standards has basically been adopted by the entire magician community. There is no other way. When Mo Lan announced the mage system, others who wanted to change jobs had to learn Mo Lan's habits and methods. And later, when the Mage Association led the mage world, other mages who wanted to understand the articles published in the Mage Journal had to learn and get used to this set of standards. In this way, some standards have been quietly set and have influenced the entire mage world. This is one of the greatest influences of the Mage Association at present. Setting standards. Mo Lan and his team are translating according to this set of standards at this time. The standards of both people are the same, so naturally they will not translate works that are irrelevant. The next day, Linwa, with red eyes, looked at the long list of data in front of him, and looked at this clear mage model, and he felt relieved. Finally finished. I was going to go blind. At this time, Lin was suddenly reacted. Wait, what was I going to do? What did I do? Yeah. By the way, why did you come to me? Mo Lan also looked at him and asked. Linwa thought for a while, and took out the fist-sized black iron stone. I think this gold element stone is not very reliable. It may be an element metal we have never seen before. Mo Lan sat up straight after hearing this, took the fist-sized black iron stone, and looked at it from left to right. I plan to try to smelt it to see if I can extract the metal from it. But the temperature of the purple flame technique is not high enough to smelt it. So I want to ask the president for help. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I would have helped you a long time ago. Linwa opened his mouth when he heard this. And suddenly, he didn't know what to say to show his high emotional intelligence. High temperature will do. Right? Yes. That's easy. Mo Lan opened his hand, and the black iron stone floated in Mo Lan's palm. And then Linwa felt the fire element quickly gathered. As the spell slot released a spell model, the fire element was ignited, and a fireball appeared in Mo Lan's hand. President, what kind of spell model is this? It seems incomplete. Right? Also, your casting order is wrong. Oh, this? I forgot to tell you. This is the casting method I just created. I will teach you later. This is the casting method of the 4th ring mage from now on, without relying entirely on the spell model. The sense of participation in the casting process is enhanced. And the controllability can also be enhanced. And it can break through the limit of the number of rings. Just like me. Although I haven't broken through the 5th ring. But the power of my attack should be able to reach about the 6th ring at most. Such awesome words came out of Imolan's mouth in such a casual way. Which made Lin Wu open his mouth. And finally said with some admiration, "President, you haven't made any moves for a long time. But when you move, it's a big move. And you have directly innovated the entire casting method." After saying that, Lin Wu suddenly found that the black iron stone in the center of the fireball spell had begun to turn red. And asked subconsciously, President, is the temperature of your fireball so high? Why can't I feel the temperature at all? After he finished speaking, Imolan looked at him in confusion. Isn't the so-called temperature the overflow of the fire element? Just control it, isn't it very simple? You just need a hand. Lin Wu recalled his previous appearance, and silently slapped his mouth with his hand. I told you to talk too much. After slapping, his expression suddenly changed. He came close to the fireball, and asked without shame, President, I don't know how to do this yet, please guide me. Guide me. Imolan, who was in a good mood, nodded. Okay. Chapter 255 The Path of a Mage. As I just said, temperature is a manifestation of the fire element. We use the spell model to create high temperature. We use the fire element to release high temperature, essentially. It is the use of the fire element. Temperature is the fire element. All temperature overflows are caused by the outflow of the fire element. Think about it, when you release the fireball spell normally, you will feel hot when you hold the fireball in your hand. Will you burn yourself? Lin Wu suddenly realized, shaking his head. No. Why? Because the spell model helps you restrain the fire element, which naturally restrains the temperature, so there is no leakage. Imolan kneaded the fireball in his hand, and raised the core temperature a little bit again. And then continued. In the past, you relied on the spell model to cast spells, and you had little experience in controlling the fire element and spells. That's why you ask this question now, because you can't master the fire element proficiently. This is a shortcoming of yours, or the shortcoming of most professional mages, because it is not used at the professional level. Naturally no one will practice it. The red-black iron stone turned red in Imolan's hand, and gradually softened. Now that you have realized it, you can practice it with a goal, and strengthen it, because this will be the way a 4th ring mage casts spells. Mastering this faster will allow you to adapt to the 4th ring mage faster, and complete the transition period. You are almost a 4th ring mage now. Right? Lin Wu nodded. Originally, it might have taken a long time. But now there is a meditation room. And the meditation speed has increased a lot. It should be this week. Well, okay. Imolan explained to Lin Wu while controlling the fireball in his hand. I just said why. Now let's talk about what to do. How to improve controllability. There are many ways. Take the fire element as an example. If you want to control the fire element more carefully, I suggest you meditate on the fire element. First, improve your affinity with the fire element and gain a certain control over the fire element. Secondly, keep controlling the fire element. Don't cast roughly when casting the 4th ring in the future. Maximize the power. Maximize the control. And micromanage as much as possible. Lin Wu was taking notes quickly in his notebook. But Imolan's next sentence stunned him instantly. The above 2 methods are the least efficient. I suggest you use them in combination with other methods. Because everyone does this, it is inevitable, a step that must be taken, just like the 9-year compulsory education. Everyone is studying, everyone has to study, but if you want to be stronger than others, you must secretly make up for the lessons. Lin Wu was stunned. And there are many ways to make up for the lessons, more effective ways of training. I haven't spent time to do this. You can do it. Create something, give some benefits to the brothers below. As for you, if you open the gate to the fire elemental realm later, I suggest you go to the fire elemental realm and catch a fire spirit. Catch a fire spirit, spend a spell slot for permanent control. You can use the fire spirit indirectly. Oh no, the fire spirit is integrated with you. It should be said directly. You can directly gain powerful control over the fire element. I will put the specific control method in the technical library. You can change it when the time comes. Lin Wu nodded when he heard it. There are many ways to make up for the lessons. Other natural treasures that can enhance elemental affinity are also okay, not limited to fire spirits. Imolan pondered for a moment. Since we are talking about this, I will say a few more words. I have been studying mages for such a long time. I have seen various spell models, so I have a general understanding of the entire mage system. I have also vaguely understood it. Professional level, completely borrowing the spell model bred by World of Warcraft to cast spells, easy to learn. You can become a mage if you can draw a spell model. No element control is required, no learning is required, the threshold is very low, and the combat effectiveness is the same. There are few spell slots. The power of spells is strictly limited by the number of rings of the spell model. Slightly better mages improve, create some spell models, but that's it. This is the entry level. If you give it a proper name, it can be called an apprentice mage. Linwood beside him heard this. Ah bah bah. Going up, elite spells, using various natural materials and treasures, ways and methods, continuously improve your affinity with elements and controllability. In other words, at this stage, we need to have real control over elements, rather than simply using mental power to move elements. This is the foundation. After completing this step, it is still difficult to cast spells independently, but you can initially get out of the stage of casting spells using the entire spell model, only by using some cores of spell models to assist in casting. The whole casting process is about half controlled by the mage, and half controlled by the spell model. At this point, the power of the spell is no longer completely limited to the number of rings. We can completely strengthen the power of the spell through preparation and various means. Just like me. Although I am still a 4th ring mage, I can charge power for a certain period of time. Release a 6th ring spell? Lin was suddenly asked, making Imolan choke. What are you thinking? 6th ring spells. Through a certain period of charging power. A spell below the 4th ring can release the power of a 6th ring spell. Simply put, at this point, the power of a mage's spell is no longer determined by the spell model, but by the mage's strength. Even if it is just a 1st level spell, it can explode with the power of a 6th level spell in the hands of a powerful mage. In other words, there will not be a situation where a 4th level mage casts a 1st level spell, but still cannot kill a 1st level warrior. Yes, the power of the spell cast by the mage is no longer measured by the number of levels, but directly measured by the mage's strength. Awesome. This is a real mage. Well, so the elite level is basically considered a formal mage. I dare not say what the higher level is, but I have a vague guess about the master level mage. Master. No longer constrained by the spell model. Casting spells completely on your own. As you please. And spells are at your fingertips? Imolan nodded. Yes, but it is very difficult to complete this step, because we cast spells by applying the essence of elements. The reason why professional level mages need to use certain spell models to cast spells is because we cannot grasp the essence of things, and our control over the elements still remains on the surface. Imolan's calm tone seemed to carry a trace of yearning. So if you want to reach the master level, if you want to do whatever you want, and be able to cast spells easily, you must study the essence of elements, and initially master a certain elemental essence. Imolan said with yearning and sigh. I can't imagine how terrifying the spells that have already made initial use of the essence of elements will be. Mountains collapse and the earth crack, burning mountains and boiling seas. Yes, mountains collapse and the earth crack, burning mountains and boiling seas. Chapter 256 Elemental Metals. Just walk down the path ahead. You are too ambitious to think about becoming a master now. Imolan interrupted Linwood's thoughts. Although I have said this many times, I still want to remind you. If you can be promoted to the 4th ring within a week, then it is best to decide the route as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will not even have a direction, and you will not know how to work hard, which will waste a lot of time. Well, I have a direction. Linwood pointed at the fireball in Imolan's hand. At least I have some inspiration. Imolan looked at the melted black iron stone, wondering. Elemental metal? It's related to elemental metal. It's a road no one has walked before. But I want to try. Imolan was very happy to hear that. Then congratulations. It's good to have a direction. With a direction, there is a meaning to work hard, and a will to struggle. As long as you move forward in the direction you have determined, the world will not let you down. Yes. Let me first confirm whether this is elemental metal. Do you know how to smelt it? Imolan asked aloud, remembering something. But Saul Linwood shook his head, and pointed at the fireball, and said decisively, I think the things that are burned first are definitely not as good as the things that are left. So just burn them. If it doesn't work, then the temperature must not be right. Imolan was silent. But what if the most precious thing has a lower melting point than other things? Who stipulated that precious things must have a high melting point and high resistance to fire? It's okay. I can sense that the gold element is still there. That is to say, if there is metal, the metal is still there. As for the others, it doesn't matter. I don't want them now. I'll talk about it when I need them. We still have a whole castle of black iron stone. Now we just need to refine the metal inside. I actually think what you said makes sense. Emolan was speechless. Yeah. If you think it makes sense, then go ahead. I just tried it. Although it has melted, I still can't separate it in detail. I might as well burn it. Emolan stopped talking. He just released the fire element in the fireball silently and extinguished it. Then he rebuilt several spell structures in the spell slot, condensed the fire element, released the spell structure, and ignited the fireball again. Although the previous fireball had a high temperature effect, it actually had an explosion effect. It was the fireball that Emolan was going to use against the enemy. He thought the temperature was enough before, but now he decided to make a fireball with only a high temperature effect. This fireball technique abandoned all the bells and whistles. All the fire elements only exerted force in one direction temperature. Linwa was shocked the moment the fireball technique appeared. This time the fireball was not the usual red, but yellowish-white, giving people a feeling of extremely high temperature at first glance. The ball of liquid black iron stone boiled the moment it was wrapped by the fireball, and wisps of black smoke rose up. Emolan wrapped up the black smoke with his mental power, and put it in a small glass bottle. As Emolan accumulated power and condensed it, the liquid black iron stone rolled wildly, and puffs of black smoke floated up, and were stored in the tank by Emolan. Time passed slowly, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Emolan had to change several fireballs in his hand, for various reasons. The frequency of black smoke was very low, and it took a few minutes for a wisp of smoke to float up. As impurities disappeared, the black iron stone liquid became smaller and smaller, and fine golden lines gradually appeared on the surface of the liquid, which made the liquid more mysterious and noble. The temperature of the fireball in Emolan's hand has been raised to the limit. After dozens of minutes of this high temperature, the black gold liquid still has not changed at all. The temperature that Emolan can reach at this moment cannot vaporize this black gold liquid. Emolan and Lin will use their mental power to sense this black gold liquid, and then looked at each other in surprise. It seems that there is only pure gold element in this black gold liquid, and this gold element is tightly combined in a very strange and mysterious structure. Its element density is higher than anything Emolan has ever seen. I'm afraid we've really found a treasure this time, Emolan muttered. Earl Hawfong is blind. It's obviously a precious elemental metal ore, but he used it as an ordinary elemental stone. After it is refined, the value of this elemental metal is many times greater than that of the elemental stone. Compared to stone, metal has too many advantages. Metal can do too many things. Stone tools are always inferior to metal tools, if the energy channel rate of this black vein metal is high. Maybe we can create real elemental weapons. Extraordinary weapons. No. This kind of metal is the most wasteful to use for weapons. A metal material with superior properties can do so many things, and its value is too great, Emolan said slowly. What shape do you want this ball of metal? I doubt that after it solidifies, I will not be able to smelt it again. The properties now are much higher than before when it was ore. Linwa looked at the ball of black and gold liquid the size of his little finger, and pondered for a moment. With so little, there's nothing we can do. Just shape it into a thin stick that is round, triangular, quadrilateral, and strip shapes. It will be easier to test. Okay. Emolan nodded, and immediately controlled the black gold liquid to shape, removed the fireball, cooled it down, and solidified it. After solidification, a thin metal stick about the length of a little finger appeared in front of the two. One end of the thin metal stick was cylindrical. The second section turned into a triangle. The third section turned into a square, and the fourth section turned into a flat shape. The metal stick was black, with thin golden lines interspersed in between, which gave people a very good feeling. Using the wind magic to speed up the cooling, after confirming that the temperature has dropped, Emolan weighed it with his hand. It was light, lighter than Emolan could imagine, and then tried to introduce elements of different properties into it. The rest of the elements were directly blocked. Not even a trace could get through. There was no conductivity at all, but when the gold element was input, the conductivity without any blockage instantly shocked Emolan. And the moment a trace of gold element was injected, the metal stick seemed to be activated, and instantly became sharp. Very strong, and perhaps this metal is really suitable as a weapon. As soon as the gold element is injected into the metal, the edges and corners become sharp directly, and there seem to be other changes, but I can't see them," Emolan said in surprise, and then handed the black and gold metal stick to Linhua. "Go back and measure the properties of this elemental metal, see which fields it can be applied to, where we can use it, finally give it a name, and write an analysis report for me." "Okay." Linhua nodded, and when he was about to leave, Emolan suddenly remembered something and called again. "There is one more thing. If you have time, go to the Eternal Blazing Sun to invite an expert to come over, and see if you can build a heat-resistant blast furnace. This thing is more convenient than using spells to practice, and the temperature is higher. It will be useful." "Okay." Linhua nodded and left. Chapter 257. A visitor from the capital. "Interesting, a brand new elemental metal?" Emolan said softly. "Materials are one of the biggest shortcomings of science and technology. In reality, new achievements in material science often promote the progress of the entire scientific and technological system, promote the technology tree to a higher level, and make many things that only exist in concepts become reality. And if it goes as expected, now there is a metal with superior physical properties and superior elemental properties. What kind of changes will it bring to the Mage Association? What kind of changes will it bring to the game?" Emolan was looking forward to it, but he would not rush to study this elemental metal. Let Linhua study this. He has enough ability to study it. As for Emolan, he naturally has his own research direction. Emolan's eyes fell on the long string of data on the paper. This is a simplified 6-ring summoning spell model. Although it has been expressed through the coordinate system, this spell model with more than 700 spell nodes is still very complicated, and ordinary people will feel dizzy after just one look. And Emolan is naturally not an ordinary person. If he does not activate the ink cartridge, he will have to look at it for a while before he feels dizzy. How did I simplify it before? I worked on such a complicated thing for several days and nights, and finally figured it out. It's really amazing. Emolan rubbed his brows. The gap is really too big. It's so big that it's a bit difficult for me to try to analyze and understand it now. But it's true. I'm only at the 4th ring. This is a 6th-ring summoning spell. It would be strange if I could analyze it directly. Then should I advance to the 5th ring first, and then study it? At that time, I should be able to try to analyze this spell model. And now I am only about half a month away from being promoted to a 5-ring mage. Emolan closed his eyes and looked inward. Roughly estimated, but shook his head after thinking for a while. I have to wait another half a month. Forget it. I have a cheat. I will just force it. I'd better analyze this spell model first. Although I can't cast it. But the Mage Tower can. Driven by the element pool, the Mage Tower is fully capable of casting a 6-ring spell. After all, a group casting a 3-ring spell is almost equivalent to a 6-ring spell. Emolan silently planned in his mind. Deduced. As long as the space crack opens again, Lubin can continue to study space magic in depth. With a spell model and a ready-made space crack as a reference, the progress will definitely be rapid. And there may be certain results soon. The association can organize people to hunt lava beasts, hunt fire spirits, and hunt elemental stone red rock. I can also go in to find clues for the fire spirit to break through the 4th ring. If the fire spirit can break through the 4th ring, there should be a qualitative change. The fire spirit is the spirit of the fire element. It is born with the ability to control the abnormality of the fire element. It is simply the darling of the element. Once the fire spirit undergoes a transformation at the 4th ring, will it involve the essence of the fire element? Can I use this to study the fire element in depth? Or even control its essence in advance? Can I even use the 4th level fire spirit to make my spell power break through the limit of the 6th ring and reach the real 7th ring power? If Linhua knew the plan in Emolan's mind at this moment, he would probably be extremely shocked. He was still looking at the 4th ring. They had just discussed and speculated about some things about the 7th ring and expressed their yearning. But Emolan was already planning something at the master level, which was shocking. In public and private, I should try to release this 6-ring summoning spell first. This is not just a 6-ring summoning spell. It contains the future of the Mage Association. And it contains my future. In fact, Emolan had a hidden ambition in his heart. That is whether there is a connection between the elemental realms. Whether he can find other elemental realms through the fire elemental realm. Or even set foot in other elemental realms. If it can, then perhaps the Mage Association will face a real takeoff. Emolan gathered his thoughts and focused his mind on the spell model. 6-ring summoning spell of the space system. Emolan took out his notebook and opened a new page. Now it was undoubtedly a very difficult task for Emolan to release a 6-ring spell. However, Emolan was not afraid. Instead, he felt full of challenges and began to break down this problem in his usual way. Using the Mage Tower to release spells is nothing more than a few processes. 1. Constant spell model. 2. Connecting to the element pool. 3. Injecting elements to activate the spell. Solve them one by one. The first problem is the problem of the constant spell model. With the help of the ink cartridge, understand, remember, and sort out this spell model without any task problems. Although the constant spell model has not been tried before, it should actually be interruptible. Try it a few more times, and there should be no problem finding the technique. There is no problem with the human aspect, that is, the material aspect. Ordinary stone can't bear it, and low-level red rock should not be enough, but the 6th-level red rock on the 6th-level lava giant is definitely enough. However, my spells that can reach the 6th ring of power are also fire attributed. Using them to attack the lava giant is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It is definitely ineffective. Without the 6th ring of attack, it is really difficult to kill the elemental life without fatal weakness and strong recovery ability. It is not necessarily dead. In this case, perhaps the elemental metal just refined can withstand it. No, it can definitely withstand it. Well, the material is temporarily set as this elemental metal. The first problem is solved. The second step is no problem. And the last problem is the elemental pool of space attribute. I can't even sense the space element, so it has never been built before. But now, I have the perception of space elements by the winged sky beast, plus Lu Bin's research on the space system. A space element pool should not be difficult, and it can be solved after a period of research. The 6-ring summoning spell on the paper in front of Emolan is divided into 2 difficulties, and the 2 major difficulties are divided into small problems according to the ideas. As Emolan ticked and crossed out the small problems, soon, this seemingly extremely difficult task has been sorted out, and there is a feasible solution. Emolan followed his previous thoughts, and made a rigorous schedule for each problem. The last item on the schedule was to release the 6-ring summoning spell. The first item on the entire schedule was, together with Lu Bin, and 2 or 3 elders to form a research team. Research and build the space attribute element pool as quickly as possible, and immediately open it to accumulate space elements in preparation for releasing the 6-ring summoning spell. However, just as Emolan was about to contact Lu Bin, Su Zongxin suddenly walked in hurriedly, with a serious face, and said immediately when he saw Emolan, "President, someone from Wangdu is here." Chapter 258, Royal Capital Mage. Are they all a bunch of trash? How dare you call it the Mage Association? I tell you, there will only be one Mage Association in the future, and that is the Royal Capital Mage Association. If you dare to continue to call yourself the Mage Association, you will be killed without mercy. A middle-aged man said disdainfully, and a player mage in front of him turned into white light and dissipated. Damn, he is a 4th ring elite mage. What's the point of a 4th ring beating a 3rd ring? A mage said angrily, but his words caused the middle-aged man's disdain. Humph, it's just the barking of a loser. If you are not as strong as others, you are not as strong as others. A waste is a waste. I became a 4th ring mage in 3 days. Do you want me to wait for you at the 3rd ring? Can you become a 4th ring mage? The words of the middleman instantly made the surrounding players furious. I don't know who shouted. What kind of Jianghu ethics can you talk to such people? Strength is respected. Right? Weak people are weak. Right? Brothers, fight together. What's wrong with fighting together? It's just a mob. But as soon as he finished speaking, the mages who looked at him coldly were connected by spiritual links one after another. Without making any sound, their subsequent movements instantly showed a terrifying tacit understanding. Dozens of mages instantly formed several groups. The Mage Association did not train mage groups. Without training, they could not cast spells in groups, but this did not mean that they could not cooperate in combat. Dark Fireball. Boom boom boom. The first batch of mages released the Dark Fireball. A dozen fireballs directly blocked all the space for the middle-aged man to dodge. The scorching temperature instantly made the middle-aged man's hair curl up. Looking at the mighty fireball, the man's face changed. Flash. The middle-aged man appeared 200 meters away in an instant. Just when he thought he was safe, he suddenly found a group of mages appeared beside him, looking at him with a sneer. Flash? Humph. I guessed it long ago. Dark Fireball. In an instant, more than a dozen dark fireballs enveloped him, completely blocking the space for dodging. This was a blockade. Even if he was a warrior, he could not escape. The middleman looked at the dozen black fireballs in horror, and directly put on several shields. But beads of sweat still appeared on his forehead, looking extremely embarrassed. He understood that although he was a fourth ring mage, the only fourth ring spell he remembered was Flash. And now this shield was only a third ring spell, which would definitely not be able to withstand so many third ring spell explosions. However, although he was in a mess, he was not desperate, because he still had a trump card. Elder, save me. Humph. What a big scene. Dozens of mages beat up one of my disciples. You are a shame to mages. How can you have the face to be a mage? Do you still have the dignity and nobility of a mage? A voice sounded out of thin air under the mage tower, and everyone turned their heads to look, and saw more than a dozen people appear under the mage tower, as if they had always been there. A shield also appeared on the middle-aged man's body at the same time. The dark fireball exploded, and a big pit was eroded on the ground, but the middle-aged man under the shield was intact. He just fell into the pit in a mess, and rolled a few times, but the shield became dim, and only a thin layer. But he didn't care, and looked at the mages arrogantly. No matter how many people there are, they are just a bunch of trash. I'm standing here. Who can kill me? Many mages fell silent, did not speak, and silently contacted the elders and the president. However, at the moment when the middle-aged man laughed, a figure appeared silently behind him. The staff made of pure steel was raised, and fell. The dim shield only lasted for a moment before it broke directly. The upper end of the staff of pure steel fell on the head of the middle-aged man. Puff! The sound of watermelon breaking. The middle-aged man's smile was still there, but his head was gone. Zhang Guangma stood behind the middle-aged man's body with an expressionless face, and wiped the middle-aged man's clothes with his staff. Who gave you the courage? Killing people from the association in the association. Do you want to go back alive? Disciple, you are looking for death. Zhang Guangmo raised his head, and stood there with his staff. You are his master? I helped you educate him. You're welcome. In addition, you are a mage, not a warrior. As a mage, you can be angry, but you need to stay calm at all times. Only calm mages can fight. Although I killed your apprentice, you should also stay calm. After all, you are just an apprentice. But you can't even do this. You are so angry like a warrior for so long that you can't even calm down. I think you don't deserve to be a mage. I suggest you get rid of it as soon as possible. Change your job. Ha ha ha, the elder is awesome. Honey, even though your apprentice died, you still need to stay calm. Honey, we suggest you change your job as soon as possible. Honey, you have to listen to me. The mages next to him immediately started to make a fuss, laughing and laughing, no longer looking nervous at all. They understood. It had been so long. The president, the elders must have known about it, and the appearance of Zhang Guangma directly proved this point. If that was the case, then why should they be nervous under the mage tower? At this moment, an elderly man with white hair among the dozen people was extremely angry. I will kill you. In an instant, everyone noticed that the terrifying thunder element gathered to form a thunderbolt, and the elemental fluctuations that burst out made people's scalps numb. But Zhang Guangma just stood there with his staff, unmoving, just looking at this man, with a slightly mocking look. Silently, a blue water film appeared in front of Zhang Guangma. This terrifying single thunder spell burst out, and the thunder struck the water shield spell, but it only caused ripples on the surface of the water shield spell, and Zhang Guangmo was intact afterwards, and even looked at him with a mocking smile. On the 5th floor of the mage tower, Emolan walked in the void, staring at the old man casting the spell, and shouted coldly, Who gave you the courage to attack people in the association? A rather thin middle-aged man in the crowd looked up at Emolan and said slowly, You are the legendary Earl of Jingshui, right? I am Zuila Barros, the vice president of the Royal Capital Mage Association. A 6-ring mage. You can call me President Barros. Or you can call me Mage Barros. I heard that you are also a 4-ring mage. The young are formidable. If you are willing, you can come to our association to be a deacon. Or after we take over the Red Maple City Mage Association, you can be the vice president of the association branch. Emolan didn't even look at him, and stared directly at the old man who had just taken action. You are just a 5-ring mage. Since you have started, then go to hell. Emolan, I respect you as the Earl of Jingshui. Although you stole the mage's job transfer method, I am willing to spare your life because you are young and ignorant. But don't be shameless. Emolan didn't even look at him. A thunderbolt formed directly on the top of the magic tower, with a flash of white light, and struck down instantly. Chapter 259 Exchange Meeting. Lightning Spell. Emolan has 2 fixed attack spells in the Mage Tower. One is the range damage 3-ring spell Dark Fireball spell. The other is the single target damage 3-ring spell Lightning Spell. The power of the 3-ring spell group is basically equivalent to the 6-ring spell. The moment the lightning spell appeared, Barros's face became serious. A spell appeared, forming an invisible barrier in front of him. The moment the lightning spell fell, it was deflected 100 meters away, blasting a charred pit on the ground. 6-ring space defense spell? Emolan raised his eyebrows. Although you can release a 6-ring spell level attack, I advise you to take care of yourself. I am a 6-ring mage. Emolan smiled and said nothing. But the other mages laughed. The strange look made Barros feel very awkward. At this moment, another lightning appeared at the top of the mage tower and struck directly. This discovery shocked him. He could actually release a 6-ring spell once? After being surprised, greed followed. A method or treasure that can release 2 6-ring spells. Once he got it, maybe the president of the Mage Association would have to be replaced. However, at this moment, the second lightning spell had not yet fallen, and the third lightning spell had already begun to appear. Barros was surprised and greedier at the same time. Boom! The second lightning spell was deflected hundreds of meters away, and then killed a lucky onlooker mage. However, just as the third lightning spell fell, the fourth lightning spell was born. Barros was shocked. His eyes were full of horror and fear, and he looked up in disbelief. Boom! Another lucky onlooker mage was killed. Boom! The 6-ring space deflection spell was directly shattered. Boom! 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 3 consecutive lightning spells fell. Layers of shields appeared on the old mage's body, but they were like bubbles in front of the lightning spell, and they broke with a poke. The old man's eyes widened. In his desperate, resentful, regretful eyes, 3 consecutive lightning spells fell, splitting him into a ball of charcoal, shattering on the spot. And the people around him were motionless, with their hair standing up. The violent thunder element made them numb all over, and they fell into a state of paralysis. The paralysis state can be removed. They were also deeply shocked. The arrogance and disdain they had before were shattered by the lightning technique that was so close, leaving nothing behind. President. Emotion. 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 President. Emotion. President. Cheers rang out. Listening to the cheers, Emolan smiled slightly, then turned his head to look at Barros, and said word by word. My ears are not good. I didn't hear clearly just now. May I ask what you want to tell me? Barros's face did not change at all, and he said in a shocked voice. I have long heard that Earl Jingshui is a genius. He not only created the mage profession among warriors by himself, but also created countless spells and techniques, which made the entire mage profession develop rapidly. I thought the rumor was false before, but today I see that Earl Jingshui is worthy of his reputation. No, the rumor is still wrong. I saw Earl Jingshui with my own eyes today, and I just felt that the rumor was too superficial, thin, not specific enough, and could not truly show Earl Jingshui's talent and ability. When I go back, I will definitely promote Earl Jingshui well, so that everyone can know a more real genius Earl Jingshui. Oh, is that so? Why do I feel that it is different from what I just said? Barros said righteously. That's right. Isn't it? Barros turned his head to look at the people next to him, who said quickly, Yes. 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 That's what the president just said. Oh, I guess I heard it wrong. Emolan then walked down from the void to the ground. Then I just took the liberty to teach 2 rude people a lesson. You should have no objection. Right? No objection. I told them long ago that Earl Jingshui must be the real deal, and asked them to keep a low profile. But the 2 were unruly, and did such a shameful thing. They deserve to die. If it were me, I would do the same. Oh, I hope there is no misunderstanding. Emolan smiled and nodded. Since there is no misunderstanding, there is no need to resolve it. Emolan waved his hand, and the lightning spell that was bred on the top of the mage tower dissipated. Barros remained calm when he saw this, and looked gentle and approachable. Then, I wonder what President Barros has to do with my mage association. President Emolan. Our president heard that a mage association was established in Red Maple City, and its president is very outstanding. So I was specially sent to represent the Royal Capo Mage Association to invite President Emolan. and invite the delegation of the Red Maple City Mage Association to visit the Royal Capital Mage Association and exchange ideas. We have longed for the various technologies and innovations of the Red Maple City Mage Association. And I believe that the Red Maple City Mage Association should also be interested in the spell models hidden in our association. This is the accumulation of decades since the establishment of our original Mage Association. First level, oh no, according to President M.O. Land standards. There are spells from the 1st to the 6th ring, ice, fire, water, thunder, earth, wood, space and other attributes are all available. I think if President M.O. Land agrees, this will be a meeting of the two mage associations that will satisfy both parties and make progress for both parties. After 30 days, the location will be in the Mage Association in the Royal Capital. While speaking, Barrows added the prefix of Red Maple City to the Mage Association, and it was instantly downgraded from the Mage Association to the Red Maple City Mage Association. Emolan smiled. Okay, I will lead the delegation of the Mage Association to the scene in 30 days. Looking forward to it. Anything else? Barrows smiled when he heard that. Sorry to bother President Emolan, we will go back first, looking forward to the arrival of the delegation of the Red Maple City Mage Association. Barrows left with a group of people after he finished speaking. Before leaving, he did not forget to collect the remains of the middle-aged mage and the elderly and take them away. The group was silent after walking away. Barrows suddenly spoke. Was I in a very bad state before? Everyone was stunned. President. I was in a bad state before and ugly. The elder had just died, but I shamelessly tried to please the murderer. Do you think I am useless? I am nothing? Barrows said expressionlessly, and everyone stopped and looked at him. Yes, I am indeed afraid of death. I should have used the strongest attack spell at that time, killed Emolan, killed that 4-ring mage, and killed as many mages as possible. Even if they could be resurrected, I could have let off a grudge. Barrows said to himself. Yes, I can do it, but what's the use? I have 4 4th-level spell slots, I can flash all my memories, I can run away after killing a lot of people, I leave the tower, no one can do anything to me, I return to the capital, I return to the association, no one can take revenge on me. Will this have any impact on me? No, but why should I try to please him? President, we all understand, we all understand. The expressions of the people around him were slightly moved, especially the younger ones, who were all moved. Because of you, you can't run away, you will all die there. Barrows let out a long sigh, turned his head, and looked deeply at the White Tower. A trace of pity appeared in his eyes. President, we understand, we misunderstood you. Let's go, take them home. Barrows shook his head slightly, continued to move forward, gradually walked away. Chapter 260 All Garbage. President. Seeing them leave, Lu Ben, Linhua and others all surrounded him, and looked at him Olan. President, why are these natives now at the 4th ring, and the one just now really, is it the 6th ring? A mage asked in confusion. Obviously. Players are the first to change their profession to mages, but why are they practicing faster than us? 1 or 2 is fine, but there are so many, and they are so much stronger than us, I am a little doubtful about myself, even if it is a computer game. It has to be logical. Right? Not to mention this is not. After the mage finished speaking, many people looked at Emolan, quietly waiting for Emolan's reply. This was also the doubt in their hearts. If you don't follow logic in games, you will be criticized. In reality, you won't. Emolan smiled. Just kidding. Since everyone has this doubt in their hearts, then I will analyze it with you. For this question, I will briefly talk about a few points. Before that, I will ask you a question. Do you know the Mage Painter? Does anyone know about the Mage Painter? I know. The Mage Painter is a life profession that specializes in drawing spell scrolls. When a warrior changes his job, he will usually ask the Mage Painter to help adjust the spell model and help with the job change. When training the Knight Squad and the Knight Group, the Magician is the core. It is completely dependent on the Magician to adjust the spell model in the warriors' bodies. This is the basis of fighting spirit resonance. And I heard that they seem to be good at mental power. This person suddenly thought of something, and hesitated slightly at the end. Emolan smiled and nodded when he heard it. Yes, you are right. Very accurate. I think everyone has thought of something when they heard this. Yes, this is the first point I want to say. They are not groundless in becoming 4th ring and 6th ring mages. Their path to becoming a mage is more difficult than ours. Their mental power is improved little by little over a long period of time. Although there were no mages before this, their mental power is indeed real, which is obtained through training little by little. In this situation, they are only a step away from becoming mages. The job change of a mage is just a key for them, so they can use it very quickly. For example, they can be promoted to a 4th ring mage within 3 days, or become a 6th ring mage in a short period of time. This point, I think it is enough to answer your doubts. They did not become elite mages suddenly. This is the result of long-term efforts. This is what they deserve. The second point, to answer everyone's doubts. Why do you doubt yourself? You don't need to doubt yourself at all. Why? I will tell you one by one. At this time, Emolan showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. I emphasize again, I created the mage. I have the title of Mage Pioneer. I am the first mage. On this basis, I will explain this point. As a pioneer, is it really that easy to surpass me? Is it really a good thing to surpass me easily? If they are stronger than me, better in talent than me, and study the essence of mages harder than me, then surpassing me is indeed a good thing. But do they have it? You don't know this, but I can tell you that they don't have it. Even if they become 4th ring mages, even if they become 6th ring mages, it's fake, and it's empty. To be arrogant, if this group of people don't change, they are all a bunch of garbage mages? Can they be called mages? Do you really think you can be called mages just by casting a few spells? Emolan sneered. In my opinion, they are still in the stage of apprentices. Because I just created the path of a formal mage. I just confirmed it. Today, I will take this opportunity to show it to everyone. After saying this, Emolan came to the air, holding a fireball in his hand, and threw it down after a moment. Boom! A big pit appeared, and the huge air wave blew the players in the distance all over the place. The huge power shocked all the mages. President, have you advanced to the 6th ring? No. I am still a 4th ring. Approaching a 5th ring mage. Then is this a 6th ring spell? No. This is a 1st ring spell. Fireball. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, the others were even more shocked. And some common sense in their minds was broken. Why can a 1st ring spell have the power of a 6th ring spell? I ask you, the 6th ring mage can release the same power of a 1st ring spell as you do. Is this outrageous? Outrageous. Is it ridiculous? Ridiculous. Can this be called a mage? Emolan suddenly shouted loudly, and the mages around him responded with even louder voices. Not worthy. Emolan laughed. Then when you advance to the 6th ring, how many of these so-called mages can you beat? I want to beat 10. Okay, do you still doubt yourself now? No. That's right, the results of their lifetime are only a 6th ring mage, a 4th ring mage. What's there to be afraid of? We take it step by step, one step at a time, and we will be solid, and naturally, we will not be worse than anyone else. Emotion. Lin was suddenly shouted, and the others were stunned at first, and then they reacted and shouted loudly. Emotion. 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 Emolan waited for a moment, pressed his hands down, and the voice stopped abruptly. Emolan smiled and said softly, Let me tell you another secret. If they can't figure this out, if they don't make changes, then there is no possibility of advancing to the master level. If they don't make changes, then they can only stay in the 6th ring and wait for us to catch up little by little. They have trained their mental power for a lifetime. Their mental power is indeed strong, but have they produced a 7-ring mage equivalent to a master mage? No, I can guarantee that, not even one. Emolan raised his index finger and waved it gently, said affirmatively, looking at the excited mages. Emolan waved his hand. Okay. Let's go. It's no big deal. Never doubt yourself. Our efforts will never be useless. Every effort and every research now will become the nourishment for the growth of mages, and will become the foundation for our growth, and will burst out at a certain moment, pushing us to the peak. Let's go! Emolan waved his hand and walked back to the mage tower. Before entering the mage tower, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, Go get some people to wash the floor. Fill the holes. The holes are so bumpy. It's ugly. After saying that, Emolan walked into the mage tower and said to Su Zongxi next to him, Notify the president. The elders' meeting room will be open. Everyone should be present. Yes. Su Zongxi nodded and left, while Emolan returned to the 5th floor first, looking at the 6-ring summoning spell on the table, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 261. The first battle was unfavorable. President. As soon as everyone walked in, They saw Emolan sitting in the conference room. They hurriedly quickened their pace and found their seats to sit down. Su Zongxin stood behind Emolan. What do you think of this suddenly appeared Wangdu Mage Association? I just asked a friend in Wangdu. The Wangdu Mage Association was reorganized by the original Painting Mage Association. The original Painting Mage had a very unique status in Wangdu. Now that the spiritual power has been transformed into combat power, its power and status have become unstoppable, especially since its association is highly valued by Marquis Morse, and his shadow is behind the Royal Capital Mage Association. Linhua continued. In addition, I also asked players from various places and learned a piece of news. Mage associations or mage organizations have been established in various places throughout the game. They are not the kind of players in the past, but the indigenous forces, mostly formed by painted mages, and they are very powerful. The source of their job transfer method should be some players. After Linhua finished speaking, he sat down, and Emolan spoke. Among the players, we are very famous, our reputation is very high, basically everyone who knows about mages knows our mage association, knows that we are the original, we are the birthplace of mages. In other words, among the players, our position is basically unshakable. As long as we don't commit suicide, any other player's mage association will be weaker than us, and their appeal to mages will be weaker. But the natives are different. They only know about mages now, but not the mage association. In their opinion, the mage association they founded is the most orthodox. And in my opinion, they all say that mages are their own creations, and others are just shameless plagiarists. More importantly, we really can't explain this kind of thing, and no one will listen to us. But they all know it well. Suddenly an elder spoke up, and Emolan smiled when he heard it. It can only be said that some people in a certain association know it well. But it is useless. Instead, it will only become a reason for them to target us, attack us, and even destroy us. Because the real creator is dead. No one can say that they are fake. I said it very easily below before. They are all garbage. Indeed, the people in the Royal Capital Mage Association are all garbage. Only 6 rings. I can kill them. But the situation we are facing is very serious. Because we cannot only recruit player mages. There are more indigenous people, we can't shut them out. In addition, it's fine to change to a mage, but I can't accept others plagiarizing and blaming others. I can't stand this kind of grievance. So at this time, we can't just use our mouths to reason, we must use our fists to make them listen to our reasoning. Just like I did before, he will admit that I am the creator. In addition, we are not without advantages, our advantages are very big, that is. Players. Players are arrogant, and they can't stand the atmosphere of the Aboriginal Mage Association, and they all know that we are the orthodox, so they will come to our association. Without being proud, because of our country's efforts, player mages have basically received secondary and higher education. We can easily train a large number of elite mages, and spread them around the world, establishing association branches one after another. Finally, strength is respected, and I hope everyone will work together. Crackling applause sounded, Emolan stood up. Okay, I'll say this much, the next meeting will be chaired by Linhua, with a focus on sorting out and digesting the harvest from the cleansing of the nobles, and the stability of the 6-ring summoning spell. Yes. Linhua nodded, Emolan turned around and left, returning to the 5th floor of the Mage Tower. On the table was still the spell model of the 6-ring summoning spell. At this time, Emolan looked down from the window. In a large pit, a blast furnace had been formed, and was being tested for ignition. Linhua was very efficient, and the people of Eternal Blazing Sun had already repaired the blast furnace. Emolan felt very strange looking at the blast furnace, then shook his head, and laughed out loud. In the eyes of the Aborigines, the blast furnace can create amazingly high temperatures, which is also a mysterious spell. In our eyes before, people can fly, and fireballs, which is also a magical spell. But now it seems that what you understand is science, what you don't understand is magic. This point has nothing to do with whether its energy is elements, electricity, or coal. But I don't know if the temperature of this blast furnace can melt black iron stone, and I don't know what the temperature of my fireball is. It should be okay. Right? But Emolan still had a trace of worry in his heart, and subconsciously thought about the solution. After a while, the solution came to his mind. One of the core requirements of a blast furnace is heat preservation, high temperature resistance, and heating. All are related to temperature. Then I should be able to keep the advantages of modern blast furnaces, and keep the magic model on the blast furnace, to improve its high temperature resistance. I can even use red rock as a building material, and the effect should be better. Wait, it seems that this is better. I can design a magic blast furnace by myself. Emolon probably had an idea in his mind, but he didn't put it into practice, but simply recorded it, and then eliminated distractions, and summoned the winged sky beast. Arriving at the element pool layer, using the perception ability of the winged sky beast to directly transport the space element. The moment the space element was transported to the range of the element pool, Emolon frowned. His worries became a reality. I thought the forbidden magic field of the element pool was also effective for the space element. After all, they were all elements, but think about it. If the forbidden magic field can suppress the space element, then the flash spell cannot be used within the range of the forbidden magic field. Because of this, Emolon felt more and more wrong, and a worry emerged in his heart, but he didn't expect it to become a reality at this moment. If I can't suppress the space element, then the space element pool is nonsense. I can't store the space element at all. Emolon frowned. If I can't store the space element, it means that even if I stabilize this 6-ring spell, I can't use it. It's useless to simply use the winged sky beast to condense the space element before the spell model is activated. The spell model does not have the ability to suppress the element, and it can't bind the element. Emolon gently rubbed his eyebrows with his hand, and returned to the 5th floor of the mage tower. He flipped through the properties of the items, whose basic properties had been tested so far. After a few simple flips, Emolon put it back. The spatial attribute performance is not within the scope of the basic property test, nor is it within the test capability of ordinary mages. It's useless. Emolon fell into deep thought, and he once again felt the difficulty of innovation. Walking at the forefront means there is no way forward, and you must open up and move forward by yourself. Everything must be created by yourself, and there is no shortcut at all. Chapter 262 Spatial Element Pool. Lu Bin, is there any way to bind the spatial element? Binding? Like the element pool? Yes. No. Emolon fell into deep thought, while Lu Bin pointed to the spell model on the table and asked, "Is it that the energy problem of this spell cannot be solved?" Yes, the spatial element is very special. We cannot sense it, cannot touch it, let alone control it. The only one who can control the spatial element is the winged sky beast, but Xiaoyi is only level 3. The space elements it can control at this stage are completely inadequate for the needs of the 6-ring spell model. Lu Bin also fell into deep thought. Then back to the origin, I remember that the spell model will form a field after it is activated, binding all the elements inside it. In this case, then there must be a corresponding structure in the spell model. If we can find a way to extract this structure, we should be able to construct a space element pool. Another point is, according to my last discovery, the reason why we cannot perceive the space element is probably because the space element is in a deeper place. And the space element will be more concentrated in the broken space. And it will be easier to perceive. Emolon couldn't help but recall the last time he used the winged sky beast to perceive it. And nodded. Indeed. Forget it. It's useless to say that we can't activate the spell. So there is no space crack. This summoning spell is too profound. Let's try to find the trace of this structure from the flash spell. Okay. Emolon brought the spell model of the flash spell to the table. And Lu Bin also moved a stool to sit opposite Emolon. Took a piece of paper to copy a spell model of the flash spell. And looked at the model, and fell into deep thought. Compared with other spells, space spells are more profound, with more unfamiliar spell structures, making it difficult to start. Emolon and Lu Bin could only discuss and advance the research progress bit by bit. It's a pity that we only have 2 space spells. And the other one is a 6-ring spell, which has no reference value at all. Otherwise, if there were spells of the same attribute as a reference model, the efficiency would be much higher. Emolon felt the same way and nodded. And at this moment, an idea suddenly flashed. Wait, there is another space spell. A 3-ring space spell, which is simpler than this flash spell. Lu Bin looked at Emolon in surprise, and saw Emolon writing on the paper quickly. After a while, a spell model appeared on the paper. 3-ring spell. Space stretching spell. The spell in the supernatural core of the winged sky beast. I wanted to study it before, but I forgot about it because I was too busy. Beautiful. Lu Bin exclaimed in joy, and then took the spell model of the space stretching spell and began to analyze it. Although Lu Bin is only a 3rd-ring mage now, he has the ability to analyze 4th-ring spells with the accumulation of knowledge and experience. And 3rd-ring spells are naturally easy to master. As a veteran 4th-ring mage, Emolan has comprehensively analyzed a large number of first to third ring spells, created a fourth ring spell, and created a mage path. He is stronger than Lu Bin, which is naturally a problem. Under the joint analysis of the two, the third ring space extension spell quickly shed its mysterious veil, and through mutual comparison with the fourth ring flash spell, a spell structure was quickly locked. A hidden spell structure with one node spanning 5 spell structures. Emolan and Lu Bin also confirmed many times before they dared to be sure that these seemingly unrelated spell nodes together formed this spell structure that was enough to isolate the space element. At this moment, Emolan and Lu Bin were nervous in front of the square area surrounded by stone slabs. This spell structure has been stabilized here. Emolan summoned the winged sky beast, and controlled some space elements to be injected into the middle of the 4 stone slabs. The moment the space element was injected, the spell structure was activated, and then a force field was released. Emolan carried the space elements in little by little, and stopped only after reaching a certain concentration, and watched the position with the perception of the winged sky beast. Lu Bin released a spell, and waited quietly. This spell was created by Lu Bin when he was studying space cracks. It can detect the concentration of space elements in a place, although it is vague and not intuitive enough. It can indeed detect space elements. This unnamed spell is an important research tool for Lu Bin to study space. It can be said that without this spell, it would be extremely difficult for him to carry out all his research, and he would be unable to move forward. The two of them stared at the force field quietly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. We succeeded? Emolan and Lu Bin smiled at each other. Emolan suddenly felt quite emotional. When I was discussing element concentration with Lin Wan on the forum, I thought about the structure of binding elements in the spell model. But I didn't expect to study it today searching. We have a magic forbidden force field, everyone is busy, there is no demand. Who would spend the time to study this? It's useless. Indeed. Emolan looked at the spell structure with satisfaction. It's a pity that this structure is different from the magic forbidden force field, and cannot directly suppress the activity of elements. Otherwise, if it is deployed over a large area in the mage tower, it can directly prohibit space spells in the mage tower. If anyone dares to teleport in, they will be allowed to enter but not leave. It will definitely bring surprises to many people. Ha ha ha. It's shocking. Right? I will try to study this aspect in the future to see if I can get some results. Yeah. Emolan nodded, and suddenly remembered something, pointing to the force field and said, by the way, although we can't sense the space element now, just like other elements can be seen directly with the naked eye when the concentration is high enough, maybe the space element will be similar. When the concentration reaches a certain level, you may be able to perceive it. If you can try to meditate on the space element. You can use this to improve your affinity with the space element, perceive the space element, and even control the space element. If you start meditating directly from the concentrated space element, the threshold will be extremely high, and it is not certain whether a 4th ring mage can do it. So don't relax the improvement of your mental power. If you want to become a space mage, you must improve your affinity with the space element. Well, I know that it is normal for a space mage to have a high entry threshold, and I have already prepared for it. Lu Bin nodded lightly, and Emolan looked at the still running force field, with a smile on his face, and went directly to the first floor and entered the element pool layer. Find an empty pool next to many element pools, and gradually isolate the magic structure of space elements, and then arrange several magic structures to attract space elements after the closed loop is completed. After completing this step, the space element pool is officially formed. Using the winged sky beast to feel the space elements entering the element pool little by little, watching the space elements accumulate little by little, Emolan showed a hamster party's victory smile on his face. Happy. Chapter 263 Purple Flame Blast Furnace. The space element pool is complete and running normally. The next step is just waiting for time. Waiting for the space elements to accumulate slowly. Emolan smiled and crossed out a line on the schedule, and looked at the next task. To maintain a constant 6-ring spell model, ordinary items cannot withstand the operation of 6-ring spells, so the matrix for the constant spell model must be prepared in advance. Emolan made a decision and called out, Zong Xian, take my approval slip, and go to the warehouse to get a piece of black iron stone. Emolan wrote a handwritten approval slip, leaving a magic mark, and handed it to Su Zong Xian, who came in. He was in a small room, outside Emolan's study. Everything in the Mage Association has been put on track, and the management of warehouse materials is also the same. If the internal staff of the association want to withdraw items from the warehouse, they must fill out an application form and submit it to the relevant department for approval before they can go to the warehouse to collect the materials. The warehouse will also register each expenditure of materials to ensure that one link is linked to another and minimize loopholes. As the president, Emolan naturally has some privileges. He does not need to apply for anything and does not need to go through any approval. He can withdraw any item with a slip of approval with his magic mark. However, even if Emolan withdraws money, it will be recorded in the relevant records of the warehouse, and there will be no exceptions. When Su Zongxin went to get the black iron stone, Emolan looked at a spell model on the table. 3-ring space spell. Space extension. Emolan and Lubin found the answer to the space element pool from this spell model. At this moment, Emolan had a new idea in his mind. Space extension. Emolan fell into deep thought, and he suddenly found that this spell had a huge potential. President. Black iron stone. Emolan came back to his senses, took the black iron stone handed over by Su Zongxin, and looked at the spell model of the space extension spell for a few times before retracting his gaze. He rubbed the fireball with his bare hands, and the pure high-temperature spell structure used last time was released from the spell slot again, and combined with the fire element gathered by Emolan to form a hot fireball. Just like that day. There was no difference, no change, and after a long time, a ball of black and gold liquid appeared in Emolan's hand. Emolan removed the flame, and was murmuring in his heart, but he still grabbed a ball of mercury, looking for the frequency of this ball of metal liquid, and reached resonance. The moment the resonance was reached, Emolan felt a burning sensation, a feeling as if being pricked by a needle, but there was no greater reaction, which made Emolan relieved. The mercury that controlled the resonance gradually penetrated into the black gold liquid, and at the same time adjusted the shape of the black gold liquid. After a while, the black gold liquid turned into a long and thin cylinder, and the mercury was all integrated into it. Emolan let go of the resonance, lifted the cylindrical black gold liquid, and used the wind magic to take away the heat little by little. The black gold liquid solidified quickly, and Emolan felt the spell model in it, and mobilized a little fire element to inject it into it. The fire element circulated, and a fireball was formed directly. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly. Zong Xian, please call Linhua for me. Okay. After a while, Linhua came up. President. Well, has that metal been named? Not yet. I'm not very good at naming. I was thinking that you could help me choose one, Linhua said with a smile. And Emolan smiled at this. Come on. You choose it yourself. If I were here, I might just call it Linhua Metal, which would save a lot of trouble. Linhua's face changed when he heard this. President. You are so kind. I'll name it myself. It's called Gold Pattern Black Steel, so it's called Gold Pattern Black Steel. Well, Gold Pattern Black Steel, not bad, then let's call it that. Emolan nodded. I just confirmed that. I can't make a constant spell model with Gold Pattern Black Steel in solid state, but I can make a constant spell model before it solidifies, which is feasible. So I plan to use Gold Pattern Black Steel as the matrix of the constant 6-ring summoning spell model. Oh, this matter just happened. Eternal Blazing Sun's blast furnace is ready, and it was tested once before, and the highest furnace temperature can reach thousands of degrees, which is extremely high. Chairman, how about we go down and try it? That's what I mean. Try to see if it can be used to smelt black iron stone. If it can be used, immediately make a batch of gold pattern black steel. If not, I also have some ideas for improvement. Build a new blast furnace as soon as possible. Understood, the blast furnace can be used now. How about we go down and try it now? Okay. Emolan immediately followed Linhua down, standing in a big pit, looking at the blast furnace standing in the middle of the pit. Linhua first put a piece of black iron stone into it, then ignited it and preheated it in a rather unfamiliar way, raising the temperature for smelting. Although the furnace was sealed, Emolan and Linhua's spiritual power penetrated into the blast furnace from beginning to end, keeping an eye on the temperature inside. The temperature gradually increased, and when it reached the highest point, the black iron stone turned slightly red. But that was all, and there was no sign of melting. Linhua was a little disappointed, but Emolan was unmoved, obviously having expected it. It seems that the temperature of this blast furnace is not as high as the temperature of my fireball. President. Emolan interrupted Linhua as soon as he spoke. It's okay. I just have an idea for a renovation, so I'm going to give it a try. Zongxin, go get a truckload of red rock from the warehouse first. Su Zongxin left, and soon a truckload of red rock arrived. Make them look like bricks. Mo Lan started to work right away, and Lin Wu had some guesses when he saw this, and immediately followed. Su Zongxin next to him also helped, and soon one side of the red rock became a pile of neat red bricks, with mortise and tenon joints, neat and consistent. A few more trucks. Okay. After a while, Mo Lan looked at the prepared red brick strips, and directly used the magician's hand to control the red bricks to stack. The red bricks were connected with mortise and tenon joints, and the flat surfaces fit tightly, as if there was no gap left. After a while, a blast furnace that was one size larger than the previous one, but completely the same, and every detail was exactly the same, gradually took shape. The fiery red blast furnace was nearly 10 meters high. After Mo Lan completed the capping, he thought for a moment, and then began to fix the spell model on it. First of all, the first spell model is a spell created by Mo Lan, which uses the fire element to connect the red bricks together, as if they were one. The second spell model is the purple flame spell. 98 purple flame spell models are transformed into 98 spell nodes to achieve resonance. Group casting. Purple flame spell. After the purple flame spell was stabilized, Mo Lan's mouth curled up slightly, and he began to build a channel to connect the fire element pool. After the connection was completed, Mo Lan looked at the purple flame blast furnace quietly, looking forward to it. Ignite. Chapter 264 Failure. President, how terrifying would the six-ring purple flame technique be? Mo Lan shrugged upon hearing this. I don't know. I only know that the temperature in the blast furnace is getting higher and higher. In the end, it will definitely be higher than the temperature of my fireball. It should be more than enough to smelt the black iron stone. Give it a try and see how it works, Mo Lan said, and then quietly looked at the red blast furnace. Boom! Group cast the purple flame technique. The interior of the blast furnace was instantly filled with purple flames. The black iron stone thrown in turned red in a very short time and melted. A pool of black liquid appeared at the bottom of the blast furnace. As the temperature rose, the black liquid quickly boiled, evaporating a wisp of black smoke. The evaporated black smoke floated out from the top, then flowed into a bottle, and settled again. As the impurities gradually evaporated, the originally pure black liquid gradually turned into black and gold, and a golden fine line appeared from time to time as if to embellish the soul of this ball of liquid. Almost. As soon as Mo Lan finished speaking, Lin Wu's mental power beside him moved slightly. A small opening appeared below, the moment the blast furnace opened. A hot breath gushed out, instantly making the surrounding temperature extremely high, and then the liquid golden black steel flowed directly into the mold. When the liquid solidified into a palm-sized metal ingot, Mo Lan and Lin Wu knew that it was a success. Put the solidified black steel with gold patterns in it, and see if it can be smelted. Okay. Lin Wu immediately put in a small piece of black steel with gold patterns. The purple flame in the furnace did not go out. The continuous input of fire elements allowed the group spell model, a purple flame spell, to release spells regularly, maintaining the existence and temperature of the flame in the furnace. The blast furnace made of red rock seemed to have an extremely excellent heat preservation effect. There was almost no temperature leakage when the opening was closed. The black steel with golden patterns fell into the bottom of the furnace, burned by purple flames, covered by high temperature, gradually began to turn red, and softened. After softening for a long time, golden red liquid dripped from its surface. Yes, but the efficiency is very low. Mo Lan took a deep breath after saying this. Just go and transport a few trucks of black iron stones. Yes. Lin Wu immediately went with Su Zongxin to transport the black iron stones, while Mo Lan sat down directly, and a stone chair automatically rose from the flat ground behind him to cushion Mo Lan's body. Mo Lan took out the spell model of the six-ring summoning spell, and went through it again as a whole. The ink cartridge in his mind was overloaded. And Mo Lan also began to close his eyes, and cultivate his spirit, waiting quietly. The biggest difficulty of the constant spell is that it needs to be completed in one go. Because if it is interrupted, no one can perfectly continue on the interrupted channel. And even a slight flaw will cause the constant failure of the entire spell model. So this means that it must be completed in one go. And it must be completed by one person independently, without any coordination. Mo Lan heard the footsteps and wheels behind him with his eyes closed, without opening his eyes, and said softly, Lin Wu, add the ingredients, put half of the stove in, turn on high heat. Okay. Zong Xian, go to the third drawer on the left side of my desk in my office, and get a box of tea leaves. Brew a few leaves in a cup and bring it down for me. Who? 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 Emolan seemed to hear the sound of Ziyin whirring in his ears. The cracking of the black iron stone, the flow of air, the crawling of insects and ants deep in the earth, everything seemed to be reflected in Emolan's heart. Although Emolan did not open his eyes, there was an eye in his heart watching everything around him. Su Zengxin walked in with a porcelain cup, with a few tea leaves floating in it, and the mist from it made people feel refreshed and invigorated. When Su Zengxin approached, Emolan reached out to take the cup, sipped it, and felt refreshed. Linhua, open the furnace. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the furnace door opened, and a hot breath gushed out, and in an instant Linhua and others were sweating profusely. Give me a water shield. In an instant, a water shield enveloped Emolan, shielding him from the high temperature. Red molten steel flowed out of the furnace. And before it landed, it flowed upward, floating in front of Emolan. The water ball was round. And when the diameter reached 50 centimeters, Emolan said, "Close it." Linhua did not speak, and directly closed the furnace door. Emolan did not open his eyes from beginning to end. Not only that, he even blocked his hearing and sense of smell, and maximized the perception of his mental power. Emolan only felt that he was in a void space. And the red water ball in front of him was everything. The molten steel is cooling down quickly. Emolan doesn't have much time left. There are 789 spell nodes. The size of the nodes, the thickness and length of the magic lines, the intersection of the magic lines, countless details need to be remembered. Even one mistake will cause the entire spell model to fail. This is the real difficulty. Although theoretically, a first-ring mage can keep a 6-ring spell model constant, but in reality, a first-ring mage does not have enough memory to deduce a 6-ring spell model. Only when the mental power is improved to a certain level, the soul strength is improved to a certain level, the corresponding mental arithmetic ability and deduction ability are obtained. Can we try to keep the spell model constant? Normally, it is not uncommon for a mage to be unable to keep the same level spell model constant, and only keep the spell model one level lower than his own. Emolan's mental power covers the inside and outside of the steel ball, and the mercury in the bucket next to it turns into a water column and flows upstream, and the resonance link is completed instantly. First, build a spell node, and then extend from the first spell node, 1.4, for points 28, 28.57. And the ink cartridge rotates faster and faster, as if to squeeze out every bit of its computing power. Inside the molten steel ball, mercury seemed to be growing arbitrarily in it. Each growth was the result of countless calculations. Every corner, every node was perfect. This was the art of mercury. This was the art of the gods. Suddenly, the art of mercury was interrupted. An extremely abrupt node appeared. An extremely abrupt line. At the same time, Emolan's eyes opened. Open the feeding port. Emolan's voice made Linhua stunned. And then he opened the feeding port. And amazing hot air gushed out. Emolan directly threw the molten steel ball into it. Be careful of mercury poisoning. Emolan took a sip of tea after saying this, closed his eyes, and meditated, recovering the lost mental power. At the same time, the ink cartridge was also spinning at high speed, deducing the reason for the failure just now, and the initial node that led to the failure. The reason for Emolan's failure was very simple. A spell node deviated by a fraction, which directly caused all the magic lines connected to this spell node to deviate, and all the connected spell nodes to deviate. Level by level, the deviation gradually increased. Maybe it didn't have an impact at the beginning, but as the deviation expanded, it directly led to the failure of the spell model. Chapter 265 Mechanical Mind. This is precisely one of the reasons why high-level spell models are more difficult to maintain constant. Suppose a slight deviation will cause the spell model to fail. Suppose each deviation is 1/10 of a degree, the low-level spell model may not deviate by a degree until it is completed, but the high-level spell model is different. There are too many nodes. A deviation of 1/100th of a degree in the early stage will have a very large impact later, and will directly cause the constant failure of the spell model. Emolan meditated to recover. The effect of the nourishing tea was very significant. Emolan's mental strength quickly recovered to its peak state. Sipped the tea again, refreshed his spirit. Open the furnace. As soon as the words fell, hot air gushed out, molten steel turned into a ball, and hung in front of Emolan. This time, Emolan changed his method. No longer spreading exponentially like before, which was very fast, but prone to errors. Emolan started from a spell node at this moment, and at the same time, Two lines were running in parallel, just like two lines interweaving and waving in the molten steel, weaving the spell model of the 6th level summoning spell in the molten steel. The structure of the spell model was woven out bit by bit, and the spell model of the 6-ring summoning spell was rapidly improved. Emolan also learned from the previous lessons, determined the position of each node, determined the angle of each line. Everything seemed to be going in a good direction. Emolan was getting closer and closer to the success of the constant spell. However, the formation of the spell model suddenly stagnated. The mental power and Mercury were separated from the resonance state and could not move in the molten steel. Emolan stopped his movements. The molten steel solidified. Emolan could not make the spell constant on the gold-patterned black steel. He could only use the trick of melting it. This meant that Emolan had to complete the spell constant before the molten steel solidified again. This was the price of taking shortcuts. Emolan once again put the semi-solidified molten steel into the blast furnace, meditating to recover, and thinking. After recovering, the familiar voice sounded again. Open the furnace. The hot breath gushed out. But this time was different from the previous time. Emolan did not let the molten steel flow out, but used his mental power to bring Mercury into the blast furnace, trying to stabilize the spell inside the blast furnace. However, as soon as the Mercury entered the blast furnace, it began to vaporize and disappear rapidly after being exposed to the astonishingly high temperature. After a while, only Emolan's empty mental power resonated with the molten steel. Emolan was silent. Then he found a hammer and smashed the blast furnace. Bang! A hot breath gushed out from the blast furnace, and the hot air flow directly broke through the shields on Emolan and his men. After Emolan opened his magic shield to protect them, he began to repair the blast furnace with red rock. Soon, a low-temperature area appeared on one side of the blast furnace, and Emolan also raised a row of seats in front of the low-temperature area, making it like a workbench. After debugging the entire blast furnace, determined the new extension area to complete the adaptation after the fusion, Emolan began the next constant spell experiment. The previous constant spells all failed. The only result was the increasingly strong mercury smell in the air. Huh? The thought moved. The molten steel flowed into the low-temperature working area along the channel. Molan's mental power wrapped the mercury into it. This time it did not evaporate again. The constant began again. This time it was closer to success than the previous few times, but in the end it collapsed due to the accumulated deviations. Start. Fail. Start. Fail. Start. Fail. The mercury smell in the air became stronger and stronger. But Emolan always failed between 500 and 600 spell nodes. The reason for the failure was that the accumulated deviations caused the final spell model to collapse. Emolan thought that as long as he paid more attention, as long as he came a few more times to accumulate experience, he would be able to make new breakthroughs after getting familiar with it. But after a few times, Emolan suddenly realized that if he relied on his feelings, no matter how careful he was, there would be slight deviations, which were no more than big or small. But no matter how big or small it is, after passing through hundreds of spell nodes, after the amplification of thousands of magic lines, it is enough to make the spell model collapse. It is only a matter of time. Emolan was silent for a long time, finally took out a pen and paper to calculate. After spending some time, a spell model appeared on the paper. This is a tool spell. Emolan recalled Lu Bin's observation tool for space elements. The greatest strength of a person is to be good at using tools to make up for his shortcomings. Sometimes tools are more trustworthy than people. Activating the measurement tool spell, Emolan turned his head and looked, and a series of data suddenly emerged in his mind. The height, length, and width of the blast furnace. The length and height of Lin was hair. The distance between the blast furnace and me, and the distance between Lin and me. Since Emolan's main task now is to calculate the spatial position, there are only simple distance, angle and other parameters. But Emolan suddenly felt that if he added some speed formulas, weight calculations and other parameters, he might be able to create an amazing spell. At a glance, the size of the force, the size of the inertia, the power of the spell, the arc required to dodge, and the distance required to the back are all clear. Emolan temporarily wrote down this idea, and then devoted himself to the experiment. It is indeed more standard to open the calculation spell constant spell model. Emolan's progress has improved a lot. However, Emolan suddenly found that this calculation spell can only calculate the error of the completed spell node, and cannot be calculated in advance. In this case, although it is known that the error has occurred, and it is known to make up for it, the error has been made after all. If the position where the spell node should appear can be calculated in advance through various parameters, Emolan began to improve the spell. After a while, Emolan once again devoted himself to the experiment of the constant spell model. Experiment after experiment failed again and again. The mercury concentration in the environment rose again, and then was blown away by Linwa and others who could not bear it anymore. In the process of failure again and again, the effect of the tool spell became more and more perfect. Just like a plug-in. After activation, a part of the mental power will be like mechanical electronics, using the effect of the constant size of the smallest unit mental power to calculate various microscopic parameters, and directly calculate the spell node for Emolan, where the magic line should appear. And through this part of mental power, the overall mental power is affected, so that every change of mental power, every action, every spell node, and every constant line of magic power are as if measured by a ruler. Extremely accurate. Emolan looked at this spell model that has been improved many times. This spell has no grade, and can be used by a first-level mage. After using it, a part of the mental power can be like mechanical electronics, and it seems to make the mind calmer and calmer. That's called mechanical mind. Chapter 266 5-Ring Mage. Mechanical Mind. After casting the spell, Emolan took a sip of the tea for nourishing the spirit, and faced the boiling molten steel and the complicated spell model with full strength. This time, Emolan chose the more efficient multi-thread parallel. Under the blessing of the mechanical mind, each spell node, each magic line is extremely accurate. At this moment, Emolan's mental power is like a 3D printer. Mercury is the raw material, and the spell model is printed quickly inside the molten steel. Failure. Another failure did not make Emolan depressed, because it was just a mistake. He had already broken through the 600 node mark that he had been unable to break through for a long time before. This is a failure in writing, read as success. Start. Failure. Start. Failure. Failure again and again, as if back to the past, but Emolan was looking forward to it more and more, because every time he failed, Emolan was making progress. The spell node of each failure was later than the previous one. Every failure provided Emolan with calculation materials. Once again, the experiment began, starting as usual, rapid progress in the early stage, stability in the middle stage, trembling, pray to the gods in the late stage. The last spell node was outlined, the spell model was formed. At this moment, Emolan was stunned. First, move the molten steel ball out of the work area, cool it with air. After solidification, Emolan put it aside for the time being, turning to inward. The mental power filled his mind. The familiar feeling of fullness appeared again, proficiently improving the spell position registration, condensing a new spell position. 5-Ring Mage. The moment he succeeded in the constant state, Emolan became a 5-Ring Mage. So far, Emolan has 1 5-ring spell slot, 2 4-ring spell slots, 3 3-ring spell slots, 8 2-ring spell slots, 16 1-ring spell slots, a total of 30 spell slots, 28 in his mind, one of which is in the extraordinary core of the winged sky beast, and one in the extraordinary core of a lava giant beast in the fire elemental realm. The moment Emolan opened his eyes, he saw Lu Bin, Linwa, Su Zongxin, Su Guanma and others. President. Have you advanced? Yes. I just advanced to the 5th ring the moment I succeeded in the constant state. I am now a 5th-ring mage. 5-ring mage. Awesome. Just the 5th ring. Wait. What did you just say about the constant state being successful? Linwa was suddenly stunned, looking at Emolan in disbelief. Spell model? Emolan said casually. But Lu Bin was shocked. What level of spell model? 6-ring spell model. What 6-ring spell? 6-ring spell model. What 6-ring model? Emolan made a fireball, and smeared it on Lu Bin's face. Lu Bin summoned a shield to block it, and looked at Emolan expectantly. President. Did it really work? Emolan nodded. I don't know if it worked or not, but I have stabilized the spell model. Emolan turned his head, and looked at the half-meter diameter black steel ball next to him. The matte black steel ball was covered with some gold threads, which instantly gave the black steel ball a few more charms. Emolan took a look, and the gold steel ball floated directly towards Emolan. The others were shocked and incoherent. Wait. President. Why can your magician's hand hold such a heavy thing? This half-meter diameter metal ball must weigh at least a few tons. Right? Emolan looked back at the steel ball, smiled and shook his head. You think too much. If my magician's hand was so powerful, why would I study magic? I can just use it to hit people. Although the black iron stone is heavy, the metal made from the black iron stone is lighter than you think. But why can't my magician's hand even push it? Emolan noticed Lu Bin's magician's hand and immediately made way. The steel ball pressed down instantly and directly crushed Lu Bin's magician's hand. It exploded. President, you are lying. Emolan was a little amused. My mage's hand is not the old version of the mage's hand. I use the new version of the mage's hand with the help of the elite mage's spellcasting method and the fire element. It is a little stronger than you think. Forget it, I won't say so much. Let's try this spell model first. Emolan just felt a little tired after he finished speaking and yawned. How long did it take me to draw it? Emolan narrowed his eyes sleepily, asked with some doubt. Lin was said with admiration. President, 2 days and 1 night. Then why do I feel like I've been up for 10 days and 10 nights? President, why don't you take a break first? There's plenty of time to test the spell model. Emolan didn't refuse after hearing this. He nodded gently and appeared on the bed with a flash spell. He fell down and fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed, next to the blast furnace. Several people looked at each other and silently blocked the sight. Emolan slept for a whole day. Although he only worked for 2 days and 1 night. He was in high-intensity experiments during these 2 days and 1 night. And his spirit was tense. Although his mental strength was still sufficient. His mind had been greatly depleted during the 2-day and 1-night experiment. He could not feel it when he was immersed in the experiment. But once he relaxed, the fatigue that he had suppressed suddenly surged into his heart like a tide. Emolan was full of energy after waking up. He washed, ate, and sorted everything out before taking Lu Bin and Lin Wu to the blast furnace. He took a deep breath and went directly to a vacant lot next to the mage tower. He first raised a 4-cornered base, placed the gold-patterned steel ball on it, and then raised the high walls and ceiling to surround the place like a matchbox. Then, the energy channel of the space element pool was directly connected here. And the spell model in the gold-patterned steel ball was connected. And the space elements continued to flow into it. Buzz! The gold-patterned steel ball made a long sound. And this long sound was like the switch of a water pump. At this moment, the gold-patterned steel ball extracted the space elements in the element pool like a pump. In a flash, the space elements accumulated over the past few days were consumed. But at this time, the spell model also slowly stopped. The three held their breath. And Emolan's mind moved. Buzz! The metal ball vibrated, a space wave hit the void in front, then, a space crack opened instantly, looking at the fiery red earth, dark magma, black and fiery red bushes, and the spiritual power sensed the gushing out of the rich fire element. Emolan, Lu Bin, Lin Wu looked at each other, then burst into laughter. However, at this moment, accompanied by a roar, a huge momentum surged out of the space crack. Under the suppression of the huge momentum, the three people felt stuffy in their chests, and their minds were slightly confused. Wait! We seem to have forgotten something, Lin Wu said. This 6-ring spell seems to be a 6-ring summoning spell, Lu Bin said weakly. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this, and turned his head to look at the 6-ring lava beast running towards him. So opening a space crack will also send a 6th-level lava beast? The two thought for a moment, and then nodded. It should be like this. Yes. But I always feel that something is wrong. Lu Bin fell into deep thought. So the summoning spell is actually a spell to summon the summoned creature and then kill it? Any questions? Chapter 267 Master Professional. I think it's more reasonable to call it resource summoning, Emolan said after a moment of silence. That makes sense. Hey, President, control them to commit suicide. I'll notify people to clean up the battlefield, Lu Bin said casually, which made Emolan look at him in confusion. Who told you I can control them? Are summoned beasts that are summoned by spells uncontrollable? No, this spell is not controlled in the first place. Didn't Larson have any control when he fought Gung Tao? He himself didn't dare to join the battle with the lava beast, for fear of being beaten. I thought it was because the summoner died, so it was out of control. Wait, since there is no way to control it, then what are we waiting for? President, can you beat it? Lu Bin pointed at the lava beast that was about to enter the space crack and said, other attributes may have some hope, but the fire element, especially the fire element life, that is basically immune to flames, really can't beat it. But what are you afraid of? Didn't I open the space crack within the range of the mage tower? As soon as the voice fell, a thunderbolt fell from the ceiling, directly broke a big hole in the stone ceiling, and fell into the space crack. Thunderbolt. Several third-level lava beasts exploded instantly, and this spell made the sixth-level lava bear furious, slapping his chest and roaring. Roar! Thunderbolt. Lightning spells fell one after another, and the lava beast in front died one after another, and the lava beast that was charging was stunned. It immediately slammed its front legs into the ground, leaving a long scratch, and then stopped, and its limbs fell to the ground, and it turned around and ran. You still want to run when you're so close? It's a little late, Emolan said with a smile, and Thunderbolt struck the lava bear's head one after another. The speed of thunder is extremely fast. It often appears on the head of the lava giant bear the moment it is successfully conceived. Roar! The lava giant beast turned back angrily and struck back. It smashed the thunder with one palm, and lightning splashed everywhere. But in the time it took to smash one thunder, 3 or 4 thunders fell. The lava giant bear hurriedly used its bear paw to meet it, but it was blown off in an instant, and hot magma gushed out from the broken end. The fearful lava giant beast turned around and wanted to run, but the continuous thunder instantly took advantage of the gap to split its defense and hit its core. The lava core exploded, and the huge body of the lava beast fell to the ground. The thunder stopped, and the rest of the third-level lava beasts fled in all directions, disappearing completely. Why don't you kill more? The red rocks on their bodies are all elemental stones. Emolan shook his head. There are not many thunder elements left. Save some just in case. Okay. Linwa shrugged, and Lubin next to him looked at the corpse of the lava bear and sighed. Sure enough, the mage tower is the mage's life. It is really strong, and the mage tower is invincible once it is established. What's the use of a magic group? The magic tower is still the real thing, invincible. Hey, President, can your magic tower kill all the 6th level and below within the radiation range? Not necessarily. The 4th level and above have flash spells, so you can run away if you can't win. What if you don't run away? Where can such a fool come from? Emolan saw Lubin staring at him just after he finished speaking, so he had to add another sentence. Well, if you really want to fight, in front of the 3rd level magic tower. The 6th level and below are just food. High-frequency 6-ring spell attacks, even if they are also 6th level, 6-ring can't stop it, and if one day we can find a way to prohibit space teleportation, then basically everyone who comes can be killed. However, the mage tower is not without weaknesses. Although the group casting and 3-ring spells can burst out the power of 6-ring spells, the consumption is actually greater than that of 6-ring spells. The current energy source is the element pool. Each burst requires a long time of accumulation and recovery. Once the energy is insufficient, the mage tower will be like this. So I am thinking about how to improve the element pool, or simply create a new energy system, but the former still has a direction, the latter has no clue at all. Oh! Lubin was thoughtful. Now that the passage to the fire elemental realm is open, wouldn't you be able to directly use red rock to build a wizard tower? Elemental stone can directly stabilize the 4th ring spell. Wouldn't the new wizard tower be able to directly unleash the power of the 7th ring spell? Will the master come and kill indiscriminately? I don't know. Why? Lubin asked subconsciously. But Linwa thought of something. Is it because of the nature of the attribute? Yes. I don't know if the group casting of the 4th ring spell can release the 7th ring power of the spell. According to my speculation, it should not be possible. But if it is possible, it may directly overturn some of my ideas and thoughts. But it can also let me gain something. Emolan shook his head after pondering for a long time. The 4-ring wizard tower is not so easy to build. Master level. Master level. I found that many things become complicated once it comes to the master level. The rules used in the low-level field may not be applicable to the master level, and it may even directly overturn some rules discovered at the low level. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that any profession will undergo another qualitative change when it reaches the master level. How else can it be called a master level? Master. Is this title something that can be obtained casually? Can masters everywhere still be called masters? After Lubin finished speaking, Linwa said softly. His words directly aroused the interest of Emolan and the others. Regarding masters, I have a friend in the capital who mentioned a few words. What? He said that master-level figures are very mysterious, and are the beginning of true transcendence. He felt that master-level professionals were strategic weapons, possessing unparalleled deterrence, and could obtain a high status wherever they were. A master-level professional was enough to guard a kingdom, a powerful family, or a powerful force. According to him, master-level professionals were more like a symbol, and would not be deployed easily. Once deployed, it would be a big deal. Huh? These are all about status. But what about strength? Or even promotion? Emolan reacted and asked. But Lin was shook his head. Knowing this already shows that my friend is very powerful. His tentacles have already reached the top. Otherwise, there would be no words related to the master. As for the strength, he only said one sentence. The reason why the master level is not easily dispatched is because of its strong destructive power and large combat impact range. But once dispatched, it has the ability to change the situation, or even reverse the situation. Only the master level can deal with the master level. So whether or not there is a master level professional is almost one of the decisive criteria for measuring whether a force is strong. Emolan nodded slightly when he heard this. How many are there in Morse Kingdom? How many more? Master level professionals are very common, and it's good to have one. Linwood glanced at Emolan. He didn't find any evidence of the existence of masters, but Morse Kingdom was able to hold out for so long under the suppression and attacks of the Northern Empire, and the attitudes of the Southern Empire and the surrounding kingdoms. So he speculated that the Morse Marquis family should have a master-level professional, or that a master-level professional competition had just been held. Is that so? Emolan nodded slightly. Chapter 268 Secret Observation. I wonder when players will be able to enter the master level. Emolan was quite touched after listening to Lin Wu's many secrets. Perhaps only when true master-level professionals appear, players can be considered to have stepped onto the political stage, and officially entered the eyes of those bigwigs. What are you thinking? President, now most players are still struggling in the third ring. Elite players are rare at this stage. Any elite player is the top player, and the master level is still far away. I'm already in the fifth ring, but the players are still so weak. Emolan suddenly reacted after saying this, and glanced at the two of them. I'm not talking about you. I don't mean to say you're weak. The two were silent. I'm offended. You must have done it on purpose. Right? Even if the first sentence wasn't intentional, the second sentence was definitely. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Emolan said hurriedly, and immediately began to change the subject. The passage is open. I plan to go in and take a look. What are your plans? What an awkward change of subject. But if you don't change the subject, wouldn't you be even more embarrassed? The two were startled, and then smiled. It's a nice day today. What a coincidence. You're here too. I plan to study the space channel, and see if I can figure out anything. I plan to go to the blast furnace. I have some ideas that I want to try with gold-patterned black steel. What about you? President? Emolan rolled his eyes speechlessly, and walked into the space crack. I plan to go in and take a look. Also, study the spell model to see if I can find clues to other elemental realms, especially the Earth elemental realm. I'll go in first. Remember to send someone to clean up the battlefield. I can't beat him. I'm so angry. I can't beat him. Even more angry. Hold it in. Don't say it in front of me. Emolan threw a fireball out in a bad mood. Lin Wu and Lu Bin looked at each other, shrugged, and left. Soon, a group of enthusiastic mages rushed into the fire elemental world and began to clean up the battlefield. Lu Bin, who was in charge of the organization, was suddenly stunned. I just forgot to ask the president if I could open another space crack. Open another one, and get another 6th level lava beast. Double the joy. Forget it. This space crack won't last long anyway. And I'll open another one after this one is closed. It's just right to save some thunder elements and space elements. And give the lava beast some time to rest. Lava beast, thank you. Then a stone table rose next to the space crack. And Lu Bin took tools, paper and pen, and immediately entered the research state. On the other side, Lin Wu brought his tools to the workbench of the blast furnace. Looking at the pile of black iron stones next to him. Looking at the blazing purple flames in the blast furnace. Looking at the black steel with golden patterns in the center of the purple flames. And fell into deep thought. Lin Wu had just graduated from college. He was a science and engineering student. And his major was also mechanical. The reason why he chose to become a mage, and was keen on studying mages, was because he liked the feeling of the mage's free and unrestrained output. The elegance of the mage's masts and oars being destroyed in the midst of laughter and conversation. And the mage's extremely rigorous logic, and the sense of accomplishment brought by breakthroughs. Everything made Lin will fall in love with the profession of mage. Fall in love with the profession of mage in the real game. Everything is up to me. Everything is created by me. When he saw the black steel with golden patterns in Mo Lan's study that day, he seemed to be struck in the soul by the thumb-long metal stick. He seemed to recall the joy he felt when he watched the Blue Cat Dragon Riders when he was a child, and the shock and excitement he felt when he saw the transformation of the first Iron Man. When he registered for the college entrance examination, he resolutely chose the major of mechanics. The dream in his heart gradually settled in the in-depth study of machinery. No longer exposed, but restrained in his heart, but never disappeared. And it was rekindled at this moment. The dream burned. Lin was sat upright on the workbench. The heat insulation performance of the igneous rock was very superior. Lin only felt a burst of warmth when he lay on it. The white paper was opened, holding a pencil in his hand. The strokes were horizontal and vertical, and he drew the drawings hidden in his heart for many years with great skill. The strong mental power provided sufficient computing power, and the originally simple drawings were quickly improved. One by one, the parameters were placed on the paper, making it more and more complex, more and more profound. And Lin became more and more immersed, and the speed of drawing the drawings increased instead of decreasing. On his blueprint, a mechanical-style armor loomed. Mo Lan walked in the fire elemental realm, sensing the pet lava beast he left behind when he left the fire elemental realm last time. The sensing was very vague, and it was obvious that the distance was very far. Summoning spell. It is estimated that the space crack is only located in front of the summoned lava beast, so it basically appears randomly, and there is no fixed position. But what is the principle of this summoning? Does the summoned person need a response code? Does the summoned person need to agree? Can a specific individual be designated for summoning? Are there any conditions for becoming a summoned person? Can players do it? Mo Lan's mind popped up questions one after another, guesses one after another. But unfortunately they were all groundless. Although I have fixed this spell model by copying the original, I still have only a limited understanding of this spell model. I am afraid that these questions will only be answered after I have analyzed all the secrets of the summoning spell. Mo Lan floated in the air of the fire elemental world, thinking as he moved forward. My fire spirit is currently stuck at the 3rd level. I should be missing something to break through to the 4th level. But what is missing? Lack of accumulation of fire elements? Or something else? I don't know. I don't know the rules and requirements for the upgrade of the fire spirit, so I have no way to guess. In this case, maybe we can catch some level 3 lava beasts and raise them to see if we can find clues to their breakthrough to level 4. Or we can simply catch a few level 4 lava beasts and compare them with level 3 lava beasts to see the difference. Maybe we can get something out of this. After Mo Lan was sure in his mind, he immediately started to search. But in the process of searching, Mo Lan suddenly found that it was really hard to catch them. The lava beasts scattered outside were all level 1 and level 2, while level 3 and level 4 lava beasts were generally in magma pools, magma rivers, magma lakes. These places have level 3 and level 4 lava beasts. And usually there are also big ones. After confirming the size of a fist, Mo Lan silently gave up the plan to capture it, and found a huge lava lake to observe it. Secret observation.jpg. This observation lasted for a day. Mo Lan watched the lava beasts soaking in the lava lake, watched the lava beasts fighting, and even saw a level 1 lava beast upgraded to a level 2 lava beast. After the upgrade was completed, it directly attracted a lot of red rocks to wrap around its body, making its size bigger. There was no other gain on this day except for a better understanding of the lava beasts. The space crack was about to close, and Mo Lan chose to return. Chapter 269 Space Box. President Lu Bin, who was next to the space crack, saw Mo Lan coming back and shouted, "Did you gain anything?" Mo Lan shook his head. "I walked around for a while, but didn't gain anything. How about you?" "I did gain something, which confirmed some of my previous guesses." "Well, come on, the association's fire elemental channel, earth elemental channel, and even all the elemental constant channels are handed over to you. There is also the space channel between the two places." "Stop. Stop, President. Stop, I understand. I remember your teachings deeply in my heart. You go ahead. I won't waste your precious time." Lu Bin wiped the non-existent sweat and quickly interrupted Mo Lan. Mo Lan shrugged upon hearing this. "Okay, I was originally planning to invite you to conduct a space experiment together, since you..." "Space experiment? Wait, President, your business is my business. If you need me, I am willing to be your vanguard." Emolan looked at Lu Bin with a smile, and Lu Bin didn't care. There are too few space samples now. If he could just do a space experiment for nothing, it wouldn't matter. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. When the space magic is practiced successfully, he will suppress the president with a backhand. As he thought about it, Lu Bin started to laugh. Go to my lab, Emolan said and turned away, taking Lu Bin into the lab. Do you remember the space spell we used when we were studying the space element pool? Lu Bin was stunned. 3-ring space stretching spell? Yes, I was thinking about something before. Lu Bin looked at Emolan, listening quietly. Suppose I stretch the space in a room, from the outside, will the size of the room change? Obviously not, otherwise it would not be stretching the space, but stretching the house. Hey. Wait. President. Are you planning to expand the space inside the Mage Tower? That's a good idea. This way, the Mage Tower can accommodate more people. And many experiments that require a large venue can be conducted directly in the Mage Tower. Lu Bin exclaimed. Emolan smiled and continued. What if I stretch the space in a box? Lu Bin was stunned when he heard it. Wait. No way. No way. Storage space is going to appear in the game. Is this garbage game really going to have storage space? If the space inside a bag is stretched, then it is a storage bag. Wait. No, the bag is soft and too thin, it can't stabilize the spell model. It's a box. By stretching the internal space of the box or chest, it's equivalent to portable storage space. Yes. Emolan nodded gently. Then do you plan to stretch the space in the Mage Tower in the box? Lu Bin asked, but to his surprise, Emolan shook his head. I don't want to move the Mage Tower for the time being. Just make some storage boxes first. Why? Emolan turned his head and looked at him, said softly. Suppose I stretch the space in a box 10 times. Fill it with things. Then I smash the box and dismantle the magic model. What do you think will happen? Lu Bin was stunned. The same logic. If I stretch the space of the magic tower 10 times, fill it with buildings and things. But suddenly there is a malfunction. Or someone else's destruction. The magic model that maintains the existence of the space suddenly collapses. What will happen? I don't know. Lu Bin shook his head. But it will definitely not end well. Yes. So you still have to keep working hard. We are still in the dark in the field of space. Even if we have found some techniques to make shallow use of space. The lack of theoretical knowledge is like a high-rise building without a foundation. It may seem brilliant, but it may collapse in an instant. And we are powerless to do anything about it. So I would rather build a bigger Mage Tower than expand the space of the Mage Tower. Because I am afraid that one day my opponent will directly use this trick to collapse my Mage Tower. I will not leave such a fatal loophole in the Mage Tower. Unless one day, we have enough theoretical knowledge in the field of space to support and develop a series of space applications. We can directly resolve this hidden danger. I understand. Zopeng nodded gently. Emolan entered the laboratory. Without saying anything else. The laboratory table was filled with wooden boxes of various materials. Suitcase-sized, basketball-sized, fist-sized, wooden, stone, red rock, magic plant. Everything is available. And Su Zongxin has been waiting inside for a long time. Emolan immediately arranged for Lu Bin and Su Zongxin to start the constant space stretching spell model. And Emolan himself picked up the fist-sized, red rock box. The mental power permeated and penetrated into the box bit by bit. After mastering the internal structure, he silently calculated in his mind. After a moment, he activated the mercury to start the constant space stretching spell model. In less than a minute, Emolan threw the box in his hand, and Su Zongxin and Lu Bin beside him also stopped. President, the spell model cannot be compressed to such a small size, and the fist-size constant cannot fit in. Emolan asked after a moment of hesitation. Have we achieved any results in the spell model miniaturization project that we worked on with Eternal Blazing Sun? There has been some progress in specific spells, but there is no clue about the general method so far. If we give them a spell model, they may be able to miniaturize the spell model, but the current highest level is to reduce the constant size of the first ring fireball spell model to the size of a little finger. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows. Take this spell over, let them try it. Well, President, what should we do now? Try it now, see what the minimum range can be. The three of them once again devoted themselves to the experiment, trying to keep the spell model constant over and over again. After the three of them had a few discussions, they continued. After several times, the three gradually reached a consensus. thicken the bottom of the box to create enough space for the constant spell model. However, the constant position of the spell model was solved. But the next problem arose. The box is not a building. And it is not built, and will never move. The reason for making a box is that it is movable, convenient for storage, transportation, and carrying. If it is just fixed in place, then choose a small room to keep the spell model constant. Why bother so much? But if it is mobile, it will not be able to connect the energy channel from the element pool. Then what energy source does the constant spell model at the bottom of the box use? This question made the three people fall into deep thought. The seemingly simple space box is unexpectedly complicated after in-depth research. We don't have batteries. Our only energy storage technology is the element pool. Su Zongxin frowned and said, but we haven't even solved the problem of miniaturization of spell models. The miniaturization of element pools is nonsense. And there is not enough space on the box for us to create an element pool. Even the smallest element pool is not possible. Before Su Zongxin finished speaking, Lu Bin suddenly interrupted. No, there is a way. Chapter 270 keeps some conscience. Mo Lan and Su Zongxin immediately looked at Lu Bin, seeing him speak slowly. We can build a small element pool. A question mark popped up on both of their foreheads. Where is the space for the element pool? Does it mean to make the bottom twice as thick? Well, if there is no other way, you can try this, although it is a bit ugly and a bit clumsy. No. Lu Bin waved his hand, and then pointed at the box and said, isn't this a ready-made space? Mo Lan was puzzled at first. But then a flash of inspiration came to him. And he reacted instantly. You mean to use the four walls of the box as the pool walls? And build the internal space of the box into an element pool? Mo Lan thought for a moment, and slapped his thigh. Great. A ready-made space. No need to make any changes to the four walls of the box. Just keep the model of the element pool constant. Absorb and store space elements with the internal space. And then directly use them to supply the spell model at the bottom of the box. Lu Bin grinned when he heard this. President, I think some space elements in the box should not affect the storage of other things. Right? No. If it would, there are elements everywhere in the environment. And it would have affected them long ago. Not now. Moreover, this is the most inclusive space element. Using it as an element pool will not affect the storage effect at all. It is completely feasible to use one pool for two purposes. Mo Lan picked up a pen and paper, brought in the data, and the ink box in his mind spun at high speed, simulating and deducing. After a moment, Mo Lan nodded. It's very feasible. Let's try it this way. Okay. Then, President, what material should we use to make the box? Ordinary stone is too brittle. Let's use red rock. Red rock is not too hard. It's easy to be damaged. It doesn't seem very suitable. Mo Lan said after a moment of silence. So, let's use black steel with gold pattern for the self-use version. It's harder and not easy to be damaged. Otherwise, once the spell model is broken, the thing stored inside may be broken. It's not worth the loss. As for the external sales version, we can develop stone and red rock materials. Just explain the reason before selling it. It's none of our business if it collapses. Mo Lan tried it. The space stretched by the space stretching spell will only return to its original state after the spell effect disappears. It will be what it was originally. The whole process is very slow. The larger the space, the slower the speed. You need to wait for the spell effect to dissipate bit by bit. The space will recover bit by bit. The reaction was smaller than Mo Lan expected. But once it happened, the consequences would be serious, because it was the space that was contracting. Unless there was something that could withstand the contraction of the space. Otherwise the space would compress the things inside little by little, until the space returned to its original state. After Mo Lan found out that this was the consequence, his expression was a little subtle, because he felt that this effect could be used as a compressor, or even as a trap or a cage. Once a person or a monster was locked in and broke the spell model, he would be crushed to death by the slowly contracting space. Isn't that wonderful? I just don't know how strong the compression force is, how much power the space opened by the three-ring spell can have. But it can't be calculated like this. After all, this is a space spell, and it must be different if it is opened with skills. And it must be more than this strength if the space is opened by force. Well, try it when you have time, maybe there will be a big surprise. Mo Lan said silently in his heart, and the two nodded when they heard Mo Lan's words. President, Are you going to sell this space box to the public? The three walked towards the blast furnace. Lu Bin asked as they walked. Yes, good things should be shared. Everyone has suffered from the game for a long time. Now that we have developed a space storage tool, then we have the obligation to popularize it, so that the majority of players can use such a convenient space box. Emolan said softly. What about the price? Lu Bin asked. The price of the materials is the price of the materials themselves. We don't make any money. It's the cost price. Then President, do you mean to charge an intellectual property surcharge? No. It's called spreading the research costs. Oh. What about the price? Knowledge is priceless. Got it. 5 times the price of the materials. Lu Bin understood. But Emolan glanced at him. Can this spread our research costs? In order to benefit the players. We have spent so much energy and time on research. 10 times? Lu Bin said cautiously. Isn't that too high? Emolan shook his head when he heard that. Boxes are different. We can't generalize them. We can't cut them all off. So we have to grade them. We can divide them into 2 series. The Stone series and the Red Rock series. The Stone series has a smaller space. So it's cheaper. This one can be 2 or 3 times the cost price. I didn't lie just now. I really want to benefit the majority of players. So that everyone can have a space box to use. And it's also a conscience. We don't cheat ordinary players. As for the Hongyan box, make it look better, make the space bigger, and then divide it into the first, second, and third levels. The largest level will be multiplied by 90,100 times the cost price. And the lowest level will be multiplied by 20 to 30 times. Emolan finished speaking. Su Zongxin thought about it and said, the top-level space box is difficult to manufacture, and the failure rate is extremely high. It takes a long time to produce a batch, and a small amount is released regularly. Is this okay? Fuck, is this not good? The top-level box is multiplied by nearly 100 times. The difference is too big, it may not be sold. If it were me, I would definitely buy a few more low-level ones. Lu Bin finished speaking. Emolan glanced at him. Why don't you make some adjustments? How big is our suitcase? It's the size of 2 large suitcases. Is it easy to carry? It's not convenient. It's barely acceptable. I just tried it. We can stretch a space 10 times at most, 10 times the size of 2 large suitcases, which can be used as a small room. Many people will definitely buy such a large space. Right? Yes. Lu Bin nodded. But what if there is a suitcase the size of a suitcase, but the internal space is completely unchanged? The size of a suitcase is completely portable, which is a qualitative change compared to the size of 2 suitcases. You said this kind of change. Is it too much that the price of the latter is 10 times that of the former? Will Yifei's group care about the price increasing tenfold? What's more, we only increased it 3 or 4 times. Lu Bin was confused. But we haven't developed a space box the size of a suitcase yet. Emolan curled his lips when he heard it. I don't know it in my mind, now we have just developed it. Which is the size of 2 suitcases, but we haven't compressed it, and we haven't studied it. Give it some time, spend some effort. It will definitely be difficult to make it the size of half a suitcase, but it will be easy to make it the size of a suitcase. So you just need to distinguish the difference between these 2 generations of products. And decorate this space box the size of a suitcase. Make it look better. And carefully design the appearance. And it will be no problem to sell it at a good price. Lu Bin was silent. So we make money with tears and blood? President, didn't you just say that you should keep a conscience? Emolan frowned and interrupted. Didn't I leave my conscience for the stone box?